When the Soviets invaded Afghanistan, Cuba did not condemn them. Its ambassador to the United Nations, Raul Roa Kouri, interpreted the invasion as another confrontation between imperialism and the socialists. This position lost him credibility, and not only among the non-aligned nations. Most of the delegates criticized him harshly. Cuba was once again called Moscow's pawn by the United States government. Mariel. The end of the 1970s was extremely difficult for Cuba, both at home and abroad. The economic situation was critical, and Castro asked for sacrifices from the people. He declared that Cuba needed to focus its efforts on industrialization. In December, at a closed session of the National Assembly of the People's Power, its deliberations were leaked and published in the United States press. Castro enumerated the grave difficulties: the sharp drop in sugar prices on foreign markets, the decrease in imports from capitalist countries because of the shortage of foreign exchange, the fact that the socialist countries sent products that were not essential or even needed. He said it was impossible to predict what would happen in the next 5 years. He noted the serious agrarian problems caused by sugarcane plagues, tobacco blights, and African swine fever. All these catastrophes were under control, but Castro said that they came strangely simultaneously and accused the United States of introducing them. 38 This was biological warfare. Discontent was mounting as a result of the economic crisis. In addition, there were tensions caused by the hundreds of former political prisoners who had been promised but had yet to receive immigration visas from the United States. This delay was intentional to elicit an internal malaise, alleged Castro. The family reunion plan was also creating pressure, because not everyone agreed with it, some for reasons of morality and revolutionary ideals. They did not accept that those whom they had always fought, whom they called worms for having abandoned the country and betrayed the revolution, and who allowed themselves to be used in terrorist actions against Cuba in collaboration with the enemy, should be welcomed on the island. Others objected because they thought it unfair that those with family in the United States should have the privilege of receiving goods the population as a whole lacked. In effect, thousands of exiles arrived laden with presents for their relatives, and this situation caused animosity and unease. The black market began with this shower of gifts. The government established limits and opened a store for imported products at exorbitant prices so that the community could buy them in Cuba. It was a way of obtaining foreign currency. In 1979, graffiti and flyers against the government started to appear in the streets. In the National Assembly in December, Castro warned that, "We will smash the growing extremism." The atmosphere heated up, with the growing numbers of Cubans leaving for Florida in stolen boats. Their flight was encouraged by a radio campaign from anti-Castro Cubans living in Miami. When the refugees arrived, they were welcomed like heroes, and the media provided wide coverage of their statements, all opposing the revolution. This outlook was a condition imposed on them. They were shown off as disaffected dissidents who had fled the Cuban hell. With the appointment of Ramiro Valdez as Minister of the Interior, a hero of Granma and one of the regime's hardliners, the persecution of the antisocials, the black market, and petty crime began. The police searched and arrested campesinos who sold their products on the open market. These measures led to greater malaise and discontent among the people. The Cuban government was infuriated by Cubans who forced their way into foreign diplomatic quarters in Havana seeking sanctuary, since such behavior created friction with the respective governments. In September 1977, one group managed to get into the Venezuelan embassy. Under pressure from the government of Carlos Andrés Pérez, who was in turn pressured by the influential Cuban community resident in his country, Cuba authorized the group's departure but did not give them safe conduct, since they were not politically persecuted, as they themselves had stated. Cuba conceded because it did not want problems with Venezuela, an important country, or with Carlos Andrés, whom it appreciated and respected. Neither did it want to create a conflict at the time when relations with the United States were strained because of the presence of Cuban troops in Africa, and when some of the non-aligned nations were annoyed with Cuba because of the break in relations with Somalia. 39. The departure for Venezuela of the Cuban refugee group in a Venezuelan airplane prompted renewed refuge in the embassy. On one occasion the military police fired to prevent the entrance of yet another group. There were no casualties, but the Venezuelan government protested that such vigilance restricted its rights and asked that the guard be removed. At the end of 1979 a military police officer gained asylum in the Peruvian embassy. According to the Inter-American asylum law signed by both governments, Peru was to surrender him to the Cuban authorities. It did not. The Cuban government warned that it would not allow him to leave the country. In April 1980 a group of 27 men, women, and children forced its way into the embassy, killing one of the police officers on guard. This act angered the Cuban government. The Peruvian ambassador, Edgardo de Habic, kicked the refugees out and published a note in Granma warning that no more refugees would be allowed to enter, since such an act constituted an infringement on his country's diplomatic headquarters. Because of the bitter attacks on the Peruvian ambassador by the influential Cuban community in Caracas, the Peruvian government asked him to return the Cubans to the embassy and to grant them political asylum. He did so, thus bringing to 40 the number of Cuban refugees in the Venezuelan and Peruvian embassies. In an angry speech, Fidel accused the Latin American governments of fraud and cowardice, of having sold out to the United States by participating in the economic boycott and the diplomatic boycott of Cuba. He denounced Venezuela and Peru for harboring common criminals, hooligans, and antisocial elements in their embassies and said that he would withdraw the guards that were protecting the Peruvian embassy. Less than 72 hours later the embassy was invaded by 10,800 men, women, and children, and they kept on coming. The embassy, the grounds, and even the roof were packed with Cubans. The stench was nauseating. 2 days later the government announced that all who wanted to leave Cuba could do so, except for those who had entered embassies by force. On April 18, 1980, an editorial in the Daily Granma reported that the government would not attempt to stop those who wanted to leave for Florida by boat. Castro declared that he had repeatedly warned the United States both publicly and through diplomatic channels about the possible consequences of its policy of encouraging people to leave the island illegally and then denying entry visas to those who sought them by legal means. Camarioca can open up again, he added. He was referring to the exodus of thousands of Cubans from that port, which the Cuban government had permitted in October 1965. After the announcement in the Granma, boats from Florida began to arrive at the port of Mariel to pick up émigrés' relatives. In 1 week, more than 6,000 boats and 32 aircraft arrived. At a mass rally in Havana on May Day, Castro declared that they would not be met with gunfire because they did not come to make war. They would be treated cordially. The United States opened the door, and now it would see whether it could be closed, he remarked. They are doing us a great clean-up service, he added. 40. The Cuban authorities collaborated with the United States visitors. Officials from Inter looked after them. They bought rum and cigars, and vessels of the Cuban Coast Guard escorted them in international waters until they could make out the coast of Florida. Although President Carter said that he would welcome the Cubans known as Marielitos with open arms and heart, he knew that he was looking at a possible invasion of refugees. He announced military maneuvers Solid Shield 80 to begin on May 8 with a naval and aerial landing at the Guantanamo base. The Cuban government mobilized the army in the Orient provinces and announced its own military maneuvers Giron 19 to begin 1 day earlier. On April 19, the anniversary of the victory at Playa Giron, the March of the Fighting People took place on Havana's Fifth Avenue. More than 1 million people participated, carrying signs and chanting slogans of support for the revolution and Fidel, and against the United States, and shouting to the refugees in the Peruvian embassy for them to leave the country. On May 1, another 1 million Cubans, also in a militant mood, gathered in the Plaza de la Revolución. The people were ready to go to war. That day Castro announced the creation of the Militias de Tropas Territoriales. They would be the people armed. By the end of the year, there were 1 million young people, male and female, with weapons sent by the Soviet Union, trained and ready for combat. That same day the news from Washington reported that the United States was suspending the Guantanamo landings. Miles Frechette, head of the Office of Cuban Affairs at the State Department, confirmed that the maneuvers had been completely cancelled. 41 Cuba cancelled its own plans. Some 129,000 Cubans arrived in Florida in the Mariel Exodus. Of these, 20,000 were confined in refugee camps, and around 2,000 were sent to federal correctional facilities. Thousands of criminals and the mentally ill arrived in the so-called Freedom Flotilla. The United States accused Cuba of having taken these people out of the prisons and mental hospitals and forcing the captains of the vessels to take them to the United States. The Cuban government denied this allegation. In an editorial, Granma insisted that the antisocial element was leaving of its own volition. 42. Any sympathy that the American people might have had for the Marielitos changed as their arrival became a chaotic invasion, which created enormous problems for the Florida authorities, the refugees, and even for their relatives. Carter tried to negotiate repatriation of the antisocials and the sick with Cuba, in exchange for the normalization of visa distribution. The Cuban government said it would study it case by case and accept only those who wanted to come back voluntarily. But no one did. The conclusion of this episode, which originated in the erroneous and arrogant policies of the United States in encouraging refugees in an effort to cripple the revolution, was a severe blow for the Carter administration and United States esteem. According to opinion polls, 62% of Americans were convinced that Fidel made a fool of their great nation. The party's over. The Mariel Exodus could have alarmed the Cuban government because of its size. It served, however, as an escape hatch for internal tensions. The swell of illegals had reached Florida because the Miami anti-Castroites encouraged the exodus with their aggressive campaign, and the United States government, pressured by this vociferous community, had to accept the result. The more serious consequences were to Carter's government, because of the internal conflicts between the authorities and the people in Florida. And the most worrisome part was that there was no end in sight for the exodus. Carter's many international failures had created a national mood of extreme frustration and humiliation. The American hostages remained in the hands of their captors in Iran. Soviet troops were still in Afghanistan, and Moscow had installed a friendly government, without the United States being able to exact reprisals. The Mariel invasion, with its numerous and overwhelming problems, was the final blow to Carter's hopes for re-election. The victory by Ronald Reagan was the triumph of the right, which would have immediate and grave implications for Latin America. His election is a threat to the continent, a threat to peace, warned Castro. 43. Chapter 7. The Wars Within. The Southern Cone and the National Security Doctrine. In the Southern Cone, the 1970s were years of extreme violence. Argentina, after the return of Peronism governments, and Brazil were both under neo-fascist national security doctrine dictatorships. Chile and Uruguay, paradigms of democracy, fell under military rule. The decade was characterized by what the military called internal wars of several countries against powerful guerrilla movements and dirty wars against their own people. Thousands of men, women, and children were killed, tortured, and disappeared. These conflicts continued into the next decade. Never before had Latin America seen such brutal, widespread, and profound violations of human rights. By the end of the 1980s, the armed movements had been virtually eliminated, and the military regimes, decadent, without prestige, and under pressure from a growing internal and international opposition, called elections in which democratic presidents were elected. When these took office, they granted broad amnesties to the military and security forces, for the sake of internal peace, which was threatened by the military's unrest. These laws, dubbed endpoints by the people, exonerated the military and security forces from being brought up before civilian tribunals to account for their crimes. Once this dangerous precedent was established, legitimizing impunity and violating the universal principle of equality before the law, the new governments set out on the difficult road toward reconstructing democracy. The military officers could rest easy, nothing had happened. Argentina, Dictatorship and insurgency. Argentina entered the 1970s under General Juan Carlos Ongania's dictablanda. Unbeknownst to him, 1970 would be his last year in power. After the Cordobazo the year before in Córdoba province, an explosive protest demonstration organized by students and workers at an automobile plant and supported by sectors of the middle and lower classes, the insurrection spread like wildfire to the Tucumán and Rosario provinces, where armed groups arose and guerrilla flags flew for the first time. These protests were not organized by communists and extremists, as Onganía claimed, but were expressions of the popular rejection of his government and the armed forces. Several generals understood as much and were concerned. In March 1970, the armed group Frente Argentino de Liberación kidnapped the Paraguayan consul, and in June, the Montoneros abducted and executed the former president, General Pedro Aramburu. This event was too much for the high command, and General Alejandro Lanús overthrew Onganía. No one protested. To the people, this was just another of many military switches. Lanús did not take over the government. He chose General Roberto M. Livingston, a former intelligence officer and Argentina's representative to the Inter-American Defense Board in Washington. Lanús expected Livingston to be his puppet, but Livingston had his own plans for the government and gave free rein to the military to combat the insurgency. The Montoneros, the FAL, both Peronist, and the Ejército Revolucionario del Pueblo Trotskyist escalated their activities. There was a string of detentions, kidnappings, murders, and disappearances of popular leaders, leftist military officers, and people suspected of belonging to or supporting the guerrillas. Covert paramilitary groups took responsibility for most of these crimes. Civil unrest reached the point of paranoia. Anyone could be arrested on mere suspicion, and everyone suspected everyone else. Those arrested were judged in the federal penal chamber, a mechanism created by the military which was a kind of inquisition court. In February 1971, a strike by 2,500 workers at the Fiat Concord plant in Córdoba to protest the firing of 2 co-workers led to a chain reaction. The workers took over the factory and took hostages. More people were fired, and Livingston demanded that they vacate the factory and release the hostages, or he would use force. The strike continued with the support of unions in other plants, students, popular sectors, and politicians. Bernardo Bass, the governor of Córdoba, refused to obey the order to suppress the strike and resigned. The Confederación General de Trabajadores in Córdoba decreed a work stoppage and called for a demonstration, in which ERP flags were raised. The mass of demonstrators marched down the Avenida de Colón, attacked the exclusive Jockey Club and government buildings with firecrackers, and in front of the Encasados prison, where Peronists and Montoneros were held, yelled angry protests against the dictatorship. From inside, the prisoners joined in. The new governor, Camilo Uriberu, labeled the protest as coming from a sinister anti-Argentina organization in which nestles a poisonous serpent whose head may it please God to give me the honor of cutting off with a single blow. The people threw up some 200 barricades and declared certain areas to be liberated territories, where they would not allow the police to enter. 100 men from the anti-guerrilla brigade, sent from Buenos Aires, reoccupied these territories little by little. Uriberu resigned. 1 To the government's humiliation, the workers were reinstated. The Vibarazo or uprising of vipers sounded the alarm against Livingston and the armed forces. The entire country wanted these people out of the government. In December, broad political sectors, Peronists, radicals, conservatives, socialists, and opposition movements had already published the communiqué The Hour of the People, asking for free elections and a civilian government. In March 1971, Lanús overthrew Livingston, and this time he took over as president of a junta of commanders. Lanús's Great National Agreement, the government program to save the country, asked that all democratic forces combat subversion, and he offered to hold elections and step down in favor of a civilian government. He chose his cabinet from agreement figures who favored dialogue, lifted the restrictions on political parties and unions, and began a secret dialogue with the Peronists. Lanús knew that it was impossible to proceed without Perón. He believed that the caudillo was behind the social unrest, manipulating the powerful Peronist political, armed, and union forces from his exile in Madrid. The masses of union members, youth movements, and guerrilla movements, most of them Peronists, opposed the Great Agreement. They said the elections were a trap to put the brakes on popular struggles, and that the military would annul them if the results went against them. The Montoneros and the FAP announced that they would continue to fight. They wanted Perón back. Though Lanús spoke of national reconciliation, he started a dirty war. It began with a wave of kidnappings, assassinations, and disappearances of Peronist leaders, union leaders, and leftist activists, but social protest, union belligerence, and guerrilla activity did not let up. Between March and July 1971, the newspapers reported 316 terrorist acts by the ERP and the Montoneros, with takeovers of military and police barracks, the capture of weapons and equipment, assaults on banks, sabotage of military installations, government institutions, and symbols of the aristocracy with bombs and explosives, and kidnappings and assassinations of prominent citizens and military officers. The ERP, the FAP, and the Montoneros freed their comrades from several of the country's prisons in daring joint operations. In Córdoba they rescued Mario Sanducho, Enrique Gorriarán, Jorge Ola, and Humberto Tashi, the top leadership of the ERP, who had been captured only a few days earlier. 6 guards died in this operation. 2. In March 1972, the ERP machine gunned down a military commander and a storekeeper. The Descamisados, a new guerrilla group, blew up the San Jorge Military Riding Club, a symbol of the military aristocracy. The Montoneros attacked the headquarters of the New Force Party. Another commando killed Roberto Mario Ozil, the New Force leader, and came away with 402 million pesos, a record sum, in an attack on the National Bank. The ERP kidnapped the general director of the Fiat Concord plant, Oberdan Salastro. In exchange for his release, the guerrillas demanded the release of workers and leaders of the powerful Citrac-Citram unions, safe passage to Algeria for 50 guerrilla prisoners, and 1 million pesos to indemnify the people. But the government, in an impressive operation, found the place where the hostage was being held. Heavy gunfire ensued. The guerrilla commando succeeded in escaping, but not until Salastro, whom they deemed an exploiter of the people, had been executed. On the same day, a joint ERP and FARC commando killed General Juan Carlos Sanchez, commander of the Army's 2nd Corps, in the city of Rosario. Lanús wanted Perón to condemn these crimes, but the caudillo kept silent. Later he explained, "I made no statement because I believe the people's violence is in response to the government's." 3. In April 1972, in Mendoza province, a massive demonstration broke out in protest against the drastic rise in electricity rates imposed by the governor. The CGT declared a work stoppage, and other unions joined in. A confrontation with the police outside the government house resulted in scores of wounded, hundreds being arrested, and 1 death. The mutineers burned vehicles, put up barricades, and forced the police to retreat. The government declared Mendoza an emergency zone, ousted the civilian governor, and installed a military officer in his place. The Mendozazo proved more violent than the Cordobazo and the Vibarazo. Lanús ordered the suspension of the controversial rate increases. The people won this battle. One of the most sinister episodes of Lanús's regime was the Trelew massacre of August 1972. The ERP, the FAP, and the Montoneros rescued their top leaders from the Rawson prison in an extensive joint operation. More than 100 of them reached the airport, hijacked an Austral Airlines plane, flew to Chile, and requested asylum from Allende's government. Shortly after the first group, another group of 19 arrived at the airport but did not succeed in boarding an aircraft. Pursued by troops, they blockaded themselves and offered to make a deal. They demanded that their physical safety be respected and asked for medical examinations so that they could leave evidence of their good state of health, and be returned to Rawson prison. The army confined them at the Admiral Zar de Trelew Air and Naval Base in Patagonia and massacred them in an alleged attempted escape. We heard our comrades' moans and death rattles, even streams of curses and insults, and isolated shots began to ring out. I realized that they were finishing them off, remembered one of them. Ana Maria Villarreal, the wife of the ERP's top leader Mario Sanducho, was one of the victims. Sanducho managed to escape to Chile. This massacre provoked a nationwide revolt against Lanús and raised the guerrilla spirits. They chanted the slogan, they will see, when we avenge the dead of Trelew. Shortly thereafter, the ERP assassinated Rear Admiral E.R. Barroso. 4. Perón materializes. The post-Perón governments, including Arturo Frondizi's, tried to finish off Peronism. They outlawed it, destroyed its unions, and persecuted its militants and drove them out of public administration. Nonetheless, Peronism continued to be the most important political force in the country, and it grew with the addition of new and younger followers. Most of the guerrilla movements FAP, FAR, FAL, Descamisados and Montoneros were Peronist. The priests of the Third World Movement also followed, attracted by the social orientation of justicialism. Everything converged toward Peronism, a binding force against the dictatorship. Perón was the magnet for this immense and heterogeneous force, which was increasingly confused, contradictory, and militant. Powerful economic and financial sectors, the oligarchy which supported the Great National Agreement and large foreign corporations were in favor of reaching an accord with Perón, since he was the only one capable of controlling this loose riffraff and building a dike against the danger that was falling upon them. Perón's earlier bitter enemies no longer feared him, since Perón did not threaten their society, system, or interests. In 1971, using intermediaries, Lanús opened secret negotiations with Perón behind the backs of his colleagues in the junta. The following year, in an interview with the Italian magazine El Espresso, Perón exposed him. He told of Lanús's proposals, negotiations, challenges, insults, and the offer which looked like a bribe of $4 million and retroactive payments if he would renounce his candidacy. Lanús not only looked ridiculous but he faced serious problems with the rest of the junta. Perón did not want an agreement. He named Héctor Campera, a Peronist dentist with no political background, to the post of Secretary General of the Justicialist movement, and Rodolfo Galimberti as Secretary General of the Peronist Youth Movement, the representative of youth to the High Justicialist Council. Galimberti's appointment was a gesture of support for the special formations of Peronism, as he called the guerrilla movements. Lanús got even. He created legal impediments to Perón's candidacy in a decree that dictated that only those who had been residents of Argentina for at least 6 months could be candidates. Perón refused to return from Spain and announced that he would continue to run. Lanús challenged Perón. Campera went to Madrid and returned with the good news that Perón was coming back. The Peronists prepared Operation Return for his triumphant re-entry into the country. Perón wanted to return as a messenger of peace, the unifier of the Argentine people, the servant of the motherland. He was intent on showing that his return to politics was a sacrifice. At the beginning of 1972, in a widely published interview, he accused the government of serving the oligarchy and of having turned Argentina into a satellite of Yankee imperialism. The magazine Primera Plana commented that Perón's declarations were tinged with guerrilla ideas. 5. Galimberti united the 7 regional organizations of the Peronist youth movement to broaden their political activities and support the guerrilla struggle. This alliance opened the gates to political prominence for the Montoneros. The goal of the Peronist youth was Perón's return to Argentina and to power. Their fervent support became more militant by the day. In October, Perón announced his return and sent a document with the minimum basis for an agreement on national reconstruction. Some sectors of the Peronist youth did not approve of the memorandum, since this disposition to dialogue aided the shaky dictatorship. The ERP accused Perón of negotiating with the blood of the fallen, the sufferings of the prisoners, the misery of the people, and the ruin of the country. The Montoneros did not question Perón's act. They claimed that it was part of the strategy of revolutionary war. With the youth support and the military regime seeking to reach an understanding with him and Peronism, Perón once again felt strong and needed. From exile he could take a hard position against the dictatorship, radicalize his discourse, and, like God the Father, bless the armed groups, the union struggles, and the Revolutionary War. He justified the execution of oppressors, as in the case of Aramburu. He showed his satisfaction with the Peronist youth and spoke of the need for a generational change, since without it Peronism would become stale and die. He praised this marvelous youth that shouldered the direct struggle against the dictatorship. But as the day of his return grew near, his position and his discourse changed. He declared, "I have neither hate nor rancor. This is not the time for revenge. I come to bring peace to the spirit." Such words contrasted with the aggressive mood of the Peronist youth. Perón distanced himself from the revolutionary struggle, a prelude to times of torment. The Peronist movement prepared for the triumphal return of the caudillo and actively promoted Campera's candidacy, but the power was for Perón. Galimberti called on the people to go to the Ezeiza airport on November 17 to give him an overwhelming welcome. The impressive security operation the government mounted to prevent access to Ezeiza, 35,000 soldiers and heavy artillery, and the torrential rains on that day did not deter the crowds. Perón's presence in Buenos Aires monopolized national attention. He continued to be the most important political figure of the last 30 years of Argentine history. His residence became the center of political activity, and bigwigs, friends, and old rivals made their way to it. Everyone in the political arena attended a meeting he called in a Buenos Aires restaurant to discuss the country's future. For the Peronists, these were fiesta days. The masses were with Perón, and the most powerful respected and feared him. Whether he liked it or not, Perón had to deal with the explosive Peronist youth. The revolutionary tendency, the vanguard of the movement, led by the FARC and the Montoneros, was determined to broaden the war, form a Peronist army, achieve the triumph of Argentine National Socialism, and take power. The Peronist youth knew that they had politically defeated the dictatorship and made possible the return of Perón to Argentina and Peronism to the political arena. They wanted a new country, and not merely the personal vindication of the old caudillo. In January 1973 the presidential campaign began. Since Perón's candidacy was made impossible by Lanús's legal coup, Campera served as the Peronist candidate. To ensure his triumph he formed the Frente Justicialista de Liberación, which other groups joined. It was a bitter campaign. Campera's progressively radicalized programs and the pro-guerrilla slant of the Peronist youth movement alarmed the military. In February it published a 5-point document as the basis for the military's relations with the new government. The program ruled out indiscriminate amnesties. Frejueli rejected it, but Lanús could no longer drag out the electoral process, even though it would be an unconditional surrender. The Peronist youth enthusiastically supported Uncle, as they called Campera, who was elected on March 11 with 49.59% of the vote. He did not win the 50% required by Lanús, which would have meant a second round of voting. But the government preferred to recognize his victory. Not to do so would have been a costly error. The country hoped that guerrilla activity would cease with the triumph of Peronism and the retreat of the military to its barracks. It was not to be. For the revolutionary tendency and the ERP, the war was not over. 2 weeks after Campera's election the ERP seized the Atucha nuclear plant, 5 days later it planted a bomb at the Naval Command, a week later it kidnapped Rear Admiral Francisco A. Alemán, and the following day it assassinated Colonel Hector Iribarren. Campera was in Rome with Perón when Iribarren was assassinated. He returned immediately for fear of the military reaction. Upon his arrival he repudiated these guerrilla actions and asked the guerrillas for a truce so that his government could fulfill its goals. He needed peace, and the people expected it from a justicialist government. The ERP responded in the negative, declaring that the real interests of the working class and the people demanded that the fight be redoubled and its fronts widened in order to give the enemy no time to prepare a counter-offensive. On the eve of Campera's inauguration the FARC and the Montoneros, in a joint communiqué, announced that they would continue the war until they could assume power, since Peronism had won a battle but not the war. They would continue to fight against imperialism, the monopolies, the oligarchy, the guerrillas, the rest of the pro-imperialist military lobby, the traitors of Fregiuli, and those it called enemies of the people. 6. Perón became enraged when Galimberti proposed the creation of popular militias. He called him to Madrid, and in the presence of a group of distinguished rightist Peronists, he dismissed him from office. This was a rude and unexpected blow to the guerrillas and the vanguard of youth, a veiled threat to the left wing of Peronism. Perón began to surround himself with the most select, notable, and reactionary elements of Peronism. Campera's inauguration day, May 25, became a revolutionary celebration. Masses of young people, union members, and students concentrated in the Plaza de Mayo wearing red and black armbands, carrying signs, and chanting slogans against the military, the dictatorship, imperialism, and the oligarchy, and for solid loyalty to the caudillo and the guerrilla movement. The traditional military parade did not take place, since the military wanted to avoid a confrontation. In his inaugural address before the Legislative Assembly, Campera praised the Peronist youth movement. "This is a marvelous youth movement," he declared, "which knew how to answer violence with violence and to oppose the blind and sickly passion of a delirious oligarchy with decision and courage. How can this victory not belong also to these youths?" On that day the Peronist youth confronted the police and pressured it to withdraw. They prevented William Rogers, the United States Secretary of State and Nixon's representative, from arriving at the Casa Rosada after the ceremony at the Congress. Surrounding his vehicle, they forced him to retreat amid shouts of anti-Yankee and anti-imperialist slogans. Meanwhile, Presidents Oswaldo Dorticos of Cuba and Salvador Allende of Chile were given ovations. And Campera, in an act of surpassing deference, asked Dorticos and Allende to sign the Act of Transfer of Power. The Peronist youth forced their way into the Casa Rosada, and the leaders of the regional organizations appeared on the balcony at Campera's side as he greeted the people. When a helicopter took off from the terrace of the Casa Rosada carrying the members of the military junta, the crowds bade them farewell, shouting, they're leaving, and they're never coming back." The events overwhelmed Campera. At midnight of his first day as president he was forced to pardon all the political prisoners because a mob of 40,000 people outside the Villa Devoto prison demanded it. The pardon was legalized the following day by the Senate and the House by means of amnesty laws adopted unanimously in the midst of ovations and grandiose speeches. Campera repealed all the repressive laws and regulations imposed by the military and dissolved the Federal Penal Chamber, a monument to military arbitrariness. But the peace he so ardently sought escaped him. The popular struggles continued, the guerrillas granted no truce, and the University of Buenos Aires continued to be the hotbed of insurrection. Campera in the government and Perón in power became the slogan of the Peronist youth and a reality recognized by all. Perón governed from exile. The mixed cabinet Peronists of the right, the center, and the left was his doing. The Peronist youth movement was represented by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and the Interior, the unions by the Labor Ministry. The minister was an important director of the CGT, and the key ministries of Finance and Social Welfare were put in the hands of his closest followers, José Burgelbard and José López Rega, both of the extreme right. The triumphant Peronist youth movement occupied the governor's seats in Buenos Aires, Santa Cruz, Mendoza, Salta, and Córdoba, the most important provinces. Nonetheless, the division of power saw the advance of Peronism of the right, promoted by Perón himself. In effect, the figure with the highest profile in Campera's heterogeneous cabinet was the sinister López Rega, who passed from being a corporal in the federal police to Perón's private secretary, his confidant, and the confidant of his third wife, Maria Estela Martínez. The witch doctor, as he was called because of his affinity for esoterica, was named Minister of Social Welfare. He called it the Ministry of the People. He was the super-minister of the three Peronist governments, responsible for social policies. Ever since the glorious years of Eva Perón, this was the most powerful political weapon of justicialism. The three governments assigned him plentiful resources, with which Lopez Rega sustained the AAA death squad and clandestine groups of the extreme right. Abductions, disappearances, and assassinations of politicians, workers, students, and popular and leftist leaders began to proliferate. These underground groups claimed responsibility. The great and dangerous contradiction within Peronism came to the surface in Campera's government, as did tensions between Perón and the Peronist youth and guerrilla movements, and within the Union movement, where a war to the death was beginning to unfold. On one side were those faithful to Perón, politically and militarily supported by the Montoneros, and on the other, the Vanderists, led by Augusto Vander, head of the Metallurgical Union, the most powerful in the CGT. He was promoting Peronism without Perón. Overtaken by this violence from the left and the right, Campera lost authority, prestige, and something more valuable, Perón's political support. From exile, Perón saw that his social pact project was in danger, and he decided to return. His triumphant return to Buenos Aires on June 20, 1973, turned into a great tragedy. A multitude of more than 2 million Peronists marched to the Ezeiza airport to welcome him. At the head of the march were the Montoneros, chanting slogans of support for Perón and Evita and the socialist homeland. This large welcome for the Caudillo showed the extraordinary power of the Peronist youth movements and the Montoneros to call out their supporters, the revolutionary tendency and their strength among the people. But the Peronist right decided to confront their power. A pitched battle ensued between armed Union members and the Montoneros. Hundreds of people were killed. Many were certain that Lopez Rega had tutored the rightist forces who caused this tragedy. Perón's airplane had to land at a military air base. 7. The errors of the Peronist left led it defenseless to the June 20 march, wrote the Argentine journalist Horacio Verbitsky. That march marked the beginning of the battle with their internal enemies concerning loyalty to Perón, whose ideas they did not know in depth, and without taking into account that their enemies' positions were just as Peronist as their own. They had become accustomed to interpreting reality in terms of military strategy, without foreseeing that arms would be taken up to slow its impetuous march. It was at once arrogant and ingenuous, he added. 8. Far from being pleased with his overwhelming welcome, Perón perceived it as a danger. He was afraid that the Montoneros would compete with him for the leadership. The following day, in an energetic speech, he indicated the direction his policies would take. We are justicialists, we are who the 20 truths of Peronism say we are. Those who ingenuously think that they can take over our movement or take the power the people have won are mistaken. The marvelous youth did not sense that the Caudillo was beginning to see them as a potential enemy, and that he would use his own overt and covert powers to destroy them. The Ezeiza tragedy was the beginning of a new wave of violence, bloodier than ever, between the militant and revolutionary left and the fascistic right and ultra-right of Peronism, sponsored by Lopez Rega. Some believed that it marked the beginning of the end of the Montonero phenomenon and the start of a war to exterminate the entire left. Campera served as president for 49 days. With no support from Perón and suspended in political limbo, he resigned on July 13. He was actually dismissed. His withdrawal caused profound unease. It signified the rise to power of the most reactionary sectors of Peronism. The drama directed by Perón to prepare his return to the presidency was in 2 acts, Campera's resignation and the appointment as provisional president of Raúl Lastarry, Lopez Rega's son-in-law and president of the Chamber of Deputies. According to the Constitution, this position should have gone to Alejandro Díaz-Bailet, president of the Senate, but a few days earlier he was pressured into leaving the country in order to create the vacuum and justify Lastarry's appointment. With this shady maneuver, the witch doctor cemented his own position and the ascension of the Peronist ultra-right to the higher realms of power. In his brief passage through the Casa Rosada prelude to the elections that carried Perón to his third term as president, Campera completed the task of cleansing the leftist Peronists from the government to open the field for the right that came in with Perón. Perón would be president again, but it was not known who would serve as his vice president. Many names were considered. No one suspected, however, that the iconic figure for the masses would make the entire country and the silent Peronists live under the vice presidency of his third wife, Maria Estela Martinez, a former nightclub dancer. The people's greatest fear was the strange power López Rega exercised over her. Her appointment left the country stunned. The Montoneros seemed convinced that the country's movement to the right was the result of the fence López Rega had erected around Perón in order to isolate him. In July they called a demonstration of support for the caudillo and against López Rega to break through the fence. 80,000 young people participated. They chanted, "If Evita were alive, she'd kill López Rega." Perón's irritation and hostility were no longer hidden. He supported López Rega and named him his representative to the Peronist youth movement. Now all was clear. The decisions were Perón's and the Peronist ultra-right was on the rise because he wanted it to be. The fence did not exist. Confrontation came almost immediately. In the span of 3 days, both at the CGT and at a governor's conference, Perón sharply criticized the youth movement, declaring that it had chosen a wrong path and that it was his duty to distance himself from that movement. He blamed the youth movement for the Aziza tragedy. For the Peronist left, everything from the Aziza massacre, Campera's dismissal, the rise of the Peronist right wing, Maria Estela's vice presidency, the growing power of López Rega and José Ignacio Rucci, Secretary General of the CGT. The people closest to Perón had been a chain of reversals. But Perón's virulent attacks on the Peronist youth were a catastrophe. They expressed their unease and disenchantment in their magazine Militancia. Perón had betrayed them and was surrounding himself with right-wingers. They considered his attack unjust, since they had borne the burden of the fight against the military dictatorship. They criticized Perón's social pact for favoring the bourgeoisie before the people. In a daring operation in the center of Buenos Aires in September, the ERP attacked the headquarters of the Military Health Command. Lieutenant Colonel Raúl Duarte Hardoy died in the intense shootout. The rebel commando failed to take the headquarters and was captured. The public was outraged when it learned that the guerrillas who had been given amnesty by Campero were now returning to do battle. 3 days after the attack, the influential Buenos Aires daily El Clarín became a battlefield between Peronist left and right. With El Clarin's attorney, Bernardo Sofovich, in the guerrillas' hands, the paper was forced to publish ERP statements attacking the government. The paper's offices were hit with incendiary bombs and explosives, with the damages running to 100 million pesos. The attackers, all union members, were captured. One of them confessed that they had been going to break up this place that's full of lefties. Perón justified the act. He claimed that it had been provoked by the paper's bad procedure for publishing what the guerrillas wanted. On the eve of the elections that would carry him to the presidency, Perón backed down as a tactical move. He invited Mario Firmenich, Robert Quieto and Mendizabal, the top leaders of the Montoneros, the FAR, and the Descamisados and the leaders of the regional Peronist youth movements, to his residence. He offered to leave the reorganization of the youth movements in their hands. This was not the first time he had met with them, but it was the last time before their relations would hit rock bottom. Ascension, Passion, and Death of Perón. Juan Domingo Perón and Isabel Martinez, whose real name was Maria Estela, were elected to the presidency and vice presidency of Argentina in September 1973, with 62% of the vote. It was Perón's greatest electoral triumph. On October 17, a day long dreamed of by millions of Argentines, the 78-year-old Perón was inaugurated president for the third time, after 18 years of exile. Decked out in a military uniform, once again he appeared on the balcony of the Casa Rosada to address the people, this time behind bulletproof glass. In a short and undistinguished speech he laid out his social pact plan and announced that the main task of his administration was to integrate the youth into the projects for national reconstruction. While he spoke, the FAR and the Montoneros passed out flyers in the Plaza de Mayo announcing the merger of their movements. Perón restructured the cabinet but kept López Rega in his post. he initiated his social pact and adopted a series of measures to apply his iron fist to the working class. He reformed the law of professional associations and the penal code with measures more repressive than those imposed by the military and repealed by Campora, and he imposed sanctions on crimes of terrorism and subversion more severe than on Ganias and also repealed by Campora. The penal code did not take into account terrorism by groups of the ultra-right. The right and the death squads unleashed a campaign of threats and assassination attempts against the movements and leaders of the left. Gangs of thugs destroyed the headquarters of the Peronist youth movements, planted bombs at their journals El Descamisado, El Mundo, and Militancia, and members of the youth movements and workers were abducted, assassinated, and disappeared. Responsibility for many of these acts was claimed by the AAA. The attempt on the life of Ippolito Solari Irigoyen, a radical senator claimed by the AAA after he had made a forceful allegation against these new laws, struck fear into the hearts of the Peronist youth leaders, who promptly ratified the new legislation. At the end of 1973 they also voted in favor of the law of exclusion, which was even more hurtful to the workers' interests, since it allowed the government to fire, without cause or explanation, anyone it wanted, with only 1 month's wages as indemnity. This law threw the workers into poverty. In January 1974 the ERP carried out a daring attack on the most important army regiment at Azul, in Buenos Aires province, in which Colonel Camilo A. Gay, commander of the regiment, his wife, and a recruit were killed and Lieutenant Colonel Jorge Alberto Ibarzabal was kidnapped. Perón was furious. In military uniform and surrounded by his ministers and the commanders of the 3 military branches, he appeared on television to deliver one of his most incendiary speeches seeking the support of the people. He announced that he would resign if he did not get it. Perón's hostility to the Peronist youth movements heated up the atmosphere. The Montoneros refused to attend a press conference the president called. Early in 1974 Ferminic and Quieto, the top Montonero leaders, and Carlos Carrides of the Juventud Trabajadora Peronista were arrested and their newspapers closed. General Miguel Angel Iniguez, chief of the federal police, resigned and sent out an announcement denouncing the official violence. Perón was no longer the revolutionary leader of his exile, nor was the Argentina of his third administration the land dreamed of by those who fought the dictatorships and prepared his triumphal return. It was not the homeland in which they so ardently desired to live, under the leadership of the man they respected, defended, and when necessary excused in a show of blind faith or ingenuous opportunism. The image of the caudillo crumbled. For the May Day celebrations Perón wanted an orderly fiesta for the working class, with such innocent amusements as Maria Estella's crowning of the Queen of Work, a task that would have been performed by Evita in the past. But the Peronist and Montonero youth movements wanted this day to be one on which the people confronted Perón and he faced the people, to clarify the situation. Some of them were aware that the chasm that separated them was enormous. It was the hour of truth in which all of them, youth, guerrillas, unionists, and Perón, must face a situation that threatened their collapse. With concerns about this confrontation, Perón ordered security measures to keep this May Day from becoming another Montonero festival. But the youth managed to break through the police barricades, display their signs, and chant slogans offensive to his ears. Again they showed their strength and militancy, and for the first time they made clear their rejection of his policies. Friends, Perón raised his voice, 20 years ago today, on this same balcony, and on a day as bright as today I last spoke to the Argentine workers. He recalled the hard times, while the Montoneros interrupted him chanting, how come, General, that the people's government is full of thugs. Perón continued and the chants went on until, exasperated and offended, he called them snotty beardless kids and imbeciles, with pretensions to being better than those who have struggled for 20 years. Again the chants, how come, General. Perón continued to explain the bounties of the social pact, explaining that it would be the salvation of the republic. He thanked the people for their support and promised better times, while the chants continued. The Montonero columns began to leave the Plaza de Mayo shouting the same slogans. By the time Perón ended his short, spiteful speech, the Plaza de Mayo was almost deserted, according to Oscar and Zorna.9. Peronism was menaced by the internal war between irreconcilable factions, on one side those who were blindly loyal to Perón and those who, though loyal, were beginning to question him, and on the other side the Peronist union movements of the left and the right, both armed and determined to annihilate each other. Such divisions and contradictions, and the polarization of their forces, were the result of Perón's ambivalent and contradictory policies. He both strengthened and pitted them against each other. His shifting position on the youth movements, his turn to the right, his abandonment of principles that opposed imperialism and oligarchy and supported National Socialism, which embellished his statements made from exile, were at the heart of this storm. The image of the great revolutionary caudillo, defender of Evita's descamisados, began to disappear, and another started to emerge, more like that of the thugs whom the Peronist youth battled. On June 29, 1974, Perón signed his final decrees, one accepting Campera's resignation from the ambassadorship to Mexico and another provisionally delegating the presidency to Maria Estela, or Isabelita, as she liked to be called. 2 days later, on July 1, Perón died of a heart attack. His death left a power vacuum, profound and widespread grief, and a sense of being abandoned. The people arrived in Buenos Aires from every corner of the country to render the ultimate homage to the man who had been their guide, the most important political figure in the last 3 decades of their history, who had defended the rights of the people and the working class and created justicialism and Latin America's first revolution with a social content. The changes in the power structure achieved by Peronism were the most radical until the triumph of the Cuban Revolution. It took power from the oligarchs, but in contrast to the Cuban Revolution, it did not affect their economic interests. It placed the working class in the forefront of its politics. But Perón was a military officer and a right-winger, anti-communist, anti-Marxist, and populist. He had not threatened the system nor seriously concerned the McCarthyite inquisitors within and outside the country. Perón wanted to extend Peronism throughout the continent under his leadership. He failed, but several heads of state tried to imitate him, to do what he had done, create union powers controlled by the government and challenge the ruling classes. Perón's third administration did what it should not have done. To safeguard his social pact, he castrated the working class, persecuted the left union movement and the militant and activist youth movements that had carried him to power again, and abandoned the principles that were the rationale for his struggle. Isabel on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Maria Estela Martinez, who preferred to be called Isabel, became the head of Argentina. She occupied this highest position solely by virtue of having been the caudillo's wife of the moment. In a sense, she recapitulated the history of Evita, the modern Cinderella. Both came from humble families, both had been cabaret artists, both captivated Perón, shared his bed, and arrived at the altar and power on his arm. Tutored by López Rega, her confidant, Isabel tried to project the image of a second Evita. She tried to copy her oratorical style, to repeat her campaigns of aid to the descamisados, and like her, she dyed her hair blonde. But for the Argentine people there is only one Evita, and they did not allow Isabel to usurp her place. In protest, reported Time magazine, they tore up Isabel's posters and cut out her eyes. The country continued to flounder in violence from both political extremes, and the social pact on which Perón staked his prestige was shipwrecked. To the popular classes and the Peronist youth movements Isabel was far from a hope. Under the tutelage of López Rega, who continued as the head of the Ministry of Social Welfare, Isabel proceeded to rid the government of leftist Peronists. Elected governors were purged from office by decree, leftist unions in Buenos Aires and Córdoba were interfered with, Smita and Luz y Fuerza, 2 important unions, were outlawed, and their leaders were arrested. The newspapers Noticias, Crónica, La Calle and the Review Satirican were closed, and the police took over the television stations at gunpoint. Of the Peronist governments, Isabel's was the most repressive. Some called her Bloody Mary. It was a time of terror in which death squads, supported by Lopez Riga, ran wild. The AAA published lists of those who had received death threats, on which appeared the names of prominent figures, other politicians, former ministers, former members of Congress, lawyers, artists, actors, singers, university professors, journalists, a bishop, and a general. On one list 5 names were marked with a small cross. They belonged to those already assassinated, among them Silvio Frondizi, the brother of the former president. Abductions were carried out in the streets in the middle of the city in broad daylight, in homes, and in workplaces. The kidnappers were officers of the army, police, and security forces dressed in civilian clothes and driving unmarked, unlicensed vehicles. Bodies appeared in barrels in the Plata River or burned beyond recognition. Alive or dead, some had been thrown out of airplanes over the ocean or the Tucumán jungle. There were many witnesses, but no one admitted to having seen anything, no one knew a thing, no one said a thing, for fear of being the next victim. Some even justified the arrests and disappearances with a "there must be a good reason," or with the well-known no te metas. Notices from people asking for information on disappeared relatives began appearing in the newspapers. This wave of terror caused an exodus to other countries. But the hunt continued abroad, for there was a plan of coordination with the security forces in the neighboring dictatorships. In August 1974 the ERP staged an assault on an explosives factory, seized abundant weaponry, and kidnapped Major Julio Argentino del Valle Larrabure. The same month, in simultaneous and extremely daring actions, the ERP invaded the barracks in Córdoba and in Catamarca. The attack failed because the army mounted a huge operation and captured 16 guerrillas, whom it later executed. Others succeeded in fleeing. The ERP accused the army of having shot them even though they had already surrendered, and threatened to avenge their comrades. This vengeance took the form of indiscriminately killing anyone in uniform. The ERP's crimes resulted in a general disapproval of the guerrillas. Protest grew when Lieutenant Umberto Viola and his 3-year-old daughter were killed and another one of his young daughters was severely wounded in an attack at Tucumán. The ERP suspended this absurd punitive war, the victims of which were common soldiers and policemen, people of the class for whom the ERP was supposedly struggling. After the assassination of the much-reviled chief of police Alberto Villar and his wife by a Montonero commando in February 1975, Isabel declared the country under a state of siege. She signed a decree authorizing the army to neutralize or annihilate the guerrilla cell in Tucumán. The Congress approved a new anti-subversive law, more severe than previous ones, and opened the gates to a dirty war. The armed forces had kept on the margins of the Peronist governments. They did not want to navigate the turbid waters of violence, corruption, and economic chaos under Isabelita. But the broad mandate she gave them to fight subversion was another matter. The 3 branches unleashed a brutal war against the guerrillas. Each formed its own intelligence network, operational units, and clandestine detention centers, converted into torture chambers. Few were left alive. The officers called legal restraints simple formalities. In October 1975 the Montoneros enacted their own revolutionary code of penal justice, to be applied to its activists. Its penalties included confinement, exile, demotion, expulsion, and execution by firing squad for the crimes of treason, desertion, or informing. The guerrillas are beginning to resemble the military, commented Jorge Rulli, a former militant in revolutionary Peronism. Some among them are as unscrupulous as the military, as ethically stunted as they are 10. There were no brakes on official and paramilitary violence. In April 1975 there was an average of 50 assassinations a week. In successive issues Time reported the rise in the numbers of victims: 400 in April, 500 in June, 600 in July. The AAA claimed responsibility for most of these crimes. Isabel's supporters were reduced to a small group who, rather than serving her, used her to get personal advantages from the government. The country, in the midst of economic chaos, was thrown into turmoil by the violence and corruption scandals in which the president and López Rega were primarily implicated. Congress investigated these scandals with the support of Peronists. Isabel's administration was incompetent, repressive, violent, and corrupt. It was also erratic and unstable. The unexpected resignations at the top levels and the changes in the cabinet orchestrated by López Rega in order to install his own people were continuous, as were the sudden changes of direction in her economic policies. In less than 2 years, 40 ministers and 5 new teams filed through her government. Labor conflicts, strikes, demonstrations, and national work stoppages, expressions of the explosive social ills, followed the profound deterioration in the economy. Where Perón had seen economic times favorable to commercial exchange, Isabel was hit with the blows of the oil crisis, the worldwide recession, and a 25% fall in exports of Argentine beef as the result of an epidemic of foot and mouth disease. López Rega, Isabel's confidant and friend, and the most hated and controversial figure in her government, was the first to abandon the sinking ship. Isabel accepted the superminister's resignation. Together with his bodyguard, and with the title of plenipotentiary ambassador to Europe, he left for Spain in a presidential plane. The government did not explain the nature of his duties, since it already had a plenipotentiary ambassador in every European capital. Isabel sacked General Leandro Anaya, commander of the army, for refusing to use troops to put down a strike and for denouncing the criminal activities of the AAA. She named General Numo Laplane as his replacement, but the military demanded Laplane's resignation and forced him from active duty. In his stead they placed General Jorge Videla, a critic of López Rega and the officer most opposed to the idea of the army having any involvement with this government. He demanded an investigation of the AAA. Isabel was on the verge of a nervous breakdown and the country was at the edge of the abyss. She asked to take sick leave. In a television broadcast from the Casa Rosada, she assured her listeners that this was only a short goodbye. There were rumors of a coup. Italo Luder, a Peronist and president of the Senate, assumed the presidency. In spite of his interim status, Luder deposed the ministers of defense, the interior, and foreign relations and signed a decree that put the police under the army's control. Luder wanted Isabel to prolong her absence indefinitely and let him govern. She would be the figurehead. To win the military's support, he issued a decree authorizing the armed forces to do away with the guerrillas. Videla undertook a series of scorched earth operations. At the 11th Conference of American Armies in October 1975, in Montevideo, he declared, "If the Argentine situation demands it, all necessary persons must die to achieve the security of the country." After her recuperation, Isabel returned. Her followers wanted to give her a grand welcome. But the Peronist enthusiasm for her was not enough. Nor was her health. Within 2 weeks she entered a private clinic in Buenos Aires. Again there was talk of a coup. But from her sickbed she sent a recorded message to the country: "I have not resigned, nor do I intend to resign. I have not asked for a leave of absence, nor shall I." She would continue to fight, she said, since her mission was victory for Argentina against the anti-national forces. For this she counted on the unconditional support of the armed forces, the Catholic Church, the organized workers' movement, the businessmen's associations, and the political parties, in other words, the entire nation. But the forces Isabel said she was counting on were moving in another direction. The military high command was preparing a coup and the Church was encouraging it from the pulpit. Monsignor Victorio Boneman, chaplain of the army, asked in a homily that the military put itself at the forefront of the whole country toward great future destinies and gave his blessing to the spilling of blood. It was unavoidable as a symbol of redemption. Monsignor Adolfo Tortolo, president of the Argentine Episcopal Conference, approved of these words. 11. But Isabel was determined to govern. They would only remove her dead body from the presidency, she vowed. "I shall fulfill the duties that God and His inscrutable designs have placed upon me." 2 weeks later, on March 24, 1976, General Jorge Videla accused her of administrative corruption, and one of his detachments abducted her. They held her under house arrest. For most of the Argentine public, fed up with the repression, economic chaos, and Isabel's misgovernment, the military coup was a lesser evil. Isabel's fall closed the cycle of governments of the so-called return of Peronism. It ended in disgrace. Peronism, the most important political force in Argentina, was smashed, leaderless, in the hands of the most reactionary groups and the most suspect people. With the party in shambles and the country in chaos, no force could threaten Videla. He could do as he pleased. The kingdom of the disappeared. General Jorge Videla, commander-in-chief of the Argentine army, took power with tanks and machine guns. He announced the end of one historical cycle and the beginning of another. In effect, it was the end of what was left of democracy with all the liberties the word implied, and the beginning of a long period of neo-fascist military dictatorships based on the national security doctrine, which unleashed the most widespread and most brutal dirty war. Videla engaged in an internal war against the insurgent movements and the left. He ignored the constitution, closed Congress, rid the government of every trace of Peronism, disbanded the unions, and abolished the CGT. Videla prohibited strikes, restricted public liberties, closed newspapers, imprisoned scores of journalists, all while clandestine gangs murdered and disappeared thousands of internal enemies. Videla did not respect the church. The assassination of priests, seminarians, and nuns alarmed the Pope and the Argentine Conference of Bishops. They begged him to do something to stop the rash of crimes against the servants of God and his church. 12 Countless mutilated corpses appeared on the Uruguayan banks of the Plata River, with their hands tied behind their backs, their fingernails gone. Emilio Miñón, Vice Minister of Education in Lanús's government, was one of the first people to accuse the dictatorship of serious violations of human rights. In an open letter he denounced the arrest of his daughter Monica by clandestine Navy commandos and the abduction of 2 Catholic priests and 15 seminarians. The Navy's mechanics school was the regime's principal torture center. In September, officers of the school presented Brigadier General Landaburu with his daughter's corpse. She had been tortured for 5 months. When she was captured, she was carrying papers recounting the testimony of a young woman who had managed to escape the prison, relating the atrocities committed in this torture center. 13 Arrests were made in widespread operations in which a large number of military, police, and security personnel took part, dressed as civilians. Hoods were put over the victims' heads and they were brutally beaten, and their homes looted and destroyed. These men were thieves as well as murderers. The victims were thrown into vehicles without license plates and driven off to unknown destinations. Others were captured in broad daylight on the streets or at work. All were taken to clandestine detention and torture centers from which thousands did not emerge alive. When the military dictatorships fell, 340 of these centers were discovered. Videla filled his cabinet with military officers. The lone civilian was the economics minister, José A. Martínez de Haas, a member of the land-holding oligarchy and a well-known figure in the banking industry. In his time he was called the Wizard of Oz for the miracles he performed during the early years of his ministry to save the economy. After his brilliant successes came the recession of 1980, with the crumbling of industry and important banks. After a hasty devaluation of the overvalued peso, there was a massive exodus of speculative capital, calculated at $2 billion. The foreign debt stood at more than $8.5 billion in 1980 and more than $25.3 billion in 1981.14. The unrestrained military budget caused this hefty foreign debt. 30,000 Argentines disappeared under Videla's dictatorship. We can be certain that the dictatorship produced the greatest tragedy in our history, and the most savage, wrote Escobedo Sabato, president of the Comisión Nacional sobre Desaparecidos, which was created by President Raúl Alfonsín to investigate these crimes. The commission documented 12,000 disappearances of men, women, and children under 7.15. The torture was so sadistic that it drove some of those who carried it out insane. In September 1976, 8 officers of the Navy Mechanics School, where the worst crimes were committed, succumbed to mental problems. Their specialties included rape, amputations, vivisections without anesthesia, and skinning prisoners alive. A medical committee verified their serious problems when it discovered that they were also torturing their own families. 16 One case that received worldwide attention was the detention and torture of Jacobo Timerman, editor and owner of the Daily Law Opinion, and the confiscation of his newspaper. Timerman supported Videla but became a victim when the paper began to denounce the disappearances and the tragedy of the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo. In his best-selling book, Prisoner with No Name, Cell with No Number, he compared the Argentine tragedy to the Jewish Holocaust. His case was very controversial. Not everyone believed that his position toward the dictatorships was honorable and courageous. In 1980, at a gathering of Sociedad Interamericana de Prensa in San Diego, California, Maximo Gainza, owner of the Buenos Aires Daily La Prensa, said that he did not understand why Timerman called the military governments fascist when he had their support. Only Videla's government was fascist, Timerman replied. 17. The continual denunciations of the brutality of the Argentine regime by national and international human rights organizations and the foreign press worried Videla, since they damaged the country's image and could hamper the negotiations on the swollen Argentine foreign debt with the European and United States financial centers. The military accused the Montoneros and the ERP of being responsible for the country's bad press and of waging an anti-patriotic campaign against the country. 18. President Carter and the United States Congress suspended arms sales and military aid as a sanction for the regime's grave human rights violations. The military junta saw this as meddling in the country's internal affairs, and at the first opportunity they returned the blow. As a matter of fact, when Carter decreed a wheat embargo against the Soviet Union in 1980 in retaliation for its invasion of Afghanistan, Argentina sold its own wheat to the Soviets. The trade was mutually advantageous and paved the way for the two countries to move closer. 19 They exchanged military and commercial missions, and their trade increased. The growing relationship between Argentina and the Soviet Union became a political failure for Carter. Argentina rejected the OAS's accusations on human rights violations and threatened to withdraw from the organization if it continued this campaign. Nevertheless, the General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for respect for human rights and repeating the denunciations of the disappearances, the illegal methods used in making arrests, and the lack of information on such arrests. 20 Shortly before the changeover in the Casa Rosada, prominent leaders of organizations in defense of human rights were arrested, and their headquarters and homes were ransacked and razed. 64 relatives of the disappeared were also detained. 21. By 1981, Videla's last year in office, the guerrilla movements had been practically wiped out. Mario Sanduccio, leader of the ERP, was dead. Mario Firmenich, the Montonero leader, was in exile in Italy, and the guerrillas who were neither exiled nor lying in their graves were rotting in prison. Those seeking refuge in other countries were not safe, they could be captured by Argentine security forces. Through an international network of intelligence services, the Condor Plan, the dictatorships from the Southern Cone, Paraguay and Bolivia pursued and eliminated their opponents, supposed guerrillas, communists, and leftists. The assassination of Chilean and Uruguayan personalities in Buenos Aires, Washington, and Rome were the handiwork of this network. Under Videla, Argentina became the kingdom of the disappeared. Every Thursday the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo marched in silence outside the Casa Rosada, asking for their children to be returned to them alive. Argentina was also bankrupt, 50 banks had failed, the nation's foreign debt was $25 billion, and the Argentine peso was worthless. 22. Without fanfare but with an impressive military display before the diplomatic corps and special guests, Videla handed the reins over to General Roberto Viola on March 29, 1981. By decision of the High Command, the transfer of power occurred without incident. The two men were friends, they had been colleagues since their days at the military academy, and they were comrades in arms. Military circles considered them moderates. The country was on the verge of economic collapse, with dangerous social problems, but it was again on the way to closer relations with the United States. Ronald Reagan had arrived in the White House 2 months earlier and was already seeking closer ties with the Argentine thugs. Before he took power, Viola went to Washington and spoke privately for an hour with the President, Secretary of State Alexander Haig, and Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger. He also met with several congressmen on Capitol Hill. He returned home full of plans and promises. Reagan needed Argentina for his military operations in Central America. Besides, it was a key country in the United States' plans for hemispheric security and the projected South Atlantic Treaty Organization similar to NATO comprising the countries of the Southern Cone and South Africa. 23. Reagan asked Congress to lift Carter's embargo on arms sales to Argentina, and he immediately sent military and commercial missions to Buenos Aires. The Argentine military agreed to cooperate in the clandestine CIA operation against Nicaragua. Its task was to train the mercenary Nicaraguan terrorist forces, the Contras, and the Salvadoran army in counterinsurgency techniques. The White House assigned $20 million annually to this end. 24. Though the country was on the verge of bankruptcy, Viola continued to spend exorbitant amounts on weapons. Repression was extremely harsh, there was corruption in the government, and for the first time hungry people were begging in the streets. Consumer prices skyrocketed, the banks refused to lend money for longer than a month, unemployment stood at 12%, inflation spun out of control, and the foreign debt reached $30 billion. The unions threatened a general strike, as in the old days. The military worried that Viola would not be able to control this crisis, and his plans for openings and democratization and his easy manner with the Peronists bothered his fellow officers. The release of Isabel Martínez de Perón was the last straw. In June 1982, General Fortunato Leopoldo Galtieri forced Viola to resign, declaring that the country's bad economic situation demanded that such a measure be taken, and put on the presidential sash himself. No one was surprised. 5 weeks before this mini-coup, Galtieri went to Washington to hold talks with high government officials. It was said that he offered them military bases in Patagonia in exchange for investments in a new natural gas pipeline and in the oil industry. He offered to continue Argentina's support for the CIA's Central American operations. 25. Galtieri wanted to be closer to the people and offered popular asados in the provinces. The people called his government program the Great National Barbecue. The economic picture worsened. The recession and inflation indexes hit a world record. In a single year, the Argentine peso went from 2,000 to 12,000 to the dollar. The budget deficit reached $2.60 billion, 26, and by the middle of 1982 the foreign debt had risen to $35 billion. 27. To divert attention from the economic disaster, Galtieri dusted off the conflict with Chile over the Beagle Channel. As this ploy did not succeed in raising nationalist spirits, he revived the conflict with Great Britain over the Malvinas Islands, to which Argentina claimed sovereignty. He launched a campaign with nationwide repercussions with the slogan, "The Malvinas are Argentina's." The people, led by Nobel Peace Prize winner Adolfo Pérez Esquivel, chanted a reply, "So are the disappeared." The general's secret plan was for a surprise invasion of the islands on a memorable historical date, as a symbolic gesture of Argentine heroism. But the people, already weighed down by the economic situation, protested even more vigorously, housewives against the high cost of living and the rise in taxes, unions against the lamentable state of the economy, and human rights movements against official violence. One of the largest and angriest protest demonstrations took place on March 23. The people chanted the refrain, "Seva acabar, Seva acabar la dictadura militar." 28. Galtieri decided to launch the invasion immediately. The ugly little war. In 1966 the United Nations General Assembly, with full support from Latin America, recognized Argentina's sovereignty over the Malvinas Islands, taken by force by Great Britain in 1833. The British government ignored this recognition. Tensions rose in March 1982, when a group of Argentines disembarked on San Pedro Island in the Georges del Sur archipelago to dismantle a whale processing factory and to raise their national flag. In response, the islanders attacked the offices of an Argentine airline and raised the British flag. The British government delivered a complaint to the Argentine government and asked the support of its allies. Ronald Reagan telephoned Galtieri and warned that an attack on the islands would have grave consequences. Argentina would be accused of being the aggressor, and sanctions would be imposed. He offered to send Vice President George Bush. Galtieri would not receive him unless he was prepared to deal with the question of sovereignty. Besides, the invasion was already underway, a fact of which he did not inform Reagan. In fact, on April 2 Argentine forces recaptured the Malvinas Islands, overpowered all 49 British Marines and, together with the governor of the islands, took them to Montevideo. Argentina made General Mario Menendez governor, renamed Port Stanley, the capital, Porto Argentino, raised its blue and white flag, and sent military reinforcements, putting them on maximum alert. No one was going to displace them. The British Foreign Secretary, Lord Peter Carrington, pronounced the situation potentially dangerous. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was not about to tolerate a situation in which a disgraced Latin American dictatorship offended the United Kingdom, and she prepared to dispatch the British Navy to the South Atlantic. For both countries the conflict became a question of national honor, and life and death for their battered governments. The Argentine public vigorously supported the invasion. For Thatcher, the invasion brought many problems. It had surprised British intelligence services and the Americans as well. When the Labour Party asked for her resignation, the Iron Lady confronted Parliament, making it clear that she would not resign. "Now is the time for strength and resolution," she declared firmly. She severed relations with Argentina, froze its assets in Great Britain, prohibited the importation of Argentine products, and succeeded in obtaining the somewhat reluctant support of the European Economic Community. Heads began to roll in London. Burdened with the humiliation suffered by the United Kingdom without his having foreseen it, Lord Carrington resigned, and Francis Pym became the new Foreign Secretary. Defence Secretary John Knott also tendered his resignation, but the Prime Minister did not accept it. The British government condemned the flagrant aggression, demanded the immediate withdrawal of the Argentine forces, and set April 5 as the deadline, but it continued to seek a negotiated solution. If this did not succeed, Britain would dispatch a naval war fleet to the Falklands. The United Nations Security Council supported Great Britain. One resolution called for the cessation of hostilities, the unconditional withdrawal of Argentine forces, and the search for a diplomatic solution respecting the islanders' self-determination. Panama, a non-permanent member of the Council, was the only nation to vote against the resolution. On April 5 the British fleet weighed anchor for the South Atlantic with 40 warships, 2 aircraft carriers, planes, helicopters, a flotilla of light tankers, 25,000 men, and a battalion of Gurkhas, Nepalese mercenaries known for their extreme cruelty. Knott announced the blockade of the islands for 200 miles in all directions. Any Argentine ship that entered this zone would be attacked. That same day, united for victory, members of the Argentine government, opposition figures, Peronists, union leaders, the military, and intellectuals, all traveled to the Malvinas on a charter flight to attend the inauguration of Governor Menendez. Caught in a conflict between two allies and two military alliances, NATO and the Rio Treaty, Reagan spoke of neutrality. His Secretary of State, Alexander Haig, made lightning trips between Washington, London, and Buenos Aires in an effort to mediate. He demanded that Argentina comply with the United Nations resolution on withdrawal of its forces and proposed that Argentina, Great Britain, and the United States share the government of the islands. Galtieri did not accept the proposal, since it did not guarantee Argentine sovereignty. "Haig is not a mediator but a British ally," he commented. Failing to reach an agreement, Haig announced that his mission of mediation was over. On April 30, Reagan announced his unconditional support for Great Britain, accused Argentina of aggression, imposed severe economic and commercial sanctions, and suspended military aid. Argentina accused Reagan of betrayal, causing irreparable damage to hemispheric relations, and dealing a fatal blow to the inter-American system. Haig's gestures of mediation served as a smokescreen to hide the aid the United States was already sending to Britain, dealing it a winning hand: satellite intelligence, logistical support, and tons of weaponry, including 200 Sidewinder missiles whose precision was almost infallible. The transfer was made on the high seas and on Ascension Island, an Anglo-American military fortification in the middle of the Atlantic. News agencies reported that the Soviet Union moved a satellite over the South Atlantic to provide Argentina with intelligence information. From every corner of the continent came harsh criticism of the United States for turning its back on Latin America and failing to meet its obligations as a member of the Rio Treaty. Furthermore, the governments of Brazil, Cuba, Peru, and Venezuela offered Argentina military assistance. With the British Armada advancing toward the South Atlantic, Argentina requested an urgent meeting of the OAS consultative body under the Rio Treaty, which called for collective action when one of its members was attacked. A week later the war was already underway. OAS approved a resolution condemning Great Britain for the unjust and disproportionate armed attack and asked the United States to lift the economic and military sanctions it had imposed on Argentina. The resolution was approved by a vote of 17 in favor, 0 against and 4 abstentions, the United States, Chile, Colombia, and Trinidad and Tobago. In a virulent speech, the Argentine Chancellor, Nicanor Costa Mendez, accused the United States of giving illegal and repugnant aid to Great Britain. He was fervently applauded. And in May, in the midst of the war, the Coordination Office of the Non-Aligned Nations in Havana, with Chancellor Costa Mendez participation, gave Argentina its full support. Javier Pérez de Cuellar, the United Nations Secretary-General, proposed an interim government by several countries under the United Nations flag. Colombia was the only Latin American country that did not stand by Argentina. When the latter called for the meeting of the consultative body of the OAS, invoking the Rio Treaty, to raise the issue of British aggression, Colombia abstained. Ambassador Carlos Bernal stated that his government had doubts about the application of the treaty in this case, since the United Nations was already dealing with the issue. He added that the OAS must not ignore the United Nations request for the withdrawal of Argentine troops, nor act on the issue, since this would create a serious precedent that could weaken the United Nations and result in a serious crisis. He appeared to ignore the fact that the two organizations repeatedly acted simultaneously on matters that threatened peace. Colombia also abstained from the resolution condemning Great Britain, alleging that it was rejecting the use of force. Colombia was criticized for breaking continent-wide unity. In Argentina, Colombia earned the title of the Cane of the Americas, and it was the subject of protests outside its embassy in Buenos Aires and a boycott of its products. In Colombia, the government's position was met with feelings of frustration and shame. The former chancellor, Alfredo Vázquez Carrizosa, declared that denying Argentina's rights was a terrible precedent, and he referred to two contradictory letters from President Turbay Ayala to Galtieri. In one, Turbay expressed full support. He did not criticize the use of force, and in the other he said, without mentioning the invasion, that he could not support the steps that Galtieri had taken. 29 Isolated but powerful Colombian voices supported the government's position, and Turbay received congratulatory messages from President Reagan and Mrs. Thatcher. The Colombian position was political, not juridical, as the government claimed, since there was no legal basis for denying Argentina its right to call a meeting of the consultative body under the provisions of the Rio Treaty whenever it was in danger. To do so was to prejudge the content of its complaint. A Peruvian, Bustamante y Rivero, who was the former president of the International Court of Justice, upheld Argentina's right of recourse to the Rio Treaty. On April 23, 1982, the British fleet undertook the so-called reconquest of the Falkland Islands. Troops landed on Georgia del Sur, and again the British flag was raised. This first stage of the war was received with jubilant, almost delirious, approval by the British government and people, and Maggie obtained a stunning victory in the English and Scots municipal elections. 30 Buenos Aires was furious. Thousands of people congregated outside the Casa Rosada shouting slogans against Great Britain and Galtieri's dictatorship. In Caracas, demonstrators burned British and United States flags. Manipulation of public opinion was easy for the Argentine dictatorship. It kept patriotic fervor high by means of public statements. It reported that its military forces were advancing from one victory to the next. Some newspapers, under bold headlines, announced that Argentina was winning the war. 31 In May 1982, in the midst of the war and the patriotic and triumphant euphoria, Galtieri organized a rock festival, which some 60,000 young people attended. When the Patagonian singer Leon Gieco began his famous song Underground, with the lines, "All I ask of God is that war is not indifferent to me," the festival turned into a revolt against the dictatorship. The young people asked for peace, and thousands confronted the police and infuriated the military by chanting, "It's going to end. The military dictatorship is going to end." 32. Pope John Paul II had wanted to mediate avoidance of the war. Before it started, he asked both governments to suspend hostilities, but Mrs. Thatcher replied that she would proceed, since she could not allow aggression to triumph. International law must be defended, and the freedom of the Falkland inhabitants must be respected. 33 The Pope travelled to London in June. It was one of the most controversial of his pilgrimages to build bridges to the Anglican Church. The Vatican explained that this trip had been scheduled before the conflict erupted. The Pope did not want his presence in London to be seen as supporting Great Britain. From there he announced a trip to Buenos Aires. During the 30 short hours he remained on Argentine territory, there was violent combat in the southern waters, during which ships were sunk, planes were shot down, and close to 1,000 were left dead. When he boarded his plane to return to Rome, the British troops were advancing on Port Stanley. 2 days later Argentina surrendered. The nationwide astonishment rose to a climax when Galtieri announced the defeat. More than 11,000 soldiers, many of them adolescents, surrendered. It was a stunning and ignominious defeat. 34 In a brief and sober ceremony in Port Stanley, General Menendez signed the Act of Surrender, in which he crossed out the word unconditional as written by the British. Thousands were taken prisoner of war, and several officers were taken to London to be interrogated. The humiliation could not have been deeper. In Buenos Aires there were violent riots, and the people confronted the police. Scores were wounded on both sides. Galtieri was prevented from speaking from the Casa Rosada balcony by the whistles and jeers from the multitude. He spoke on television instead. "There will be no final peace if Britain keeps the islands," he said. In the protest demonstrations there were more chants against the United States for its betrayal than there were against Great Britain, the aggressor. The masses demanded an immediate trial of the junta members. They should answer for the defeat and the thousands who had died in the war. Costa Mendez resigned. Raúl Alfonsín, the leader of the Unión Cívica Radical, the party that was second only to Peronism, asked for the immediate resignation of the military junta so that we can begin to take the road to democracy. Great Britain suffered many losses. The Argentine Air Force sunk its Navy's most modern warship, a troop transport, a destroyer, and 2 modern frigates, damaged 1 destroyer, wrecked another, and shot down 5 jets. Argentina lost half of its planes and a large number of irreplaceable pilots. The British Navy sank the Argentine ship General Belgrano, its only cruiser, with 1,042 men on board. Argentina claimed to have rescued nearly 800. Argentina accused Great Britain of attacking the ship outside the 200-mile exclusion zone, and the act was condemned throughout Latin America. The loss of so many lives in this absurd war profoundly shook the world. Great Britain claimed that it had been a war of legitimate defense. The Argentine Navy hugged the coasts in fear of British nuclear submarines. Some 2,000 young Argentines died. The cost of the war was estimated at more than $2 billion. The Argentine military lost its most precious remaining quality, military prestige. The diplomatic suit that Argentina was winning in the United Nations was gone. In mid-July, under strict security measures, the last 593 soldiers captured by Britain arrived in Buenos Aires. The military authorities prevented the media from getting close to them. The resentment of these young people, victims of dictatorship and war, was profound. They arrived not as heroes but as renegades. Some of them tried to commit suicide. This alienated youth was the greatest price of the war, irresponsibly undertaken by the dictatorship for dubious political gains. Epilogue to a horror story. The Malvinas/Falklands War, the ugly little war, the ridiculous war as the American press dubbed it, the absurd and sloppy war as the Nobel Prize-winning Colombian writer Gabriel Garcia Marquez called it, was something more than the story of a humiliating military and political defeat for Argentina. It was more than a British victory. It was a game of power, a story of changing and unthinkable alliances, of Western loyalties and hemispheric disloyalties. It was evidence of a world irremediably divided between North and South, the scene of non-existent Third World solidarity, of fragile European unity, of Latin American incapacity to unite in political struggle and to respond immediately and adequately to the arbitrary impositions of the great powers. It was furthermore a display of American arrogance toward the southern continent, and one more occasion when the United Nations, where great power interests were paramount, demonstrated its incapacity to avoid conflict and prevent war. It was also one more piece of evidence that the voice of the OAS was no more than a leaf in the wind. This absurd and sloppy war, in which more than 2,000 Argentines and hundreds of British died, which ruined Argentina and strangled Britain's economy, this unholy war with which a disgraced dictatorship attempted to wipe out its record of ineptitude, corruption, and violence, was, for the masters of war, a platform for their war games. The South Atlantic had served as a laboratory for sophisticated weaponry not yet traded on the arms markets, and the first war of microchips and computers, faster than the human brain, wrote Time. 35. The war became merely a sad chapter in Argentina's history. High British and United States officials who played an important part in the conflict confirmed that United States aid to Britain was so broad that to have divulged it would have been shattering, since it would have shown the weakness of Britain's defense. The lion rampant, the emblem of the United Kingdom, had no teeth. Without United States help, Great Britain would have been defeated, affirmed United States Secretary of the Navy John Lehman. And a curious detail, the Pentagon provided Britain with an extremely useful little book, confessed a high British official, with its evaluation of Argentine military tactics, particularly its submarines obtained in joint military maneuvers. The Argentine military never imagined that the Pentagon would give it to its enemies to use against Argentina. 36. Had Reagan irreparably damaged United States relations with the Latin America, as many claimed? We should not take this lightly, but in 6 months it will be forgotten, remarked a high United States official. 37. Reagan wrote personal letters to several Latin American presidents. He declared that although I understand the frustrations of the Argentines, the United States had to support the principle of avoiding force in resolving disputes. 38. Some might have been surprised or perhaps indignant at his cynicism. Contrary to world opinion, his love of force was exposed in his unholy wars in Central America. This war was also the beginning of the end for the national security doctrine military regimes in Argentina, the single favorable result. The people were indignant at having been deceived. They were humiliated by the defeat, they grieved for the sacrifice of thousands of their youth in the Malvinas, and they were furious at the prolongation of the military's dirty war in which tens of thousands of Argentines were killed or disappeared. They resolved to put an end to the military presence in the Casa Rosada. They demanded justice, wanting those responsible for both tragedies to be brought before civilian courts. 3 days after the surrender, Galtieri was forced to resign, and the commanders of the 3 service branches were relieved of their duties. The government of the retired General Reynaldo Bignon, who replaced Galtieri, was transitional. Suits and ties began to appear in the Casa Rosada and at the highest levels of government. Bignon's cabinet was composed of 9 civilians and 1 military officer, the Minister of the Interior. During the year and a half that he occupied the presidential seat, Bignon paved the way for a return to democracy, as the people demanded. The past began to be stripped of its cover. Soon denunciations for murders and disappearances started to shower the armed forces, the security services, and the police as the perpetrators of these crimes. The remains of the disappeared began to appear, buried as NN in mass graves. The government assured everyone that these were the corpses of beggars and the indigent. It could not explain why there were bullets from coups de graces in their skulls and traces of torture on their bodies. The hardliners in the armed forces were not in agreement with Bignon's opening actions, nor with the surrender of power. They wanted to impose conditions before the election to assure their constitutional presence in the civilian government and to bury the investigations and trials coming their way under a law of amnesty. Rumors of a coup were rife. The dirty war continued. Ultra-right underground groups, connected to sectors of the military, carried out terrorist acts, sabotage, abductions, and assassinations of politicians and popular and leftist leaders, and even military officers who favored Bignon. These acts created a tension that could spoil the election and the transition to democracy. A month before the vote, the military junta decreed the law of amnesty, which it called an act of national pacification. After almost a decade of the dirty war, the military wanted to make clear that what had happened was an internal war against subversion. The armed forces, in fulfilling their duty, prevented the destruction of the republic and its institutions. With this law, these men placed themselves beyond the reach of the courts, the investigations of human rights abuses, verdicts on the responsibility for the Malvinas War, corruption probes, and explanations of the enormous national debt, which reached $43 billion as a result of multimillion-dollar weapons purchases. The amnesty law was met with national revulsion. Large protest marches, led by Nobel Prize winner Pérez Esquivel and the mothers and grandmothers of the Plaza de Mayo, showed the military leaders that they would not allow such a law. The 2 presidential candidates, Raúl Alfonsín, of the UCR, and Italo Lutter, a Peronist of the right, promised to repeal it. But so great was the fear that the military might not hand over power, or would postpone the election, that when the 2 most powerful union groups called for a general strike a few days before the elections, the daily La Nación termed it a collective suicide. They should not tempt the men in uniform. Alfonsín and the military caste. Raúl Alfonsín, leader of the Union Cívica Radical, a center-left party, was elected president of Argentina with 52% of the vote. It was the first electoral defeat for Peronism. We have won, but we have defeated no one. This is a victory for Argentina, Alfonsín announced to the enthusiastic crowd. He entered the Casa Rosada through the front door, with immense popular support based on his charisma and honesty, his honest and courageous stance toward the military, and his promises to see justice done and bring the officers before civilian courts. The country was on the verge of bankruptcy, and the people were traumatized and demoralized by the political violence and the humiliating defeat in the Malvinas. Economic indexes were catastrophic: recession, an annual inflation rate of 1,000%, 15% unemployment, a foreign debt of $43 billion, the 3rd largest in the world, and a lack of foreign currency. There was panic because of successive bankruptcies of banks, financial institutions, and industrial enterprises. The deterioration of living conditions reached intolerable levels. The Argentine peso was in a vertiginous free fall, salaries and wages were insufficient to cover the necessities of life for most people, there was a lack of housing and uncontrolled increases in rents. Some 500,000 people were forced to abandon their homes and take refuge in boarding houses, often filthy and decrepit. 39. Alfonsín was facing the monumental task of leading the country out of bankruptcy and bringing the untouchable military class to justice. The people demanded as much. Relatives of the victims published lists of thousands of the disappeared and asked for justice. Mass graves and corpses were discovered in the mountains of Tucumán. Even soldiers and officers, veterans of the Malvinas War, denounced strategic and political errors committed by Galtieri and his advisors, incompetence and corruption in the army ranks, and acts of cowardice by their superiors. Confronting the military caste, forcing it to give in, and bringing it to court was not an easy job, nor without danger for the fragile democracy. The powerful military class considered itself an aristocracy by social origin, the excellence of its professional education in the Prussian tradition, and the hegemony it had held for more than half a century. No president came to power without the previous approval of the military. 40 Argentine history was plagued with military presidents. They considered it their duty and right to exercise power. One of Alfonsin's most serious mistakes was delaying in taking on the military immediately, while it was weakened and while he enjoyed broad national support. It was a case of now or never. He should have dismantled the repressive apparatus and the intelligence units, the detention and torture centers of the three branches, restructured the military institutions and cleaned out their ranks, which were rife with criminals and potential coup leaders. By leaving them intact, he exposed his government and the country to grave dangers. Within 3 days of assuming power, Alfonsin authorized the trials of the 9 commanders of the military juntas, the former generals Videla, Viola, Galtieri, and Bignon, and the former Admiral Emilio Massera, but he assigned this task to the Supreme Council of the Armed Forces, the military's highest court. There was harsh criticism of this measure. No one believed in the efficacy and impartiality of military justice. To correct this impression, Alfonsin introduced reforms to the Code of Military Justice that gave to the civilian courts power to act in cases of undue delay by the military tribunal and to the civilians the right to appeal its sentences. Congress approved these reforms, but most of the political sectors, organizations, and human rights groups criticized them because the military could obstruct justice. Alfonsin named a Comisión Nacional de Personas Desaparecidas and appointed the writer Escobedo Sabato to head it. Its function was to shed light on the crimes committed against civilians by the military dictatorships during the 7 years of the internal war, but it was not authorized to denounce them before the courts of justice. The military demanded total amnesty from the government. They would not accept being brought before civilian courts, since their fight against subversion, according to Videla, had been a just and necessary war won by the military. He considered the prosecutions an injustice against the armed forces and a blot on the honor of the military. Displaying a disrespectful and threatening manner toward the government and justice, the High Command promoted officers who were accused of serious human rights violations. 41. The Supreme Council of the Armed Forces put the trials of the military officers and more than 2,000 lawsuits brought by relatives of the disappeared in abeyance for 3.5 years. It did absolve the controversial naval captain Alfredo Astiz, accused of 20 murders, among them 2 French nuns and a Swedish-Argentine teenage girl. Alfonsin demanded Astiz's resignation, but the High Command did not obey the order and promoted him instead. Faced with the military tribunal's inaction, in 1985 the Federal Appeals Court in Buenos Aires initiated proceedings against the former commanders Videla and Viola, and the former Admiral Massera. The trials lasted 5 months. Some thousand witnesses were heard. Crowds gathered outside the courthouse shouted slogans against the military and demanded that the defendants be found guilty. 42 The court convicted Videla and Massera to life in prison for murder, torture, illegal arrests and theft, and Viola to 17 years for the same crimes. Other high military officers were given lesser sentences. The court absolved Galtieri, the former Admiral Jorge Anaya and other officers responsible for the defeat in the Malvinas. 43 The court also convicted Generals Menendez, commander of the Argentine forces in the Malvinas, and Carlos Suarez Mason. Mason fled to the United States with false papers, but he was captured and extradited to Argentina in 1987 and sentenced to 25 years in prison for murder, abduction, arbitrary arrests, and torture and for the disappearance of 171 Uruguayan citizens. The former General Ramon J. Camps, a former chief of police of Buenos Aires province considered one of the most sadistic executors of the repression, was also convicted. He was sentenced to 25 years for numerous murders, tortures, and disappearances, among them that of a group of high school students. This horrendous crime was recalled in the Argentine film La Noche de los Lápices, directed by Hector Olivera. The Supreme Court ratified all the sentences. With contempt for the courts and as a challenge to the government's authority, former generals and admirals indicted by the tribunals refused to appear before the courts. The court ordered the arrest of 12 high Navy officers, among them 4 retired admirals and the naval officer Alfredo Astis. 44. Alfonsin's popularity declined because of his weakness regarding the military and the way he managed the serious economic crisis. His austral plan, a change in the currency to combat the hyperinflation, was met with violent strikes in which store windows were smashed and businesses were looted. The strikes were suppressed by the police, resulting in several deaths and many wounded. He was also criticized by opposition parties regarding the convictions of the officers. Some pointed out the slow pace of justice. In 3 years only 10 had been sentenced, and others thought that they should not have been tried at all, since such procedures served only to increase the nervousness in the barracks and rail the calm of the citizenry. These people wanted peace with the military at any cost, including their exoneration. In fact, the more the cases moved forward and the civilian courts convicted the officers, the more uneasiness grew in the military ranks and nervousness among the people, since they knew the military had a propensity for coups. The entire country suffered anxiety at the growing military unease. Amid this great tension, Alfonsin ordered that the court cases be speeded up and presented Congress with a bill, a slanted amnesty that he called national reconciliation, but the people dubbed full stop. It fixed a term of 60 days in which to summon officers accused of human rights violations. Once this deadline was passed, no court, civilian or military, could subpoena any member of the armed forces or police, no matter the seriousness of his crime, nor appeal the sentences. The full stop law was the subject of a bitter national debate, rancorous confrontations in the Congress, and violent popular protests, including battles with the police, with the result that countless people were wounded and arrested. Political and popular sectors, human rights movements, the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo, and relatives of the dirty wars victims impugned the law as unconstitutional, since it violated the principle of equality before the law, and they accused the government of covering up genocide. Nevertheless, the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate approved it by large majorities, the President signed it, and the Supreme Court of Justice declared it constitutional. It took effect on February 24, 1987. A storm of criticism of the government, Congress, and the courts came from all sides. A group of relatives of those killed by guerrillas objected to the fact that the government was making no moves to bring back into the country the terrorists that were freewheeling abroad. The rightist Peronists supported the government. They retorted that this law was the point of departure to pacify the country. 45. Reeling from these criticisms, Alfonsin maintained that history would remember him more for this law, meant to bring about a reconciliation between civilians and the armed forces, than for the trials of the former commanders of the military junta. He believed that the raw nerves of the uniformed services would be soothed when they realized that this law benefited them. Such a realization did not occur, nor was there a decrease in anxiety among those in uniform. They demanded total amnesty to restore the stained honor of the armed forces. A military heart attack. With the full stop law, Alfonsin gave militarism mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. From this point onward he was faced with serious military uprisings. They began on April 15, 1987, with a rebellion by the commander and the military regiment in the province of Córdoba in support of Army Major Escobedo Barrero, who was accused of serious human rights violations. He was discharged for refusing to appear before a civilian court. The police tried to arrest him, but were unsuccessful owing to the intervention of his fellow officers. Barrero fled. The regimental commander was accused of sedition and relieved of his duties. The mutineers surrendered. On Holy Friday, 2 days after the surrender, some 200 officers under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Aldo Rico mutinied at the Campo de Mayo, 15 miles from Buenos Aires, in support of Barrero. They appeared in combat uniform, with bulletproof vests, heavily armed, and with black camouflage on their faces. They demanded total amnesty for the officers involved in the revolt and the suspension of all trials of military officers. Alfonsin refused, declaring a state of siege. His motto was democracy or dictatorship. The Plaza de Mayo filled with people cheering the president and democracy and booing the military. When the president appeared before Congress with his account of the facts and declared that democracy was not negotiable, the chamber shook with applause. 500,000 people with banners and signs in the Plaza de Mayo shouted to the mutineers, "Don't you dare, don't you dare. If you dare, we'll burn down your barracks." Thousands of unarmed demonstrators attempted to gain entry to the barracks. The police tried to hold them back, but they broke through the barricades and reached the entrance, demanding, "The firing squad for the traitors of the motherland." The enormous and spontaneous demonstration of support for the government and for democracy, rejection of the mutineers, and the backing of Latin American, European, and United States heads of state showed that everyone within the country and abroad supported the president. On Easter Sunday, Alfonsin flew by helicopter to the Campo de Mayo to talk with the mutineers. An hour later he announced their unconditional surrender. As the law requires, they will be arrested and brought to justice, he proclaimed. 46. But the president's victory had a hidden aspect. His order to put down the Campo de Mayo rebellion had been boycotted by the commander-in-chief of the Chiefs of Staff, General Rios Aranaud. To carry out the order, Rios Aranaud called in an army corps between 1,000 and 2,000 men quartered more than 217 miles from Buenos Aires. The convoy advanced slowly. "No commanding officer will willingly suppress his comrades by force of arms," said one of the carapintadas in the Campo de Mayo. Rios Aranaud acknowledged the order but did not carry it out. 47. Presidents José Sarney of Brazil and Julio Maria Sanguinetti of Uruguay maintained permanent connections with Alfonsin. They feared the effect by example of the uprisings in their own countries. Analyzing the situations of each country, and assessing support for or disagreements with Alfonsin's management of the military problem revived the debates in Uruguay and Brazil on the thorny topic of the military and justice, with ensuing national alarm. Front page news presented Alfonsin as the winner, democracy strengthened, the mutineers under control. Aldo Rico and the other rebels were arrested and given discharges. A Buenos Aires newspaper trumpeted, everything under control. Still, the epilogue to the story was not so brilliant. Democracy stood on the shifting sands of the full-stop amnesty law. The military's passive disobedience of the president's orders was a pathetic demonstration of the civilian government's haplessness when confronted with military power. The uprisings and chronic military anxiety led Alfonsin to make more concessions. He presented to his Congress a rider to the full-stop law that legitimized the concept of due obedience in the cases against the officers. Those who committed human rights violations in carrying out the orders of their superiors under pressure or irresistible coercion were exonerated of guilt. Some 400 of the accused officers benefited. Thievery: there was a great deal of theft at high levels would be punished, since the orders were to kill and torture but not to rob the property of others. In May 1987, the law of due obedience was adopted by wide majorities in the Chamber of Deputies and the Senate, and the Supreme Court of Justice declared it constitutional. Only one judge dissented. 48. This law divided Argentina. Politicians, intellectuals, judges, representatives of human rights organizations, and the general population criticized the law, the Congress, and the court, and again accused the government of propitiating impunity. They pointed out that the law was unjust, arbitrary, unconstitutional, illegal, amoral, and politically misconceived, approved in a scandalous manner, with pseudo-juridical arguments. 99% of those responsible for the crimes committed during the dictatorship can evade justice. The opponents to the law insisted that it converted Argentina into the first country where torture and murder are legalized. 49. Alfonsin again believed that with this law he could calm the military's extended attack of nerves. But the high military command let him know it was not enough. they persisted in their demands for total amnesty, for a political solution to the political facts such as the war against subversion, and for moral vindication of the armed forces. 50 Alfonsin's popularity continued to fall. In September 1987 his party suffered a crushing defeat in the elections for governors, deputies, mayors, and council members, and Peronism once again seized the reins of political majority. Peronists returned to the streets to celebrate their victory. It was a vote of no confidence in the president. The uprisings continued. Former Lieutenant Colonel Aldo Rico escaped from his place of detention, took refuge in the Monte Caseros garrison in Buenos Aires, and prepared another rebellion with the support of 200 soldiers and officers. They swore to fight at any cost to redeem the honor of the Argentine armed forces. Troops surrounded them, and after a short battle and 6 tense hours they surrendered. Rico was confined to a military prison. Alfonsin could once again boast that democracy had been strengthened and the house was in order. The people applauded the president once again. In November more than 200 Carapintada officers, led by Colonel Mohammed Ali Saineldin the Turk rebelled in the engineering school at the Campo de Mayo. Saineldin took up the well-known banner of vindication for the armed forces. He demanded total amnesty for officers convicted or accused of human rights violations and the release of the former commanders who had been members of the juntas. He also demanded salary increases, an increase in the defense budget which Alfonsin had cut in half, and the removal of General Dante Caridi, Commander-in-Chief of the General Staff. Again the people crowded the Campo de Mayo in defense of democracy, and again the police tried to break them up by using tear gas. 51. Alfonsin's order to put down the rebellion. He was in Washington on an official visit was met with an ambiguity equal to the earlier disobedience. Caridi chose an army corps stationed in Córdoba, 435 miles from Buenos Aires, but its commander refused to take part in an operation against Saineldin. Troops put down the rebellion on Caridi's orders. 1 person died, 5 were wounded, and more than 100 were arrested. As they began to withdraw, the people shouted, "Cowards, cowards! Caridi's just like Saineldin." 52. On December 1 a squad of 53 officers and sailors of the coastal police deserted their garrison in Buenos Aires in support of Rico. Arriving in 3 trucks and armed with more than 200 rifles, they appeared in the Campo de Mayo among the mutineers led by Saineldin. Also in December, 855 soldiers led by an officer took over the Villa Martinelli base, making the oft-repeated demand for military amnesty. Other garrisons and regiments attempted to rebel but were kept under control. Again democracy emerged strengthened, and again Alfonsin came out with flying colors. He noted that there had been no negotiation, nor had he made concessions to the mutineers. But as before, negotiations were happening under the table. A Buenos Aires newspaper headline read, "There is no pact, but it is being fulfilled." The crisis and the deterioration in the military went very deep. The Minister of Defense assured the country that the military malaise was due to deeper causes, including low salaries, the emotional fallout of the humiliating defeat in the Malvinas, and the national rejection of the repression in their war against subversion. All were chronic ailments. At dawn on January 23, 1989, an armed group of more than 65 men and 5 women attacked the La Tablada regiment in Buenos Aires. Alfonsin ordered the armed forces to stifle it. This time his orders were followed with unusual rapidity and violence. Almost immediately 300 soldiers appeared outside the regimental barracks. The army did not attempt to negotiate, nor did it heed the white flags of the rebels. It leveled everything. The counterattack was massive. It attacked the headquarters with tanks, mortars, long and medium-range artillery, and firebombs. Units of the elite forces were airlifted to the scene. After 30 hours of fierce combat, the attackers surrendered. 36 people died, among them 8 soldiers and 1 policeman, and 63 were wounded. The building was destroyed and in flames. Inside the headquarters there were 5 burned corpses. The number of arrested guerrillas dropped as the number of the disappeared grew. Executions and tortures were reported. This was the most violent, bloody, confused, and manipulated event of Alfonsin's 5 years in office. The armed forces characterized the La Tablada takeover as a widespread international conspiracy of the left and claimed it signaled the resurgence of the guerrillas. It was clear that the assault had not taken the military by surprise. Soldiers' version of the events confirmed by the Buenos Aires newspaper La Nación indicated that military and police units had been put on a state of alert, that defenses had been reinforced, and that training exercises to repel an attack coming from abroad had been carried out. That day the army arrived at the barracks within minutes of the attack. 53. The claim that the military had set a trap for the Movimiento Todos por la Patria which was responsible for the attack was confirmed by surviving guerrillas. They testified that they had been infiltrated by military intelligence and that the operation was blown. The armed forces capitalized on the successful capture of La Tablada and the surrender of the subversive group. The president thanked them for their defense of the democratic system. The government appeared to accept the military view of guerrilla resurgence and announced the creation of a National Security Council, whose function was to deal with situations of public order and subversion. The council was composed of 9 members, among them the commanders of the 3 military branches and some ministers, and presided over by the president. 54. The MTP was a leftist group organized 3 years earlier by Jorge Manuel Bonos, a respected Buenos Aires lawyer and a former director of an organization in defense of human rights. Enrique Geraldo Gorriarán of the ERP became one of its leaders. 6 months after the attack, in a trial plagued by procedural irregularities, all those arrested were found guilty. 55. Chaos. By 1988 the Argentine economy was rapidly deteriorating. Economic and social indices were catastrophic. Inflation, unemployment, and the price of basic necessities were spiraling upward. The drop in real wages for the working class threw many Argentines into absolute poverty. The astronomical foreign debt exceeded $60 billion, and defaulted interest payments caused the government to have serious quarrels with the international banking industry. The Austral Plan and the Spring Plan, which decreed drastic currency adjustments with which Alfonsin attempted to mitigate the crisis, caused a wave of work stoppages and labor protests. A general strike called by the CGT in September 1988 became a day of violence and looting without precedent. Rumors of a coup persisted in this tense situation, and the president admitted that such a possibility existed. His relations with the military had been as explosive as a minefield. The military command continued the battle of the generals to make the government already exhausted vindicate them publicly. 56. The protests by human rights organizations and the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo also continued accusing Alfonsin of propitiating impunity, with the complicity of the military courts, an impunity which did not allow the trials to proceed, and they protested what they saw as the weakness of the civilian courts. In the 5 years of democracy after 7 of genocidal dictatorships only 10 officers were found guilty, and those responsible for the uprisings and mutinies, detained in their own institutions, had not been brought to trial. The people had not forgotten the complicity of the church with the military dictatorships and with repression. Some priests supported the dictatorships and kept silent on their violence. Others justified the repressive regimes. Some were present and unmoved at the interrogations and assassinations under torture. 57. 11 years after the military dictatorships ended, when the Curia named Father Christian von Wernick, priest of the Brigado parish 62 miles from Buenos Aires, the town council declared him persona non grata and asked the bishop to remove him. The bishop refused because von Wernick, he pointed out, had not broken ecclesiastical law. But the people remembered his dark past as the chaplain to the Buenos Aires police and did not forget his friendship with the former General Ramon Camps, one-time chief of police of Buenos Aires province. According to the testimony of a former police officer before CONADEP, after watching the torture and murder of 2 men and a woman, von Wernick said, "What we have done is necessary. It is a patriotic act. God knows that it is for the sake of the country." Relatives of 8 of the disappeared also remembered that von Wernicke visited them and claimed that he had seen their relatives leave for Uruguay and assured them that they were safe. Because of his involvement in the repressive regime, he was subpoenaed to testify at the trials of the military officers. 58. In December 1988 came the news that von Wernicke would celebrate a Mass with Bishop Gillian at the Church of Santa Rosa in Bragado. More than 2,000 people were waiting for him outside the church. When a car carrying a priest pulled up, the crowd pounced on the priest shouting, "Assassin, torturer, where is Cecilia?" A woman dealt him 2 blows. As one woman kicked him in the testicles, another shouted, "That's not von Wernicke." Bishop Gillian, who was mistaken for von Wernicke, entered the church doubled over in pain, according to the Uruguayan weekly Brecha. 59. In January 1989, during the last year of Alfonsin's administration, a serious energy crisis was brought on by a prolonged drought. The country was half paralyzed. The government had to order the closing of its offices, banks, and many businesses, clinics and hospitals had to cut back their services. Food was rotting in the supermarkets, and industry reported daily losses in the millions. The government lost between $15 million and $42 million a day. The country blamed Alfonsin for not having foreseen this emergency, which had been predicted months earlier by experts. He said he was not the only one responsible, since the crisis was due to a succession of errors going back decades. 60. The presidential election campaign took place in the midst of this crisis. There was profound national unrest because of the lamentable state of the economy. There were protest demonstrations, marches by housewives banging pots and pans, and supermarket lootings. 4 days before the election, the economy was pegged to the dollar. Faced with the precipitous fall of the austral and the minute-to-minute oscillation in the exchange rate, people did all their business with the green dollar bill. Carlos Saul Menem, the Peronist candidate for president, threatened to bring Alfonsin before a political court for his ill-fated political economy. There was a change in the Ministry of Finance, and the indices exploded again, without anyone's being able to explain why. Antonio Trocoli, a former Minister of the Interior, suggested that the only recourse left to the Argentines was prayer. The general feeling was one of standing at the edge of an abyss. Alfonsin lost control of the economy and the country. The newspapers were more concerned with the price hikes and the ups and downs of the dollar than with the campaign. This disillusionment with Alfonsin worked against Eduardo Angelas, the THIRD candidate. On May 14 people came out in droves to vote. Carlos Saul Menem, Peronist, populist, and demagogue, won 48.7% of the vote against Angelas' 37.3%. Peronists in several cities celebrated Menem's victory with an outpouring of joy. The following day the country returned to its harsh reality. The economic situation deteriorated by the hour. Alfonsin announced a plan for a war economy, with new taxes, sole control of the exchange rate, and reductions in public spending, but he offered increases in retirement benefits and family aid. While he was proposing these measures, the people in the city of Rosario looted supermarkets. The following day, faced with another wave of looting, which was beginning to spread throughout the country leaving many dead and hundreds of wounded, Alfonsin decreed a 30-day state of siege. It became clear that Alfonsin's resignation was more than a rumor. He announced that he had reached an agreement with Menem for the good of Argentina and that he would resign before completing his term. To get around the legal questions raised by this unusual case, he and Menem agreed that he would renounce the presidency before Congress, and that Congress would confirm Menem. And that was how it was done. Menem, a pardon and a forgetting. On July 8, 1989, 5 months before Alfonsin's presidential term was due to end, Menem assumed the presidency of Argentina. He agreed to take the reins of power in a moment of severe crisis because there was no alternative. He took the oath of office before his brother Eduardo, President of the Senate. In his inaugural address, Menem announced that the country would experience a difficult, costly, and harsh adjustment. "I can offer the people only sacrifice, work and hope. We have come to say to Argentina, rise and walk. Argentines, on your feet to bring an end to our crisis. In a clear message to the armed forces, he assured them that among all Argentines we will find a definitive and lasting solution to the wounds that have not yet healed. We shall not rouse the ghosts of the struggle, we shall serenade the spirit. He received a lengthy ovation. 61 Afterward, in a brief ceremony at the Casa Rosada, he received the baton and the presidential sash from Alfonsín. The people's fury and frustration poured over Alfonsín. They sent him off with insults, shouting, "Son of a bitch." He left exhausted, with dark bags under his eyes. In spite of the catastrophic end to his term, he had ensured the survival of the state of law, representative democratic institutions, and civil rights and liberties to the end of his mandate. Many gave him due credit. In 3 months Menem pardoned hundreds of officers who had been tried and convicted on charges of human rights violations, along with 435 carapintadas, people responsible for many uprisings during Alfonsín's term, and those guilty of the military defeat in the Malvinas. He also pardoned imprisoned guerrillas. The officers were free and exempted from any lawsuits brought against them in the civilian courts. I know there will be discontent, as there is in all things in life, but I am also convinced that there are millions of Argentines who applaud these measures, Menem remarked. 62. At the end of December, Menem pardoned Videla, Viola, Massera, Suarez Mason, and Camps, as well as Firmenich. Opinion polls showed that between 60 and 80% were opposed to pardoning these officers, who were responsible for one of the greatest tragedies in Argentine history. The transfer of the officers to the Campo de Mayo, the place where they were to be notified of their release, was carried out in the greatest secrecy and under heavy security. Menem did not want it to become a media spectacle. Pagina 12, a center-left daily, boasted the headline, "Nothing happened here." Other writers might dwell on Menem's economic successes during the early years of his government and what would ensue thereafter. But open wounds remained. In March 1989, the anniversary of Videla's coup, mass demonstrations took place in Buenos Aires, again demanding that the cases of the pardoned officers be reopened, and the Chamber of Deputies repealed the full-stop laws by a large majority. Time did nothing to ease the heavy consciences of some of the perpetrators. Former officers and priests gradually disclosed hair-raising aspects of the internal war against subversion in which they had taken part. The people continued to demand justice, and the mothers and grandmothers of the Plaza de Mayo, symbols of the national conscience, continued to march as a demand that their sons, daughters, and grandchildren be returned to them alive. Brazil under its own doctrine. During the first months of the military governments of the so-called revolution, better known as the National Security Doctrine dictatorships, the Brazilian press kept count of more than 25,000 arrests and published hundreds of witness accounts of torture cases. These data contrasted with the official statistics, which claimed only 4,700 arrests for political crimes and no deaths in prison during 13 years of dictatorship. 63. Brazil entered the 1970s under the iron hand of General Emílio Garrastazu Medici. The Third Revolutionary Government, with its international image seriously diminished by the brutal repression of these governments. The military muzzled the press with strict official censorship, preventing it from reporting on matters relating to public order. Serious human rights violations by the military regimes were denounced by human rights organizations in the country and abroad, as well as by national and foreign jurists, the international press, from the pulpits and the hierarchy of the Brazilian Catholic Church, in pastoral letters, and in public statements. The world was aware of what was happening in Brazil. The country's negative foreign image worried Medici and other generals, who recognized that the insurgency and social unrest, which continued despite repressive measures, were due to the profound inequalities and injustices in the country's society, and they believed that a change of policies was necessary. To improve Brazil's image, Medici promised to end torture, decontract the repression, attempt to stop the activities of the death squad, and narrow the gap between rich and poor through social integration and mass participation in development programs. To counter the accusations that the military had handed over Brazil to the United States and the transnational corporations, he quietly adopted a policy of nationalism and greater opening toward Latin America. 64. Promises were one thing, but reality was another. Medici, a firm believer in the national security doctrine, issued executive decrees and introduced constitutional amendments to legitimize the concentration of power in the executive branch and reduce that of the courts and the Congress. He dealt with questions of national security by means of secret or confidential decrees. But the military's lax interpretation of the concept threat to security covered everything that displeased them at any level. The repression of Medici's regime was more brutal than that of his predecessors. Cases of torture in the detention centers rose at alarming rates. He also reinstated the death penalty and established a policy of banishment for those deemed undesirable and harmful to national security. In the first 3 months of his government there were more than 600 cases of torture, among them 52 police and military officers accused of subversion who were tortured by their colleagues. Cardinal Paul Arns, Archbishop of São Paulo, asked his priests to pray for them. The church hierarchy was the main voice of denunciations of official repression. Cardinal Arns and Dom Helder Câmara, Archbishop of Olinda and Recife, Brazil's impoverished northeast, and other bishops never ceased to condemn the regime's brutality, from which members of the church were not exempt. Some of the priests and laypersons working with the Christian grassroots communities among the poor were arrested and tortured. 65 The Brazilian Bar Association published the results of an investigation into the activities of the death squad, which included among its members active and retired police officers, some of the highest rank, and revealed the names of 60 police and military torturers, the methods they used, and the deaths under torture in the prisons. This information was obtained from a document, signed by 35 political prisoners, in which they recounted the tortures they suffered in the detention centers. Although the Brazilian guerrilla groups had neither the size nor the impact of the Tupamaros in Uruguay or the Montoneiros and the ERP in Argentina, they became a huge problem for the military, and at times they shook the regime with the international repercussions their attacks caused. Medici had to deal with the abduction in 1969 of United States Ambassador Charles Elbrick by a commando from 2 guerrilla groups. This event caught Medici off guard. He had just assumed the presidency, because the former president, Arturo da Costa e Silva, was forced to resign after suffering a cerebral hemorrhage. To prevent harm coming to the ambassador, the military bowed to the guerrillas' demands. In March 1970, guerrillas kidnapped the Japanese consul in São Paulo and the West German ambassador. They were outraged by his arrogance, and later the Swiss ambassador. The diplomats were freed after a few days, since the government kept its promise to free the imprisoned guerrillas, transfer them to other countries, and publish their communiques. The Swiss ambassador was held for 40 days because the negotiations with the government on the list of prisoners there were 70 took longer. Such blows humiliated the regime and called international attention to the brutal repression used by the Brazilian military dictatorships. Medici aspired to turn Brazil into a world power and a leader in Latin America. Washington had the same desires. As Brazil goes, so goes South America, said President Nixon, encouraging Medici on his official visit to Washington in 1971. Brazil was a paradise to its investors and the multinationals, and was the United States' principal ally in Latin America. With these dreams of grandeur and in connection with the triumphant extravagance of his government, Medici undertook the construction of a gigantic bridge between Rio de Janeiro and Niterói, of the Trans-Amazon Superhighway, and of soccer stadiums in several cities, since soccer was the favorite sport of the Brazilian people. 66. The construction of the superhighway through the jungle, important as it was, resulted in enormous tragedies. It meant the violent confiscation of the lands of indigenous people and settlers and massacres when they tried to resist, and the cutting down of the rainforest caused irreparable ecological damage. In April 1972, when construction began, a new armed group, the Fuerzas Guerrilleiras de Araguaia, took up the defense of indigenous peoples and campesinos to prevent them from losing their lands. 67. Medici also aspired to turn Brazil into a nuclear power. He refused to sign the Tlatelolco Treaty banning nuclear proliferation in Latin America. In 1975 he signed an agreement on nuclear cooperation and technical assistance with West Germany and another with Israel for the exploitation of Brazil's uranium reserves. Brazil developed its military industries and became an arms exporter. The so-called Brazilian miracle aroused international admiration. It fostered growth that put the country in 8th place in world industrial development, by means of a high foreign debt and the opening of the country to foreign investors. It attracted such investment with broad fiscal incentives, 10-year tax exemptions, free exportation of profits, and the climate of political tranquility it offered. Much of the multimillion-dollar foreign investment came from the United States. There was an influx of its multinationals, which made inroads into key sectors of Brazil's economy. In 5 years economic growth reached the record annual figure of 11.4%. The miracle's cost was the dependency that the multimillion-dollar investments imposed on the government, since it was obliged to consult with the multinational corporations and their governments about its own economic policies. 69 Such policies led to an excessive concentration of wealth, the greatest in Brazil's history, that benefited powerful wealthy minorities, such as bankers, landholders, and national and foreign businessmen, and widened the gap between rich and poor. In 1974, Medici's last year in office, the miracle stopped being miraculous. The growth index fell to 4%, and the following year to 3%. An economic recession began, inflation reached 100%, and the foreign debt came in at $21 billion, an unpayable sum. Impoverishment hit not only the lower classes but also the middle classes and business sectors. A growing mass movement protested the critical economic situation and the brutal repression. Continuous strikes, work stoppages, land takeovers, and student and popular demonstrations demanded justice, the restoration of democracy, and an end to repressive measures and the suppression of the institutional acts. The violent opposition was not against Medici alone but also against the military dictatorships. The birth of democratization. When General Escobedo Geisel, the fourth National Security Doctrine president, assumed power, all that remained of the insurgent groups were the Fuerzas Guerrilleras de Araguaia. They were in the forests defending indigenous peoples and campesinos against the despoiling of their lands and the army's brutal repression. The military governments sustained themselves by terror. As social tensions grew and deepened, they passed laws and issued decrees and institutional acts to solidify their power and legalize the repression. But this thicket of new laws, adopted in the heat of action, led to contradictions within the military establishment. Not all officers were in agreement with these policies. One of the detractors was Geisel. Geisel knew the world was aware that the price of internal order had been paid with brutal repression. He could no longer speak of the economic miracle, which had ceased to exist, having been artificially sustained by an astronomical foreign debt. In his inaugural address he spoke of the gradual redemocratization of the country, of a more open and secure society, letting up on press censorship, and involving civilian society in plans for development. The foreign press reported his speech in the optimistic opinion that it signaled a promise of change. Geisel understood that retreat was necessary but that he must do so without creating conflict in the armed forces. 70 He opted for the policy of decompression. He lessened press censorship and police repression and opened the political arena to the Partido Movimento Democrático Brasileño, the only legal opposition party. The MDB was not a threat to the military, since the government controlled the majority in Congress through the Alianza Nacional Renovadora party, which it created. But in November 1974, in elections to the parliament and provincial assemblies, the MDB almost doubled its representation in the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies and defeated Arena in the provincial assemblies of São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Rio Grande do Sul, which were the most important ones. The government was alarmed by these results, since the MDB could win in the election of governors, which was scheduled for the following year. 71. Geisel found that sectors of the military opposed his open policies and boycotted his plans to lessen the repression. His main objective was to improve Brazil's international image. The army command did not allow him to control the security apparatus, which continued acting on its own, and its actions continued to be denounced in the foreign press. The arrest and torture of a former United States Methodist missionary, an occasional correspondent for Time and the Associated Press, were a great scandal because of Washington's vigorous protest. Such acts worried Geisel because they damaged his government's image. Cardinal Arnes, Archbishop of São Paulo, a harsh critic of the military, gave Geisel a list of 22 disappeared persons, 21 of whom had been taken under his government, and asked that he investigate them. Geisel promised to do so, but he could not fulfill his promise since he could not control the security services. 72. The murder of the journalist Vladimir Herzog in the São Paulo military prison in October 1975 caused a great national and international scandal. The official version was that Herzog had committed suicide. No one believed that story. Cardinal Arnes rejected the idea of suicide from the pulpit of the Cathedral 73 and later officiated at a dramatic ecumenical funeral. Herzog was Jewish in the cathedral. The military commission named by the government to investigate Herzog's death confirmed the suicide version, and the investigation was suspended. The suicides in the detention centers usually happened in the São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro barracks. Whenever an officer was found responsible for such a death, he was relieved of his duties at worst. 74. In 1976 a wave of repressive measures was unleashed against servants of the church. In July, Father Rodolfo Lunkenbein, a German missionary working with indigenous people in the Amazon, was murdered. In October the police killed Father João Bosco Pinedo Brunier for having protested the torture of a woman. In September Dom Adriano Hipolito, Bishop of Nova Iguaçu, was kidnapped, beaten, and left naked on a highway. In spite of his declared intentions to abolish the repression, Geisel made use of the Institutional Act No. 5, a monument to military arbitrariness, when it suited him. In 1977, empowered by this act, he closed the Congress when the MDB refused to approve a judicial reform proposed by the government. The MDB held that it made no sense to approve the measure until the government abolished AI-5 and the National Security Law. 75. Still, Geisel's decompression policies opened the door to popular and student demonstrations, supported by vast sectors of the people and the Catholic Church hierarchy, protesting the repressive measures and demanding the restoration of democracy. For the first time under the military regimes, the media also denounced official violence and pointed to the army's repressive apparatus as responsible for this violence. In May 1978, in a public declaration, the National Law School asked for a return to the state of law, a new constitution, amnesty, and the complete revision of labor legislation. Day by day the government felt stronger pressure from the people and the growing demand that it permit a return to democracy and suppress the repressive laws, especially AI-5, since they impeded the democratization of the country. The weight of the opposition MDB party was strong enough for the Congress to approve a constitutional amendment to abolish AI-5, re-establish habeas corpus for political detainees, cease media censorship, do away with the death penalty and life sentences, and restore the powers of the judiciary. The president could no longer order Congress closed as before, or deprive members of Congress of their mandate or the citizens their political rights. Certain articles of this amendment, however, gave new, extensive powers to the executive branch. The Lawyers' College and the opposition said that they were the resurrection of AI-5. Geisel re-established political rights for 120 persons, most of them in exile, but he excluded 8 prominent political figures, among them Leonel Brizola, governor of Rio Grande do Sul, and Luis Carlos Prestes, the former Secretary General of the Communist Party, both in exile. 76. Geisel chose General João Baptista Figueiredo, the arena candidate, to succeed him in the presidency. It was not a direct election. Figueiredo was elected in the Electoral College 355 to 266. It continued to be the job of the Electoral College, imposed by the military after the coup against Goulart in 1964, to control the election of presidents. Figueiredo was the fifth and last president of the so-called revolution. He promised to continue Geisel's policies of political opening and gradual democratization. He granted amnesty for political crimes, approved by the Congress in August 1979. It did not include terrorist acts or armed resistance against the government, and restored the political rights suppressed by the institutional acts. Many exiles returned to the country, among them Leonel Brizola, Luis Carlos Prestes, and Mario Moreira Alves, a journalist and member of Congress. Communists and Trotskyists also returned. Brazil showed a democratic face for the first time in many years. Figueiredo's popularity was enormous, both at home and abroad. 77. Figueiredo assumed office in the midst of a massive strike by 160,000 workers in the metallurgical industry in São Paulo, supported by workers from other industries and vast numbers of the population. Social unrest, which increased under Geisel's government, gained strength with the support of the Church, led by Cardinal Arns. Between January and October of 1979 there were 400 work stoppages in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Belo Horizonte, and Rio Grande do Sul by workers in the transportation, steel, education, sanitation, construction, stevedore, trucking, banking, and telecommunications industries, and by public officials. Business leaders opted to solve the labor conflicts in direct negotiations with the workers, since they understood that repression, which had been used, was not adequate. Such a policy favored the workers. The economy was in a spiral of deterioration because of the oil crisis, the effects of a worldwide recession, and the cost of the boom connected with the miracle, based on the crushing foreign debt. The economic indices were catastrophic. The fiscal deficit, inflation, unemployment, and the cost of living were at their worst in many years. There was flight of capital, the country's reserves dwindled to $2.9 billion, and foreign investment fell from $10.1 billion in 1978 to $6.5 billion in 1979.78. The greatest cost of the miracle was the miserable poverty of the lowest classes. The Minister of Planning announced that the miracle was dead. But the economic elite, who had lived through 11 years when industry and business flourished and the powerful classes pulled down large profits, did not want to hear bad news. The minister was made to resign. Figueiredo named Delfim Neto, the architect of the miracle, in his place. He was welcomed with unbridled enthusiasm by this elite. Figueiredo enjoyed a degree of popularity not given to his predecessors. Civil advances continued under Figueiredo. In 1982, in the first direct gubernatorial elections under the military regime, the opposition candidates won once again, with 59% of the vote. They won 9 states, including São Paulo, Rio, Minas Gerais, and Paraná. Leonel Brizola was elected governor of Rio. Nevertheless, the MDB remained the minority party in Congress and in the Electoral College, which was responsible for electing the president. A presidential election was slated for 1984. The economic situation continued to be difficult in the extreme. In January 1983, Figueiredo signed an agreement with the IMF and obtained an enormous loan. Reputable economists were alarmed and questioned the deal. The conditions the IMF imposed on Brazil, austerity and a drastic reduction in the swollen inflation rate and the public deficit, were not realistic. The economists insisted Figueiredo had committed the country to the impossible. In September, Figueiredo signed another, less stringent agreement. An official of the IMF declared that the fund had adjusted to the country's reality. In 1984, Brazil registered the fourth year of reduction in per capita income. 79. When corruption scandals and embezzlement of huge sums involving people in the upper levels of government made the front pages of the newspapers, the government was struck a severe blow. The accusations were leveled not only at Figueiredo but at the armed forces and the military dictatorship as well. 80. Figueiredo called for presidential elections. On January 15, 1985, the Electoral College chose the opposition candidates Tancredo Neves and José Sarney by 400 out of 606 votes. The official candidate, Paulo Maluf, received 100 votes. Neves promised to redemocratize the country, achieve economic growth by controlling inflation, and stop the bleeding of foreign debt interest payments with the philosophy of negotiation. He offered to convene a constitutional convention in 1987 to set the rules of the game for the new republic and remove the authoritarian rubble without revenge. He promised to promote social justice. He declared that the social debt was at least as explosive as the foreign debt, the world's largest, and needed to be dealt with immediately. Neves died before his inauguration, and the people wept as if they had lost a savior. José Sarney, his running mate, stepped into the presidency by constitutional mandate. The people did not believe in him, since he was one of the most conspicuous civilian servants of the military. He directed the parliamentary battle that defeated the constitutional amendment re-establishing direct elections. An action responsible for the people's bitterness. 81 They accepted him because it was the law. Brazilian sub-imperialism. Brazil was Latin America's great power. It was the largest and richest country, and it exercised undeniable leadership. Its foreign policy had been an example of balance, independence, and pragmatism, directed toward the economic and commercial good of the country. The same policy was followed by the military. Though Medici, without taking positions on principle, supported Portugal's policy against liberation movements in its overseas provinces, Brazil was the first to recognize the MPLA's victory in Angola. It maintained a strong and fruitful commercial exchange with South Africa. A quarter of its trade was with Africa but condemned apartheid. 82. With its neighbors it maintained a policy of imperialism, intervention through investments by the private sector, especially in the banking industry, plans for the exploitation of their riches in the construction of large-scale engineering projects, and it pushed campesino emigration toward the frontier districts, employing the theory of living borders as a means of transgressing geopolitical boundaries, but covertly the ploy also affected the country's internal affairs. In 1971 Brazil collaborated in the preparation of General Hugo Banzer's coup in Bolivia against General Juan José Torres, who was considered a leftist. This coup was a military conspiracy by Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, and the United States. 83 Brazil's intervention was so open that it moved President Allende to exclaim, "Chile now has a border with Brazil." Relations with the United States fluctuated. In 1964 the United States Embassy conspired with the coup leaders to overthrow João Goulart. Later, under military dictatorships, there was an invasion of American advisors in Brazil, part of United States aid, who were placed in key positions in the administration, the armed forces, the police, and the security forces. American counterinsurgency policy and the national security doctrine were identical. To the United States, Brazil was the Latin American superpower and its most important ally in the continent. Nixon's Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, went on a lightning tour through several countries in Latin America in February 1976, and he told Geisel that Brazil was the great power. Called to join the club of rich nations. He signed an agreement with Geisel that covered questions of economics, politics, security, education, law, culture, and technology. They also spoke about the South Atlantic Treaty Organization, which was opposed by some segments of the Brazilian military. In spite of all these measures, Nixon froze aid to Brazil when the military passed the Institutional Act No. 5, which granted absolute power to the military regimes. With the arrival of Jimmy Carter in the White House in 1977, relations worsened because of his defense of human rights, which these regimes seriously violated. He talked of cutting off aid to Brazil. Geisel considered this threat an interference in Brazil's internal affairs and broke off the bilateral military accord. United States military and economic aid was suspended. To the opposition, on the other hand, Carter was a beacon of hope. Brazil sought closer cooperation with Europe and Japan, developed its own military industry, it became an arms exporter, and undertook nuclear programs in partnership with West Germany and Israel to exploit its uranium reserves. With the arrival of Ronald Reagan, relations once again turned excellent. Both spiritedly waved their anti-communist and counter-insurgent banners. They were birds of a feather. Uruguay and its internal war. In 1970, the last year of Jorge Pacheco Araújo's administration, Uruguay was afflicted with a severe crisis, economic disintegration, social agitation, union struggles, and growing guerrilla activity. The Tupamaros held the government in check. The country was suffering the effects of 10 years of economic recession. Inflation, the fiscal deficit, and foreign debt were on the rise, currency was losing value at an accelerating rate. 84 There was flight of capital and a high unemployment rate. The salaried, lower, and middle classes, the most strongly affected, protested with strikes, work stoppages, and large demonstrations. Pacheco ruled with a heavy hand. The country continued under the security measures he had imposed in 1968 to meet the challenge of guerrilla activity and the social and student unrest. The majorities in the National and Colorado parties approved the repressive measures the government asked for. Even though they curtailed civil liberties, they limited freedom of the press and of association, barred the holding of meetings, and prohibited union activities. The exemplary Uruguayan democratic tradition disappeared. Without direct opposition, since the parties were in shambles and leaderless, and with the support of powerful political and economic sectors, Pacheco slowly strengthened a de facto dictatorship. The common terms were that he was imposing a constitutional dictatorship or a fake democracy. In Montevideo, the main scene of violence, there was an atmosphere of anxiety and insecurity, since the repressive measures were not against subversion alone, but also against popular, union, and leftist movements and organizations. The union movement, the Confederación Nacional de Trabajadores, made up of most of the country's unions, and the Tupamaros, who enjoyed enormous sympathy among students and in segments of the political, professional, intellectual, and leftist movement sectors, opposed the repression. They were the stream where the guerrilla fish swam. The Tupamaros' daring blows against the financial, industrial, and banking industries elicited tremendous enthusiasm among the popular majorities, since they exposed the corruption of the government and of powerful economic sectors. In their assaults on these institutions, the Tupamaros appropriated millions in money as well as documents, which they released to the press. Fraud and the names of persons involved in these crimes came to light. Such scandals shook the banking system. The Tupamaros became one of the central vectors of the political landscape in Uruguay. 85. The government did not succeed in putting an end to labor agitation, or in putting down the growing guerrilla activities. In April 1970, the Tupamaros executed Police Inspector Hector Moran Charcaro, whom they accused of instituting torture. In July, they kidnapped the British ambassador and 3 diplomats, and in August the Tupamaros abducted and executed Dan Mitrian, an American security agent who was advising the Uruguayan police. This last action was traumatic for Pacheco, since the United States did not want him to negotiate with the guerrillas. When Mitrian's corpse appeared with bullet wounds of various calibers, Pacheco decreed a state of exception. In daring operations in September 1971, the guerrillas freed their companions from 3 prisons, and in another action they freed 100 guerrillas from the Punta Carreras prison without firing a single shot. In April 1972, their D-Day, they executed 4 people they accused of being members of the Death Squad. This was their response to the assassination of 3 guerrillas by paramilitary groups. The appearance of these ultra-right groups, a new phenomenon in Uruguay, marked the beginning of the dirty war against the left. 86. Uruguayan society was alarmed by this violence, and the majority in the Congress approved the government's repressive measures. Between September 1972 and March 1973, it agreed on 3 occasions to retain the MPS security measures to fight subversion. 87. In order to participate in the impending presidential elections, political segments created the Frente Amplio. It included the Communist Party, movements and parties of the left, the Christian Democrats, factions of the Colorado and Blanco parties, independent sectors, and retired military officers. The front was supported by the powerful CNT and the Tupamaros. Its candidate was Liber Serigny, a prestigious retired general. The Blanco Party's candidate was Wilson Ferreira Aljunet. The official candidate, supported by Pacheco, was Juan Maria Bordaberry. 2 months before the elections, Pacheco gave carte blanche to the armed forces to fight the guerrillas. The MPS and the state of exception gave legal sanctions to unleash brutal repression against subversive activities, popular and union organizations and their leaders, politicians of the left, and the front. More than 300 attempts were made on its members' lives, among them Serigny. Clandestine paramilitary groups of the ultra-right took part in this violence. As in the rest of Latin America, the Uruguayan military and security forces received training and were aided by advisors from the United States. This had been Mitrion's mission. 88. Where the general rules, Bordaberry does not. In October 1971, amid a climate of violence, the presidential elections were held, the most turbulent in Uruguayan history, according to many observers. José María Bordaberry, the official candidate, was elected by a margin of 100,000 votes over Ferreira Aljunet, the Blanco Party candidate, who claimed that Bordaberry had won a Pyrrhic, dirty, and fraudulent victory. Though McCarthyite attacks were in abundance during the campaign against Serigny, the candidate of the Broad Front, he registered 20% of the vote nationally and 30% in Montevideo. In spite of this advance for the opposition, official power was not weakened. 89 Bordaberry's victory strengthened the ultra-right. A member of the land-holding oligarchy, a pre-Vatican Council Catholic, and a man with fascist tendencies, he began his presidential term of 6 years as a continuation of Pacheco's regime. Extreme guerrilla activity, the popular mobilization promoted by the Broad Front, and the campaign of union agitation launched by the CNT work stoppages, protests and strikes to demand agrarian reform, an increase in salaries, and price controls, all gave the military and Bordaberry reason to increase the repression. Within a week of taking office, Bordaberry sent to the Senate a proposal for a law on state security and public order more severe than the MPS and with greater resources for the military, which was immediately passed. This law paved the way for the military to move into power. After a national work stoppage of heretofore unseen proportions and 4 guerrilla operations in April 1972, in which the Tupamaros executed members of the regime they accused of belonging to the death squad, the army initiated a wave of raids and arrests. It persuaded Congress to enact, immediately, a law declaring the country to be in a state of internal warfare, though such a concept did not exist in the Uruguayan constitution. 90 The deputies from the Broad Front were the only ones to vote against it. The government suspended guarantees of individual freedoms and expedited a decree making political crimes and subversive actions acts of war, which would be tried in military courts. Under the state of internal warfare, the armed forces drowned the country in blood. The war was carried out indiscriminately against the left. The army leveled its party and union headquarters, systematically arrested hundreds of people, used torture during interrogations, and killed or disappeared activists and supposed guerrillas. 9 members of the Communist Party were killed in their offices, and Tupamaros were massacred where they were found. In November, according to military sources, 62 guerrillas were killed and 2,873 were captured. 18 soldiers also died in these confrontations. The government was in the hands of the military, and Bordaberry became increasingly unpopular and isolated. Many called for his resignation. 91. The traditional parties, who approved Pacheco and Bordaberry's anti-democratic and fascistic measures, were now alarmed by the limitless repression exercised by the military. Bordaberry gave them a free hand to control public order, a function not contemplated in the Constitution. The traditional parties were alarmed by this increase in militarism, but they lacked the power to stop it. The political class, increasingly marginalized, saw that the military was invading its territory. The threat was real. Some attempted to retake power with a timid anti-militarist campaign. Still, When Bordaberry needed the politicians' backing to parry the public show of contempt by the army and the air force, they would not give it. After the military refused to follow Bordaberry's order to oust the recently named Minister of Defense, they called for the president's resignation and a national inquiry. Without an opposition, the way was opened for the military to intervene in the management of the state. They dealt the first blow. In February 1973 they signed the Boiso-Lanza Pact with Bordaberry, which allowed them to take control of parts of the administration. They created the Consejo de Seguridad Nacional, composed of the President, the Ministers of Defense, Foreign Relations, Economy, and Planning, and the commanders of the three branches of the military. This pact reduced the President's formal powers. Very little real power remained to him, but Bordaberry did not protest. The Parliament and the political parties remained silent, and the left showed a relative passivity and neutrality. 92. With extra constitutional powers and a free rein, the military dealt the second blow. At dawn on June 27, 1973, they placed Montevideo under military rule, and a 7 a.m. radio broadcast announced an executive order closing the Congress. The announcement declared that it would be replaced by a Council of State and that the Constitution would be reformed and approved by a national plebiscite. The same night Bordaberry took responsibility, in a broadcast on all the communications media, for this unique coup, which established an equally unique civilian-military dictatorship. Bordaberry would continue as the constitutional president, but the armed forces held the power. He had become a puppet. The people said, where the general rules, Bordaberry does not. 93. This second blow caused protest from the parties and the Broad Front. The CNT called a strike, which was joined by segments of the people and of the left. It lasted 15 days and paralyzed the country. Serigny called on Bordaberry to resign. 94. The opposition had no success, and the country returned to routine under the consolidated civilian-military dictatorship. The political class and the opportunistic and pragmatic middle class began to empower themselves through compliance with the regime. 95. In July Serigny was arrested. He remained imprisoned for more than 10 years. The military began to destroy democratic institutions. They closed the Congress for refusing to expel Enrique Arroyo, a senator from the Broad Front, whom they called a traitor. They outlawed the CNT, prohibited political activity by the parties, shut down independent newspapers, imposed censorship on the rest, intervened in the university, and declared the opposition a danger to state security. The prisons proved to be too small. They set up concentration camps and detention centers, including railway cars and abandoned boats. A new prison opens every month. This is what the economists call a development plan, wrote historian and writer Eduardo Galeano. 96. In Uruguay, as in Argentina and Brazil, suicides and death while attempting to escape became routine in the prisons. And the disappearances, arbitrary arrests, and denunciations of torture in the detention centers mounted. As in Argentina, raids were carried out with beatings, looting, and property destruction, and the perpetrators did not bother to erase the traces they left. There was no danger to them, for no one investigated these crimes. Bordaberry, still occupying the seat of the presidency, sought closer friendships with the neighboring military dictatorships. In April 1976 he presented the Great Cross of Protectors of Free Peoples to the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, on whose shoulders rested the assassination and disappearance of thousands of Chileans, and Alfredo Stroessner, who suffocated Paraguay with his dictatorship for 20 years. He visited the Bolivian dictator Hugo Banzer, who came to power in one of the bloodiest coups in his country's rocky history, and invited Ecobedo Geisel, the Brazilian thug, to Montevideo. This high-level social life was all he had left. More than 100 Uruguayans living in exile in Argentina, Chile, and Brazil were assassinated, abducted, or disappeared in operations coordinated among their security forces. Also in 1976, Hector Gutierrez Ruiz, president of the Uruguayan Chamber of Deputies, and Zelmer Michelini, a longtime senator, were assassinated in Buenos Aires within 2 hours of each other. The same day in the same city the Uruguayan Dr. Manuel Libroff disappeared. The Argentine Minister of Defense claimed that these assassinations were an Uruguayan operation but that he was still not certain whether they were official or not. 97. The upheavals in Uruguay went beyond mere bloodshed. The civilian military government became deeply immersed in a sort of cultural revolution. They burned thousands of books, prohibited certain songs, closed plays, decreed prison terms of 1 to 6 years for those who sang the national anthem in public ceremonies with a blatant emphasis on the phrase "tremble, tyrants," and for anyone who disparaged the armed forces. The university was under military control and it remained closed for several months. The military imprisoned professors and deans and closed the faculties of the social sciences and economics for being subversive, as well as the institutes for scientific and economic research. No meeting could be held, not even a birthday party, without a permit from the police. 98. By 1976, the country was bankrupt. The foreign debt stood at $1 billion. The deficit, inflation, and unemployment were growing at an accelerated rate. The economy became denationalized, since important sectors passed into the hands of foreign capital and the multinational corporations. Beef, the main export, was controlled by United States and British capital, wool by the Dutch, leather and oils by the Belgians. Uruguay became one huge prison. There were more than 8,000 political prisoners, and about 800,000 Uruguayans chose exile. With a population of 2.8 million, Uruguay set the record in Latin America for the per capita repression and exodus of its citizens. The country was emptying. The graffiti on a wall at the Carrasco International Airport in Montevideo read, "The last one to leave, turn off the light." 99. Someone else, who believed in the struggle, had written, "Comrade, don't go." By 1976 the Tupamaros had been virtually disbanded by the brutal repression. Many died, others were rotting in prison, and still others were in exile. But sabotage against the government and the army and citizen resistance continued. There were more than 50 strikes in spite of the prohibition. The civilian military dictatorship began to hit bottom. Its only support came from the far right and from members of the oligarchy connected to foreign and agro-export capital. No one could tolerate Bordaberry any longer, much less the military. In 1976 Bordaberry was constrained by constitutional mandate to call elections. But they could not be held, because the military would not allow them. Before they could prohibit them, Bordaberry proscribed them absolutely. In June the military took control of the government but kept Bordaberry in the presidency. Weighed down by the military's misdeeds, which he endured in silence, and having been the butt of the people's jokes because of his ludicrous but harmful role, he finally resigned. The Council of State named Dr. Alberto de Micheli president by decree. On the day of his inauguration he signed Institutional Acts 1 and 2, suspending the elections that were to be held in November and creating the Council of the Nation as the highest government service. In September, when he refused to sign Institutional Act 4, which prohibited all political activity, the military ousted him and named Dr. Aparicio Mendez in his place. The military kept changing presidents in what seemed to be a political version of musical chairs. Nothing remained of the state of law. The military assured its complete autonomy with an intricate tangle of laws and institutional acts. It had already removed the disaffected and the skeptics from its ranks. The international community, alarmed by what was happening in Uruguay, denounced the regime's brutality and demanded a return to democracy. International pressure and accusations of human rights violations forced the military to take steps to improve its image. It decreed Institutional Act 5, which recognized human and individual rights. 100 This inadequate gesture fooled no one. In May 1980 Mendez sent the proposal for the new constitution written by the military to the Council of State. It was to be ratified by a national plebiscite. One article designated the National Security Council controlled by the military as part of the executive branch. Thus the participation of the armed forces in the government was assured. The presidential elections were scheduled for November 1981, with only one candidate and no participation by the left. In the 1986 elections, two candidates would be allowed to run. The military mounted a great campaign seeking popular support for the new constitution, and only in the last few weeks did it allow limited propaganda from those who opposed it. The plebiscite limited to a yes or no vote was held in November, resulting in 58% against, and 42% in favor. 101. This defeat at the voting booth weakened the military and stimulated popular protest against the dictatorship. The people and civilian movements demanded a return to democracy. But the military was not inclined to negotiate. Instead, it imposed conditions and maintained its autonomy in the new government. The Blanco and Colorado parties did not accept the military's ultimatums or the changes the military wanted to impose on the Constitution. Dialogue was suspended. Repression and press censorship continued. In May 1984, a coalition of parties, Colorado, Blanco, Broad Front, and Civic Union, published a statement demanding elections without restrictions or exclusion of the parties of the left. The coalition further asked that any constitutional reform be submitted to a plebiscite. Ferreira Aljunet returned from exile, and the military imprisoned him. The Blanco party announced that it would not continue negotiating until he was freed. In August they arrived at an agreement known as the Naval Club Pact. The details were kept secret by both parties to the negotiations. It was supposed that the parties guaranteed that they would not put military officers on trial and that they could leave their posts with clean hands. 102. Presidential elections were held in November. The candidacies of Ferreira Aljunet, still in prison, and Serigny had been proscribed, as had participation by the communist and leftist parties. 5,000 people were refused the vote because of so-called political unfitness, as determined by the military. Julio Maria Sanguinetti, the Colorado Party candidate, was elected president. Although he was in the military's good graces, and the elections had been far from democratic, his was a civil victory. A protected democracy? Julio Maria Sanguinetti was the first civilian president after 12 years of military dictatorship. He took office in March. He wanted national peace and a policy of reparations for damages. He immediately restored to their positions thousands of civil servants who had been dismissed by the military for political reasons, approved a law to release all political prisoners who had been in prison for at least 11 years, and offered to revise the sentences of those who were convicted of blood crimes and to count the years they served in prison as double. Raul Sendic, the top Tupamaro leader, who had spent 13 years in prison, was released. 103. Sanguinetti faced an inevitable and dangerous situation with the military establishment. The mass of people demanded that he try those responsible for the dirty war. On this view, military officers who had committed serious violations against human rights ought to pay for their crimes. For an entire year this was the gist of the public debate. Because Sanguinetti knew that the opposition was weak and that the parties were splintered, he dropped the bomb. He proposed an amnesty conducive to national coexistence. Broad popular sectors, human rights movements, relatives of the victims, the Broad Front, and the Tupamaros legalized as a political party protested. The atmosphere heated up when the military warned that it would not appear in court. The Blanco and Colorado parties and the Broad Front suggested other forms of amnesty, but Sanguinetti presented Congress with a proposal for a law titled Expiration of State Punishment, which was a renunciation by the state of the right to convict and penalize members of the armed forces, the security services, and the police indicted for political crimes. Astutely, he called it the National Conciliation Law. The people spoke of it as the law of impunity, or full stop. It was passed on December 22, 1986, by 2/3 of the parliament. The Broad Front and one part of the Blanco party voted against it. A national movement led by Matilda Rodriguez Larreta and supported by the Broad Front, parts of the Blanco party, and the Tupamaros, undertook a campaign to annul the full stop law in a plebiscite. Its slogans were equality for all before the law and search for truth. Some parts of the military supported it because they wanted to cleanse their ranks and improve the bad image of the military institution. The debate and propaganda for and against the amnesty lasted 3 years. On April 16, 1989, people voted yes or no in a referendum. The results were 52.62% in favor of keeping the amnesty and 40.1% against. The rest of the ballots were left blank or voided. In Montevideo, home to most of the population, the no vote won with 54%. There were no celebrations for the victory. A Montevideo newspaper headline read, "They won but they did not persuade." Those responsible for the dirty war could rest easy, as could the government. On November 26, 1989, the Uruguayan people, who were paralyzed by apathy, went to the polls to elect a new president. The opposition candidate, Luis de Lacalle of the Blanco Party, won with 39% of the vote. The Colorado Party candidate, Jorge Batlle, received 28%, and Liber Serigny of the Broad Front had 13%. De Lacalle was inaugurated in 1990, and Uruguay continued its journey along familiar democratic roads. Chile, the military takeover. Because of its strong democratic tradition, Chile did not experience the political and social violence that plagued the rest of Latin America during the 1960s and early 1970s. It was a veritable paradise of tolerance. The socialist and communist parties were able to carry on their recruiting activities and encountered no obstacles in putting their candidates up for election. Those persecuted by the dictatorships found refuge there. But the anti-communist hysteria unleashed by Washington in response to the Cuban Revolution reached as far as these southern climes. The Kennedy administration feared victory by the socialist candidate Salvador Allende in the presidential elections to be held in September 1964. The Chilean right and the United States transnational corporations with branches in the country shared this fear, and they fed on each other. A plot against Allende, sponsored by the Christian Democratic Party, was set into motion. Its candidate, Eduardo Frei, launched a tough and well-financed campaign portraying Allende as a danger to Chile and all of Latin America. His government, it warned, would be Cuban-style, and communism and subversion would spread throughout the continent in a domino effect. In 1963 the CIA began to offer money to political leaders, democratic forces, parties from the center and the right, newspapers and journalists, and individuals it considered useful to the cause, according to William Colby, chief of operations in the CIA. 104 The Pulitzer Prize-winning American journalist Thomas Powers wrote that Chile received more aid per capita from the United States during these years than any other country except Vietnam, but that these sums, generously distributed by the CIA, seldom achieved the desired results. He commented that some political beneficiaries of the CIA thought of that agency as their private bank. 105. Kennedy wanted to strengthen Chile and show it off as a model of democratic development as opposed to the Cuban communist model. He stimulated investment by tycoons, Rockefeller's family among them, and gave the CIA the green light to block Allende's candidacy. The CIA orchestrated an impressive campaign against Cuba, communism, and Allende and his Socialist Workers' Party, describing it as Stalinist and supported by Soviet funds. In 1964 posters began to appear in Santiago showing Soviet tanks in the streets of Budapest and executions by Cuban firing squads. The idea was to terrorize the Chilean people. If they elected Allende, the same thing would happen to them. Frei won the elections with a comfortable margin, and the CIA got what it wanted. The electorate was polarized to Frei's benefit, and the movements of the left were split. 106. In 1965 a scandal broke out when Alvaro Bunster, Secretary General of the University of Chile, denounced a Pentagon plan to carry out a socio-scientific investigation in Chile, funded with millions of dollars and camouflaged by a contract between the University of Chile and American University in Washington. Named the Camelot Project, its goal was to measure the potential for subversion in Latin America and design counterinsurgent policies for the continent. Chilean media and columnists condemned this plan as undue intervention in their country's internal affairs. The international community of sociologists called it a classic case of intervention and espionage with clear political objectives. 107 The uproar in Chile forced the Pentagon to cancel the plan. It had not consulted with the Department of State or informed the ambassador. 108 When Richard Nixon arrived in the White House in January 1969, the Latin American situation had grown much more explosive and complex than during his 1958 goodwill visit, when he was welcomed in Caracas and Lima with stones and rotten eggs. In the 1970s, most of the continent was under military dictatorships and engaged in wars against Marxist-Leninist armed movements. The most powerful were those in the southern cone. In Panama and Peru, Generals Torrijos and Velasco Alvarado, both with leftist and anti-American leanings, caused him problems. Panama sought support in the United Nations and the OAS to take over the canal and re-establish sovereignty over the zone. The Peruvian generals were nationalizing the transnational companies in their country, and in democratic Chile the Congress was debating Chileanizing the copper industry, Chile's principal product, which was in the hands of the American multinationals Anaconda Copper and Kennecott. Free announced that he was prepared to carry out the promised nationalization gradually. 109 Cuba was another problem. In spite of United States attempts to isolate the island, several countries re-established relations during the 1970s and reopened their embassies in Havana. Still, Cuba did not cause him to lose sleep, since his priorities in foreign policy were the great powers of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. Nixon's policies toward Latin America, on the advice of Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, were to keep a low profile. It was not a region of primary importance. Nixon's experiences on the continent had not been pleasant, and as Kissinger explained to Chilean embassy officials in Washington in 1969, "I am not interested in, nor do I know anything about, the southern portion of the world, from the Pyrenees on down." 110. In spite of their supposed lack of interest, Nixon and Kissinger kept their eyes on Chile. They wanted to prevent Allende from winning, and their intervention was thorough. The United States could not stand by and watch as this country communist because of the irresponsibility of its own people, remarked Kissinger. He saw Allende as a threat to the continent and claimed that Chile was more dangerous than Cuba, since it had a greater capacity to undermine other nations and support insurgency, and that communist ideology would get timely Soviet support. 111. In 1969, rumors of a coup, a phenomenon unknown in Chile, began to circulate. Brigadier General Roberto Vio, the commander of a tiny regiment in Tacna, led an uprising. According to secret ITT documents published by Jack Anderson in the Washington Post in 1972, Vio prepared a preventive coup to stop Allende's candidacy, with the direct advice of the CIA. 112 The Tacnazo was brought under control, but it showed that there were divisions within the armed forces and politicization of some sectors, another phenomenon unknown in Chile. 113. In January 1970, the presidential campaign began in an atmosphere of unrest and political and social aggressiveness. Vio continued to make statements hinting at a coup. He accused Free of disgoverning and the Congress of anarchy and demanded a strong leader and political, economic, and social reforms. General René Schneider, commander-in-chief of the army, condemned the coup attempts. "Our doctrine and our mission," he remarked, "is to support and respect the Constitution." 114 Allende of the MIR and Jorge Alessandri of the Christian Democrats were the principal candidates. A conspiracy orchestrated by the transnational ITT and the CIA was mounted against Allende's candidacy. The conspirators tried to foment a coup by bribing military officers. The United States ambassador, Edward Corey, was authorized to contact them. Washington in turn took measures to stifle the Chilean economy. After the coup they were preparing, Free would go into exile and return after 6 months, when everything would have returned to normal, and again announce his candidacy for the presidency and be supported by all democratic forces. 115. In May 1972, rightist military groups, one led by Vio and the other by General Camilo Valenzuela, decided to kidnap General Schneider, the greatest obstacle in their plans for a coup. They made the attempt on October 22. Schneider resisted and was severely wounded. 3 days later he died in the hospital. 5 of the attackers, young rightists from prominent families, fled the country. Free decreed a state of emergency. 116. The CIA had contacts with both the conspiratorial groups, according to Colby, a former director of the CIA. It had supplied them with weapons, but it had not taken part in the action. 117 Free named General Carlos Prats Commander-in-Chief of the Army to replace Schneider. At a large public rally in September, Allende referred to the plots being hatched to destabilize the country. He spoke of bribes given to members of the armed forces, and mentioned the intention to create economic chaos. He announced that the people would oppose the plans with a national strike. 118. Allende. Salvador Allende won the elections of September 4, 1970, with 36% of the vote, but he did not win the necessary majority. The Congress would have to choose which of the two would be president. Political maneuvers to prevent the Congress from confirming Allende began at once. The CIA, the United States Embassy, United States transnationals, and Chilean politicians and economic sectors took part, announcing that a military coup would be supported by Washington. 119 Jorge Edwards of the Chilean oligarchy, the director and owner of the influential daily El Mercurio, went to Washington to arrange for United States intervention. 120. On November 4, in an atmosphere of extreme tension, the Congress confirmed Allende and he became president. But before confirming him, it imposed on him the statute of constitutional guarantees, a demand by the Christian Democrats to keep him from communizing Chile. At a rally the following day in Santiago's National Stadium, Allende spoke of a socialist road to development for Chile, of ending its dependency and of initiating relations with the People's Republic of China and re-establishing them with Cuba. Allende cautiously but firmly began to expropriate powerful national and foreign monopolies and large estates and to buy shares in the principal banks, 2 of them United States institutions. The Congress unanimously approved the nationalization of copper production. The United States responded with measures intended to destroy the Chilean economy. It suspended aid from the Export-Import Bank and aid and closed off credits from the IMF, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank, all institutions controlled by Washington. These measures resulted in the flight of national and foreign capital. Allende spoke of a secret blockade against his government. 121. Allende invited Fidel Castro to visit Chile. He arrived in November 1971 and stayed nearly a month. His presence infuriated the Chilean right and the military. They accused him of interfering in the nation's internal affairs. In his speeches Fidel characterized the opposition as fascist and the program of workers' self-management proposed by the Christian Democrats as criminal demagoguery. He declared that Chile and Cuba were moving towards socialism along different roads, but that their aims were the same. 122. The economic policies of Allende's socialist government met with great success in the first year. They lowered the inflation rate, reduced unemployment, raised wages, froze the price of basic necessities, and increased production. But soon they began to deteriorate, inflation rose, the price of copper on foreign markets fell, and imports and reserves dropped. Chile successfully renegotiated part of its foreign debt and found new markets for its copper, but the situation quickly worsened. Sabotage, food hoarding, monetary speculation, black market dollars occurred, and there was a succession of work stoppages by truckers, engineers, doctors, and lawyers, all instigated by the CIA. The masses were opposed to these stoppages. To meet this crisis, Allende appointed high-ranking military officers to his cabinet. Sectors of the Chilean right and the United States pressured the military to stage a coup. In November the plot began to brew. The 1,000 days of Allende's government were in constant conflict with the principal political and economic sectors, the military, the transnationals, and Washington. He was forced to deal with strikes by different sectors and had to dodge opposition in the Congress. To seek solutions, he held conversations with the political parties and made more than 10 changes in his cabinet. In one of the last he named as ministers the commanders of the three military branches and the police. He called it the National Security Cabinet. There was a wave of repression, which he was powerless to stop. Under the weapons control law, the army leveled factories and workers' homes and repressed the left. Even though Kissinger said that after Allende's election Chile was not a major preoccupation of the United States, it was to the extent that Nixon personally authorized the CIA to blockade Allende's government. He was convinced that Chile was going down the Cuban road and that the revolution would spread to the rest of the continent. The United States Congress and the transnationals thought likewise. The Pentagon maintained contact with the Chilean military and continued to provide it with weapons, and the CIA kept on fomenting a coup. It distributed some $6 million among the opposition parties, newspapers, radio stations, unions, and professional associations, and it supported the strikers. Without CIA funds, there would not have been so many strikes, nor would they have lasted so long. The anti-communist ideological component proved extremely effective in polarizing political forces and splintering the leftist movements. The coup began to gain strength on August 20, 1973, with a crisis within the armed forces. General Cesar Ruiz, commander of the Air Force and Minister of Public Works and Transportation, whose responsibility it was to put an end to a prolonged truckers' strike, resigned from his ministry, and Allende asked for his resignation as commander. When he refused, General Prats, the Minister of Defense, threatened to take control of the Air Force. Hundreds of officers' wives protested in solidarity with General Ruiz in front of Prats's residence and delivered a letter to his wife calling for his resignation. The police came in to break up the demonstration, spraying tear gas at the people. Prats asked for a declaration of support from the generals. They refused to give it to him. Furious, he resigned from the Ministry of Defense and command of the army. Allende named General Augusto Pinochet in his place. Pinochet was surprised because he was not, as he himself said, among the generals with whom the president was friendly. 123. The offensive against the president continued until September 11, 1973, the day of the coup. The opposition in Congress attempted to impeach him. One deputy accused him of dictatorial actions and demanded that the military ministers put an end to all the de facto situations that violated the Constitution. A broad majority supported Allende. Allende continued to talk with the Christian Democrats and proposed that a plebiscite decide whether he should remain president or resign. Meanwhile, the truckers' strike continued, the military demanded changes in the cabinet, there were street demonstrations for and against the president, and the economic crisis grew more severe. The Christian Democratic Party demanded that the Congress and the president resign and that new elections be held. It was very late for Allende to negotiate a democratic and constitutional solution. In the midst of this crisis, the Chilean and United States navies held joint military maneuvers, titled Unitas, off Chile's coast. This action was an act of harassment against the government. On September 11 at 6 a.m. Allende was informed that the naval forces had taken Valparaiso. At 8:30 a.m. Radio Agricultura, an anti-Allende station, announced that the coup had begun. At 9 a.m. Allende briefly appeared on the balcony of La Moneda Palace, and half an hour later he delivered his dramatic last message over the radio. He said that he refused to resign and that he would repay the Chilean people's loyalty with his life, so that it would serve as a lesson in this ignominious history to those who resort to force instead of to reason. 124 The palace was surrounded by tanks. At 11:55 a.m. the Air Force bombed it. La Moneda was in flames. At 1:30 p.m. the palace personnel left. A doctor reported that he had seen Allende shoot himself with a machine gun he was holding between his knees. He was buried in his family's mausoleum in Vina del March. And Pinochet. On September 11, 1973, Chilean democracy succumbed in a military coup led by General Augusto Pinochet. It was a tragedy for its people and for Latin America because Chile had been a paradigm of civility and democracy. After the Air Force bombed La Moneda, the military took over the city like an army of occupation. Pinochet came to power stained with the blood of the people. With Pinochet began one of the most brutal repressions the continent had ever witnessed. The jails filled with political prisoners, and the streets were strewn with the dead. Amnesty International estimated that no fewer than 45,000 people were arrested in the first few days, and thousands were killed by the army. Some people succeeded in taking refuge in embassies. Approximately 800 political refugees requested protection from the United Nations and the Chilean Church, and many were expelled from the country. After 2 weeks the military decreed a state of war. Under the Code of Military Justice in time of war, it abrogated civil liberties and gave the police a free hand to detain, interrogate, judge, and execute Allendists and leftists, and it instituted torture prohibited by Chilean law and extrajudicial executions. Pro-Allende media outlets were closed, and their directors were assassinated or forced into exile. The parties of the Popular Unity Allende's governing coalition were outlawed and their members were arrested. The Central Unidad de Trabajadores was declared illegal, and the rights to strike and associate were cancelled. From this point on, political crimes were the concern of military tribunals. Confessions obtained under torture were admissible evidence. International human rights organizations, national and foreign journalists, the Chilean Catholic Church, lawyers, diplomats, and victims' relatives began to investigate, document, and denounce the regime's human rights violations. Consternation over what was happening in Chile spread throughout the world. Within a month, delegations from the International Human Rights Federation and the International Movement of Catholic Jurists arrived, followed a few weeks later by a delegation from Amnesty International. Each reported the tragedy the Chilean people were suffering under military repression. The Santiago Stadium was turned into a concentration and death camp. Thousands of people were executed there, among them the famous singer and guitarist Victor Jara, whose corpse was found riddled with bullets, mutilated, and with his hands amputated. This crime was a turning point for the world. Henceforward the national and international clamor against the butchery grew. Chilean Cardinal Raúl Silva Enríquez became the strongest voice of protest against the repression. Catholic Church documents revealed the existence of 17 detention centers where death by torture was daily fare. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights of the OAS also reported on the physical and psychological torture of prisoners. The sadism of the executors of the repression and the tortures alarmed the world. At the end of 1973 the junta created the Directorio Nacional de Inteligencia under Pinochet's direct control, with hundreds of agents from the 3 military branches and the police, as well as civilians contracted by the government. The Directorio installed clandestine detention centers and had a fleet of unregistered vehicles. DINA was the backbone of the military regime's repressive forces. 125. 2 months after Pinochet's coup, DINA's head, Colonel Manuel Contreras, along with the heads of security services of Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia set up Operation Condor, a network of intelligence to operate around the world, centralized in DINA. Teams of agents cooperated in conspiracy plots to capture, interrogate, torture, and murder their political opponents. The Chilean General Prats and his wife were assassinated in Buenos Aires, as was Bernardo Leighton in Rome, Orlando Letelier in Washington, D.C. Former President of Bolivia, General Juan José Torres, and 2 congressmen from Uruguay were murdered in Buenos Aires. Pinochet grasped permanent power, as he stated in the Declaration of Principles of the Chilean government, published in March 1974. He set no limit to his term, because his job, he claimed, was to achieve the moral, institutional, and material reconstruction of the country, a task that demanded profound and prolonged action. Changing the Chilean mentality was an imperative, he assured his audience. He declared that elections would be held at an opportune time and that the armed forces would not be idle when it came to choosing the next government. There would be a new constitution to safeguard national security and guarantee the armed forces' participation in government. 126. Pinochet promulgated the so-called governing junta statute. The government was to remain in the hands of the armed forces, and the power in the hands of the president of the junta. According to the statute, the order of things might be changed only if the commander-in-chief of the army Pinochet ceased to be president of the junta by reason of death, resignation, or total incapacity. In other words, Pinochet, who was now the supreme chief of the nation, would not be able to be removed from office. The cabinet was composed of generals. 127. 6 months after the statute was decreed, Pinochet introduced a tremendously significant change by a new decree. He would no longer be supreme leader of the nation but president of the republic, with full powers, and the junta would remain under his control. He began to distance himself from the other members of the junta so that there would be no doubt, within the government or outside it, that his was the sole power. The matter of anti-communist ideology. The apparent motive for the coup was defined in the document National Objective of the Chilean Government, based on national security and neoliberal economics. Presidential messages, legal dispositions, and institutional acts 2, 3, and 4 indicated that the government's theme was counterinsurgency. It characterized Marxism as the enemy and a perverse doctrine in the service of Soviet imperialism. The government's job was to abolish it. 128 The junta's economic policy, neoliberal and monetarist, was managed by a team called the Chicago Boys. In the first year it reduced the annual rate of inflation from 600% to 350%. People in Chile and abroad spoke of the Chilean miracle. But at the end of 1974 the prices of basic necessities rose, inflation set in, and the country was in an economic crisis. In April the Chicago Boys took over the Ministries of Finance and Economics and the presidency of the Central Bank. In 1975 production dropped 13%, and the recession was catastrophic. Hundreds of industries were paralyzed, public investment decreased by 50%, annual inflation stood at 343%, and unemployment rose to 20%. But in 1977, the boom times of the Chilean miracle began. The annual growth rate was 9.9%, a rate that continued in 1978 and 1979. The Chicago Boys promised a growth rate similar to that of European countries and the Asian tigers of Taiwan, Singapore, and South Korea. The world was astonished by this miracle. And many, in Chile and abroad, felt that the brutal repression was justified, since it brought progress. But the Washington, D.C., assassination of Orlando Letelier, Allende's former chancellor, and his assistant, Ronnie Moffett, a young American woman, catapulted them back to reality. Pinochet's regime was one of the continent's most brutal. Letelier's assassination elicited international disapproval. The FBI and other American agencies pointed at DINA, its Director General, Manuel Contreras Sepulveda, and other military officers as the perpetrators of this crime. Washington demanded the extradition of Contreras, but the Chilean government and Court of Justice refused. With the arrival of Jimmy Carter in the White House in January 1977, Chile's relations with the United States became more complicated for Pinochet. Carter pressured the junta to stop violating human and political rights, imposed sanctions, and tightened them when Chile refused to extradite Contreras. In a speech in Chacarillas in July 1977, Pinochet spoke of democratization for the first time and proposed a three-stage program. The armed forces would gradually leave the government, though they would not relinquish power. The process would conclude in 1991 with total democracy. 129 In August, motivated by Undersecretary of State for Latin American Affairs Terence Todman's visit to Chile, the junta dissolved DINA and created the Centro Nacional de Informaciones in its place. It was the same animal with a new name. Its purpose was to relieve international pressure and ingratiate Chile with Washington. Pinochet continued investing himself with new titles and functions and exalting his own authority. Now, in addition to president, he was generalissimo of the armed forces and the forces of order. The Chilean regime's criminal record did not diminish the enthusiasm of national and foreign economic sectors for the miracle. Many Chileans reclaimed their properties expropriated by Allende and benefited from the government's economic policies. The transnationals returned. But the miracle had a hidden face. It produced an accelerated concentration of wealth, and the economic opening and low tariffs caused imports to rise disproportionately and weakened national industries. Many small and medium-sized businesses went bankrupt. The cuts in government spending raised unemployment among professionals and white-collar workers, while the salaries of the military rose generously. Foreign bank loans to the private sector for investment in industry were used to purchase shares, business ventures with the state, and weak businesses. The economic empires did not help investment, particularly low during these years. 130 A high percentage of the loans made to the government by international and private banks went toward the purchase of arms. With these policies, the rich grew richer and the poor grew poorer. Infant mortality increased dramatically. 131 By the end of 1980 the Chilean foreign debt stood at $1.82 billion. But Chile showed off its prosperity. The peso had been revalued. The upper and middle classes traveled the world. The markets were filled with foreign luxury goods, and the relations of the government and the private sector with international financial institutions and foreign investors were excellent. God placed me in power. Buoyed by the economy, Pinochet called a national plebiscite to approve the new constitution, the text of which had been written by a commission appointed by the junta, with no participation by independent jurists. Authoritarian and anti-democratic, it included acts and decrees by the junta that curtailed civil liberties, all previously approved by Congress and the military junta. The plebiscite with the vote limited to yes or no was held on September 11, 1980, the 7th anniversary of the coup. It was held under a state of emergency decreed a month earlier, with all political parties proscribed, without electoral lists, on transparent paper that allowed officials to monitor the voting, and the entire process supervised only by government functionaries. 132 According to official data, the result was 67% in favor of the new constitution and 30% opposed to it. The new constitution institutionalized the prolongation of Pinochet's term to 1989 and left open the possibility of his re-election. It created the National Security Council, the government's highest agency, in which the three branches of the military were represented by their commanders and the officers had the right of veto. The plebiscite was denounced as a fraud in Chile and abroad. The process had been totally controlled by the government, with no supervision by the opposition, and it was not the free expression of the people's will because Chile was not a free country. Pinochet's voracious appetite for power imposed a new constitutional order that gave him absolute power. But not all was euphoria for the junta, since the miracle was beginning to fade. Its prosperity did not reflect economic recovery, investments had not been in productive sectors, and many industries were crumbling. There was an economic recession and a profound crisis in the banking and financial systems. Foreign debt was enormous, and the debt accumulated by the private sector and the financial conglomerates, granted without government guarantees, could not be paid off. The crisis grew more severe, and in November 1981 the government was forced to take control of 4 banks and 4 financial institutions that were on the verge of bankruptcy. It took over 17 more between 1981 and 1983 to keep the banking system from collapsing and pulling the rest of the economy down with it. The Chicago Boys' neoliberal economic policy ended in yet another economy controlled by the state. 133 The industrial situation was just as dramatic: collapses, suspension of loan payments, and massive layoffs. The economic crisis had given birth to a greater political and social crisis. During the first half of 1983, unemployment rose to 34%, and 50% among the poorest sectors. The lower classes were reduced to abject poverty. 134 The situation led to protests by upper and middle class housewives. They took to the streets, beating on empty pans. The people and the weakened unions began to confront the dictatorship in demonstrations and strikes, and the political parties formed moderate opposition movements. The Christian Democratic Party, the most active during the dictatorship's hardest years, formed the Alianza Democrática with 5 other parties from the right, the center, and the left. The Communist Party, which was excluded from this alliance, created the Movimento Democrático Popular with the MIR, the part of the Socialist Party led by the former Allende minister Clodomiro Almeida, and with other leftist parties and movements. Some of these favored armed struggle against the dictatorship. Pinochet named Sergio Onofre Jarpa of the extreme right as his Minister of the Interior. He was the first civilian to hold this post under the dictatorship. Pinochet persuaded him to start negotiating with the democratic opposition. 135. A civilian protest movement began in May 1983 with a March of the Pots and Pans and continued in June with a demonstration called by the Copper Workers Union to protest the arrest of its leader, Rodolfo Seguel. Another strike followed in July, after the arrest of Gabriel Valdez, the Minister of Foreign Affairs under Free. All these protests were quashed by the police, leaving many dead and wounded and hundreds arrested. The government decreed a curfew. During another protest in August, Pinochet announced that 18,000 soldiers would occupy the capital with orders to proceed harshly. The repression was widespread. According to official documents, 29 were killed and 100 arrested in clashes with the police. According to the left, the dead numbered 80. The demonstrations continued sporadically and with increasingly less participation from the middle and upper classes. On the other hand, there were more and more student and lower-class demonstrators. In November 1984 the government declared a state of siege, and under the pretext of the curfew, troops raided homes in the working-class quarters in the middle of the night. They went from house to house arresting all the men older than 15. The people were terrorized, and the protests failed. With Santiago's Archbishop Monsignor Juan Francisco Fresno as mediator, Jarpa began negotiations with the AD that proved futile and were discontinued. Pinochet declared that while the conversations might lead to agreements, he would never make concessions. 136. In another protest in March 1984, the first armed movement against the dictatorship, the Frente Popular Manuel Rodriguez planted bombs in the subway, attacked trains and buses, and assassinated soldiers and policemen. It claimed responsibility for the 1986 kidnapping of Colonel Mario Cabrera and the 1987 kidnapping of Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Carreno. It destroyed high-voltage electrical towers, which left vast regions of the country without power. The government maintained that this guerrilla movement was the armed branch of the Communist Party. From the streets, scenes that showed the brutality against the Chilean people by the forces of order were broadcast to the world by foreign television news programs. Such acts of official brutality resulted in international protest against the Chilean regime. The most monstrous crime was the burning of 2 young protesters arrested by military patrols in Santiago in July 1986. They were doused with paraffin and set afire. The young man died, and the young woman's face was disfigured. Of the 25 military personnel indicted for this crime, only 1 lieutenant was convicted of quasi-homicide and released on bail. The protest demonstration in response was put down with the regime's accustomed brutality. In August 1986 the government declared that it had found a powerful arsenal on Chile's north coast, and claimed that it had been brought in with Cuban and Soviet aid. It showed 3,000 captured weapons. Many doubted the truth of this claim. But the government covered itself with the declaration by United States State Department spokesman Bruce Ammerman, who claimed that the weapons were destined for the FPMR and that evidence implicating foreign terrorist groups had been found. Relations between the Pinochet and Reagan governments remained excellent. The following month, in September 1986, there was an attempt on Pinochet's life. He was not injured, but several of his bodyguards were killed. This was the first attempt on the life of a president in Chile's history. The government declared a state of siege and responded with an unprecedented wave of repression. Clandestine paramilitary groups brutally assassinated 4 activists whom they had dragged out of their homes. The weapons incident and the attempt on his life made Pinochet strengthen himself within the armed forces and with his followers from conservative sectors and the moderate opposition of the AD parties. A few days later, On September 11, the 13th anniversary of the coup, there was a massive demonstration in support of Pinochet. Opposition sectors claimed that it was organized by the government to launch Pinochet's presidential candidacy. The same two incidents also allowed Pinochet to increase the repression, claiming threats to internal stability. On September 21 he announced a new anti-terrorist law, harsher than the previous laws. In October he reiterated his refusal to negotiate with the opposition. Needing to sweeten his image before the plebiscite on his presidential candidacy, in his end-of-the-year message Pinochet announced that he would lift the state of siege, which had lasted 2 years, and would allow some exiles to return. In January 1987 he approved legislation on political parties and their future organization, and in February he opened election offices. In April of the same year Pope John Paul II visited Chile, the only Latin American country still under military rule. The Catholic Church was not only the regime's toughest critic, but also a major support of the people's struggle against Pinochet. The Vicariate of Solidarity, created by Cardinal Raúl Silva Enriquez to support the people in the fight against the repression, published a bulletin that constantly denounced the regime's serious human rights violations. Relations between the church and the government were tense. Pinochet recommended to the bishops that they would be better off sticking to praying. The political connotations of the Pope's visit was feared equally by the church, the people, and the regime. His words would be scrutinized. But the Pope, a careful orator, supported the church's struggle. In his homilies he called for coexistence and an end to the violence, and he condemned physical and moral torture. He visited the National Stadium after the coup. It had become a place of detention, death, and torture where 90,000 young people awaited him. He kissed the ground and remembered the stadium as a place of sufferings. Among the crowds, guarded by large police detachments, there were violent confrontations, resulting in dead and wounded spectators. When the Pope left Chile, the opposition gained strength and demanded a return to democracy by way of free elections. The government fixed the date for the plebiscite. It would take place on October 5, 1988. God placed me in power, declared Pinochet. The opposition formed the Comando Nacional del No. Its demonstrations were met with police bullets, and hundreds of people were wounded and arrested. When the junta announced that its candidate was Pinochet, there were massive protest marches and confrontations between the yes and no partisans and between the no's and the police. Thousands were arrested, and the number of casualties grew. That night Pinochet appeared on television smiling, and dressed in civilian clothes, to ask the people's support for a new democracy and to ask them to pardon him for any errors he might have committed. 137. The country's future was at stake in the plebiscite, and the results surprised many. Opinion polls showed the no vote rising, but there were fears of fraud in Pinochet's favor. The votes came in at 54.68% no and 43.04% yes. Although Pinochet was defeated, it was not the end of the dictatorship. The election of a new president would take place in December 1989, and the transfer of power in the following March. Pinochet remained in power for another year and a half in accordance with the constitution approved by a fraudulent plebiscite. During this difficult time the opposition achieved some constitutional reforms in tough negotiations with the government, including that a civilian be appointed to the National Security Council, on which the military held a veto. The reforms were approved by 85.7% of the vote in a plebiscite. The Communist Party pointed out that the new government remained under the aegis of military superpowers. The opposition trusted that the new Congress would reform the Chilean Magna Carta to restore true democracy. The road to democracy. On December 14, 1989, Christian Democrat Patricio Aylwin, the candidate of a coalition of 17 parties, was elected president with 55.2% of the vote. Hernan Bucci, the official candidate, got 29.4%. The new parliament was also elected. Aylwin took office in March 1990, declaring, "Chile will not have a democracy overseen by the military since," he explained, the armed forces were under civilian control. Nevertheless, Pinochet, commander of the armed forces, was a member of the National Security Council, with a lifetime seat in parliament, and could not be forced to retire from either of these posts by constitutional mandate. The people demanded that military officers be tried for human rights violations. They also called for the new government to annul the amnesty law decreed by the junta in 1978, which covered the worst period of the repression, and the new law passed 2 days before the elections that prevented the new parliament from investigating the government functionaries who served during Pinochet's regime. This was the most hotly debated topic of the new democracy. Aylwin asked Pinochet to remain at the margins of political activity and to renounce the command of the army, but he refused. Pressured by public demand, Aylwin named the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in March to investigate human rights violations committed during the 17 years of military dictatorship. In spite of the verdict by the Supreme Court in October 1990, upholding the 1978 amnesty law, Aylwin reiterated his readiness to clear up such acts. Forced to put up with Pinochet's arrogance, which was supported by the military establishment and by powerful sectors on the right, they organized a demonstration backing the general and powerless to stop the repression and the abuses of the police and the military. Aylwin publicly recognized that there will be justice as long as democratic stability is not put at risk, and that the correlation of forces now is not favorable to justice. 138. Aylwin applauded the people's decision to transfer Allende's remains from the Santa Ana cemetery to Santiago. It was an act of reparation, stated the president. The ceremony was held on September 4, 1990. About 9 feet away from his grave, the cornerstone was laid for a new mausoleum to honor those who had died or were disappeared under the dictatorship. On September 11, the anniversary of the coup, there was a demonstration by Pinochet's followers outside his residence to thank him for his government. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission presented its findings to the president in February 1991, 2,000 pages in 6 volumes. In March, Aylwin made them public. The press called them horrifying. They documented 2,279 murders, most of them summary executions, and 965 disappearances, deaths by torture at the hands of the state security services. It also brought to light terrorist attempts by DINA and implicated it in the assassinations of General Carlos Prats and his wife in Buenos Aires and Allende's former chancellor, Orlando Letelier, in Washington. To Pinochet, such acts were part of the internal war he waged against subversion. Aylwin announced he would not annul the amnesty law, but that keeping it would not be an obstacle to carrying on legal investigations and determining responsibility, especially in cases of disappearances. He begged forgiveness from the relatives of the victims in the name of the entire country, since by action or omission, the whole of society was responsible. He offered them moral and material reparations and announced the creation of an organization that would continue searching for the disappeared and maintain archives on human rights violations. Aylwin asked the people and the armed forces to transcend this tragic past. The party's over. At the end of the 1980s, in the countries of the Southern Cone, free of dictatorships and insurgent movements, which had been virtually eliminated, the governments set out on the difficult road of consolidating democracy. Though they left their military establishments intact, no one dared to touch them. The military was a threat no longer. Only Pinochet, arrogant, cynical, and pig-headed, continued grasping the props of power he himself had written into the national constitution to perpetuate himself in the Chilean political landscape. His presence in the parliament as senator for life and by constitutional provision the last expression of his dictatorial will was an affront to the Chilean people and government and a warping of its democracy. When he appeared in parliament, the popular and democratic sector protest, demanding that Congress revoke this right he had acquired fraudulently, failed. Pinochet would remain a part of the Chilean political scene, perhaps until his last breath. With the exception of Chile, the military dictatorships had left their countries in ruins, with runaway inflation, economic recessions, and huge foreign debts caused mainly by the multimillion-dollar purchases of weapons, which were used to kill their own people. This was another matter no civil government dared to investigate. The new democracy's priority was to solve the economic problems they inherited. They all opted for neoliberal economic policies, which accentuated the gap between rich and poor. Amid this landscape of great problems and hopes, the colossi of the Southern Cone began this new phase of their history. Chapter 8. Reagan's Wars. The Anti-Communist Crusade in Central America. When Ronald Reagan burst onto the scene as a viable presidential candidate with an avalanche of conservative and anti-communist ideology and bellicose anti-Soviet rhetoric worthy of the McCarthy era, both United States and the world were given a preview of the stormy days ahead. The détente of the 1970s became history. Reagan's aims were militaristic, and his first priority was to increase the United States' power in relation to the Soviet Union, which he held responsible for international terrorism and communist expansion in Latin America by way of Cuba and Nicaragua. Reagan's proposals at the Republican Convention and those in the Santa Fe Committee report prepared for his campaign by conservatives of the New Right and civilians connected with the military-industrial complex signaled a change of direction in United States foreign policies. The Santa Fe Committee demanded that war, not peace, be the norm of United States relations with Latin America. It also recommended strengthening the hemispheric security apparatus under the Rio Treaty, a regional military pact for collective action in cases of attack on one of its members, and revitalizing the military ties among their armies. It saw the Central American crises as part of a communist conspiracy. Its four-stage plan culminated in total war to subvert the capitalist order, transform the world, and destabilize and overthrow governments. Such a process, it stated, had already taken place in Nicaragua, and would probably occur next in El Salvador. 1. Reagan, the most conservative, most anti-communist, and the oldest head of state to occupy the White House, signaled a radical change on the United States political scene and in the mentality of the American people. He arrived in Washington flanked by powerful multimillionaire friends from California, industry magnates who left big business to become part of his cabinet, and the intimate circle of presidential advisors, the troika of the White House. With Ron and Nancy came the glitz and glamour of Hollywood, the opulence of the upper middle class without the pretensions to Mayflower ancestry of the sophisticated Kennedy clan. Washington was the new scene for Reagan, and he took center stage. Reagan, the great communicator, charmed the public and the scornful press and kept them captivated throughout his 2 terms in office. Also called the Teflon President, his frequent waffling, vagueness, and exaggerations inspired satire, but his grave mistakes, cynicism, and violations of the country's laws were ultimately forgiven. He emerged unscathed from one of the greatest scandals in United States political history, the Iran-Contra affair. The people felt safe and satisfied. Ronald Reagan was a good guy. Reagan's strong ideological motives meant the return to an intensified Cold War, the East-West conflict, and the confrontation with the Soviet Union, which he dubbed the Evil Empire. His worldview was simplistic, dogmatic, black and white, the good capitalists versus the bad communists, the United States and the free world versus the Soviet Union and international communism. The appointment of General Alexander Haig, former Supreme Commander of NATO, to the post of Secretary of State surprised and alarmed both friends and enemies. Handing the portfolio for foreign policy to a general of his caliber indicated that military matters, possibly even war, would be at the forefront of international relations. Haig, a politicized soldier, was the major supporter of the anti-communist crusade taken up by the new presidency. With Reagan in the White House, the chests of Latin America's right-wingers and military officers swelled with joy. They identified with him. The Guatemalan ultra-right celebrated with fireworks, with a mariachi serenade at the United States Embassy, and with cheerful parties in their homes. 2 The Salvadoran oligarchs showed their pleasure by firing their pistols into the air. 3 With his election, coincidence or not, military and paramilitary violence in Central America began to escalate. Inventing a policy. General Haig stated that human rights were no longer foreign policy priorities, as they had been for Jimmy Carter. The priority of the Reagan administration was to be a war against international terrorism, for which he blamed the Soviet Union. His list of terrorist countries included Libya, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Nicaragua. He announced that the United States would show its resolve to roll back Soviet and Cuban expansionism in Central America, draw the line in El Salvador, which was facing an armed conflict led by a Marxist-Leninist guerrilla movement. The solution to this conflict, he maintained, would be drastic and military, and he saw a quick and easy victory. "This is a war you can win, Mr. President," he told Reagan. 4. Haig announced that he would re-establish good relations with the anti-communist governments, the genocidal military dictatorships of the Southern Cone and Central America, and step up the harassment of Cuba and Nicaragua. 5. His priority was Cuba, for him the source of hemispheric subversion and communist conspiracy. He would impose a naval blockade on that island to cut off the flow of arms that, he held, flowed from Cuba to the Salvadoran guerrillas. Testifying before the Foreign Relations Committee of the House of Representatives in March 1981, he exposed an aggressive Soviet plan to take over Central America, and asked for $6.5 billion to put the brakes on Soviet adventurism in strategic sectors vital to the United States' interests. He did not mention Latin America. 6. Emissaries from Reagan began trotting about throughout the globe touting his anti-communist message. Thomas Enders, Undersecretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, went to Colombia and Venezuela. Upon arriving at the Bogotá airport in June 1981, he told reporters that the purpose of his visit was to coordinate a policy against the Cuban regime, which he called a danger to the hemisphere. He claimed that Cuba had Soviet arms and equipment, 36 MiG airplanes, and a broad and coordinated plan for intervention in the area in collaboration with Nicaragua and Grenada. He added that his country would not refuse the request to purchase arms, which Venezuela has already made, to make a stand against this threat. Arms sales were an important objective of his mission. 7. To President Julio César Turbay Ayala, he insisted on the necessity of coordinated action in seeking a military solution to the Caribbean problem. The United States wanted to create an inter-American naval force to stop arms traffic in the region. 8. The Reagan-Haig policies concerning Central America went only one way, militarily. There was immediately opposition from parts of Congress, influential newspapers, and public opinion to the military assistance and the dispatch of military advisors, Green Berets, being sent to El Salvador. They saw Vietnam written all over the move. At once groups and movements arose in support of the struggles of the Salvadoran people, their fervor reminiscent of the anti-war movements that emerged in the 1960s. Just 2 months after Reagan's inauguration, opinion polls showed that 60% of the people were opposed to military aid to El Salvador and only 2% approved. 9. Within the higher levels of government there was concern about this internal opposition, which was expanding throughout the country. There were demonstrations in various cities and about the isolation the country was beginning to feel from the rest of the continent. The majority of the governments were in favor of negotiated solutions to these conflicts. Uncomfortable with this militaristic image of its policies and the wide criticism they elicited, as counterbalance the administration proposed a plan for economic aid. In July 1981, Haig convened a meeting of the chancellors of Canada, Mexico, and Venezuela in Nassau in the Bahamas, to study the Caribbean situation and present a program of economic aid for the region. At this meeting, Haig established the basic principles of the Caribbean Basin Initiative, introducing it as a mini-Marshall Plan that Reagan would launch the following February. Aside from the United States, contributors included Mexico, Venezuela, Canada, and also Colombia, and the beneficiary countries would be all except Cuba, Grenada, and Nicaragua. The initiative, more modest than the Alliance for Progress in both funds and objectives, would provide tax-free access to United States markets for non-traditional products from these countries. The $350 million he offered to underwrite the program's initiation was a modest sum. In the final analysis, this plan would particularly benefit multinational corporations and United States investors and increase the dependence of the beneficiary nations on American markets. 10. In the White House political kitchen, with its many chefs, there were some who opposed Haig's militaristic plans. The differences within the inner circle of the administration were plain to see in November in successive interviews with Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, Attorney General Edwin Meese, the most important member of the Troika, and Haig by the television network CBS, NBC, and ABC. Meese and Weinberger categorically ruled out military intervention in Cuba and Nicaragua, which Haig espoused. Weinberger and the Joint Chiefs did not believe a military victory was possible or that Congress and public opinion would accept a military option. 11. In spite of their characteristic arrogance and obstinacy, Reagan and Haig knew that they had to convince the public, and above all Congress, that military aid to Central America was necessary to fight communism and for the security of the United States. They exaggerated the facts, distorted the truth, spread false reports, and told outright lies to justify the growing United States military presence in El Salvador and Honduras, thus providing a rationale for the more extreme measures they considered taking in the near future. Lighting the wick. In the narrow view of foreign policy taken by the Reagan administration, the Central American crises were part of the East-West conflict. The triumph of the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua and the guerrilla struggle in El Salvador were perceived as an expansion of international communism. Reagan made this region the principal, if not the only, focus of his inter-American policies during his 8 years in office. A few days before Reagan's inauguration, the Salvadoran guerrillas, the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, launched its final offensive. Carter sent emergency military aid and Green Berets. A week after he took office, Reagan increased this aid substantially. Thus began the United States immersion in and eventual takeover of the Salvadoran Civil War. Under a banner of anti-communism, Reagan's objectives were the military defeat of the Salvadoran guerrillas and the overthrow of the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Keeping Congress in the dark, the CIA started a clandestine operation organizing Nicaraguan counter-revolutionaries into a paramilitary force. Reagan kept up this secret war throughout his 8 years as president. Honduras, which shared common borders with Nicaragua, Guatemala, and El Salvador, all three of them countries with internal conflicts, became the springboard for regional military operations. Although Reagan did not discount the possibility of direct military intervention in those countries, his strategy was that of low-intensity conflict, giving multimillion-dollar military aid and sending Green Berets without involving his regular troops. Throughout the Reagan years, military maneuvers in the Caribbean and along Honduras's border with Nicaragua followed one upon the other almost without interruption. The volume and extent of these maneuvers were unprecedented. They were threatening displays of force that included hundreds of fighter planes, warships, frigates, gigantic aircraft carriers, and thousands of troops simulating invasions and ground operations, some at Guantanamo. 12. The governments of the hemisphere, frightened by such shows of force, they saw them as a prelude to military intervention in Cuba, Nicaragua, or El Salvador, opposed this aggressive militarist policy as dangerous. They felt it solved none of the conflicts, which arose from poverty, inequalities, grave endemic and unresolved social and economic problems, and the people's frustrations with decades of injustices, criminal disregard, violence, and brutal repression. In 1983, following President of Colombia Belisario Betancourt's quick and successful tour to Mexico, Venezuela, and Panama, its objective was to forge a negotiated peace and put an end to United States military intervention in the region. Contadora was founded. From the outset, the Reagan administration boycotted all their efforts. For Central America, the 8 years of Reagan's presidency resulted in the period of the greatest violence, the most severe tensions, the worst dangers, the most extreme social polarization, and the most extensive and brutal violations of human rights ever recorded. These conflicts claimed 75,000 lives in El Salvador, the great majority civilians, and in Nicaragua more than 30,000 civilians and fighters from both sides in Nicaragua. These wars left both countries bankrupt. Costa Rica in the game. Reagan pulled neutral Costa Rica into these Central American conflicts. President Luis Alberto Monge secretly permitted the militarization of the police force in exchange for aid, a total of more than $6.20 million to his country's battered economy. Advisors from United States, Israel, and other countries trained 4 police battalions in counterinsurgency techniques. Now, it had 10,000 armed men and many more in civilian militias. It was an army camouflaged as civilian police. 13. Costa Rica's sacrosanct neutrality disappeared. Monge allowed Nicaraguan rebel Eden Pastora, formerly the Sandinista Revolution's Commander Zero, to set up camp for a band of Contras on the border with Nicaragua. He also did not object to the CIA's operations, nor to United States Ambassador Louis Tams's clandestine activities in support of the war against Nicaragua. He allowed the CIA to build a secret airstrip in Santa Helena, which was used for undercover flights to bring in arms and supplies for the Contras. The base was run by Richard Secord, a former United States Air Force general who had gained a great deal of experience in paramilitary and intelligence operations in the United States wars in Southeast Asia. With the election of Oscar Arias in 1986, such arrangements became impossible. Arias wanted to broker a peace deal for the region, and within days of his election, he informed Ambassador Tams that he intended to close the landing strip at Santa Helena. Tams assured him that the flights would be suspended. Not so. When Arias found out that they had continued, he was furious and immediately called a press conference to announce the closing of the base. According to Tams's notes, made public much later, Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Elliot Abrams and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North telephoned Tams with a message to deliver to Arias: if he closed the base, the United States would cut off economic aid to his country, and he would never set foot in the White House. They needed to keep the clandestine and illegal operations in Central America from coming to light. Arias cancelled the press conference, but the question of the landing strip was discussed in the Costa Rican media. William Casey, director of the CIA, flew to San Jose, but Arias refused to receive him and passed him on to the Chancellor. 14. Meanwhile, Costa Rican police began to arrest and disarm people suspected of belonging to the Contras. The Ministry of Health closed a clinic near San Jose that attended to wounded Contras, and the immigration authorities refused entry into Costa Rica to Adolfo Calero and other members of the Contra political leadership. Arias suggested to Reagan that instead of supporting a war, he should support the economic development of the region. The occupation of Honduras. The militarization of Honduras, the region's poorest country, began immediately. When Roberto Suazo Cordova donned the presidential sash in 1982 as the first civilian head of state not chosen by the military, he found that Colonel Gustavo Alvarez, the Honduran strongman and chief of the previous regime's security forces, had already made a pact with the Pentagon and the CIA. Honduras would serve as the base for military operations against Nicaragua and in support of the anti-guerrilla struggle in El Salvador. Before his inauguration, Suazo Cordova was informed by Alvarez that matters of internal public order and foreign relations would be the domain of the armed forces and that he must not interfere in military affairs. 15. Suazo had no choice but to accept this condition. Under pressure from the State Department, he was forced to raise Alvarez to the rank of general and appoint him Minister of Defense. Suazo Cordova was in the hands of the military and Washington. Honduras and the United States proceeded to amend the Mutual Assistance Program, established in 1954 to legalize the United States military occupation. The United States began the construction of 19 bases and landing strips and started opening access roads to the Nicaraguan border. At these bases, the United States installed 15,000 soldiers from its Rapid Response Force and Green Berets as well as from the Nicaraguan Democratic Forces. Palmarola, about 40 miles from Tegucigalpa, in the middle of the country, became the most important United States base in the region, even more important than its bases in Panama. There the United States trained the Honduran and Salvadoran armies and the Contra forces and carried out constant maneuvers. On the Gulf of Fonseca, its shores were shared by Honduras, Nicaragua, and El Salvador. The United States built an air and naval base, and on Tiger Island and on the Sierra del Mole the United States set up Radar Station 16. It also took over Honduran ports to deepen them for the berthing of warships. Although the treaties recognized that the bases belonged to Honduras, they remained under United States control and outside of the Honduran government's peripheral vision for an indefinite period of time. Honduras had turned into an enormous aircraft carrier, reported Time. Military aircraft entered and left without Honduran government clearance. Travelers arriving at Toncontín International Airport at Comegala, near the capital, could see American troop transports and military helicopters on the runways, and young men with crew cuts in fatigues everywhere. The gringos nicknamed Honduras our Little Whore in Central America. 17. Honduras was effectively occupied by United States military forces and Contras, imposed by the United States, whose bases were foreign territory outside Honduran control. The training of Salvadoran troops at Palmarola, also imposed by the United States, was an affront to the Honduran people, considering the rout Honduras had suffered in the so-called soccer war with El Salvador in July 1969. During Reagan's terms in office, military and economic aid to Honduras was the second highest in Latin America. 18 Nevertheless, a substantial part of that economic aid had to be turned over to the CIA to support FDN operations. This was the way Washington avoided supervision by Congress, which expressly forbade such aid. The Honduran government collaborated in all the Reagan administration's illegal activities in support of the secret war in Nicaragua. It aided the clandestine network set up by Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North to arm the FDN by providing counterfeit import licenses. The Honduran army participated in joint military maneuvers with the United States on Honduran territory and gave the Contras logistic support by covering their retreat from Nicaragua. At the time the CIA's most important station was in Tegucigalpa. It was the command center for the biggest United States paramilitary operation since Vietnam. Its chiefs were the commanders in the shadow of the FDN. By 1983, the operation included more than 150 agents and former Green Berets, personnel reassigned from the Pentagon, Cuban veterans of the Bay of Pigs, and foreigners under contract. In a country of 3 million inhabitants, the American military presence and the swarm of secret agents was overwhelming. The CIA installed its high-security headquarters in a rented house near the Toncontín airport and filled it with powerful and sophisticated communication devices, linked by satellite with its central directorate in Langley, Virginia. From this headquarters and with the collaboration of Argentine advisors, it ran the war against Nicaragua. 19. Reagan's ambassador to Honduras, John Negroponte, was a man with long experience in intelligence and clandestine activities in Southeast Asia. The importance Reagan had assigned to the war against Nicaragua was demonstrated in this appointment. The Tegucigalpa embassy moved from Category 4, the lowest rung in the State Department's classification system, to Category 2. It was staffed by 147 diplomats and 97 military personnel. It was the third largest staff in Latin America, behind only Mexico and Brazil. 20 Relations between Minister of Defense General Alvarez and the ambassador, the Hondurans had dubbed him Master, were excellent, since they shared power. They discuss what needs to be done, and then Alvarez does what Negroponte tells him to do, stated a Honduran official. 21. Suazo's foreign policies and the overwhelming United States and Contra military presence created a profound malaise among the Honduran people and their military. Both popular and student protests erupted against the government, a new phenomenon for having sold out Honduras to the United States and for collaborating in the war against Nicaragua. Suazo suffered bitter criticism from the media. In 1979, Honduras saw its first guerrilla movements, the Cincanero Movement for National Liberation and the Lorenzo Zelaya Popular Revolutionary Forces. Both claimed responsibility for bank robberies, kidnappings, and assassinations. In 1981, they hijacked an airplane, exploded a bomb in Congress, fired on the U.S. Embassy, and assassinated 2 American officers. The following year, they occupied the San Pedro Sula Chamber of Commerce and held 105 hostages. 22. Honduras was beginning to resemble its neighbors. It became a cauldron of military, paramilitary, and guerrilla violence, while the people fell victim to a dirty war launched by Alvarez. There were also countless murders, kidnappings, rapes, and robberies by the Contra forces. Crime, prostitution, and venereal diseases rose at an alarming rate, and the first of many cases of AIDS were documented. The Dirty War. General Alvarez, the Minister of Defense, unleashed his own dirty war. With his support, death squads were organized, and the bodies of political, union, and student leaders began to appear, tortured to death. The list of the disappeared grew and clandestine cemeteries cropped up. This bloodshed was an unprecedented chapter in Honduran history. Alvarez created Battalion 316, a secret unit of army intelligence that operated as a death squad. In order not to involve the army in this war, he recruited gunmen from Tegucigalpa's Central Penitentiary. Later he ordered these men killed so that their activities would remain secret. He followed the Argentine Advisors' Council to use the Contras for tasks of social cleansing. 23. This dirty war provoked protests, denunciations, and a growing feeling of unease among the military sectors. In 1984, Alvarez was detained in the San Pedro Sula airport, on orders from the High Command. He was handcuffed, put on a plane, and sent into exile. A group of colonels began investigating the 247 political assassinations and disappearances from the 4 years of Alvarez's anti-communist crusade and brought to light the Contra involvement. Ricardo Lau, a former colonel in Somoza's secret police who was head of the FDN's counterintelligence unit and had his own death squad, appeared to be implicated in numerous cases of disappearances. When he was questioned, he admitted to having done a few little jobs for the Honduran armed forces. He was invited to leave the country. 24. Nicaragua and the Secret War. The Sandinistas knew that with Reagan in the White House there would be no peace. Aggression came at once. He cut off economic aid to Nicaragua, authorized the CIA to create a paramilitary force with Nicaraguan counter-revolutionaries, and launched a campaign to disparage the Sandinista revolution. He painted it as a military threat to the region and to United States security, and he developed an active diplomatic offensive to isolate Nicaragua. The CIA found fertile ground to form the counter-revolutionary paramilitary force. Former Somoza guards were already receiving military instruction in clandestine camps in Florida and in Argentine military centers. The CIA task was to unite the forces. High officials of the former National Guard who had fled with Somoza were in Miami. Others were in neighboring countries, and hundreds remained in Nicaraguan jails. 25. A former colonel, Enrique Bermudez, once Somoza's military attaché in Washington, and a group of Somoza's guards hidden on a Guatemalan hacienda formed the September 15th Legion and proclaimed themselves the Army of the Nicaraguan National Guard. They included a contingent of Somoza's personal bodyguards who arrived in Guatemala after an Argentine rebel commando executed him in Paraguay, destroying his car with a bazooka on September 17, 1980. Bermudez supported the Legion with funds from Somoza's cousin Luis Pelaez de Bail and from payments made to him by Mario Sandoval for Special Operations 26 and funds received from the Argentine army in exchange for his help in hunting down Argentine refugees in Nicaragua. 27. Other figures among these forces included Luis Flay, who deserted the Sandinista ranks and joined the Contras in 1981, and Pablo Emilio Salazar, exiled to Honduras and considered by the Sandinistas to be the most ferocious of Somoza's former officers. He led a counter-revolutionary group. Tomás Borga, Nicaragua's Minister of the Interior, persuaded one of Bravo's former girlfriends to travel to Honduras to kill Bravo. His disfigured corpse was found 4 days later. The head of a counter-revolutionary sector has been cut off. The enemies of our people will fall one by one, Borga commented coldly in a radio talk when the remains were discovered. 28. Bermudez united small groups of former guards camped out in Honduras, Guatemala, and Florida. Within a month he had 600 men in arms. General Vernon Walters, Reagan's ambassador at large, demanded that those forces be kept under the command of the former guards for their military training. He was not concerned about their bad image within Nicaragua and abroad because of the innumerable and horrendous crimes they had committed under Somoza's dictatorship. Some of the rebels agreed to remain under their command because without United States aid they could never succeed. The Legion formally joined with these counter-revolutionary forces to form the main nucleus. 29. They were also volunteers, like Johnson, who joined out of conviction, and others who had become disillusioned with the Sandinistas when they confiscated their lands, closed their small businesses, or met with hostility, and were called counter-revolutionaries for refusing to collaborate or refusing to work on the state cooperatives. There were also those who served by necessity, exiles dying of hunger, adventurers, and unemployed Hondurans. The CIA also recruited mercenaries in Latin America. Another counter-revolutionary was Eden Pisatra, who deserted from the Sandinista ranks because of the government's leftist tendencies. He formed a group that included Miskito indigenous volunteers and installed himself in Costa Rica on the Nicaraguan border. Tedman Fagath created Misera and Brooklyn Rivera, Miserazada. 30. The CIA baptized the Contra forces Fuerza Democrática Nicaragüense and named Bermudez Comandante. He was a lusterless officer with no military experience at all, but the CIA wanted him to be a figurehead, to pay and organize the forces, recruit and obey orders. 31. Washington's secret aid to the FDN came to light on December 23, 1982, when the New York Times and other papers reported the existence of clandestine camps in Florida where former Nicaraguan guards were being trained by Green Berets and Cuban Bay of Pigs veterans. The media also revealed that a force of Nicaraguan counter-revolutionaries was being formed in Honduras. In Florida, a rebel noted that, under the Carter and Nixon administrations, these activities were a crime, but that under Reagan nobody interfered with them. Undersecretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Enders excused such activities, claiming they were not breaking any laws or preparing any particular invasion. Day by day, the Reagan administration's support of these paramilitary forces became more evident and more worrisome for Congress. The House Foreign Relations Committee wanted Haig to testify about whether the government was aiding or supporting the Nicaraguan exiles in an attempt to overthrow the Sandinista government, and further if he was considering imposing a naval blockade on Nicaragua, since such acts would violate United States neutrality laws. Haig limited himself to repeating his accusations against the Sandinista government, which he called totalitarian, and said that a naval blockade would be a sensible measure against such a government. Based on your response, said Representative Michael Barnes, if I were a Nicaraguan I would begin building a bomb shelter this afternoon. 32. Preparing for the war. Reagan immediately sent General Walters to Argentina and asked Congress to lift the arms embargo Carter had imposed on that country. Reagan needed the collaboration of Argentine military officers masters of dirty war for his Central American operations, to train the Nicaraguan rebel forces. This was an easy task given that they were already training the armies and security forces of El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala and advising their intelligence services. Besides, they had been giving military instruction to Somoza's former guards at their military centers since 1980.33. At the end of 1981 the governments of the United States, Honduras, and Argentina came to an unwritten tripartite agreement to develop the war against Nicaragua and define their tasks. The United States would finance arms purchases and direct operations, and Argentine military officers would train the Contras and the Salvadoran army and would serve as intermediaries for the military and economic assistance, which the Reagan administration could not send directly, since it had been prohibited by Congress. Honduras would be the base of operations. 34. With funds from the CIA, the Argentines rented the Hacienda La Quinta, located 7 miles from the Toncontín International Airport, and installed their secret base. The Argentines, authoritarian and distant, commented a Contra warned them that they were there to learn how to make war and should not concern themselves with who their teachers were. These men were not allowed to have contact with anyone but their own commandos and were not allowed off the base. In December 1981, after several weeks of training, the 1st Combat Unit was ready. These men were issued blue uniforms, explosives, and detonators and taken to the border. They left La Quinta at night and hid in Honduran military trucks. 35 In spite of the secrecy and the precautions they took, by the end of 1981 reporters were beginning to verify the mysterious truck movements and the uniformed men leaving this tumble-down hacienda. The Argentine advisors were the CIA's right hand, since they trained the FDN and planned and directed its operations. In 1982 Argentina reduced its collaboration because of Reagan's betrayal in the Malvinas War and ended it altogether when Raúl Alfonsín was elected president in October 1983. At that point the CIA took over direction of the operation, and Bermudez emerged as the true commandante. This move was a disaster, since the war was leaderless. When the Argentines left, the gringos built their barracks at La Quinta far from the Contras and kept the groups separated from each other. Compartmentalization was the catchphrase. The Contras commented that the gringos were friendlier than the Argentines, though they wouldn't let them leave the base either. The food was better as well. On the weekends most of the gringos never dressed in military uniforms went to Tegucigalpa to get drunk. One of them stayed at the base, as a kind of babysitter, explained one Contra. Confined to their base, they remained ignorant of the fact that the FDN was only one of 4 armies patronized by the CIA. They did not know that there were 2 groups of Miskito Indians, another led by Eden Pastora in Costa Rica, and a 5th, a smaller and more lethal elite group of sabotage technicians, composed of mercenaries from Colombia, Ecuador, Honduras, and other Latin American countries, which was under direct CIA control. 36. The CIA placed great hopes in Eden Pastora, the flamboyant Commander Zero, who resigned from his post as Vice Minister of Defense, escaped to Panama in 1982, went to Costa Rica, and installed a group of counter-revolutionaries on the Nicaraguan border. For a year the CIA gave him $150,000 a month to support the group. When the agency proposed that he open a southern front and join the FDN, and he refused, they cut off his support. Pastora declared that he would never join the fascist and genocidal former Somoza Guards on orders from the CIA and Washington. "Before I'll work with them," he said, "the CIA will have to kill me." 37. In May 1984, during a press conference with several foreign journalists at La Penca, Costa Rica, a small hunting lodge on the San Juan River, an attempt was made on Pastora's life. Some of those present were killed and others were gravely wounded. Pastora was seriously wounded. Many saw the long arm of the CIA behind this assassination attempt. Tired and frustrated with the lack of support for his movement, Pastora announced in 1986 that he was leaving the guerrilla movement. "There is no reason," he announced, "for another Nicaraguan to die, since there is no possibility of a military victory." The government of Oscar Arias had already told him that he was no longer welcome in its country. 38. The CIA and Bermudez lost a valuable ally when General Alvarez was arrested and sent to another country by his comrades in arms. The Honduran military officers distanced themselves but agreed to cooperate. Henceforth, they stated, the operations would be entirely the responsibility of the United States. 39. In December 1981, the FDN launched its first operation against Nicaragua Red Christmas with the objective of establishing a liberated zone and installing a provisional government to which the United States would give military aid. It was meant to signal the beginning of the collapse of Sandinismo. While they did not succeed, they did manage to kill 60 campesinos and torture and assassinate 7 Sandinista soldiers. 40. The Sandinistas moved 8,500 Miskito and Sumas Indians from the Rio Coco region on the Honduran border, an area repeatedly attacked by the Contras, to a camp 50 miles away. The militarization of this zone, with the burning of crops and houses, caused the exodus of 10,000 Miskitas to Honduras, a move that was harshly criticized both within and outside Nicaragua. The Catholic Church hierarchy sent a strongly worded statement condemning it as a violation of human rights. Washington accused Nicaragua of genocide. Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick did likewise in the United Nations, and Hague exhibited photographs of soldiers burning the corpses of Miskitas. 2 days later, The French weekly Le Figaro, from which the photos were taken, explained that the photos showed the Red Cross burning the corpses of people assassinated by Somoza's National Guard in 1978. America's Watch countered accusations by Mizrahi leader Fagath, who was brought to Washington by a United States ultra-right organization to present his accusations to Congress and officials at the State Department. Fagath accused the Sandinista government of murdering 300 indigenous people and disappearing thousands. Sometime later the Sandinistas recognized the terrible abuses committed during this relocation. In 1986, they announced that they would compensate the families of the dead and disappeared. 41. From December 1981 to June 1982 the Contra operations were brutal. The Contras ambushed military patrols, attacked towns, destroyed government installations and agricultural cooperatives, assassinated officials and Cuban advisors, and killed and abducted some 600 campesinos to force them to join their ranks. The CIA became involved. In March 1982 the simultaneous demolition of two main bridges over the Rio Negro, near the towns of Samolillo in Chinandega and Ocotal in Nueva Segovia in Nicaragua's north, indicated to the Sandinistas that the United States was becoming directly involved in this war. They accused the CIA of sabotage. The White House refused to confirm or deny the accusation, but 2 months later, in testimony before the House Intelligence Committee, the CIA admitted that one of its specialized demolition teams had destroyed the bridges. The committee did not object to this confirmation, commented the Washington Post, because these bridges were supposedly used for the illegal shipment of arms to the Salvadoran guerrillas. 42. Since Nicaragua was a victim of outside aggression, the Sandinista government declared a state of emergency, put the army on total alert, imposed press censorship, limited civil rights, prohibited strikes and free transit in the war zones, and increased its vigilance over dissidents. 43 Daniel Ortega called an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council to denounce the aggression, but at the same time he expressed his willingness to negotiate with the United States to improve their relations. Though Washington was not interested in such a discussion, it did not want to appear to be opposed to negotiating. In August, Enders went to Managua with a plan for a feasible arrangement with Nicaragua. He asked the Nicaraguans to suspend their aid to the Salvadoran guerrillas, stop arming themselves, reduce the number of soldiers from 23,000 to 15,000, and substantially decrease military relations with Cuba and the Soviet Union. In exchange, Enders gave assurances that the United States would not isolate Nicaragua economically or diplomatically, would renew aid, and would not support the Nicaraguan counter-revolutionaries. 44. The Sandinistas called the plan an ultimatum, since it was not negotiable. Arturo Cruz, Nicaragua's ambassador to Washington, commented that they seemed like the conditions of a victorious power. The Sandinistas denied that they were sending arms to El Salvador. They claimed that the weapons circulating in the region belonged to private individuals. They offered to help stop the flow if the United States would reveal what they knew about this matter. They did not accept Enders's plan. "It's a question of principles," said Comandante Bayardo Arce to New York Times correspondent Stephen Kinzer. They could not make a deal with a man like Reagan. 45 Enders returned empty-handed. Neither the CIA nor the Argentines were satisfied with the FDN's performance. Despite the training it received, the supply of arms, and the careful strategies, its military activity amounted to nothing. The groups did not succeed in staying in Nicaragua nor taking a piece of territory as a liberated zone, their mentor's primary objective. Its activities were reduced to short incursions in zones close to the border, assassinations, torture, abduction and mutilation of campesinos, rapes and kidnappings of young women and girls, and silent retreats to their bases in Honduras. 46. If the results of this war were poor, the State Department did no better. In March 1982, the lack of foundation for its accusations was exposed. Haig wanted to show that Cuba and Nicaragua were involved with the Salvadoran guerrillas and to demonstrate the dangerous connections of Central American subversion by means of testimony from a Nicaraguan guerrilla, Orlando Tartancillas, who joined the Salvadoran guerrillas and had been captured the previous year in El Salvador. They pulled him out of a prison in San Salvador, in violation of international legal practice, and took him to Washington to present him on television. He was supposed to say that he had been given military training in Cuba and Ethiopia, and that he was sent to El Salvador by the Sandinista government. Instead, he revealed on camera that he was physically and psychologically tortured before being brought to the United States, that United States Embassy officials in El Salvador told him what to say, and gave him the option to come or face death. He testified that the accusations about his training in Cuba and Ethiopia were false, that the Nicaraguan government had nothing to do with his decision to join the Salvadoran guerrillas, and that he had not seen a single Cuban or Nicaraguan involved with the Salvadoran guerrillas. Tartancilla's return to Nicaragua a hero. It was a disaster. I don't know whether I should laugh or cry, said a high United States official. 47. The CIA urgently needed a quick and spectacular contra-victory. It prepared a large military offensive to take the city of Jalapa in Nueva Segovia province in northern Nicaragua, declare it a liberated zone, and install a provisional government, which the United States would immediately support. According to the CIA, Jalapa was an easy target, since it was near the border and abutted on three sides by Honduras. At the end of 1982, 1,000 Contras, trained and armed with light artillery and mortars, attacked Jalapa, but the Sandinista defenses prevented them from occupying it. Nevertheless, they caused substantial destruction to Jalapa and neighboring towns. Pedro Javier Núñez, known as El Muerto, who was captured in this operation, confirmed that the objective was to install a provisional government. 4 other attempts to take Jalapa between March and June 1983 also failed. 48. By the end of 1982, the FDN gangs were attacking almost daily. They burned and destroyed government installations, but their main activity continued to be brutal attacks on the civilian population. Father James Feltz, a Protestant pastor in Bacana de Paiwas in the Matagalpa region, was a witness to several of these attacks. He said that when he saw them crossing the Rio Grande and invading the area, it was like death descending. He compared them to Attila's hordes. 49. The Sandinistas infiltrated their agents among the campesinos captured in the Contra raids. From information provided by one of these in 1982, led by Francisco Baldavia, a rebel campesino, they located the Huayna base in northern Nicaragua. Hundreds of soldiers, their advance covered by helicopters, surrounded and destroyed it, killing scores of Contras. 50. The resurrection. The image of the FDN, whom Reagan dubbed freedom fighters and compared to the founding fathers, was lamentable. They were nothing more than gangs of terrorists and assassins dominated by Somoza's former guards, who made up 99% of the command and directorate. Their atrocities were common knowledge, as was the fact that the CIA had resurrected Somoza's National Guard. 51. This image urgently needed to be changed. At the end of 1982, it hastily created the political directorate of the FDN to serve as a decorous civilian cover, uncontaminated by connection to Somoza. It was formed by Adolfo Calero, a political conservative and a former director of Coca-Cola in Nicaragua, Alfonso Rabello, a former member of the Sandinista junta and president of the Movimiento Democrático Nicaraguense, Edgar Chamorro, the FDN spokesman, a former Jesuit who took off his priestly robes in 1969, Alfonso Callejas, the former vice president of Nicaragua until his break with Somoza in 1972, Lucia Salazar, the widow of assassinated anti-Sandinista conspirator Jorge Salazar, Indalecio Rodriguez, a doctor and former dean of the university, and the former Colonel Enrique Bermudez, commander of the FDN. Calero accepted the presidency of the directorate and the post of commander-in-chief of the FDN and moved to Miami. Arturo Cruz called the members of this directorate, who were generously paid by the CIA and installed in luxurious offices and residences in exclusive neighborhoods of Miami, the Key Biscayne Mafia. In March 1985, after being recruited by North, Cruz joined this Mafia 52 and began publicly supporting United States aid to the FDN, defending the rebels, justifying their atrocities. He blamed Sandinista negligence and lobbying Congress to renew military aid to the group. At a certain point he admitted to having secretly received money from an organization connected with the CIA. 53 He resigned in 1987. In the middle of 1983, the CIA discovered that the FDN had its own courts, its own prisons, its own torture chambers and clandestine cemeteries where it buried those it executed. Other corpses were thrown in the river or buried inside Nicaragua so as to leave no traces. Women prisoners were raped daily. Such a display of brutality terrorized even the Contras. 54. In 3 years of war the CIA was never concerned with these crimes, not because it was unaware of them, since the agency had been monitoring the FDN's activities since the previous year. One of its agents, a Major Ricardo of Colombian extraction, went every day from camp to camp, refuge to refuge, commander to commander, asking questions and taking notes on what he saw and heard, to report to his superiors. The CIA also paid informants in the FDN ranks. It had them in every base and unit. One of them was Escobedo Ortega, a former lieutenant in Somoza's guard and Bermudez's personal secretary. 55. The CIA was shocked, not by the crimes, but by the thievery and embezzlement it discovered. At least half of what it paid Bermudez for the support and salaries of these forces went into his pockets and those of the group personnel closest to him. The forces went hungry, and their commanders went unpaid. The agency also discovered that they were selling weapons to the Salvadoran guerrillas. But what bothered it most was the evidence that in the past 3 years Bermudez and the commanders installed in Tegucigalpa were increasingly less concerned with the war. They passed the nights in bars, or playing roulette in the Hotel Maya Casino, surrounded by whores, while the secret war became big news in the United States and Congress began to consider cutting off funds for CIA operations in Central America, wrote American journalist Sam Dillon. 56. A great many commanders signed petitions to have the CIA expel Bermudez, FDN chief of counterinsurgency Ricardo Lau, and the whole command structure, not only for stealing their paychecks but because they remained ensconced in Tegucigalpa, 186 miles from the theater of operations. 57 Bermudez began to bribe his accusers and Lau an assassin to alert them that he was not responsible for their lives and to circulate lists of those he was going to execute. Some of the signers went into hiding. The executions of prisoners, Contras, and even commanders alleged Sandinista infiltrators created a whirlwind of terror and mistrust among the ranks. 58. The CIA expelled the members of the command but did not touch Bermudez. Removing him would have meant leaking the corruption scandal, which would devastate the FDN and, even more, the CIA. It dressed him up with the title Commander General of the Strategic Forces of the FDN and agreed that he should name new aides and move to Las Vegas, close to the Nicaraguan border. 59 They turned a new leaf of war and peace. At President Reagan's request, Congress approved a multimillion-dollar fund for military aid to El Salvador and other grants equally generous to stop the supposed flow of arms to the Caribbean. Congress did not know that the payments meant to stop this flow went instead to support the war against Nicaragua. CIA Director William Casey, who was responsible for informing the intelligence committees about operations in Central America, gave false information, assuring the committee that these payments were used only for the purposes Congress had intended. In his turn, Haig continued denouncing Nicaragua. He claimed that the unusual buildup of its military power with Soviet weapons threatened the security of its neighbors, and the United States enders did the same, claiming that Cuba was becoming a base for military operations in the Caribbean. Nicaraguan Minister of Defense Humberto Ortega responded that Nicaragua did not have to account to anyone for the weapons it acquired, and much less to those who are carrying on a campaign against us. In his turn, he denounced Washington's plans for invading his country with the Nicaraguan mercenaries it was training in clandestine camps in Florida. Haig continued his attacks at the OAS General Assembly at Santa Lucia in December 1981. He alleged that Nicaragua's policies were militaristic and interventionist and warned that the United States would not allow Central America to become a platform for terror and war. Nevertheless, he expressed his government's willingness to improve relations. "We do not close the doors," he said. From Managua, Daniel Ortega responded that the door he left open was so low that in order to pass through it, we would have to do so on our knees. 60. In January 1982, at Suazo Cordova's inauguration as President of Honduras, attended by several Latin American presidents, Enders pulled a proposal out of his hat for creating a Central American democratic community. This would not include Guatemala, since General Efrain Rios Mont's genocidal regime would have given a bad name to this institution, created during a time of crisis in defense of democratic values. The presidents of Colombia and Venezuela, Turbay Ayala and Herrera Campins, signed on. Enders announced that the United States would also be part of this community. It was a mechanism conceived to oppose Nicaragua. Mexican President José López Portillo proposed a peace plan at a COPL meeting in Managua in February 1982, and offered himself as a mediator among the parties to resolve what he called the three cruxes of the crisis: the conflict in El Salvador, the tensions between the United States and Nicaragua, and relations between Washington and Havana. He proposed various non-aggression pacts: the demilitarization of Nicaragua, the removal of United States forces in the area, demobilization of the FDN, and the suspension of training of exiles in the United States. Nicaragua immediately supported Mexico's proposal. 61 The day López Portillo arrived in Managua, a bomb exploded at the international airport. 4 baggage handlers were killed and 3 were seriously wounded. 62 López Portillo's visit to Nicaragua and his peace proposal were a serious problem for Washington. Haig gave the cold shoulder to his proposal. He found it insufficient since it did not guarantee that Cuba and Nicaragua would suspend their subversive activities. A few days later, at a special session of the OAS, Reagan presented his Caribbean Basin Initiative and ignored Mexico's proposal. He also ignored a petition by 100 members of Congress, who urged him to accept Mexico's mediation. 63 Shortly thereafter, Mexican Chancellor Jorge Casanita had a long conversation with Haig in New York, which both characterized as positive. 64 Afterward he traveled to Havana and interviewed Fidel Castro. In a letter to López Portillo, Castro expressed his willingness to cooperate but stated that the United States must first promise not to attack its neighbors and put an end to its continual threats, suspend aid to the genocidal governments of Central America and its subversive activities in the region. The new ambassador to Nicaragua, Anthony Quainton, a former director of the State Department Office for Combating Terrorism, arrived in Managua with an 8-point plan, which was essentially the Enders proposal rejected by the Sandinistas with one addition: Nicaragua was to democratize its policies and hold elections. 65 Nicaragua responded with a 13-point plan and repeated its willingness to negotiate with Washington. It asked that representatives to such talks be high-level, meet in Mexico, with Mexican mediators present. The United States replied that the representatives would have ambassadorial status, without Mexican mediators. 66 Honduras and Nicaragua were nearly at war over the terrorist activities of the Contras, who were operating from Honduras. Everything pointed to Washington involvement, with the intention of provoking a conflict so that it could later intervene. Presidents Herrera Campins and López Portillo offered to mediate, and Honduran President Suazo Cordova accepted at once. Without responding to the presidents, Reagan rushed to organize what he termed a Forum for Peace and Democracy in Costa Rica, from which Nicaragua was excluded. Mexico and Venezuela sent their regrets. The meeting was a farce. In mid-1982 the Miami Herald and Newsweek revealed that the Contra War was a CIA operation and that Reagan was breaking the law. He was using funds meant to stem the arms flow to back the war against Nicaragua. To this point he had presented no evidence that any arms had been captured or even that the arms flow existed. Dean Hinton, the former ambassador in El Salvador, assured the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that not even a pistol had been seized. Honduran Army Captain Gonzales, commander of the fleet of speedboats called Piranhas, whose job was to stop such trafficking in the Gulf of Fonseca, said that for an entire year he had not seen so much as a single weapon. 67 To keep this diversion of funds from continuing, the House unanimously passed the Boland Amendment in December, introduced by Representative Edward Tip Boland, prohibiting the CIA, the Defense Department, and any other department or intelligence agency from using fiscal 1983 to 1984 funds directly or indirectly for operations whose goal it was to overthrow the Nicaraguan government or foment war between Nicaragua and Honduras. These funds could only be used to stem the flow of arms to the Salvadoran guerrillas. According to analysts, the terms of this amendment were ambiguous enough to give the CIA grounds to continue its operations against Nicaragua. Reagan signed the bill into law and proceeded to ignore it. That same month Reagan undertook a 5-day trip to Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Honduras, with the intention of persuading their governments to support his policies in Central America, which most of Latin America opposed. Reagan arrived surrounded by a swarm of secret agents, who were reinforced in every country by troops, police, and security agents. The streets through which his bulletproof limousine passed were secured by cordons of heavily armed policemen. Reagan did not see the angry demonstrations caused by his presence. 68. Washington announced that the visit was at the invitation of the governments. However, at a banquet in Reagan's honor, Colombian President Belisario Betancur stated that the invitation had been made at Washington's suggestion. He then criticized Reagan's Central America policies and those against Nicaragua and Cuba, and deplored that Cuba was still being excluded from the OAS. 69. In San Jose, Costa Rica, Reagan spoke with President Monge and Salvadoran President Alvaro Magana, and in Honduras with Suazo Cordova. He flew to San Pedro de Sula on the Guatemalan border to talk to General Rios Montt, whom he gave, in his own words, a pat on the ass. From Managua, Daniel Ortega said, Reagan's embrace comes full of blood, death, and tragedy. 70. The press commented on Reagan's embarrassing mistakes during his tour. At the banquet given in his honor in Brazil, he toasted Brazilian President General João Figueiredo as the President of Bolivia. He corrected himself. That's the next country I will visit. His next stop was Colombia. Returning to Washington, he said that he learned a lot about Latin America and that he was surprised to see that they were individual countries. When the Washington Post mocked his ignorance, he said privately that what he had meant to say was that it was not a single entity, as many perceived it to be. 71. Contadora, sounding the alarm. Latin America could not stand aside while Reagan lighted a match and torched the region. Colombian President Betancur went to Venezuela, Panama, and Mexico and agreed with their presidents in a quick and successful move to seek a negotiated solution to the explosive situation. In January 1983, the chancellors of these four countries met on the Panamanian island of Contadora, and penned a declaration that expressed their profound concern about direct or indirect foreign interference in Central American conflicts, and that such conflicts were being viewed as part of the East-West confrontation. It urged the conflicting nations to establish a dialogue to reduce tensions, for all states to refrain from using threats or force in international relations or engage in any action that might worsen the situation and cause the conflict to spread throughout the region. 72 This was Latin America's first alert concerning the serious regional crisis and the United States policies in the region. Between April and May of the same year, the Contadora and Central American chancellors agreed on the form for initiating the peace process and agenda for the negotiations. Their greatest concern was the tension between Honduras and Nicaragua, which were on the brink of war. 73 That July, in Cancun, Mexico, the presidents in the Contadora group issued another declaration in which they expressed their deep concern about the rapid deterioration of the situation in Central America. They urged its people to sign agreements to suspend hostilities, freeze the level of armaments, eliminate foreign advisors, and prohibit foreign military bases. Nicaragua supported the declaration and announced that it would participate in multilateral negotiations. On July 19, the fourth anniversary of the triumph of the Sandinista Revolution, Daniel Ortega expressed his support of Contadora and presented a 6-point peace proposal on security concerns. He proposed a non-aggression treaty with Honduras, an end to arms shipments to El Salvador, suspension of military aid to any forces opposed to any Central American government, guarantees of respect for free self-determination and non-intervention, suspension of economic discrimination and hostilities toward any of its countries, prohibition of foreign military bases in Central America, and the suspension of maneuvers with foreign forces. 74. The United States and its allies in Central America, though they acknowledged the importance of the Cancun Declaration, declared that the proposal omitted many important matters, among them democratization and verification. These were United States priorities. In a letter to the Contadora chancellors, Secretary of State George Shultz claimed that only by assuring free and open participation in the democratic process can the people of Central America achieve reconciliation within their societies. 75. At a fourth meeting in Panama in September 1983, the chancellors approved the document of objectives, known as the 21 Points of Contadora, and announced that they had negotiated with Central American chancellors to arrive at agreements and establish mechanisms tending to formalize and develop these objectives. Again, without naming the United States specifically, they criticized its policies and sought to put an end to its war against Nicaragua and the United States military presence in Central America. The United States had to pull out its forces 30 days after the agreement was signed. In October, Nicaragua proposed in the framework of Contadora 4 non-aggression treaties with Honduras and the United States and one on the Salvadoran conflict. The United States rejected this proposal. In the upper echelons in Washington there was considerable alarm over the growing Latin American opposition to its Central American policies, over the exclusion of the United States from regional negotiation forums, and Contadora's enormous support in Congress. Its boycott of Contadora was more unpopular at home and abroad with each passing day, and its militaristic policies more harshly criticized. In March 1983, Reagan named former Republican Senator Richard Stone as his envoy to Central America to seek solutions with the governments there. In July, Reagan set up a bipartisan commission, comprised of 6 Republicans and 6 Democrats and led by Henry Kissinger, to visit those countries including Nicaragua, and develop a long-term policy for the region. Both were measures that served no purpose other than window dressing. The Kissinger Commission made 2 brief visits to Central America. It arrived in Managua on October 15 and stayed less than a day. It met with Daniel Ortega and other members of the government, but it spent most of its time interviewing opposition leaders. Nora Astorga, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Nicaragua's ambassador to the United Nations, said that Kissinger arrived with preconceived ideas and wanted nothing more than to confirm them. She commented that during the interview with Ortega, she heard someone whisper in Kissinger's ear, "Let's not listen to the son of a bitch any longer." 76. In January 1984, the Commission published its findings in a 132-page document, in which it proposed increasing military aid to El Salvador only on the condition that the human rights situation improve, aid for the war against Nicaragua, and an economic aid program of $8 billion over 5 years. The Commission offered no solution to the conflict to Congress, which was deeply divided over the issue of aid to the FDN. The fighters on the attack. In 1983, the war against Nicaragua began to spread and become bloodier. Raymond Doty, CIA station chief in Tegucigalpa, a former Army sergeant and a veteran of the war in Laos, pushed the Contras to plunge further into Nicaragua and remain in combat longer. The group, led by the wild Luis Moreno Pay and Mike Lima, a former second lieutenant in Somoza's Guardia, advanced 60, 80, possibly even 100 miles into Nicaraguan territory, leaving in its wake death and destruction. Its theater of operations covered broad campesino areas. FDN spokesman Edgar Chamorro claimed that the rebel force's 4,000 armed men were ready to confront the Sandinistas. He claimed that the CIA had transformed them into a well-organized, well-armed, and well-trained combat force capable of inflicting great damage on Nicaragua. 77. The CIA formed the Special Operations Commando, an elite sabotage unit, with 12 of its best men, and placed it in the Las Vegas region close to the Nicaraguan border. This was the headquarters of the FDN's Strategic Command under Bermudez. In Las Vegas the CIA created its own Unit .78. In spite of so much preparation, the Special Operations Commando went from failure to failure. Some of its operations, planned by the Argentines, were led by Johnson. He failed twice to destroy 12 new Soviet tanks stationed at the La Laguna military base 12 miles from Chinandega. He also botched 3 attempts to blow up the Pasacaballos Bridge, the longest on the Pacific coast and of special strategic importance because it was heavily protected by the Sandinistas. Between March and June 1983 he again failed in 4 new attempts to take Jalapa, and 5 Mosquito columns comprised of 125 men each, which attempted to take Puerto Cabezas on the Atlantic coast, were dispersed by the Sandinistas. The objective of most of these operations was still to liberate a piece of territory in order to install a provisional government. In September 1983, Operation Marathon, a plan for simultaneous attacks on towns close to the border, began with attacks on Ocotal and Somoto in the north. In October, Mike Lima, a man obsessed with raping and killing campesinos, according to one of his men, attacked other northern Nicaraguan towns, causing enormous destruction and death. 79 His offensive against the town of Pantasma, 80 miles from Managua, was one of the most devastating and bloody of this dirty war. His men destroyed a substantial part of the town, robbed the bank, rounded up the terrified people, and stabbed several persons in public. 10 officials from the Ministry of Education, armed with rifles and among them 3 female teachers, put up the fiercest resistance. When the Contras demanded their surrender, they responded, "Eat shit, Guardia pigs. We are Sandinistas." Some 35 Contras surrounded the building where they were, lobbed grenades into it, and set it on fire. The people heard the teachers' screams, trapped in the flames while the building collapsed. Approximately 50 died in the Pantasma attack, with material losses calculated at 34 million cordobas. The Sandinista government called this attack a massacre and an atrocity and cited it as an example of Contra savagery. 80. When he returned to Honduras, Mike Lima's comrades welcomed him as a hero. The CIA sent a helicopter to bring him to Tegucigalpa, so that Doty and other agents could congratulate him. For the CIA and the FDN it was a brilliant coup, one of their few successes and a great victory. From his behind-the-lines war in Miami, Adolfo Calero promised, "There will be more Pantasmas." 81. Lacking the funds denied by Congress, the White House sought to fund the FDN with aid from friendly governments and the United States private sector. It encouraged the formation of foundations and pseudo-private humanitarian organizations to collect donations. Contributors to the noble cause of supporting the Nicaraguan people in their struggle for the liberation of their homeland included non-governmental organizations, friendly governments, princes and sheiks, owners of Middle Eastern oil wealth, and a handful of altruistic potentates and millionaires' widows who opened their pocketbooks to the rebels so that they could kill communists down there. At this moment of need, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger offered the president broad and secret Pentagon support for CIA operations in Central America. He would give them arms and military personnel. He proceeded to send military teams and weapons destined for the FDN, including 3 Cessna aircraft modified to carry rockets, helicopters, and personnel from Pentagon intelligence divisions. This personnel took part in terrorist operations, in sabotage by dynamite, in rocket attacks on Nicaragua's ports, in blowing up its only oil pipeline at Puerto Sandino, and in the destruction of several bridges. They also participated in the Contras military activities. 82. In April 1983, Reagan asked for a joint session of Congress to explain his Central American policies. In the speech, described by The Nation magazine as ferocious, distorted and inflammatory, full of false historical analogies and willful fabrications of fact, 83, Reagan presented this crisis as a problem of vital national interest. He declared that the geographic proximity of the region directly affected the security and well-being of the people of the United States. Congress was not convinced by his rhetoric and his alarm at the Red Menace. The House and the Senate decided to send their own missions to Central America. Upon their return, both commissions concluded that Reagan was in violation, at least in spirit, of the Boland Amendment. In May, the House Intelligence Committee cut off funding for CIA operations in the region, since the money was not being used to intercept weapons, as the administration claimed, but to attempt an overthrow of the Sandinista government. The same month, CIA Director Casey and Enders assured the intelligence committees of both houses that the FDN had good possibilities for overthrowing the government, which they predicted would fall by the end of the year. "They told us," commented one representative, "that if we cut aid we will be responsible for aborting a great opportunity to roll back communist advances in Central America." 84. In June, the press revealed that the United States administration wanted public opinion to see the Nicaraguan question as an international matter by provoking a crisis similar to that of the Soviet missiles in Cuba in 1962. Official sources did in fact claim that the Sandinistas intended to receive Cuban troops and install a Soviet nuclear base in their country. If that happened, wrote the Miami Herald, the Soviet or Cuban military installations would be bombed, and if Nicaragua acquired MiG aircraft, a naval blockade possibly including Cuba would be imposed and United States combat forces and military aircraft would be based in Honduras. Tomás Borges strongly denied these tall tales. 85. Soon after Contadora presented its first peace proposal in July 1983, the United States dispatched fleets of warships to the Caribbean and Pacific and announced joint maneuvers with Honduras Big Pine 2 in Honduran territory. 86. Intelligence reports began to be leaked to the press, indicating large FDN advances and predicting its victory within 6 months. There was haste and worry at high levels in Washington. A National Security Council document from July 1983 noted that the Pentagon saw the Central American situation as reaching a critical point, but that it was still possible to achieve its objectives without the direct involvement of United States troops, provided effective action was taken. Also in July, the New York Times, in an article headlined, "Reagan Plans to Increase Military Activity in Central America," reported that naval and aerial maneuvers starting in August would serve to augment the United States military presence in the region and to prepare for a blockade of Nicaragua. The maneuvers lasted 6 months. A spy ship equipped with combat helicopters and a force of Latin American mercenaries was anchored off Nicaragua's coast. From this mothership the CIA began to sabotage industrial and commercial enterprises along the coasts. 87. After the United States invasion of Grenada in October 1983, Nicaragua feared that it was the next target. It mobilized the army, the reserves, the popular militias, and the Sandinista defense committees and prepared shelters and emergency medical assistance and evacuation systems throughout the country. The message to Washington was that an invasion of Nicaragua would be much more costly than that of Grenada. At the same time it made motions to lower tensions with Washington. Press censorship strictures were loosened, the Salvadoran insurgents were asked to move their offices to another country, and Cuba was asked to remove its technicians and teachers. In December it freed the Mosquito prisoners, decreed an amnesty for the insurgents in the north of Zelaya province, and announced that it would allow exiles and Contras to return. It said that if they returned, they could participate in the distribution of agrarian reform lands, and that those who lost their lands would have them returned with compensation. By mid-December more than 100 had returned. Nicaragua again presented peace proposals. Chancellor Descoto proposed 4 treaties within the Contadora framework, but Undersecretary of State for Inter-American Affairs Langhorne Motley rejected them. This new refusal by Washington to negotiate with the Sandinistas troubled Democratic members of Congress. Representative Michael Barnes stated that the administration's claims that the covert operations against Nicaragua were intended to force the Sandinistas to come to the negotiating table were untrue, since Nicaragua had tried from the outset to initiate such a dialogue, and it was the United States that refused to negotiate. He added that it became clear that the real purpose of these operations was to overthrow the Nicaragua Revolution, a move that Congress had forbidden. The invasion of Grenada, perceived by the United States public as a victory, gave Washington a new impetus for its conceit that it could push a military solution on Nicaragua. The Central American military saw an invasion and the Sandinistas' collapse as imminent. On the advice of the Southern Command, they revived CONDECA, a regional agreement among their armies, since Washington needed to unite these armies for an eventual intervention. In secret meetings in Tegucigalpa on October 22 and 23, 1983, United States High Command and the Southern Command studied the possibility of a joint military action to pacify Nicaragua and discussed supporting a provisional government, to be installed by the rebels in some part of the country. General Alvarez, the Honduran Minister of Defense, asserted that he intended to celebrate his birthday on December 12 in Managua. 88. The House of Representatives also saw that Nicaragua might be Reagan's next target. On November 17, 3 weeks after the invasion of Grenada, it approved a resolution supporting Contadora. Its message was that it would not allow Grenada to be repeated in Central America. The solution must be a negotiated one. The Contras terrorism. Reagan's secret war against Nicaragua became an international grab bag. Criminals, terrorists, mercenaries, paramilitaries, soldiers of fortune, unemployed people of various nationalities, former Green Berets, Cuban veterans of the Bay of Pigs, retired military officers, former CIA agents, Argentine thugs, and Israeli advisors participated in one way or another. In August 1984, Dana Parker and Jim Powell, American mercenaries, Vietnam War veterans, members of the ultra-right paramilitary organization Civilian Military Assistance, arrived at the Las Vegas base, brought in by Adolfo Calero's brother Mario to serve as trainers. Within a month, Bermudez authorized them to carry out an attack on the Apoli military base 10 miles from the Honduran border, one of the CIA's targets. They filled 3 small Cessna aircraft and 1 helicopter of the FDN Air Force donated by the Pentagon with rockets, machine guns, and enough ammunition to kill communists from the air, as they put it. The Cessnas, piloted by Nicaraguans, bombed the base and killed 1 woman who worked in the kitchen and 3 children. Not 1 soldier was wounded. The Sandinistas shot the helicopter down and Powell, Parker, and Marco Pozo, a Nicaraguan, died. The Sandinistas published documents and maps found in the rubble to show that Uncle Sam was deeply entrenched in this war. 89. This incident shocked the United States. Everyone was enraged. Congress was angry at the CIA, which it held responsible for ordering the attack. The CIA was angry at Bermudez for authorizing it without its permission, and Bermudez, shaking with fear, was angry at the idiot gringos who had convinced him to go ahead with the attack. 90. Another great scandal began to develop when Adolfo Calero, the FDN's highest political leader, helped Frank Wall, a 21-year-old American obsessed with ultra-right-wing causes who was in love with this war, connect with the right guys in Honduras. He arrived in the middle of 1984, presented himself to Bermudez's command as an independent photographer, and Bermudez authorized him to go to the Las Vegas base. There he was given the distinctive FDN blue uniform, and adopted the pseudonym Rata Assassina. He came to know Benito Centeno Mac, a former Somoza guard at whose base, La Lodosa, there occurred crimes that alarmed even the FDN commandantes. But Mac was surrounded by a handful of assassins, his old colleagues, and was on good terms with Bermudez, the Argentines, and the CIA agents, a trio that lacked respect for human rights. No one reproached him. Wall and Mac became friends, and Mac invited him to La Lodosa. Wall spent 3 months with Mac's men and made incursions into Nicaragua with them. He returned to the United States from this first trip full of fervor for the Contras and the war. But after his second trip, he came back disillusioned. The commandantes did no fighting. They remained in Honduras, saving their skins, and the patrols returned claiming to have destroyed targets they had not even attacked. Wall had 30 rolls of film and a series of 32 color slides. He showed them to a friend, who was horrified. The slides showed the murder of a man, from the moment he dug his own grave until an indigenous youth plunged a large knife in his heart. 91 Newsweek magazine published 4 photos from the series in April 1985, with the caption "Execution in the Jungle." This revelation led to a huge scandal. Calero, the CIA, and Oliver North objected, not to the horrible crime but to its publication. They began making high-level declarations asserting that the photos were faked, a trick, a piece of Sandinista propaganda. Johnson knew this crime was the work of Mac's men. The CIA demanded that Bermudez investigate the matter. Mac suffered no repercussions, nor was his name mentioned in connection with the crime. 92 The House of Representatives rejected the additional aid for the FDN requested by the administration. Washington, Calero, and the Contras attributed the setback to the photographs. In March 1985, major United States media publicized the report, entitled "Contraterror in Nicaragua," of the investigation commission led by Reed Brody, a former assistant district attorney of New York. It collected testimony from thousands of victims and eyewitnesses to Contra acts from the beginning of their operations in December 1981 through January 1985. The report also included cases investigated, documented, and published by organizations in defense of human rights, and those cited in the Sandinista government report to the International Court of Justice, based on a list prepared by the Nicaraguan Catholic Church hierarchy. 93. The Brody report was a thorn in the side of the Reagan administration, since it exposed the rebels' crimes, which could potentially undermine Reagan's campaign to obtain funds from Congress. In a speech at one of the foundations that collected money for the FDN, Reagan stated that the so-called independent investigation ignored communist brutality, the murder of the Indians and the arrest, torture, and murder of political dissidents. He claimed that Brody had been shepherded through Nicaragua by Sandinista operatives. 94 In his New York Times column, Anthony Lewis accused Reagan of using Orwellian language and McCarthyite tactics in his accusations against Brody. 95. The FDN's image was one of incompetence and brutality. Bermudez and the command were seen as inefficient and corrupt, and the political directorate presided over by Adolfo Calero was deemed useless and corrupt. Calero placed relatives and friends in the most lucrative positions. Besides, the operation's economic situation was critical, which was due to wastefulness or theft, as Oliver North warned Calero and Bermudez at a meeting in Miami. 96 The bitter reality for the Washington Hawks was that their war had been a costly failure, and the opportunistic and corrupt freedom fighters were plumping up their nests at Washington's expense. Terrorism USA. Irritated by the FDN's lack of military skill, the CIA decided to take the action against Nicaragua more directly into its own hands, though it would make it appear to be the work of the Contras. The Sandinista government exposed an assassination plot against Chancellor Miguel Descoto. A Nicaraguan woman double agent, recruited by the CIA at the Nicaraguan embassy in Tegucigalpa, provided the information and evidence. Nicaragua expelled 3 American diplomats implicated in the attempt. In reprisal, the United States closed its 6 consulates in Nicaragua and expelled 21 Nicaraguan consular officials from the United States. 97. In December 1982, Tomas Borga, the Minister of the Interior, denounced a CIA sabotage plan and showed the press the plastic explosives, camouflaged as flashlights and lunch boxes, that were to be placed in movie theaters, supermarkets, and public transportation on Christmas Eve. The code name for this operation was Bitter Christmas. 98. The CIA launched a series of terrorist actions from the mothership off Nicaragua's coast. In September 1983, the agency attacked Puerto Sandino with rockets. The following month, frogmen blew up the underwater oil pipeline in the same port, the only one in the country. In October there was an attack on Puerto Corinto, Nicaragua's largest port, with mortars, rockets, and grenades, blowing up 5 large oil and gasoline storage tanks. More than 100 people were wounded, and the fierce fire, which could not be brought under control for 2 days, forced the evacuation of 23,000 people. 99. At dawn on September 8, 2 small planes flew over Nicaraguan territory and bombed a residential neighborhood in Managua near Chancellor Descoto's residence, the international airport, and a nearby military base. 1 plane was shot down and crashed into the control tower. Part of the passenger terminal was destroyed, but no one was hurt. The 2 pilots died. Although Eden Pastora's organization, ARDE, claimed responsibility for this act of sabotage, captured documents showed that the Cessna aircraft was registered to a company in Virginia, where the CIA had its headquarters. 100. The most serious sabotage, however, was the mining of the ports at Corinto, Puerto Sandino, and El Bluff in January 1984. It had national and international repercussions. Faced with a flood of criticism and protests by France and Great Britain and by the governments whose ships had been sunk or damaged, Congress panicked. An act violating international law. It is an act of war. For the life of me, I don't see how we are going to explain it, wrote angered Republican Senator Barry Goldwater, chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, to CIA Director William Casey. 101 The Nicaragua daily Barricada Internacional reported that the mines damaged the ships of 9 nations, sank 7 Nicaraguan fishing boats, and killed 7 Nicaraguan fishermen. In March, one of the mines blew a hole in a Soviet tanker and wounded several of its crew. The Wall Street Journal pointed out that responsibility for such acts fell on the United States since the mining was the work of the CIA. Nonetheless, the CIA attempted to hide its hand in the scandal. FDN spokesman Edgar Chamorro claimed that early on the morning of January 5, 1984, a CIA agent awakened him to give him a press communiqué written in excellent Spanish, which he was to read immediately over the rebel radio station before the Sandinistas aired the news. It claimed that the FDN had placed mines at several Nicaraguan ports. This was not the first time the CIA tried to give the Contras credit for operations they knew nothing about, Chamorro commented. He added that when the incident involving the Soviet tanker occurred, the same agent urged him to deny any FDN responsibility for the action. 102. Unable to deny its responsibility for the mining of the ports, the Reagan administration went on the attack. High officials declared that this was an act of self-defense justified by international law, since Nicaraguan support for the Salvadoran guerrillas was an act of aggression to which it was responding. Reagan cynically claimed that the mines were homemade and could not sink ships. I think that there was much ado about nothing, he added. 103. In April, the Sandinista government denounced this and other acts of aggression by the United States and the Contras against its country at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Nicaragua won the suit. Unanimously, the court ordered the United States to immediately suspend any attempt to blockade or mine Nicaraguan ports and to respect its sovereignty, which was not to be endangered by any military or paramilitary action. The American judge abstained from this part of the decision. Reagan warned that the United States would not recognize the jurisdiction of the court in relation to Central America for a period of 2 years. In October, another major scandal erupted when the media reported the existence of a manual on terrorism produced by the CIA for the FDN's use. The manual, similar to one used for troops in Vietnam, recommended selective terrorism, assassination of government officials, state security officers, heads of the Sandinista defense committees, etc. This etc., commented one analyst, was an implicit authorization to extend terrorism to other categories. The manual recommended kidnapping public figures and civilians, since there would always be a way to rationalize such actions, carrying out public executions, and, if possible, contracting professional criminals and unemployed people to do selected jobs. It also recommended creating martyrs by provoking firefights with the authorities. 104. Edgar Chamorro helped translate the manual into Spanish, leaving out all the passages that recommended contracting criminals and creating martyrs because they were immoral and dangerous. I was not interested in becoming a martyr of the CIA, he said. The complete manual, edited and translated by a soldier of fortune, was already circulating among the Contras. Reagan did not deny the existence of the manual, but he claimed that it was merely a draft. 105. Under the Reagan administration, the United States was the paradigm of a terrorist state, ironically, the very thing Reagan claimed to be fighting. The circus owner. As Nicaragua prepared to hold the first elections after the revolution, Reagan launched a campaign to depict the proceedings in advance as a Soviet-style farce. His Managua embassy pressured and bribed the opposition parties and politicians not to participate. After a visit from the United States ambassador, the Liberal Independent Party's candidate, Virgilio Godoy, announced that he and his party were withdrawing from the race. He was said to have been bribed with $300,106. On November 5, 1984, 2 days before Reagan's re-election, Nicaragua held its own elections under international supervision. Daniel Ortega and Sergio Ramirez were elected president and vice president respectively, with 63% of the vote, and the Sandinista Front won 61 of the 96 seats in the new Legislative Assembly. Nicaragua legitimized its revolution in spite of Washington's attempts to scuttle the elections. Though most of the international observers verified that the elections had been free and fair, Washington maintained that they were fraudulent. The most fraudulent part of the Nicaraguan elections, wrote New York Times editor John Oakes, is the part the Reagan administration played in it, since its United States Embassy officials in Managua had admitted to pressuring opposition politicians to withdraw from the ballot in order to isolate the Sandinistas and to discredit the regime. 107. On November 6, 1984, as millions of Americans were following developments in the election within their own nation, CBS reported that official sources claimed a Soviet cargo ship was headed for Nicaragua with MiG-21 fighter planes. Washington warned Moscow that it would not tolerate their delivery and would take appropriate military measures, selective bombings to destroy the planes and their installations in Nicaragua. 1083 3 months before the pseudo-scandal, Daniel Ortega told reporters that Nicaragua was not expecting any MiGs from the Soviet Union and that he had been unable to purchase combat aircraft from any other country. 109. Simultaneously with this barrage of intimidation from high officials, the Pentagon increased the military harassment of Nicaragua with joint maneuvers in Honduras, while a warship searched the Pacific near Puerto Corinto, where Soviet ships were anchored. For an entire week the people were terrorized by a supersonic Blackbird SR-71, the United States Air Force's most sophisticated plane, as it made daily flights over Managua. In the meantime, the Pentagon announced that units of the 82nd Airborne Division and logistical elements from the 18th Airborne at that moment engaged in combat exercises at Fort Bragg, Georgia, would spearhead any United States invasion. 110. So many shows of force concerned Nicaragua as well as Congress and United States public opinion, since it was feared that preparations for an invasion of Nicaragua were afoot. High officials denied that such a plan existed, but the New York Times recalled November 8, that they had issued the same denial before the invasion of Grenada. The Sandinista government prepared for the worst. It mobilized the armed forces, the reserves, and the militias, and surrounded Managua with tanks and anti-aircraft defenses. After the Grenada invasion, Nicaragua could be next. The United States shows of force and threats to Nicaragua alarmed Latin America. The Contadora Group continued its efforts to negotiate peace in Central America, with the support of most of its governments, Congress, the most influential media, and parts of United States public opinion. Reagan cared about none of these. His hawks continued to systematically boycott any peace agreement. Daniel Ortega noted that for the negotiations to work, they would have to be held directly with the circus owner, since no peace was possible unless the United States formally agreed to abide by the pact. It was clear that the Reagan administration was not disposed to negotiate. It wanted only a military solution. The bilateral negotiations it held with Nicaragua at Manzanillo, Mexico, began in June 1984 and went on for 8 rounds, achieving nothing. They were a guise to soothe public opinion and Congress during the presidential election. The conditions laid down by Harry Schlotterman, the United States negotiator, were so extreme that they could not be taken seriously. His instructions were to talk without coming to an agreement. 111 In fact, the United States withdrew abruptly after Reagan's re-election, but not without first accusing Nicaragua of using the negotiations to undermine Contadora. 112. 2 months before Reagan's re-election, the Contadora Group presented a 21-point peace treaty. El Salvador, Honduras, and Costa Rica, the Tegucigalpa Group allied with the United States, all expressed their agreement, and Secretary of State Schultz called it an important step forward, since it contained positive elements. 113. But when Nicaragua announced that it would sign the pact without modifications, the United States and its Central American allies began to express objections. "Nicaragua caught us off base," stated one American official. No one believed that the Nicaraguans would sign, because of the enormous demands the treaty would make on them. The treaty was the fruit of 18 months of intense and difficult labor, obstructed by Washington. The administration went on supporting the Contras, the CIA persisted in its terrorist attacks, and the Pentagon continued to hold joint military maneuvers with Honduras. The chancellors of Colombia and Mexico protested. They wanted the treaty signed before the United States elections because they feared that, with Reagan's re-election, the war would go on for another 4 years. Washington claimed that the text of the treaty was unsatisfactory, partial, and unclear regarding matters of security and verification, that it included Nicaragua's primary objective cessation of United States support for the FDN and the suspension of United States military presence in the region, and offered only vague promises of democratization and verification, which were its main concerns. Washington objected to cutting off military aid to Honduras and El Salvador as suggested in the treaty, while Nicaragua would not reduce its military forces. 114. Its Central American allies presented the same objections. Mexican Chancellor Bernardo Sepulveda expressed his irritation. He claimed that Washington clearly intended to block the treaty, and he pointed out that from the start it had been accepted as a final document by everyone, including the American officials. The House of Representatives rejected a new Reagan request for $21 million to support the FDN. Support for Contadora was widespread. Washington was criticized at home and abroad for trying to obstruct it. The 3 countries of the Tegucigalpa Group presented their proposal for amendments that eliminated everything unacceptable to Washington. They proposed that verification be carried out by the Central American chancellors and that there be a parity of military potential in the armed forces among these countries. 115. Nicaragua was opposed. It did not accept, among other things, military parity, since it was the only Latin American country under United States military attack. It insisted that the United States sign an additional protocol promising to comply with the agreements and suspending its aid to the Contras. 116. The Tegucigalpa Group's objection to Washington was made explicit in a National Security Council document celebrating the success, "We have trumped the latest Nicaraguan/Mexican efforts to rush signature of an unsatisfactory Contadora agreement." The paper also noted that after intense consultations, the Central Americans presented a modification that reflects many of our concerns and shifts the focus of Contadora to a document broadly consistent with U.S. interests. 117. In July 1985, during the inauguration of Alan Garcia as president of Peru, the Argentine, Brazilian, Uruguayan, and Peruvian leaders created the Contadora Support Group. This unexpected measure was applauded by Latin America and sectors of the United States Congress, as well as influential newspapers. It was an important support for Contadora and a rejection of Reagan's policies. Its creation was enormously irritating to the Reagan administration. Before the meeting of chancellors from the Contadora Group scheduled for September 1985, the administration geared up to attempt a boycott. It sent Schlotterman, its Manzanillo negotiator, to these countries to try to convince them to persuade the Sandinistas to negotiate with the Contras. Elliott Abrams ordered the Central American embassies to develop active diplomacy to oppose any move by Contadora that went against United States interests. Schultz explained the interests of his country to the Tegucigalpa Group and indicated the importance of internal reconciliation in Nicaragua. He wanted to make the Sandinistas negotiate with the Contras. Mexican newspapers reported that Washington sent a mission to several countries to make them desist from signing the Contadora Treaty. 118. In September the Contadora Group presented a revision of the peace treaty, with greater emphasis on verification and execution of the treaty and including the Tegucigalpa Group's amendments. The Sandinista government announced that it would not sign, since the treaty was now totally favorable to United States interests, nor would it sign any other agreement until the United States committed to abide by it and suspend aid to the Contras. 119 Nevertheless, Nicaragua did accept 100 of the 117 points in the revised draft. The 17 it did not accept referred to matters of security. The modified treaty omitted the prohibition on military maneuvers, guarantees of security for Nicaragua from United States aggression, and its proposal for a reasonable balance of military forces in the region. Nicaragua asked that these points be reinserted. This was not done. It then suggested that negotiations be suspended for 5 months, until after presidential elections in Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras. At that point the common perception was that Contadora was not dead exactly, but that it was terminally ill. 120. On his way to the OAS assembly in Cartagena, Colombia, in December, Schultz said he would not cut aid to the FDN and that he would maintain his policies against Nicaragua, which he called a cancer on Central America. 121. The Sandinistas on the attack. In 1984 and 1985 Nicaragua strengthened its military potential with modern and sophisticated Soviet arms whose total cost, according to Washington data, was $550 million. It had an army of 60,000 troops, 150,000 armed and trained young men and women in the popular militias, new military installations near the Honduran border, and a battalion 1,000 strong across from the Contra base at Las Vegas, Honduras. 122. The Sandinistas went on the attack in the enemy camp. Hostilities along the border increased in frequency and intensity. Its armed forces were superior in number, weaponry, and motivation. They attacked the FDN's Las Vegas base with modern projectiles. In one attack the Sandinista troops, supported by helicopters, launched rockets at the Contra bases, killing 4 Contras and 1 Honduran corporal and wounding several Honduran soldiers. The Honduran population evacuated the area. 123. The number of dead and wounded and the destruction of their camps terrified the Contras. A mortar smashed one of Mike Lima's legs, one of the most brutal Contras and the most appreciated by the CIA. Another tore up Star Commander Tigrelo's knee, and after an attack on Mac's camp at La Lodosa, he moved to a zone far from the border. 124. The number of wounded outstripped the capacities of the CIA hospital in a mansion 12 miles from Tegucigalpa. It had to set up field hospitals at its base at El Aguacate. The constant traffic of wounded to this base they were moved in helicopters showed the intensity of this war. Honduran newspapers gave full reports on the attacks and the movement of the wounded. The Honduran government became alarmed, and the military protested. 125. The Honduran military were fed up with the Sandinista attacks which put their security at risk, and caused deaths and injuries in the population, and more than fed up with the Contras. They ordered Bermudez to abandon Las Vegas and send planes to cover his retreat to Yamal several miles to the north, beyond the range of Sandinista rockets. 126. The Contras' military defeats and failures infuriated their mentors. Their poor image kept Congress from supporting Reagan. At a meeting in Miami in the summer of 1985, Oliver North, who was in charge of these operations, demanded that Bermudez attack the principal Nicaraguan cities. When he returned, Bermudez ordered an offensive against La Trinidad, a town of 8,000 near the Pan American Highway 77 miles from Managua, and the destruction of several bridges. He sent a commando of 2,000 men. The Contras entered La Trinidad, but they were met with Sandinista fire, covered by fighter planes and helicopters. There were more than 100 Contra casualties. The strafing and the casualties terrorized the Contras. They did not leave Honduras again during 1985, and thousands who found themselves inside Nicaragua, dying of hunger and without provisions, turned back. Minister of the Interior Borges set up an intelligence network to detect the counter-revolutionary cells inside the country and the individuals who supported them. There were mass arrests, mobilizations of the people in the most exposed zones, and resettlement of hundreds of campesinos to zones far from the borders. These measures were deemed draconian. There were also bombings of suspected nests of counter-revolutionaries. 127. The soldiers committed excesses against supposed collaborators. There were even cases of torture and murder. A Protestant pastor denounced these abuses. The government arrested the soldiers and the police responsible for these acts and publicized their sentences to show that justice had been served in Nicaragua. The government managed its security policies roughly but tried to win over the campesinos by paying higher prices for their products and distributing lands to individuals and families, recognizing that it was in error to distribute them only to government-controlled cooperatives. These measures improved relations with the campesinos. 128 and stimulated the return of exiles to Nicaragua. The Church on the attack. Another battle for the Sandinistas was waged with the Catholic Church. Archbishop Miguel Obando y Bravo, a harsh critic of the revolution, opposed representatives of the Church who collaborated with it, and he urged the prominent priests who occupied high positions in the government to resign. They were Escobedo Cardinal, the Minister of Culture, his brother, Fernando Cardinal, a Jesuit and the Minister of Education, and Minister of Foreign Relations, Miguel Descoto of the Marinol Order. Other priests held high positions in the administration, and many more supported and cooperated with the government's social programs. The religious factor played a determining role in Nicaragua as in no other revolutionary process in the continent. Tomás Borga, one of the founders of the FSLN, sought the support of progressive priests in the fight against Somoza's dictatorship. The first to join him was Escobedo Cardinal. The FSLN established an alliance between revolutionaries and Christians. The contradictions that might have existed could be overcome, since the fight was against dictatorship and for the rights of the people, noted Borga. Priests and nuns, followers of liberation theology, mobilized the masses and later became involved in helping the people construct the new Nicaragua. As the revolution grew more radical, Archbishop Obando y Bravo sharpened his critique of the Sandinistas and the so-called Church of the Poor because, so he claimed, it created a parallel hierarchy. Relations were tense, with highs and lows. The minister priests had to deal with the archbishop's pressures and respectfully resist those from high Vatican circles, since both were asking them to resign. The United States poured forth millions of dollars, not only into terrorist activities, but also to strengthen the internal opposition. Political leaders, conservative parties, private organizations, and the church hierarchy received funds through aid. It gave $493,000 in startup money to the Archdiocesan Social Promotion Commission created by the Archbishop. 129. Archbishop Obando y Bravo actively worked to take away the government's popular base, through pastoral letters and critiques widely broadcast by the press and from the pulpit. He removed progressive priests and replaced them with conservative ones. His position was in accord with that of Pope John Paul II's. In 1981 the Conference of Nicaraguan Bishops issued an ultimatum to the minister priests: they must resign and return to their pastoral mission. Not to do so would be seen as open defiance of the authority of the Church, and they would be sanctioned under Church law. The Christian grassroots communities organized protests against the ultimatum. And the Sandinista government sent a delegate to Rome to negotiate the delicate situation with the Vatican. The priests did not resign. They responded, "We declare our unbreakable commitment to the revolution in loyalty to our people," which is the same as saying in loyalty to the will of God. 130. The government considered Archbishop Obando y Bravo's attacks, and especially those of Monsignor Pablo Antonio Vega, as the church meddling in politics, straying far from its pastoral mission. A month after the publication of the pastoral letter, the government rescinded permission for the church to air masses and the archbishop's sermons on television, a long-standing tradition, and suspended Radio Católica's license. When the broadcasts were again allowed to air, the station was warned that it could not broadcast news. The church hierarchy supported Reagan's policies. Monsignor Vega was one of the first to defend the Contras publicly and to lobby for United States aid. but those who spoke in favor of the Contras mentioned nothing about their crimes or the CIA's terrorist actions, which were doing enormous damage to their country. The Church remained silent when United States backing of the war against Nicaragua came to light, but loudly condemned the government's call to patriotic military service in July 1983, which was necessary because the country was at war. In a widely published declaration, it announced that no one was obliged to register, because the army represented the FSLN and not the country. 131 The government called the declaration treasonous. Pope John Paul II's visit to Nicaragua in 1983 was plagued by tensions, misunderstandings, and tendentious and distorted reporting. For some it spelled disaster. Daniel Ortega's welcoming speech at the airport, which the United States press characterized as a tirade, quoted several times a 1921 letter from a bishop to a cardinal denouncing the occupation of Nicaragua by United States Marines. The Pope was not interested. What he cared about was church unity. He was concerned with the dissension and with the collaboration of prominent priests and nuns with the revolution. He wanted the Nicaraguan church unified under the Archbishop's leadership. The people, victims of United States aggression and crimes committed by the Contras, were not interested in what the Pope had to say. Crowds followed the Pope as he moved through Managua and Leon. The middle classes wanted to spin this popular enthusiasm for the Holy Father's presence as support for the hierarchy of the Nicaraguan Catholic Church. The people were waiting for words of support from the Pope, of recognition for the achievements of the revolution. They hoped that he would condemn the war or at least offer words of solace. But the Pope spoke only of church unity. As he was delivering his homily during the Mass he celebrated in Managua the day before, the funerals of 17 young men and women killed by the Contras had been held in the same place. The people interrupted him with chants of "We want peace." Mothers and widows held up photographs of their slain children and husbands. The Pope became exasperated, demanding silence. The Holy Father's public recrimination of Escobedo Cardinal, who was profoundly respected by the people and was a hero of the revolution, offended many people. They did not accept the Pope's opposition to the collaboration of priests and nuns with the revolution and his wish to force them to retire from the government. The Pope has undone in one day what they had built in 4 years, they declared. 132. In February 1986 Cardinal Abando y Bravo traveled to Washington to express his support for Reagan's offensive in order to obtain $100 million for the FDN, and Bishop Vega openly agreed with United States policies directed against his country. Chancellor Descoto, clearly offended, told the cardinal in a speech that his hands were stained with blood and that he was betraying the people. 133. In July 1986 the government expelled several priests and nuns who sympathized with the Contras and did not allow Bishop Vega to return to Nicaragua after a highly publicized visit to the United States where he had expressed his support for the rebels, not the first time he had done so. Coinciding with the congressional debates on this topic, every time he went to Washington he backed Reagan's requests. 134. Raising the tone. Strengthened by his electoral triumph, Reagan took up his war against Nicaragua with even greater determination. He would do anything to win it. In his second term Nicaragua was the central focus of his foreign policy, to which he dedicated much time and many important speeches, commented Robert Pastor, a National Security Council member under the Carter administration. 135 In his State of the Union message in January 1985 he portrayed Contra aid as a messianic national policy, an anti-communist crusade, a moral imperative for the United States. Supporting the Contras, he said, was self-defense since the Nicaraguan struggle was bound up with United States security. Determination and exasperation fueled the great communicator's tone. With ever greater rage he lined up his artillery to remove the Sandinista government. He called Nicaragua a totalitarian communist state. After yet another incendiary speech, a reporter asked Reagan if his intention was to overthrow the Sandinistas. He responded, "No. Not if the present government turns around and, well, says uncle and tells them, come on and we'll work things out, and they set their goals." 136 In other words, capitulation, either they would negotiate or the war would continue. Reagan and his hawks were convinced that they could win this war with more weapons and many more millions of dollars. North assured National Security Advisor John Poindexter that with adequate support, the FDN would be in Managua by the end of the year. 137. Washington now insisted on the democratization of Nicaragua and demanded that the Sandinistas hold direct talks with the rebels. But that democratization had another reading: the United States needed to get the mercenary forces off its hands. The solution was to force the Sandinistas to absorb them. It became obvious that they were not going to win the war, and sustaining them was becoming harder, less popular, and more expensive by the day. High officials feared that this war would end with a humiliating defeat, that it would be Reagan's Vietnam or Bay of Pigs. Washington also had a serious problem with the Honduran government, which wanted the Contras out of its country. Honduras feared that the lack of funds Congress continued to vote against Contra aid would leave the Contras stranded and adrift. Counting Contras, their families, and refugees, some 56,000 Nicaraguans occupied 20 towns and 280 square miles of Honduran territory, which they dubbed the New Nicaragua. They called the town of Capire Little Managua 138. In March 1985 in San Jose, Costa Rica, Calero, Robelo, Alfonso Callejas, and Arturo Cruz, the FDN Directorate, met to sign the document of the Nicaraguan resistance concerning a national dialogue, at a meeting with Pedro Joaquim Chamorro Jr., Missouri leader Stedman Fagoth, and other Contras. The text was written in Miami with the help of North and other United States officials. It called for national reconciliation, authentic political pluralism, and a mixed economy in Nicaragua. Eden Pastora and Alfredo Cesar refused to sign it. 139. To solidify the San Jose Declaration, Washington proposed that Congress grant humanitarian aid to the FDN for a period of 60 days after a ceasefire, at the end of which time, if the Nicaraguan government had not reached a peace agreement with the rebels, the funds would revert to military aid. Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill called this suggestion a dirty trick, and Colombian President Betancur maintained that this is no peace proposal, but a preparation for war. 140. Reagan turned Daniel Ortega's trip to Moscow at the end of April 1985 into a security matter. He declared a national emergency, claimed that Nicaragua was an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national and foreign policy of the United States, and decreed an economic embargo. 141. Reagan received broad support from Congress, and the House approved $27 million in humanitarian aid for the rebel forces. There were protests against the embargo in several United States cities, and some 2,000 demonstrators were arrested. Opposition to intervention in Central America was growing in the colleges and universities. The government's strong campaign to demonize Ortega's visit to Moscow, it used it as evidence of strengthening ties between Nicaragua and the Soviet Union, weakened the hand of the Democrats who opposed aid to the FDN. One of them declared that this trip was a stupidity, since Ortega was making it at the time Congress was debating aid. Several Democrats no longer opposed giving it. 142. Spokesman for the Sandinista government declared that Ortega's trip was an important business mission to several Eastern European countries and 7 in Western Europe, since Nicaragua needed economic aid and was low on oil. They also indicated that a vote in the United States Congress was not a reason to call off a trip vital to the needs of the country. Military intervention in Nicaragua was the topic of the day among the Washington press corps, according to the New York Times in June 1985. In 2 long articles it referred to progress in the military preparations, and noted that the apparent consensus in the administration and in Congress was that the United States could easily and rapidly overthrow the Sandinistas. The Joint Chiefs urged caution: it would take 125,000 soldiers, and casualties could run around 3,000 or 4,000 in the first few days, and expressed their doubts that public opinion would support such an effort. Reagan asked Congress for $100 million in military aid to the FDN after a fiery speech in March 1986, which the Los Angeles Times described as full of lies, falsehoods, distortions, misinformation, and deception about Nicaragua. Anthony Lewis, in his New York Times column, characterized it as a flagrant distortion of the facts. Congress turned him down. 5 days later there was another incursion into Honduras by Sandinista soldiers in pursuit of Contras. It was not the first, and Reagan turned it into an invasion. He forced President José Ascona Hoyos to ask in writing for military aid and immediately sent him $20 million. American helicopters stationed in Honduras transported Honduran troops to the border. By the time they got there, the Sandinistas were back in Nicaragua. Congress discovered the farce in the invasion from declarations by high officials in the Honduran government. Chancellor López Contreras claimed that the incident was in no way a threat to his country, and another official stated that the United States was trying to use it to obtain aid from Congress and bring about a confrontation with Nicaragua. Such declarations irritated Washington enormously. 143. But the $100 million offensive was not dead. Reagan did not give up. In June he persuaded Congress to approve it, 221 to 209. The American writer Cynthia Arnson pointed out that after the defeat he had suffered with the Boland Amendment, this was a great victory for Reagan. He achieved bipartisan support for aid to the rebels. 144. And Holly Sklar, another American writer, wrote, "The $100 million was a de facto pardon for administration deceit, Contra atrocities, terrorist manuals, the mining of harbors, sabotage of the Contadora Treaty, and widespread lawlessness condemned by the World Court." 145. Reagan gained this victory through what reporters called his propaganda ministry. This was a steamroller composed of the Departments of State and Defense, the NSC, and pro-Reagan and pro-Contra organizations, in which McCarthyite ideology played a principal role. The strong ideological component, characteristic of his administration, limited free expression, the democratic opposition and debate and controversy over his policies, according to analysts' observations. 146. In the summer of 1986 Reagan and his hawks were delighted with their $100 million victory. The CIA was pleased with the rain of dollars that allowed it to intensify the war, and the rebels were breathing easy. It was a great relief for the Honduran government as well. This was the opportunity for the Contras to take their war into Nicaragua. For others it was an invitation to profit. Honduran officials set up an arms supermarket to sell weapons to the CIA. But the CIA suspected that this $1 million investment might have come from drug traffic and abstained from buying. The euphoria came crashing down in October, when a Sandinista rocket shot down over Nicaraguan territory a decrepit C-123 cargo plane carrying 10,000 pounds of munitions and supplies for the Contras. Eugene Hasenfuss, the man responsible for dropping the bundles, saved himself by parachuting, only to be captured. The crew, 3 United States citizens, perished. Hasenfuss, a Vietnam veteran, started to talk. Before television cameras he stated that he was under a CIA contract to transport arms for the rebels. Captured documents brought to light for the first time the extent of the agency's network to arm the FDN, and the names of the members of this network managed by Oliver North. 147 Reagan and other high officials denied any connection of this flight with the government. Hasenfuss was sentenced to 30 years, the maximum for terrorism. On Christmas Eve Daniel Ortega released him, stating, "This is a very concrete peace message." 148. The Senate Justice Committee asked Attorney General Edwin Meese to name a special prosecutor to investigate possible illegalities connected with this incident. This was the beginning of the great scandal known as Iran-Gate or Iran-Contra. It exploded a month later, when a Lebanese magazine reported the exchange of weapons for hostages between the United States and the Iranian governments. The story began to unravel, obstructed all the more by White House machinations. The war's death rattle. The effect of the $100 million flood of aid to the Contras was seen in 1987. By the middle of that year some 10,000 Contras were inside Nicaragua, ambushing convoys, blowing up electric towers, burning agricultural cooperatives, and killing scores of campesinos. Half the Nicaraguan Air Force's helicopters had been shot down, and several Soviet radar posts destroyed. 149. In May the Sandinistas attacked the new FDN commando base at San Andres. According to Daniel Ortega, this was the largest military operation yet. After several days of fierce attacks with rockets and mortars, covered by the Air Force, they forced the Contras to retreat. Bermudez moved his headquarters to El Aguacate. 150. At the end of December, the FDN engaged the Sandinistas in combat for the first time in 6 years of war. They attacked Nicaragua's major mining center. This operation had been managed long distance by the CIA and the Green Berets without the participation of the FDN command. The instructions were given by their agents. The messages about combat developments were received by their agents, and the euphoria over the destruction the attack was causing belonged to the gringos. Green Beret Don Johnson gave the orders. "Sign this, Colonel," he told Bermudez. And Bermudez signed orders about which he knew nothing and on which he had never been consulted. 151. Some of the Contra leaders, surprised at the commotion inside the CIA complex at El Aguacate, got closer and saw agents coordinating on maps the movements of the rebel forces inside Nicaragua. Victor Sanchez of the FDN's Strategic Command remarked, "This is a gringo party in their own house, where they are playing with little tin soldiers." "Whose war is this?" he asked. Bermudez, profoundly demoralized, was taken to the San Andres base. Foreign journalists were also taken there so that they could interview the FDN commander-in-chief about this victory. The reporters noted that he struck them as distracted and that his answers were vague. The second day Bermudez told them that he had given the troops the order to retreat. Photographs taken at this meeting showed him pointing out on maps the movements of the troops he knew nothing about. 152 Johnson continued to order attacks to impress Congress with the FDN's victories. They went unnoticed, since the whole country was immersed in the televised Iran-Contra hearings, which implicated the president, the vice president, and the highest officials of his administration. In 1987 the CIA discovered a widespread Sandinista espionage network. It had agents in every FDN unit, including the El Aguacate headquarters. The agency found that numerous accidents occurring between 1983 and 1986 were Sandinista sabotage. Among these were the downing of cargo planes, and the continual capture of arms and provisions airdropped for the rebels. According to a report in the Los Angeles Times, one United States officer complained that they were dealing with a sabotage operations system functioning since 1983, extremely sophisticated and very well done, and this has been going on for a long time. 153. The war ruined Nicaragua's economy. 50% of the national budget went toward defense. The country was staying afloat only by new issues of money that was nothing but paper. Inflation was on the rise, prices were spinning out of control, and industry was collapsing. Children were begging in the streets, hospitals had no anesthetics and pharmacies had no aspirin, stores were empty, and the people's desperation was growing, reported one correspondent. The government understood that this situation could not continue, and that the hemorrhage of the war should be stopped. In November 1987 it announced that it was ready to hold negotiations with the Contras. The Cavalry of Peace. In 3 years of difficult negotiations and the presentation of 3 proposals for Central American peace treaties with revisions, modifications, and more modifications, the efforts of Contadora and its support group were frustrated by the Reagan administration's systematic obstruction, backed by his obsequious Central American allies. The situation changed in 1986 when Oscar Arias was elected president of Costa Rica and Vinicio Cerezo of Guatemala. For the first time Central America had civilian presidents elected by popular vote, and all wanted peace. At Cerezo's inauguration he proposed to his colleagues attending the ceremony the creation of a Central American parliament and invited them to a summit in the city of Esquipulas to study the proposal. The new heads of state supported Contadora, but they saw that a joint effort would be needed to achieve peace in the region. At Esquipulas in May 1986 they created the parliament and opened the road to their own peace process. After a new incursion by Sandinista troops into Honduras in December 1986, the United States resumed the attack. General John Galvin, head of Southern Command, arrived in the country to supervise the operation. Again, United States helicopters ferried Honduran troops to the border in violation of congressional prohibitions. Honduran aircraft attacked a base in Nicaragua, killing 7 Sandinista soldiers and wounding 12 people, including 2 children. The chancellors of Contadora and the support group, meeting in Rio de Janeiro, referred to this incident in a joint statement as an exacerbation of policies and interventionist actions by countries outside the Central American area, in clear violation of international law. They announced that they were going to Central America with the Secretaries General of the United Nations and the OAS, Javier Pérez de Cuellar and João Benaçares. Both offered the assistance of their respective organizations to achieve a peaceful solution to the conflicts. The United States tried to stop them. Nevertheless, in January 1987 they went, but without success, because the Central American governments continued to finger Nicaragua as the problem. In February, Oscar Arias brought together the Central American presidents in San Jose, but without inviting Daniel Ortega. His peace plan proposed an immediate ceasefire, negotiations with the unarmed opposition, an end to foreign support for the insurgents and 60-day amnesties, and set a schedule for regional democratization. All present supported it but announced that they would not sign it until Nicaragua agreed to it. They scheduled the next meeting for 3 months later, this time with Ortega. In their communiqué, A Time for Peace, they recommended national reconciliation, the democratization of Nicaragua and an end to the dictatorships that continue to exist in the region. 154 Ortega announced that he would attend the next summit, in Guatemala. The Contadora and support group chancellors showed support for the Arias plan because it complemented their peace efforts. The United States set its boycott in motion, this time through President Caneo of Honduras. In July, at a meeting in Tegucigalpa to study the Arias plan, Ascona surprised them with a peace proposal written in English and Spanish that, Arias stated, was in fact the United States' objection to his plan. Ascona's proposal fell on deaf ears. 155. In August, on the eve of the Escapula summit, House Speaker Jim Wright presented the Reagan-Wright peace plan. It proposed an immediate ceasefire, before the withdrawal of military aid to the FDN, the continuation of humanitarian aid, and an immediate end to Soviet aid to Nicaragua, and it required Nicaragua to end the state of emergency and declare a general amnesty. In an addendum, the White House noted that the plan called for a gradual reduction in aid to the FDN as the resistance forces are integrated into Nicaraguan society, and that Nicaragua must hold elections well in advance of the scheduled 1990 date. If the Sandinistas did not comply, the United States was free to renew military assistance. This plan was criticized by legislators on both sides, since they thought it went too far. They objected that the Sandinistas would not accept it and that Reagan could then renew aid to the Contras. If the White House had thought the plan was acceptable, they would have changed it, said one United States official. 156. That same month in Guatemala, the Central American presidents signed the Agreement for Peace in Central America, known as Escapulas II, with the Arias plan as its basis. They agreed to take simultaneous steps toward national reconciliation through negotiations with internal opposition groups that laid down their arms and accepted the amnesty. Within 10 days each country was to name a National Reconciliation Commission. They were to ensure citizen participation and provide guarantees in democratic processes. They must decree an immediate ceasefire and hold general elections in accordance with their constitutions. The agreement also forbade the use of their territories to attack another country. An International Verification Commission, composed of the foreign ministers of Central America and Contadora and the Secretaries General of the United Nations and the OAS, would ensure that the treaty was fulfilled. It was to go into effect in the 5 countries 90 days after signing. The Escapulas II Treaty was received with enormous enthusiasm and hope throughout the Americas, and by Congress and public opinion in the United States. Salvadoran President Duarte called it a second declaration of independence for Central America. 10 days after it was signed, Nicaragua created the National Reconciliation Commission, the first country to do so, and named Cardinal Abando y Bravo, a severe critic of the revolution, to head it. It pardoned prisoners and took other measures to reduce internal tensions. It rescinded the law to expropriate the property of those who abandoned the country, lifted censorship of the daily La Prensa, and created a peace commission, with Red Cross and church cooperation, to monitor the amnesty. The United States State Department called these measures cosmetic. 157. The Esquipulas II Accord did not mean a second independence for Central America, or even peace. Though it included the United States' demands, Reagan persisted in sending aid to the FDN. In the United Nations General Assembly, Reagan insulted Daniel Ortega. He turned to him and said, "Neither we nor the world community will accept the false democratization of your country, designed to mask the perpetuation of your dictatorship." The following day Daniel Ortega criticized the United States for violating the Central American peace accords and for attacking his country in an effort to overthrow the government. The United States delegation left the hall. Ortega continued, "Some people's ears hurt when they hear the truth. They undertook to attack us, they've killed our people, but now they are annoyed when they are told the truth." He asked the United States to agree to an unconditional bilateral dialogue and to sign agreements guaranteeing their mutual security, making possible the normalization of their relations. He said that he had listened to Reagan when he spoke in the assembly, that he hoped he would not reject his proposal, and that before consulting with people who put hot ideas like military options and invasion in his head, he would remember that Rambo existed only in the movies. 158. A month later at the OAS, Reagan declaimed, "I make a solemn vow, as long as there is breath in this body I will speak and I will work, I will struggle and I will fight for the cause of the Nicaraguan freedom fighters." 159. In November the Nicaraguan government announced its willingness to begin negotiations with the Contras and presented a ceasefire plan. In December, in the midst of a Contra attack on the mining complex, one of their biggest offensives against Nicaragua, FDN and Sandinista representatives began talking through mediators staying in different hotels in Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. The talks failed because of the excessive demands by the FDN spokesman: control of more than half of all Nicaraguan territory, surrender of weapons not after the ceasefire but when the country was completely democratized, abolition of collective farms, and the release of all political prisoners. Through the rebel chiefs, the United States was trying to force the Sandinistas to surrender. In January 1988 in San Jose, Costa Rica, negotiations began, this time face-to-face but again without results. 160. The collapse of his war. In February 1988, deeply involved in the Iran-Contra scandal, Reagan asked Congress for another $36 million in military aid for the FDN, and the House again denied it. The margin was narrow but wide enough to bury the request once and for all. This failure was the final blow to Reagan's war against Nicaragua and to the morale of the Contras. The Sandinistas seized this moment of the enemy's demoralization and weakness and sent 6 battalions of 4,500 men against the San Andres base that month. Bermudez sent 1,500 men to defend it, and flew to Tegucigalpa. It was a duel to the death, with scores of casualties on both sides. The Contras abandoned the base. The CIA and United States officials, terrified and frenetic, begged Washington for reinforcements. Some 3,200 soldiers arrived at the Palmarola base. This military deployment provoked protest demonstrations in several United States cities, in which hundreds of the protesters were arrested. 161. There was a mass retreat of fighters returning to their bases in Honduras. Hundreds of civilians, new recruits, went with them. Bermudez had given the order to return to Honduras. He meant to unite the rebel forces, force the United States to renew military aid, and continue the war. 4 days after the rout at San Andres, Calero, Alfredo Cesar, and Aristides Sanchez, the Contra political leadership agreed to renew peace negotiations. They met at Zapoa, a small Nicaraguan town near the Costa Rican border. This discussion between enemies attracted hundreds of journalists and foreign activists. Though the Nicaraguan people wanted peace, many were against negotiating agreements with representatives of the old Somoza Guard. When Calero and the other FDN delegates arrived from Costa Rica, they were met with shouts, and there was an exchange of insults. The negotiations concluded at midnight of the third day, and the negotiators prepared to sign the accord that decreed a total suspension of hostilities for 60 days, during which time they were to arrive at an agreement to end the war. The Sandinista government, exhausted by this war, made great concessions. It agreed to grant a general amnesty to those indicted for violating the national security laws and former Somoza Guards for crimes committed before July 19, 1979, the date of the Sandinista triumph. It also agreed to release political prisoners in stages, and guaranteed that exiles could return and participate in political, economic, and social life under the same conditions as everyone else under the laws of the Republic. The Contras agreed to settle in zones to be determined by special commissions. There was no language on the surrender of weapons. The Verification Commission led by Cardinal Abando y Bravo and Benasores was to verify that everyone complied with the accord. Calero, Cesar, Sanchez, and the other FDN leaders struck up the national anthem by the side of Daniel Ortega, Sergio Ramirez, and other Sandinista leaders. In an emotional ceremony, Benasores read the text of the agreement. The Sapoa Accords were the first step in the difficult process of national reconciliation and the beginning of the end of 8 years of fratricidal war that caused more than 30,000 deaths and ruined the country. 162. But peace was impossible as long as Reagan occupied the White House. His boycott was underway before the Sapoa Accords were signed. Bermudez tried to sabotage them with tirades against Calero over Costa Rican radio stations. He questioned Calero's authority as a negotiator and announced that his men would never lay down their arms until the final victory. He became enraged when the agreement was signed. In Miami, Nicaraguan and Cuban exiles. The Cuban exiles were the main lobbyists for the Contras orchestrated bitter campaigns against the Sapoa Accords. They accused Calero and the other negotiators on Latin radio and television stations of having sold out the rebels. In their turn, 12 of the 32 rebel commanders and more than 100 Contras accused Bermudez of servility toward the gringos, and of corruption and inefficiency. 163. In April 1988, Calero and Cesar went to Managua to continue the negotiations. The Sandinistas raised the question of disarming of the Contras, implicit in the Sapoa Accords. Calero and Cesar refused. They also demanded a new constitution, an end to military recruitment, and the release of all political prisoners. 3 months after the signing of the Sapoa Accords, the talks broke off. 164. The Esquipulas II Accords fared no better. A year after they were signed, Reagan and his allies from the Tegucigalpa group brought the agreement to the brink of collapse. With his country occupied, Ascona could not fulfill the promise to make the United States withdraw its troops and advisors from Honduras, suspend its aid to the Contras, and move them out of his country. After an anti-Sandinista demonstration in July 1988, the government arrested 38 of its leaders, closed the daily La Prensa and the Catholic radio station for distorting the facts, and confiscated the largest private sugar refinery. A few days later, Chancellor Descoto expelled United States Ambassador Richard Melton and 7 embassy officers for meddling in Nicaragua's internal affairs. He held them responsible for the disturbances. "This is a tough move," said Melton. "It is nothing compared to the systematic policy of murder and terror that Mr. Reagan's government has carried out against Nicaragua," responded Descoto. Washington expelled Nicaragua's ambassador, Carlos Tunnerman. 165. Toward the end of Reagan's administration, Congress occasionally approved humanitarian aid items for the FDN. Thus the stubborn old leader could fulfill his solemn promise to aid the freedom fighters, if not to his last breath, at least to the end of his term. El Salvador's Way of the Cross. When Reagan arrived in the White House in January 1981, El Salvador was at war. 9 days earlier, in the midst of an unprecedented state of terror and under the Army's total offensive, the FMLN guerrilla movement launched what it called its final offensive. The goal was to overthrow the civilian military junta presided over by José Napoleon Duarte, to present an accomplished and irreversible fact to the new United States president, who touted his rabid anti-communism and aggressive rhetoric against the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Nicaragua throughout the world. In support of the FMLN's offensive, the Frente Democrático Revolucionario, the insurgency's political arm and the main opposition force, called a general strike. Within 5 days half of the country's businesses shut their doors, and some 20,000 government employees did not come to work. The FDR, formed the year before as a broad people's front in defense of its struggle for liberation, bound together revolutionary and popular organizations, leftist parties, union locals, and democratic figures opposed to the regime. The offensive did not achieve its goal, nor was it a threat to the regime. The people did not support it in the hoped-for way. The strike fell short, and it was clear that the FMLN lacked sufficient military training to carry out a wide-ranging military operation. It was an army in formation. Duarte, the United States Embassy, Washington, and the foreign press deemed it a failure. Some believed this was the end of the guerrillas. Reagan scoffed at the solitary guerrillas, and Ambassador Robert White commented, "They gave a war, but nobody came." 166. In fact, the guerrillas did not show up in the capital. Later they recognized that this was one of their most crucial mistakes. But the offensive was not the complete failure ripe for ridicule by its enemies. The FMLN took several cities, carried out massive attacks against the garrisons in most cities and towns, succeeded in forcing the army to withdraw from large rural areas, attacked Air Force installations, and destroyed important parts of its equipment. In Santa Ana, the second largest city in the country, the garrison revolted, its commander was executed, and a company went over to the rebels after first blowing up the munitions dump. 167 But their most important achievement was the coordination of their actions in almost two-thirds of the country. After the final offensive, United States military aid began to pour into El Salvador. During the week of his inauguration, Reagan sent $25 million worth of emergency aid in weapons of all kinds, attack helicopters, and 56 Green Berets. The Salvadoran insurgency saw a radical change in the situation as a result of United States intervention. The government and the ultra-right saw it coming, too. With Reagan we will eliminate the wicked and the subversive from Central America, read the message left by a death squad on a mutilated corpse abandoned on a San Salvador street the day after his election. 168. The United States began to take over this civil war and turn it into an East-West conflict. Alexander Haig announced that the solutions would be drastic and military, and that the United States would demonstrate its determination to fight communist subversion in El Salvador, which was supported by the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Nicaragua. He believed that the victory would be easy and quick. 169. In February, with great fanfare and great concern, the State Department presented to the Latin American and Caribbean ambassadors a white paper on communist interference in El Salvador, allegedly based on 19 documents seized from the Communist Party and the guerrillas. The State Department insisted that they contained indisputable evidence that the political direction, organization, and provisioning of the Salvadoran insurgency was coordinated and strongly influenced by Cuba, with the active support of the Soviet Union, East Germany, Vietnam, and other communist states. It also stated that the Soviet Union was sending tons of arms to El Salvador by way of Cuba and Nicaragua. It claimed that the Salvadoran insurrection had progressively changed into a classic case of indirect armed aggression by the communist powers by way of Cuba. 170 The implicit message was to uphold the United States' right to act in legitimate defense, since its security and that of Latin America were threatened. The claims and conclusions of the White Paper, unsupported by concrete evidence, led Robert G. Kaiser of the Washington Post and Jonathan Quitney of the Wall Street Journal to study the documents. In June, the Post concluded that the papers did not support the State Department's denunciations. The journal reported that the only Soviet aid to the rebels it could find was a plane ticket from Moscow to Vietnam for a Salvadoran guerrilla. John Glassman, the author of the White Paper, admitted in an interview with the Post, that parts of the document were misleading, others excessively embellished or contained errors, and that some of its conclusions were based on suppositions. Nevertheless, he defended the truthfulness of his sources. 171. In Newsweek, an article entitled El Salvador, Tearing Apart a White Paper noted that the Journal and the Post showed, contrary to what the State Department alleged about a flood of weapons from communist countries to the Salvadoran rebels, that according to one of the captured documents, the guerrillas had only 626 weapons for more than 9,000 fighters. 172. The State Department insisted that the charges of errors in the report did not invalidate its basic conclusions. Haig repeated his accusation, that the Soviet Union was sending tons of weapons to the Salvadoran guerrillas through Cuba and Nicaragua, and that he would go to the source Cuba to prevent the flow of arms from continuing. 173. In his testimony before a congressional committee, Carter's former ambassador to El Salvador, Robert White, criticized the Reagan administration for focusing the Salvadoran conflict as communist aggression, while omitting the fact that the cause of the conflict was social injustice, not the interference of foreign communism. He asked Congress not to increase military aid to this country, since its security forces were the biggest murderers of the people. He challenged Congress not to approve it. Did they want to be associated with these mass murders? Reagan kept on sending arms and advisors and announced that he would increase military aid. 174. New York Times Central America correspondent James Lemoyne reported on the causes of the insurgency. El Salvador was at war, he wrote, because it is one of the sickest societies in Latin America. Its archaic structure was dominated by an urban elite and a military caste that essentially rule, but do not effectively govern, and that the campesino majority and the inhabitants of the slums, illiterate, ill, and frustrated, were violently repressed. He noted that the country had no just legal system and that the rebels had ample cause to lead a revolution. 175. United Nations Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick held a contrary view. The violence, she said, was not caused by social injustice, which has existed for decades and the people were used to it, but the introduction of arms from the outside. 176. Reagan's militaristic policies alarmed the Archbishop of San Salvador, Arturo Rivera y Damas. He went to Washington to lobby for a negotiated solution to the Salvadoran conflict, but all his pleading fell on deaf ears. Upon his return he noted that Reagan's policies were a serious danger for his country and for the region. In April, during his homily at a mass in the cathedral, he intensely regretted foreign intervention in the internal affairs of his country. This conflict, he said, would be resolved not by military but by political, humanitarian, and civilized means. He asked the United States and the socialist countries to suspend arms shipments and the junta to recognize the FDR and to free political prisoners. 177. Haig gave assurance that no troops would be sent because such a course was not necessary. In fact, his strategy in El Salvador was low-intensity conflict. The United States could make war without sending in troops. But the huge and growing military aid package required a multimillion-dollar appropriation, and Congress was reluctant to grant it, principally because El Salvador was one of the worst human rights violators in the world. A few days after Reagan's inauguration, the director of the Agrarian Reform Institute, a Salvadoran, and 2 United States technical advisors were assassinated in the Sheraton Hotel in San Salvador. A month earlier 4 American nuns were killed. These crimes moved and angered Congress and the American people. In February, Reagan called off the investigation of the murder of the nuns attributed to the army since he did not want to trouble the Salvadoran High Command. The debate in the United States on El Salvador focused on the serious police and military human rights violations. In several cities, groups, movements, and organizations emerged, composed of students, professors, intellectuals, professionals, and clerics who supported the struggle of the Salvadoran people and opposed the militarization of Central America and the aggression against Nicaragua. They were opposed for political anti-imperialist reasons, moral reasons, and out of fear that Reagan would repeat the tragedy of Vietnam in El Salvador. The Catholic and Protestant churches, opposed to a military solution in El Salvador and to the aggression against Nicaragua, created a sanctuary for refugees from these countries who entered the United States illegally, fleeing from the wars. The government could have measured the unpopularity of its policies by the intense activity in such groups, protesting and supporting the struggle of the Salvadoran people. Large demonstrations were held in major cities New York, Chicago, Washington, and Los Angeles whose fervor was comparable to that of the anti-war demonstrations of the 1960s. Most of these marches were organized by the Committee in solidarity with the people of El Salvador, the most extensive and active of the groups. CISPs had chapters throughout the country. The White House received considerable correspondence from all over the country protesting Reagan's Central America policies. To counter this growing opposition, the White House and the State Department rolled out a national campaign to sell their policies. They claimed that the opposition was supported from abroad. The FBI maintained surveillance on the activist groups and their leaders, especially CISPs, and the church organizations, which helped Central American refugees. This illegal espionage, clandestine break-ins and searches of their headquarters and harassment lasted 5 years. It was suspended in the middle of the 1980s when the New York Times and the Washington Post denounced it. Petitions for a negotiated peace arrived on Reagan's desk from all parts of the world. In March 1981, at the United Nations, the Mexican Chancellor, Jorge Castañeda, offered his government's good offices. In July, the recently elected French President François Mitterrand expressed his support for the struggle of the Salvadoran people. Pope John Paul II, supported by the 5 Salvadoran bishops, urged negotiations between the government and the guerrillas. Public opinion and the media throughout the Americas and Europe criticized the militaristic United States policies in Central America. And in a communiqué, the Socialist International expressed its deep preoccupation with Washington's conversion of the Salvadoran people's liberation struggle into an East-West conflict. In March 1981, Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau of Canada invited Reagan for an official visit. He was met by noisy demonstrations and signs protesting his intervention in El Salvador. 178 Haig was barraged by catcalls at the universities, where he went to explain the government's policies. But the hardest blow was a joint French and Mexican declaration published in August. It stated that only the Salvadoran people, without foreign intervention, could find a just and lasting solution to the country's profound crisis. It also recognized the alliance between the FMLN and the FDR as a representative political force with the right to participate in peace negotiations. 179 This statement legitimized the insurgency as a belligerent party. In a swift and effective diplomatic move, Washington succeeded in persuading 10 Latin American governments, including ones who supported a negotiated solution, to condemn the French-Mexican declaration, calling it interventionist. And at the OAS General Assembly in Castries, St. Lucia, in December 1981, Haig managed a formal condemnation and the adoption of a resolution, proposed by the Salvadoran Chancellor, supporting the Salvadoran elections and suggesting that the governments accept Duarte's invitation and send observers. Mexico, Nicaragua, and Grenada voted against the resolution. Panama, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, and St. Lucia abstained. 180. In October 1981, Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega presented an FDR-FMLN proposal to the United Nations General Assembly to initiate a direct and unconditional dialogue with the Salvadoran government to achieve peace. The heavy pressures the White House put on Congress ignoring the savagery taking place in El Salvador forced the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to demand that Reagan certify improvements in the human rights picture in that country every 6 months before the committee would recommend military aid. Because the Reagan administration needed to improve the much-questioned militaristic image of its Salvadoran policies, it announced its support for agrarian reforms and the elections of a new constitutional assembly to draft and approve a new constitution, elect a provisional government, and set the date for a presidential election. It stated that the guerrillas could take part if they laid down their arms and that they could consider sharing power only as a result of voting. But to speak of free elections in a country at war, where respect for life did not exist, and the granting of lands to campesinos who had been expelled from them by the large landholders and massacred by the army, was either naive or mistaken. The debate on the Salvadoran conflict, war, elections, and peace formulas developed not in El Salvador but in Washington, in the administration, Congress, and the media. That country's destiny was decided in the White House. The war was in the hands of the Pentagon, the CIA, the State Department, and the National Security Council. According to the National Plan for El Salvador, written by the Southern Command, it developed by combining military strategy and plans for economic development. Duarte was a Washington subject, who was not allowed to negotiate for peace with the guerrillas despite his wishes. The Salvadoran military brass and oligarchy supported Washington's policies. The violence and repression under the civilian military junta were worse than they had been under General Humberto Romero's dictatorship, which was condemned by the world community for serious human rights violations. The new wave of brutal repression was the work of Colonel Jaime Abdul Gutierrez, a member of the junta, General José Guillermo Garcia, the Minister of Defense, and Colonel Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova, commander of the National Guard. The military officers went against what was agreed upon with the civilian members of the junta. This dictatorship caused a slew of civilian resignations from the government. During its third restructuring in March 1980, under pressure from Carter, Duarte was named a member of the junta and later president of the Fourth Junta. The violence continued in the midst of endemic impunity for its perpetrators. Crimes against the civilian population by the forces of order went uninvestigated. The government denied them or covered them up. If some officer became too visible through denunciations in the foreign press, he was transferred or sent abroad on a diplomatic mission. In testimony before the United States House of Representatives Foreign Relations Committee in March, the principal advisor to the Agrarian Reform Institute, Leon Gomez, severely criticized Washington's support for the junta. He stated that the army was the fundamental problem in El Salvador, since it controlled the security forces and the death squads. He noted that the massacres traumatized the people. One is very cautious about rising up against the government when one has seen bodies of people sawed in half, bodies placed alive in battery acid, or bodies with every bone broken. 181. The Salvadoran reality was one of horror. A United States journalist who arrived in the country in mid-1981 stated that when he went out in the morning to cover his first story, he saw the corpses of the people who had been assassinated the night before strewn on the streets of San Salvador. He noted that they were the poor, leftists, servants of the church, intellectuals, or people who had the misfortune of having been caught out in the streets after curfew. He saw them with their thumbs wrenched off, chests caved in, faces mutilated, and throats so deeply cut that when the bodies were moved, the heads hung by no more than a few strands of muscle. "Anyone can kill," he wrote, "but this is truly the work of monsters. I force myself to look at and listen every atrocity." 182. Several of the horrendous massacres of campesinos covered up by the government came to light later through denunciations in the foreign press. The massacres on the Honduran border became known as Operation Sandwich because both armed forces collaborated. In one such operation in March 1981, thousands of refugees were mowed down trying to cross the Lempa River into Honduras. The army bombed them from helicopters while soldiers gunned them down with machine guns and mortars. In April, there was another, known as the massacre at Monte Carmelo, a suburb of San Salvador. Uniformed personnel murdered 20 people, mostly workers and students, whom they dragged out of their homes by force. In October, there was another massacre in an army security operation at the Lempa River. 147 campesinos were assassinated. 183. One of the worst reported and denounced by United States journalists occurred in December 1981 at El Mazote and in 9 neighboring communities, in a region close to the Honduran border. Eyewitnesses reported that it was a deliberate and systematic massacre of the entire town by several army battalions. Some 600 to 1,000 campesinos, men, women, and children were slain. The government and the army denied that it ever happened. It was also denied by the United States Embassy, the State Department, and Undersecretary of State Thomas Enders before a congressional commission, which subpoenaed them to explain what had happened. A report by the San Salvador Archbishopric's Office of Judicial Assistance, created and directed by Monsignor Arturo Rivera y Damas, certified that in 1980 and 1981 there had been 21,000 political assassinations of civilians at the hands of the government forces. 184 This was but one part of the Salvadoran people's tragedy. The People's War. In spite of massive United States military aid, the Salvadoran army did not have the ability to defeat the guerrillas, according to a Pentagon document leaked to the press in February 1981. Defense Secretary Weinberger declared that this was one man's basically inaccurate view of the El Salvadoran army. At that point the FMLN had 8 military fronts and controlled an extensive strip of land near the Honduran border and areas around the 4 great volcanoes. The army showed signs of demoralization because of continuous high casualties inflicted by the guerrillas. A map published by Newsweek in March showed FMLN offensives throughout the country. 185 Most of the attacks were on economic targets. The FMLN blew up bridges and electrical networks, set fire to factories and export warehouses, buses, trucks, and transportation facilities, and blockaded highways to stop commercial transport. 186 What angered the government, the armed forces, and Washington most were the guerrilla attacks on military objectives. In January 1982, in an attack on the Ilopango Air Base, the country's most important base, used by the United States to support its operations against Nicaragua, half the Air Force was destroyed. According to official sources, the guerrillas, attacking at dawn with mortars, dynamite, and machine guns, destroyed 6 airplanes, as well as 6 of the 14 Huey helicopters supplied by the United States, and seriously damaged 11 other planes. According to the guerrillas, they destroyed 20 planes. 9 people died. Ilopango was turned into an inferno, Time reported. 187 After the demolition by dynamite of the Puente de Oro bridge over the Lempa River a year earlier, the attack on the Ilopango base was the most devastating blow of the war. 188 It was also the most destructive of the armed forces' image and unity, since base personnel helped the guerrillas. The day after the Ilopango attack, the FMLN opened a series of offensives and ambushes against the army in Usulután Department, in which there were 34 casualties. The army responded by bombing the countryside and mounting raids in the cities. At Nueva Trinidad it assassinated 150 civilians and killed 32 more in San Antonio Abad, a San Salvador neighborhood. Students and workers comprised most of the dead, and many of the women were raped before they were killed. 189 In January 1982 Reagan presented Congress with his first certification of the human rights situation in El Salvador, which stated that the situation had improved. It claimed the number of dead was down, that the 6 soldiers responsible for the murder of the 4 nuns had been arrested and sentenced, and that agrarian reform and the democratic process preparations for the election of the Constitutional Assembly were progressing. He recognized, however, that the problems were far from resolved. 190 The same week, in a 297-page joint report, America's Watch and the ACLU denounced the continuing political assassinations, some 200 a week, and the tortures and disappearances at the hands of Salvadoran security forces. A month earlier the horrendous El Mozote massacre had occurred. Washington blamed the guerrillas for these political crimes. Amnesty International, the World Council of Churches, the Russell Tribunal, the El Salvador Archdiocese's Office of Judicial Assistance, journalists, and independent observers unanimously rejected Reagan's certification, and members of Congress introduced a resolution to declare it null and void. It did not pass. The devastating guerrilla attack on the Ilopango base gave Reagan room to breathe. This guerrilla advance placed Congress in a great dilemma. If it denied military aid to El Salvador based on the human rights situation, it could be guilty of allowing the army to be defeated. It approved $66 million in emergency military aid, half of what Reagan requested. 191 The possibility of a military victory, such as the one dreamed up by the ardent Mr. Haig, grew more unachievable every day. Duarte publicly admitted that the war was being lost. After Reagan's certification, the FMLN sent him a letter to remind him that the Salvadoran people had been under military rule for the past 50 years, and that their fight was against the dictatorship supported by the United States, which was responsible for the murder of 30,000 Salvadorans and the murder of 4 American nuns in the past 2 years. It pointed out that his interpretation of the Salvadoran conflict as a confrontation with the Soviet Union was totally divorced from reality, and that the soon-to-be-held elections for the Constitutional Assembly were a farce, since there could be no guarantees of a democratic process in the middle of indiscriminate repression. It respectfully asked him to change his policies. 192. The advent of democracy. In the midst of military, paramilitary, and guerrilla violence and common crimes, preparations continued for the election for the Constitutional Assembly. Reagan saw a need to demonstrate democratic progress in El Salvador in order to break down congressional resistance to military aid. Defense Minister General Garcia guaranteed that the election would be held, even if it took place in the midst of bullets, and that the armed forces would respect the results whatever they are. 193. During this pre-election period, the human rights situation was crucial for Duarte and Washington. They had to demonstrate a climate of peace and show that there would be guarantees that in fact did not exist. Thus the report of the murder in Quetzaltenango of 4 journalists, a Dutch television crew, 11 days before the election threw both governments into a panic. The Minister of Defense hastened to assure the press in a plainly worded statement that the incident had occurred in a crossfire between army and guerrilla lines. Washington made the same claim, based on an investigation by its embassy in San Salvador. Shortly thereafter, anonymous witnesses testified that the journalists had been assassinated by an army patrol. 194. The election for the Constitutional Assembly was held on March 28, 1982, with the country at war, after 2 years under a state of siege without constitutional guarantees, with the opposition press closed or self-censored, and the people traumatized by official and paramilitary violence. There were 200 political murders a week and more than 30,000 deaths. Of the 60 governments who had been invited, only 9 sent observers. Few wished to become involved in a process that awakened so much doubt. Few would support this government to please Washington. The junta set conditions so it could control the election. Votes were stamped on identification cards in indelible ink. The ballots and ballot boxes were transparent and numbered, so that it would be possible to see who voted. Not voting is treason, warned the Minister of Defense. Some 700 foreign journalists, most of them from the United States, covered this event, but few knew the complex realities of the country. They reported that the people participated in massive numbers, and they published photos showing long lines of campesinos waiting to vote. Their characterization of the election as free, democratic, and legitimate refuted reality. The United States openly intervened in the entire process, with advisors and million-dollar contributions to help Duarte's Christian Democrats. The major opposition force, the FDR, had not participated because there had not been any of the necessary guarantees. The United States press failed to mention these facts. FDR leader Guillermo Ungo spoke from his exile in Mexico, asserting that he had not participated because it would have been suicide to do so. When these elections had first been discussed 2 years earlier, the armed forces published a list of 130 traitors whom they considered responsible for subversion and announced that they would be tirelessly persecuted. The list included the names of all the FDR leaders. 195. The massive turnout for the election noted by the foreign press was enthusiastically exploited by Reagan and Duarte. Lines of people waiting for their turn to vote were exactly the image they needed. It was the triumph of democracy. The turnout exceeded all estimates, said Reagan and Haig. Ambassador Dean Hinton spoke of a defeat for the guerrillas, who asked people to abstain. There was evidently not much popular support for the insurgency, he said. 196. The Christian Democrats won a majority of 35% of the votes and 24 of the 60 assembly seats, and the ultra-rightist party Arena, formed by Roberto D'Aubuisson, captured 16 seats. The results dampened the enthusiasm of Reagan and Duarte for the electoral success, for the assembly was now in the hands of the far right. ARENA allied itself with the Partido de Conciliación Nacional, party of the military, to achieve a majority. Dogwison, who had been accused of being the head of the death squads and whom former Ambassador Robert White called a psychopathic killer and the architect of Monsignor Romero's assassination, was elected Assembly President and was in a position to be chosen Provisional President of the Republic. Reagan sent his Ambassador-at-Large, General Vernon Walters, to warn the military and the deputies that if Dogwison was elected president, the United States would cut all aid to El Salvador. Agitated and bitter negotiations among deputies, political parties, and the military to choose a provisional president lasted almost a month, under pressure and threats from Ambassador Dean Hinton and Reagan's envoys. Several times the assembly was unable to meet for lack of a quorum. Finally, among shouts and applause on April 29, 1982, Alvaro Magana, president of the National Mortgage Bank for 17 years, was elected by a majority of 36 votes with the help of the Christian Democrats and the military. ARENA candidate Hugo Barrera garnered 17 votes. After 3 years of a war that was virtually financed by the United States, El Salvador now had a new president, Alvaro Magana, with a government dominated by the extreme right and the old military command still intact. General Garcia, the Minister of Defense, and Colonel Vives Casanova, commander of the National Guard, who were responsible for the dirty war, remained solidly ensconced in their posts. Members of ARENA were nominated for the 4 most important ministries, another 4 were to be filled by nominees suggested by the armed forces, and the 3 positions left for the Christian Democrats had neither political nor social importance. The new ARENA Minister of Agriculture did away with agrarian reform. The new 1983 Constitution did not mention the subject. On the contrary, it emphasized the obligation of the state to respect and guarantee private property. 197 Charles Percy, chair of the United States Senate's Foreign Relations Committee, warned, "Not one penny will go to the government of El Salvador if agrarian reform was stopped." 198. Magana launched a publicity campaign to show the world, he declared, that land distribution continued. At a ceremony in the presidential palace, he handed out land titles to campesinos, flanked by high-ranking military officers. "It's pure theater," commented a high Salvadoran official scornfully. 199. Under Magana's weak government, the war continued with greater intensity. Repression was even more brutal, and the number of political murders kept rising. Of the 30,000 assassinations so far, 700 were Christian Democrats. The death squads continued killing, and Archbishop Rivera y Damas kept denouncing the killings, tortures, and disappearances in his homilies, holding the forces of order responsible. "Obviously they are free to kidnap and murder civilians in broad daylight, with no fear of punishment by the authorities," he said. In August he blamed them for the 270 political murders in the previous 2 weeks. 200 The same month Magana named a peace commission to explore the possibilities of negotiating with the guerrillas. The military opposed it. At the end of June 1982 Reagan presented Congress with his second certification on the human rights situation in El Salvador, again claiming progress. Enders defended the report to Congress, maintaining that there were fewer dead, lands were being distributed, the government was in control of the armed forces, and the country held free democratic elections. But he recognized that it has a long way to go to achieve full success. Democratic Representative Gary Studds accused him of using ludicrously inadequate statistics, and with 80 other representatives he introduced a resolution declaring Reagan's certification null and void. He did not win a majority. The House approved $61 million in military aid. 201. Losing the war? Guerrilla advances and the Salvadoran army's poor performance worried and irritated the State Department and the Pentagon. Since the army was heavily supported by the United States, they blamed the Minister of Defense, General Garcia, for his incompetence in not following the instructions of the Green Berets who had planned the operations and directed the counterinsurgent fight. Washington decreed, he must go 202. In addition, the United States needed to show evidence of progress in human rights. It was made uncomfortable by the fact that the government had not captured those responsible for the assassinations of American citizens, and that Second Lieutenant Rodolfo Isidro Lopez Cibrian, the man accused of masterminding the Sheraton Hotel murders, had been at large for the last year and a half. The courts released him for lack of evidence. Arrest and conviction for these murders was a condition Congress imposed before it would approve military aid to El Salvador. After the election, the army asked the FMLN to give up its weapons, but the FMLN responded with a series of attacks in Morazan department. In 5 days it inflicted 200 casualties on the army and took 2 cities, which it later abandoned. The army bombed them with recently acquired Dragonfly jets. Later that month the FMLN shot down an army helicopter carrying the Vice Minister of Defense, Colonel Adolfo Castillo, and the Morazan commander. The guerrillas captured Castillo. The FMLN and the FDR launched a double offensive, political and military, to force the government to negotiate peace. The FDR proposed a direct and unconditional negotiation to end the war and reduce tensions in Central America. In the meantime, the FMLN was carrying out extensive attacks in the north and east of the country, inflicting 189 casualties on the army and taking 90 prisoners of war. At a press conference in Mexico, FDR leader Guillermo Ungo and Ana Guadalupe Martinez of the FMLN, both exiled in that country, stated that the government had not responded to their peace proposals. Legislative Assembly President Dubuisson warned that he would not allow discussions or negotiations with the guerrillas. The State Department dismissed the FDR's proposal as cosmetic. 203. The defeats the guerrillas dealt the army accumulated and caused profound malaise and divisions within the armed forces. Some wanted to continue the war, others wanted to arrive at an agreement that would end the conflict. They were irritated by the High Command's poor performance. This internal crisis exploded when the Minister of Defense removed a star commander of the counterinsurgency, Colonel Sigifredo Ochoa, from command of the battalion in Cabanas Department. He was appointed military attaché to Uruguay to get him out of the way, since he had been accused of murdering a sacristan, and he refused to obey the order. Ochoa demanded that the minister resign and accused him of treason and prolonging the war without offering other choices. He told Magana to keep his pants on, and stop letting himself be manipulated by the minister. He warned that he would not give in until General Garcia resigned. The rebel radio station Radio Vence Ramos reported this as a fight among the murderers of the fascist High Command. The crisis lasted 3 months. It ended when Garcia, under pressure from the High Command, resigned. Vides Casanova, commander of the National Guard, was named Minister of Defense. 204. In 1983 Reagan's Central America policies sprung a leak. They were failing in Nicaragua and El Salvador, and they were severely criticized at home and abroad by allied and friendly governments. Reagan's got a war on 2 fronts, one in Washington and the other in El Salvador, and he's losing on both, commented a congressman. 205. The insurgents continued their double offensive. The guerrillas kept on attacking the army, causing high casualties and defeats, while the FDR-FMLN continued to insist on negotiation. In March 1983 they presented a new peace proposal. They asked the government for a consensus group to include the guerrillas and their moderate allies, and they demanded that the government dismantle the 10,000-strong security forces, move on economic reforms including agrarian reform, and make agreements with the guerrillas that would provide guarantees for future elections. We are not so stupid as to participate in the elections and wind up in a cemetery, noted Ungo. 206. In June they proposed another 5-point plan. The country must reclaim its sovereignty and carry out a direct and unconditional dialogue with the parties in conflict. The proposal criticized the growing interventionism of the United States, since it prevented the country from achieving peace, justice, and independence. It declared that no accord could succeed without participation by the FDR-FMLN, and asked third parties for their good offices during the peace process. 207. In March 1983, Reagan defended his Central America policies and showed greater determination to achieve his goals. He insisted that military aid was essential to winning the war against communist expansion in the region. He took an especially hard line regarding the situation in El Salvador. A victory by the communist guerrillas would lead the country to join forces with Nicaragua and Cuba, and the domino effect would extend throughout the region, including Panama and Mexico, he averred. 208. In April, before a joint session of Congress called by the President, Reagan reiterated that vital United States interests were at stake in Central America, and once again he pointed to El Salvador's proximity as a threat to United States security. Only more military aid, he said, would allow this war to be won. 209. The most influential newspapers criticized the speech harshly. Republican papers defended it. 210. The guerrillas launched a major offensive in the northeast, taking the Pan American Highway and the town of Santa Rosa de Lima. On Radio Venus Ramos they announced that this was their answer to the war declared by Reagan. 211. For the Reagan administration, its Central America policies had not fulfilled their objectives and the fault lay with the officials who had designed them. The State Department proceeded to remove people from the team. Enders and the ambassador to El Salvador, Dean Hinton, were relieved of their posts. Reagan named former Republican Congressman Richard Stone as his special envoy to Central America, and in June he named a bipartisan commission led by Henry Kissinger to visit these countries including Nicaragua and to design a regional policy. At the same time he kept up his military harassment. Stone's conversations with FDR leaders Guillermo Ungo and Ruben Zamora and with FMLN commandantes in Costa Rica and Colombia, failed. Stone limited them to their participation in presidential elections after they demobilized. 212. The Salvadoran government had to either change its strategy or lose the war, concluded John Wagelstein, the director of the Green Berets in El Salvador, in a meeting with President Magana, his Minister of Defense, and the United States ambassador. He showed documents that indicated the guerrillas controlled a quarter of the country and an ever-increasing number of towns. Besides, they had destroyed the economy. A report from the United States Embassy in San Salvador estimated losses since 1979 at $600 million, and another, from the National University, mentioned 210 acts of sabotage in 11 of the country's 14 provinces. Guerrilla actions had destroyed a third of the electrical power system, 30% of public transport, and a tenth of the agricultural sector. Only one main bridge remains standing. 213. Another of the guerrillas' activities was the trial, by revolutionary courts, and execution of military officers, paramilitary goons, potentates, and politicians. In May 1983, the Fuerzas Populares de Liberación, the most radical group in the FMLN, assassinated United States First Lieutenant Alberto Felberger in front of San Salvador's Catholic University when he was picking up his girlfriend. The guerrillas warned that they would send other advisors back in coffins. The FMLN continued its offensive. In October and November some 7,000 guerrillas attacked more than 60 towns, and in December they attacked the military base at El Paraiso, the country's largest, and caused 100 casualties. This was a devastating blow. 2 days later, they blew up the Cuscatlan Bridge. 214. Defeats, casualties, and low morale wreaked havoc in the army ranks. Almost half the United States trained troops quit between September and December. More than 300 soldiers had been killed or seriously wounded in battle, and 450 were prisoners of war. In November a 135-man battalion surrendered. The guerrillas explained that they would be handed over to the International Red Cross and took their weapons. 215. Also alarming to Washington was the increase in the number of murders attributed to the death squads, since this showed they were out of the government's control. The State Department compiled lists, one in El Salvador and the other in Miami, of those suspected of belonging to these groups. It published the names of powerful Miami exiles who financed them. Until now Reagan and Magana had held their tongues about the death squads, though there was clear evidence that they had connections with military officers on active service and Dogwison was their leader. Newsweek noted that whenever Dogwison raised his voice against anyone, generally prominent persons, they turned up dead a few days later. 216. In November 1983, unable to continue to talk about improvements in the Salvadoran human rights picture, Reagan vetoed the bill that required him to continue certifying human rights improvements to Congress. That same month, he invaded Grenada. Duarte for the presidency. In 1984, after 50 years of military dictatorships, El Salvador prepared to elect a civilian president. The country was stuck in a serious political and economic crisis and unprecedented violence by the military, paramilitaries, and guerrillas. The FMLN now controlled a third of the country, and the people's uneasiness was rising. These elections were crucial to El Salvador because its future, the development of the armed conflict, and the role to be played henceforward by the United States were all at stake. For Reagan, who had one eye on his re-election, they were crucial as well, since congressional support for his controversial military aid to the country and the future of the war depended on the outcome. Of the 7 candidates, the 2 most likely were José Napoleon Duarte of the center-left Christian Democrats and Roberto Dogwison of the extreme right-wing Arena Party. Washington worked feverishly to organize the elections and support Duarte. The presidential campaign was bitter and steeped in violence. On the eve of the elections, the army, some 30,000 men and 10,000 guerrillas, intensified their offensives. The FMLN declared that it would not interfere with the voting. Whoever wanted to vote could do so freely, but it called the elections a farce and trumpeted the slogan, "No to the election farce, yes to the people's war." In various places, guerrillas blocked roads, confiscated identification cards, ambushed the army causing 30 casualties, shot down a cargo plane, damaged a military highway, and occupied 3 broadcast stations in the capital. For 15 minutes they transmitted a statement to alert the people to the electoral farce, which was not the solution to El Salvador's conflict but a measure needed for Reagan's re-election. 217. In May the people went to the polls. The AFP, AP, EFE, and Latin Reuters news agencies reported the chaos and disorganization, voting boxes that arrived late, others that never arrived in guerrilla-controlled zones, shortages of ballots, confusion in the lists that indicated where voters were to go, and extreme security measures deployed at every voting place. The Central Electoral Council published the results a week late. Duarte had won 43.41% of the vote and Dogwison 29.76%. Since no candidate won the required majority, a runoff vote gave Duarte 53.6%. He took office in June. Duarte's election was praised by the Reagan administration, Congress, and the press as a triumph of democracy. They called Duarte a genuine Democrat, a reformer who wanted peace. In his campaign, Duarte had offered a social pact and promised to end political assassinations, investigate the death squads, and abolish the abuses that had characterized past governments. A few months later, when these promises were a dead letter, he was called the victim of the extreme right and of the guerrillas' intransigence. Nobody mentioned that while he was president of the junta, El Salvador was the worst violator of human rights in the world, with a rate of 1,000 political murders a month by the army and by paramilitary groups. 218. Duarte went to Washington at Reagan's invitation and was cheered and praised by the government and the media and heard with respect and enthusiasm by House and Senate Foreign Relations Committees. Congress approved a supplementary appropriation of $61 million in military aid and 3 months later $132 million more, as well as $120 million in economic aid. 219. On October 15, 1984, at the OAS General Assembly, Duarte invited the leaders of the insurgency to a meeting at Las Palmas in Quetzaltenango. Many were surprised at his proposal to negotiate with the guerrillas, since the military and the right were strongly opposed and Washington even more so. Analysts concluded that Duarte, on a honeymoon with the Reagan administration and the United States Congress, felt strong enough to ignore this powerful and dangerous opposition. A week before the meeting in Las Palmas, the Minister of Defense, Vides Casanova, launched an offensive against the guerrillas, a resounding gesture of his rejection of the talks. Nevertheless, he accompanied Duarte to the meeting in the Las Palmas church. Guillermo Ungo and Ruben Zamora, who were both living in exile in Mexico, and the commanders Eduardo Sancho, also known as Fermin Cienfuegos, Facundo Guardado and other guerrilla leaders comprised the delegation of insurgents, and Archbishop Rivera y Damas served as mediator. They were not able to arrive at a substantial agreement, but they did agree to name a peace commission, which would include 4 members from each side, to meet in November. The military immediately let Duarte know that he must not move too quickly or accept a ceasefire, or he would have problems. 4 days later the guerrillas shot down a helicopter, leaving 4 high-ranking officers dead, including Lieutenant Colonel Domingo Monterrosa, who was commander in the El Mazote zone at the time of the 1981 massacre. Furious, the High Command warned Duarte that they would hold veto power over the actions of his government. A group of 60 officers advised him not to accept the insurgents' proposal to share the government and become part of the armed forces, and further, not to accept a ceasefire. Duarte did not object to these conditions. 220. The FDR-FMLN proposal asked for a broadly inclusive transitional government, the integration of rebel troops into the armed forces, and new elections. Duarte would not agree, instead countering with a demand that the rebels lay down their arms, recognize his government's legitimacy, and participate peacefully in the reconstruction of the country. In other words, they should surrender. Duarte remained under the thumb of the military and Washington, both committed to escalating the war to annihilate the guerrillas. Peace talks threatened their plans. Washington kept sending weapons and helicopters and increased the number of its military personnel in El Salvador. The army continued bombing guerrilla-controlled zones, causing innumerable deaths and colossal destruction. The guerrillas, in turn, continued to attack economic targets and military bases and barracks and ambushing the army, causing even more casualties. They attacked the El Paraiso base and massacred an army patrol. They took over the Serran Grande hydroelectric plant, the country's largest, and destroyed part of its equipment. The State Department continued to reassure Congress that the human rights situation in El Salvador was improving, but the Salvadoran Human Rights Commission reported that there had been 400 political assassinations, 87 disappearances, 2 large massacres, and more than 100 bombings of campesino areas since Duarte had come to power. FDR leader Ungo said in a November interview with the Mexican daily Uno Mas Uno that during the past 5 months Duarte had ordered 127 bombings, using more than 1,000 bombs in 10 of the country's 14 provinces, and new massacres in Quetzaltenango, Cabanas, and Cuscatlan. During the same period the FMLN was responsible for 547 military casualties. 221 In November Reagan was re-elected. In March 1985 the guerrillas executed retired General José Alberto Medrano, creator of ORDEN, a governmental paramilitary organization that functioned as a death squad, dissolved in 1979. 4 days later they shot down Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Aristides Cienfuegos inside an exclusive tennis club in San Salvador. In June a group of guerrillas machine-gunned 4 United States Marines embassy security guards and 2 American businessmen in a cafe in the fashionable Zona Rosa in downtown San Salvador. 7 Salvadorans were also among those killed, and 15 were wounded. In a statement, the Partido Revolucionario de Trabajo Centroamericano claimed responsibility and announced that these were only the first, alleging that the Marines were not innocent since no Yankee invader was free of guilt. The statement profoundly regretted the death of the Salvadorans. In the past 6 months the guerrillas had kidnapped a large number of mayors, bureaucrats, and military officers. 222. In September 1985 the kidnapping of Inés Duarte Duran, the president's 35-year-old daughter, by an FMLN commando, changed the rules of the game. Duarte bowed to the guerrillas' demands, freeing 22 political prisoners and allowing 96 wounded guerrillas to be transferred to Cuba. Arena, the right, and the military all protested that the president's show of weakness affected the army's morale and undermined the government's credibility. Duarte retorted that they were merely singing a siren's song, since they sent their money out of the country and paid ransoms to free kidnapped family members, and that the guerrillas used this money to buy weapons, kill soldiers, and make the revolution. The guerrillas freed Ines and 28 of the 38 mayors they were holding. Duarte sent his family to Washington. 223. The concessions Duarte made to the guerrillas complicated his relations with the military, not that they had been easy to begin with. But both knew that Washington would not tolerate a coup. Politically, the government was eroding. The people criticized Duarte for the grave economic crisis and accused him of being Washington's puppet. They also denounced his support for the war against Nicaragua, his collaboration with the boycott of Contadora, and his suspension of the peace talks because of United States and Army pressures. In 1986, national and international human rights organizations railed against the increase in military and paramilitary violence in El Salvador. Amnesty International pointed out that murders, tortures, and disappearances were now selective, carried out against those who opposed the government. These crimes were not investigated and their perpetrators were not brought to justice. On the anniversary of the assassination of Monsignor Arnulfo Romero, a large demonstration in San Salvador demanded trials and convictions of his assassins. 6 years after the crime, these people were still at large. After the peace talks at Ayaguelo were suspended in November 1984, Duarte rejected 5 different peace proposals offered by the FDR-FMLN, but in June 1985 he announced that he was ready to renew the talks. 2 preparatory meetings were held in Mexico and Panama. The third, to be held in Sasaray, was cancelled by the guerrillas because the army militarized the town before the meeting. Duarte accused the guerrillas of torpedoing the peace talks. In 1986 the army again boycotted attempts to negotiate with the guerrillas. The opposition to Duarte's government continued to grow, and in January 1987 rumors of a coup circulated. The military openly criticized Duarte. The right was dead set against him. 27 opposition delegates called a parliamentary strike because of a tax increase, and a 150,000-strong student demonstration protested forced recruitment. The guerrillas continued to ambush the army, block transportation routes, and blow up electric transmission towers, which left large areas of the country without light. On January 24 a business strike, a transportation stoppage called by the FMLN, and a road blockage by the guerrillas paralyzed the country. Many called for Duarte to resign. Nonetheless, the military announced that it supported the president's authority. 224. The signing of the Esquipulas II Regional Peace Treaty by the 5 Central American presidents in August 1987 opened the gates to a solution for Nicaragua's and El Salvador's internal conflicts. The governments were obliged by the terms of the treaty to take immediate steps toward national coexistence. Duarte presented to the Legislative Assembly a plan for partial amnesty for people who had been indicted for political or related crimes, but who had not yet been tried, as well as a plan for the repatriation of exiles. In October, thousands of refugees returned, under the protection of the Catholic and Protestant churches and international organizations. Duarte called a third round of negotiations suspended for 3 years, but the FDR-FMLN announced that it would not participate, in protest against the murder the previous October of Herbert Escobedo Anaya, director of the Human Rights Commission of El Salvador. In November, FDR leaders Guillermo Ungo and Ruben Zamora returned after 7 years in exile. They announced that they would continue to support the people's struggle. Duarte dismissed them as terrorists and announced that if they wanted to participate in politics they would have to break their ties to the guerrillas. 225 That same month Duarte presented a total and absolute amnesty law to the Legislative Assembly, which was approved by a wide majority. This law exempted from trial any members of the military, the security services, and the police who were responsible for the assassination and disappearance of tens of thousands of Salvadorans, and suspended all trials and investigations of crimes committed before October 22 of that year. More than 400 prisoners convicted of political crimes were released, among them the murderers of the agrarian reform experts at the Sheraton Hotel. Crimes of kidnapping, extortion, and drug trafficking were excluded. In response to a petition from the church, Archbishop Romero's killers were not granted amnesty. A report issued by America's Watch noted that after the amnesty law was passed, there was a marked increase in political crimes. 226. Duarte could not end the war because the military and Washington would not let him. Neither was he able to improve the difficult economic situation, an effect of the war. The country stayed afloat only with economic aid from the United States. Duarte's emergency measures were rejected by both the left and the right. His promised social pact was not feasible. The country was mired in misery and war. The real weight of this serious economic crisis fell on the poorest classes. 6 out of every 10 Salvadorans were unemployed, and the prices of consumer products were well out of the reach of most people. After 7 years of war, the society was profoundly polarized. The people were traumatized by the military and paramilitary violence. The country was devastated and in ruins. The dirty war had cost tens of thousands of civilians' lives, with thousands more maimed and tens of thousands widowed and orphaned. A fourth of the population, the vast majority of them campesino, was displaced, in exile in other countries, or with the guerrillas. During his last year in office, Duarte, by now completely discredited, fell seriously ill with liver cancer. In the municipal and legislative assembly elections in March 1988, his Christian Democratic Party suffered a crushing defeat. Arena, the winning party, was as surprised as anyone. It was handed an absolute majority in the Legislative Assembly and won 200 of 244 municipalities. Its triumph in presidential elections set for the following year was practically assured. Throughout the year, the bloody fight between the army and the guerrillas continued. Christ turned his back, peace would not come, and cancer was consuming the president. So, stubborn, proud and alone, as he has always lived, Napoleon awaits death, fighting cancer from the helm of the ship of state, wrote a correspondent for the Spanish daily El País. After almost a year of Duarte's battle with cancer, Salvadorans spoke of his survival as a miracle. In January 1989, with the country at war, the presidential campaign moved ahead. The FDR-FMLN presented another peace proposal through Archbishop Rivera y Damas that promised that it would respect the election results if the army did not interfere or continue its repressive actions, and would participate in the elections if the government would postpone them until September and ensure that the vote would be impartial and clean. It asked for a new electoral council with the participation of the Democratic Convergence, the Democratic Union created by Ungo and Zamora, a new oversight committee composed of religious, humanitarian, and civil organizations, and the presence of international observers to monitor the elections. The United States would have to remain outside the process. Duarte rejected the proposal, calling it unconstitutional. The military and Arena rejected it as well. On January 20, 1989, Republican George Bush was inaugurated as President of the United States. The new administration understood the absurdity of continuing to support the war and recognized a political way out in the FDR-FMLN proposal. The State Department called it serious, and noted that it contained positive elements that deserved further study. This change in Washington's position meant that Duarte and the Salvadoran political parties, including Arena, would have to change course. Dogwison proposed a partial amnesty to allow the guerrilla leaders to come to San Salvador and meet with the political parties. In February they met at Oaxtepec, Mexico, but the talks came to no agreement. Duarte offered to postpone the elections to April if the guerrillas would declare a unilateral truce until June 10, the day he was to hand over the reins of government to a successor. The FMLN offered a 60-day truce and proposed a new meeting with the parties in San Salvador. But the political atmosphere was too contaminated to achieve change. The Minister of Defense, Vides Casanova, who was opposed to negotiations, warned that a coup d'état was possible if the constitution were violated. The army continued its military operations against the guerrillas, and they, in turn, intensified their own. The Central Elections Council ratified the date for the elections, which would be held on March 19, 1989. This was a dagger in the heart for anyone who had hoped for an accord. The rebel radio station, Radio Venus Ramos, alerted listeners, "We stand at a historic crossroads, negotiation or the intensification of the war 227. The violence continued. There were more political murders, and 3 journalists were killed, one of whom was Dutch. More dynamite was detonated by the guerrillas, and street disturbances were constant. Duarte militarized the country. The FMLN announced a boycott of the elections, blocked transportation, blew up electric transmission towers, attacked barracks, and threatened with death any officials who took part in this farce. Throughout the country 136 mayors resigned. Alfredo Cristiani, the arena candidate, captured 53.81% of the votes cast, Fidel Chavez Mina, the Christian Democrat, 35.59%, and Guillermo Ungo of the Democratic Convergence, a pathetic 3.2%. The abstention of 50% of the voters was the highest in El Salvador's history. Chavez Mina and Ungo attributed their defeat to FMLN's boycott. Spokespeople for the guerrillas claimed that the large-scale abstention was evidence of the illegitimacy of a government that did not represent the national majority. The cost of peace. With Alfredo Cristiani as president, power remained in the hands of the most reactionary forces in the country, the oligarchy and the army represented by Arena, the party born of the death squads. The defeat of the Christian Democrats and the Democratic Convergence demonstrated that the options for change toward a just society and to achieving peace were no longer possible. The only choice was to keep waging the war. In his inaugural speech, Cristiani proposed renewing the dialogue with the guerrillas. The FMLN opened an intense military offensive in order to come to the table from a position of strength. The army declared itself in a state of maximum alert and showed increased determination to annihilate the guerrillas. The difficult negotiations unfolded over a period of 3 years, in the midst of extreme violence, without arriving at any substantial agreements. On November 11 the FMLN launched a bold offensive in San Salvador, and the army bombed working-class neighborhoods where 1,500 guerrillas had barricaded themselves. The FMLN took the Sheraton Hotel, where 4 Green Berets and OAS Secretary General João Bina Soares were lodged. Bush sent a commando from the Delta Force. The evacuation of the Green Berets without incident prevented them from moving into action. Hours earlier Bina Soares had left with the guerrillas' help. The combat lasted for 5 days, leaving 1,000 civilians and fighters dead in its wake, mostly as a result of the bombing. 5 days later, on the campus of the Catholic University, 6 Jesuits, including the rector, Father Ignacio Elacuria, their housekeeper, and her daughter, were assassinated. This incident moved the world. The government tried to blame the FMLN, but it was almost immediately clear that the murder was the work of the army. Washington demanded that the crime be cleared up, and Congress made further aid contingent on the investigation and punishment of the perpetrators. A commission of 20 United States representatives proceeded to investigate it. The peace accords between Cristiani's government and the FMLN that put an end to 12 years of war were signed at a dramatic United Nations session in New York early in the morning of January 1, 1992, just hours before the end of Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuéllar's term in office. Immense joy broke out throughout El Salvador and the world. Nevertheless, there were still key issues to be resolved, and these would depend on the political will of both sides. The government had to reduce the armed forces from 56,000 to 20,000, purge their ranks, bring to justice the members of the police forces responsible for serious human rights violations. The officer class was firmly opposed to this, and the FMLN had to agree to demobilize its forces. The definitive ceasefire was set for February 10, 1992. The United States Truth Commission, part of these accords, published its report in March 1993. Its job had been to investigate the most serious political crimes committed during the 12 years of war. The report received support from all over the world. President Bill Clinton praised it, and the New York Times commented that the White House stopped short of drawing the conclusion that the Reagan and Bush administrations, which strongly supported the Salvadoran military in its war with leftist guerrillas, bore some responsibility for the gross human rights abuses. 228. The Commission certified that 85% of the crimes were committed by the Army, the security forces, and the death squads. It accused high-ranking officers, based on sufficient evidence, of being the architects of the Jesuits' murder. It mentioned former Ministers of Defense René Emilio Ponce and Vides Casanova and Air Force Commander Juan Rafael Bustillo. It also accused other officers of having issued the order to kill the 4 North American nuns, the 4 Dutch journalists, and Monsignor Romero. It indicated that D'Aubuisson was behind his murder. At a press conference held the day after the report was made public, Cristiani urged the Legislative Assembly to pass a law of total and general amnesty, which, he assured everyone, was essential to consummate the national reconciliation and leave the past behind. The Assembly, controlled by Arena, did just that. This inappropriate haste to shield the guilty, wrote the New York Times, is an affront to the peace process promoted by the UN, to international human rights laws, and to the memory of the victims in El Salvador. 229. The amnesty went into effect at the end of March, and confessed and convicted military criminals began coming out of the jails. Guerrillas responsible for killing United States citizens did not benefit from this amnesty. This was a discriminatory measure without legal basis. The Truth Commission's accusations were no more than simple testimonies for the history books, since the Commission had no power to bring the perpetrators of the crimes to justice. The invasion of Grenada. Another of Reagan's wars was the invasion of Grenada on October 25, 1983. The invasion was announced in advance. Maurice Bishop, the Prime Minister, saw it coming many times, and many times he denounced before the world the peril hanging over the tiny island. The American press dismissed Bishop's fears as paranoia. When the invasion came, he was already dead. In March 1979, Bishop, the leader of the New Jewel movement, overthrew the repressive and corrupt regime of Eric Gary. Thousands of Grenadines poured into the streets to welcome the new government. The working classes and the mass organizations supported it. 230 Within a month, Bishop established diplomatic relations with Cuba, and Washington subsequently became alarmed. Grenada was another revolution that began to have an impact on its neighbors. In the Caribbean island of Dominica, a broad-based popular movement overthrew the dictatorial regime of Patrick John. In Santa Lucia, the leftist Labour Party won at the polls and defeated the rightist regime of more than 15 years, and a popular coalition, Man-Mayor, won a victory in the Netherlands Antilles. These changes upset Washington, since they complicated the United States' presence in the Caribbean, where Cuba extended its influence. The Prime Minister of Jamaica, Michael Manley, Forbes Burnham of Guyana, and Eric Williams of Trinidad and Tobago, all progressive, non-aligned leaders, maintained close relations with Havana. Castro celebrated Bishop's victory and immediately began to send him aid. Neither Bishop's government's leftist leanings nor his courtship of Cuba and the Soviet Union pleased Washington and Great Britain. The Carter administration warned that such policies would bring the withdrawal of United States aid and sought to isolate Bishop. It pressured the members of the Caribbean community to disavow the New Jewel government and offered an economic development plan for the region, with loans from the IMF and the World Bank, for which only friendly nations qualified. Carter's intervention was indirect and failed. Bishop established the People's Revolutionary Government. With the working people, he said, we will build and advance towards socialism and arrive at the final victory. The country was in ruins, with corruption running rampant, an unemployment rate reaching 50%, and no social services. Bishop dismantled the army, created a new one as well as a militia, sought popular participation through mass organizations, broadened health and education services, promoted the unionization of the working class, and introduced social legislation to bring gender equality in the workplace. Economic growth in 1982 was 5.5%, compared with the 1.1% of neighboring islands, and the private sector increased by 10%. 231. The people loved Bishop, supported his policies, and applauded his honest position in the face of imperialism and Reagan's accusations against the country. Other political and economic sectors did not agree with his government's socialist orientation and put up resistance. But they were an unthreatening minority. Reagan was not eager to allow Bishop's revolution to progress. During his presidential campaign he was already calling him a communist, a most serious condemnation coming from his lips, and Grenada a threat to United States security. His alarm was an extremely ridiculous position, from a representative of the world's superpower. Grenada was a tiny Caribbean island of 110,000 inhabitants, 215 square miles in size, with an economy based on the export of nutmeg, and it had no army or navy. This threat was also taken up by the report of the Santa Fe Committee written by a group of Republicans for Reagan's campaign. They claimed that Grenada was part of a communist conspiracy led by the Soviet Union, like Cuba and Nicaragua, constituting a direct threat to United States security. Reagan's heaviest attack was waged on the international airport being built with Cuban assistance. He declared that it would be a Soviet and Cuban military base. Bishop assured him that it was being built to stimulate tourism, not terrorism, and that it would not be used by the Soviet Union or Cuba. Bishop tried to maintain normal relations with the United States but was met with hostile treatment. The State Department did not accept the credentials of the Grenadian ambassador nominated by Bishop and accredited its own ambassador to Grenada but stationed him in Barbados. Reagan ignored 2 letters from Bishop, in which Bishop set forth his government's good intentions toward the United States. In the second letter, dated August 1981, he mentioned the hostile policies of Reagan's government toward his country and the gestures of United States envoys to the European Economic Community in trying to dissuade these countries from aiding Grenada with the construction of the airport. He also referred to the training of Grenadian mercenaries in Miami who were being prepared to invade his country, the United States blocking of Grenada's loan requests to the World Bank and the IMF, and the condition set forth that both exclude Grenada, the country to which the United States attached its grants to the Caribbean Development Bank. 232. In 1981 the extensive United States military maneuvers in the Caribbean, Ocean Venture 81, and the simulated invasion and rescue of supposedly kidnapped Americans on the island of Vieques in Puerto Rico carried the code name Amber Amberines in a clear allusion to Grenada and the Grenadines. Bishop understood the message and launched a campaign in the United Nations, the OAS, the non-aligned movement, and with friendly governments and political parties throughout the world, to denounce the United States' threat of an invasion of his country. In March 1983 the Pentagon published aerial photographs that showed military installations in Grenada and claimed that they were Soviet type and that they contained anti-aircraft emplacements. 233 That same month, during a televised speech, Reagan showed secret photographs to claim, once again, that the airport was a danger to United States security because of Grenada's obvious militarization by the Soviet Union and Cuba. During an official visit to Barbados, Reagan alerted Prime Minister Tom Adams and Jamaican Prime Minister Edward Seaga to the propagation of the communist virus in the region, from Grenada. The 2 heads of state shared his concerns. Bishop called Reagan's accusations that he was militarizing the country, building a naval base, an air base, munitions depots, barracks, and a military training camp on the island, a pack of lies. 234 In a radio broadcast he warned his brothers and sisters about an imminent invasion by counter-revolutionary gangs organized, financed, trained, and directed by North American imperialism. 235. In April 1983 the Grenadian delegation to the United Nations rejected Reagan's accusations and ridiculed the photographic display it created to demonize the airport. It asserted that the United States was the first country Grenada had asked for assistance in building the airport, but that Grenada was rebuffed. Reagan became the laughingstock of the world, according to the Daily Granma, referring to his campaign against Grenada. 236. In June, Bishop went to Washington uninvited and spoke with members of Congress, journalists, intellectuals, and Grenadines residing in the United States. He was seeking their support and help in convincing Washington to suspend its hostility. In a speech at New York's Hunter College, he spoke about his country's situation, the social and economic advances his government had made. He mentioned the difficulties he was having and the Reagan administration's hostility in spite of the efforts he was making to improve relations. He mentioned a secret Defense Department report that maintained that the revolution in Grenada was worse for the United States than the Cuban or Nicaraguan revolutions because the people there spoke English and could communicate directly with the United States. Grenada's population was 95% black, and its leaders could set a dangerous example for the 30 million American blacks. This aspect, Bishop argued, was doubtless one of the most sensitive in the document. 237. General Hudson Austin led a coup d'état on October 19, 1983, and Bishop, 3 members of his cabinet, and 2 labor leaders were assassinated. 17 people died in the riots the coup unleashed. Bishop's assassination and the takeover of the island by a Marxist group supposedly more radical was the pretext Reagan needed to justify invading Grenada. He availed himself of the tired old excuse that he was saving the lives of American citizens and re-establishing internal order. As many as 600 young United States citizens were studying tropical medicine at a United States school. The Pentagon diverted a fleet to Grenada carrying 1,900 Marines intended for Lebanon, where a car bomb had just exploded at a United States barracks, killing 237 Marines. A United States military transport and a helicopter, both loaded with soldiers, landed in Barbados, followed by a DC-9 with more soldiers. The orders were to ready for a possible evacuation of American residents of Grenada. The official story. The official story about the invasion of Grenada, code-named Urgent Fury, was that it was multinational, as major United States newspapers headlined it. The Pentagon reported that at dawn on October 25, 2,000 Marines and assault troops landed at St. George, the capital of Grenada, and that later 200 soldiers from 6 Caribbean countries joined them. The invasion began with the landing of 400 soldiers by helicopters from the warship USS Guam, anchored to the east of the island. They attacked the Pearls Airport, and hundreds of Rangers, an elite American force, parachuted onto Point Salinas, where the controversial international airport was being built. According to a statement from the Pentagon, the Rangers were met with anti-aircraft fire from the barracks where the Cuban engineers were lodged. The first reports mentioned that 2 United States soldiers died, 23 were wounded, and most objectives were taken within 12 hours. The Pentagon prevented any journalists from getting onto the island for a period of 5 days and later shepherded a small group of them to restricted locations. Time reported that the invading troops found 600 well-armed and trained Cubans. Secretary of State George Shultz stated at a press conference that the Cubans were resisting and firing, and of course, this obliges the United States to respond. Some 1,200 soldiers and between 2,000 and 5,000 Grenadian militia members faced the Rangers. 238 On the third day, according to the Pentagon, its troops numbered 5,000 paratroopers, 500 Marines, and 500 Rangers. Later reports mentioned a combined force of 12,000. On October 25 they began the evacuation of the 500 or 1,000 United States students and teachers. Shortly after the start of the invasion, Reagan spoke to the nation to declare that he had received an urgent, formal request from the 5 member nations of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States to assist in a joint effort to restore order and democracy on the island, and that he acceded to the request to join the multinational forces. The overriding importance of the effort, he claimed, was to protect human lives, forestall further chaos, and establish law and order where a brutal group of leftist thugs violently seized power, killing the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. He asked that this collective action not be misinterpreted, since it had been forced on us by events that have no precedent in the Eastern Caribbean. 239. The Cuban government accused the United States by noting that the invasion begun this morning was prepared and rehearsed for over 2 years on the Puerto Rican island of Vieques, and that the invasion was not improvised, taking advantage of the situation created by Bishop's death. What is going on here is a premeditated aggression by Washington, accused Granma. 240. The resistance of Cuban platoons and armed workers came to an end on October 26, the news agencies reported. They immolated themselves for the motherland, commented Castro, who gave the order not to surrender. On that day new United States military reinforcements arrived. Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger reported the deaths of 6 soldiers, 8 lost, and 33 wounded. He claimed that they had encountered much more resistance than expected. 241. The victory over Grenada caused enormous cheer in the United States, and Reagan's popularity surged. An opinion poll indicated a 71% approval rate for the invasion. Reagan spoke of it in superlatives, calling it a major foreign policy success, and the Marines heroes of freedom for defeating some 750 Cubans and their Grenadian allies. It was a great victory not only politically but strategically, he added. A high official crowed that now the world would know that the United States was no paper tiger. The Pentagon spoke of a military victory with few casualties. 24 Cubans and 44 Grenadians died in combat or from the bombing, according to United States media. 5 years later, when the truth emerged, New York Times correspondent Joseph THRE Astor wrote that the invasion was not a glorious demonstration for the military. The operation was plagued by errors and full of improvisations. The commandos from the various forces could not communicate because their radios were not compatible, and they only had tourist maps. 242. The broad support for Reagan's warring action in Grenada was surprising, wrote the United States journalist Stephen Vogt, but it was explained by the public's need for a victory to get out from under the humiliations of Vietnam, Iran, and the most recent tragedy of the death of 237 Marines in Lebanon 2 days before the invasion. While the Reagan administration was preparing the Grenadian dish for public consumption, the nation's electronic and print media were setting the table, wrote Vogt. The media transmitted only the official message. It was not a matter of the United States invading Grenada, but of a United States confrontation with Cuba and the Soviet Union. That was the way the Washington Post and the New York Times reported it. 243. International disgust. The invasion of Grenada left the world community indignant, stupefied, and disgusted. Governments, institutions, organizations, churches, prominent personalities, and parliaments of many countries condemned the United States government. Even Reagan's loyal ally, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, complained that the United States had the nerve to invade an island of the British Commonwealth and violate its sovereignty without informing Her Majesty. Reagan was surprised and hurt by Maggie's criticism. He did not expect it after the generous and wide-ranging help he had given Great Britain, assuring its victory in the Falklands/Malvinas Islands War. Castro called it a Pyrrhic victory and a disastrous moral defeat. For Latin America it was the renaissance of the worst moments of the Monroe Doctrine and the Big Stick. Reagan associated the invasion of Grenada with the terrorist attack in Lebanon. He stated that Moscow had not only aided and abetted the violence in both countries, but that it had provided assistance through a network of terrorists and agents. Conversely, many compared the invasion with the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. This point of view hurt Reagan. His invitation from the tiny Caribbean countries was just as equivocal as Brezhnev's from the Afghan government. To demonstrate the legitimacy of the multinational intervention in Grenada, Dominica's Prime Minister, Maria Eugenia Charles, requested an extraordinary session of the OAS's Permanent Council, but only as a form of protocol and without debates. She wanted to avoid the avalanche of criticism that opposed the invasion. The majority was able to express its revulsion and point to the flagrant United States violation of the principles of free self-determination and non-intervention, and of the OAS Charter. There was no resolution. In the United Nations Security Council, during a meeting requested by Nicaragua, the terms of the resolution condemning the invasion were toned down so that the United States would not veto it, but it vetoed it anyway. This was the only vote against it. 11 nations voted in favor of it, and Great Britain, Togo, and Zaire abstained. Shortly thereafter the General Assembly adopted a resolution condemning the invasion by a vote of 108 in favor, 9 against, and 27 abstentions. Most of the 63 speakers condemned the United States for violating international law and clear principles on which are based the relations of a civilized world. Reagan commented that this news did not spoil his breakfast. Reagan was not troubled by the fact that the United States was isolated in the United Nations, that his administration had lost credibility in the world community, that there was general condemnation, or that not one of his NATO allies had voted in his favor. Neither did he care about the barrage of internal criticism from the press. With this unprecedented action he had kept the public in the dark and enabled the Pentagon to manipulate it. This episode was a display of arrogance such as the world had never before seen. 5 years later. 5 years after the invasion, or the rescue operation as the Grenadines called it, Grenada began to bloom. It had a new democracy with all its frailties. Under Prime Minister Herbert Blaise, elected in 1984, new businesses grew, agro-industry prospered, the big international airport at Point Salinas was operational, and the hotels, which had remained vacant for 4 years, were beginning to welcome a few tourists, mostly British. But not everything was coming up roses. Economic difficulties were on the rise, and United States aid never enough, though it tried to repair the damage it caused with the bombing diminished. Unemployment hovered between 20% and 30%, health and education services deteriorated with the departure of the Cuban teachers and doctors, and the United States troops initiated the flowering of prostitution and venereal diseases. The international airport attracted drug traffic. Growing drug use forced Blaise to mount a campaign against it. "We are seeing crimes here we've never seen before," commented one Grenadian. 244. 5 years after his assassination, the much-loved Maurice Bishop remained in the memories of most of these people, who pined for the social laws of his revolution, dismantled in the short period of semi-colonialism imposed by the invaders. At the beginning of December 1988, 14 people implicated in Bishop's murder went to the gallows, among them Hudson Austin, commander of the extinct Revolutionary Armed Forces, who had taken over the government, and the Vice Prime Minister, Bernard Cord, the brains of the coup, and his wife, a major leader of the New Jewel movement. 245. The party's over. In January 1989 the Reagan era ended. In his farewell address he assured the country he was leaving it more prosperous, more secure, and happier. The reality was somewhat different. He left it with the highest budgetary and commercial debts in its history. In fact, he left it the biggest debtor in the world. His economic policies strengthened the rich and impoverished the poor, the majority whose social welfare programs he had slashed. Small enterprises and businesses were going under. During his administration the number of homeless had grown to massive proportions, with many people wandering the streets of New York and Washington, sleeping in cardboard boxes on the streets or underground in subway tunnels. The most militaristic of United States presidents had led the country into miserable failures in Nicaragua and El Salvador, two small, poor countries. When he left the White House, in spite of the massive amounts of hugely expensive military aid he had given El Salvador to defeat the guerrillas, the latter continued to wage the war, until the government was forced to seek a negotiated peace. Reagan's secret war with the Contra mercenary gangs was revealed to be a costly fiasco. The Sandinistas he had wanted to overthrow continued to govern. The two sides arrived at peace accords only after he left the presidency. The Iran-Contra investigations continued. This episode, according to the final report of the Congressional Commission that investigated it, had been one of fraud, contempt of law, and the president's persistent lack of honor. But no one challenged him in Congress. No one contradicted his distortions and his outright lies, and almost all tolerated the "I do not recall" with which he dodged his responsibility for this huge scandal. the most serious abuse of power by any United States head of state. He lied to Congress, the public, and his allies, contradicted his own foreign policy, did business with terrorists, and violated the United States Neutrality Act. But he walked away unscathed, and nobody went to jail. North considered a run for president, and Bush, in one of his last acts before being defeated by Clinton, pardoned the main figures in the Iran-Contra scandal, among them, Weinberger, Abrams, Alan Fears, and Robert McFarlane. The New York Times headlined an editorial, "Bush's Unpardonable Act." The editorial noted that with this pardon Bush was pardoning himself as well as closing this shameful episode of American history. It was the bloodiest and most painful period of the superpowers' relationship with the small Central American countries. Chapter 9. Panama, Dead Man Walking. Autopsy of the Invasion. The lost decade for Latin America, the 1980s, ended with the brutal United States invasion of Panama at dawn while its people slept on December 20, 1989. In a massive air, sea, and land operation, somewhere between 22,000 and 27,000 soldiers, varying numbers, were sighted, occupied the small country of only 2 million inhabitants. This was the theater of war, saturation of the rapid deployment strategy. The United States' declared objective was to capture General Manuel Antonio Noriega, accused of drug trafficking, to bring him before a court of justice, and to restore Panamanian democracy. The undeclared objective, however, had to do with the status of the Canal Treaties, which forced the United States to dismantle its military bases and leave the country before the year 2000, which it was loath to do. It needed to place a government in power that it could manipulate to change the treaties. In the midst of the bombardments, the destruction, the massacres, the panic, and the humiliation of the Panamanian people, a most unusual ceremony took place at the American military base of Fort Clayton. The chief of the United States Southern Command installed Guillermo Endara as the new president of the republic. Operation Just Cause was the most extensive military action undertaken by the United States since the Vietnam War. The United States justified it as an act of legitimate defense. The superpowers' attack on a small third world country called forth feelings of indignation and consternation. Once again the world could see that no matter who was in the White House, respect for the principles of international law was nothing more than rhetoric. In contrast to the relaxation of world tensions promoted by the Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, which Ronald Reagan joined with one foot in the stirrup and one eye on history, this act of war cast the new, post-Cold War reality into relief. The Soviet Union, without its Eastern European allies and in the process of internal disintegration, was no longer the superpower confronting the United States in the international arena. The United States had the world firmly in hand and made all the rules. A pact with the devil. Ever since Theodore Roosevelt's unforgettable "I took Panama" in 1902, its secession from Colombia provoked by the United States, Panama had been subject to United States dominance. Roosevelt built the canal between the two oceans, and in the treaties he signed with the recently installed Panamanian government, the United States acquired perpetual dominion over a strip of land 10 miles wide and stretching across the country, and the right to intervene in Panama's internal affairs. These rights were included in its first constitution. The imperial eagle extended its sheltering wings and its claws over the new republic, which it converted into a quasi-colony. The Colombian historian Eduardo Lemaitre called the invasion a disaster and described Panama's tragic reality. The Panamanians have to believe that, from the moment they separated from Colombia under the protection of the North American Shield, to create what they believed would be an absolutely sovereign nation, they sold their country's soul to the devil. For it is materially impossible that a people can enjoy such prerogatives of independence and sovereignty when its territory is divided in two by a zone where a gigantic power has so many and such vital interests. 1. Panama paid for its independence with part of its territory and compromised its sovereignty and its identity as a nation. With this foreign enclave in the middle of its territory and subject to constant United States interference, the Panamanian people grew under the syndrome of United States domination, with the complex of their own powerlessness, governed by a white minority. 90% of the populace is black, mulatto, or mestizo, subjected to the military, tied to foreign capital, and allied unconditionally with Washington. General and President Omar Torrijos changed these rules, but only for a short time. United States interference, electoral fraud, and changes in government at the whim of strongmen, always legitimized by the Legislative Assembly and recognized by Washington, were constant in Panama's political history. The invasion was a part of this history. The strongmen. Torrijos was not the first Panamanian strongman, and his government was not a military dictatorship as the United States claimed. The first was Antonio Ramon Cantera, the police commander who, in 1948, grasped the baton of political power as a result of unusual electoral developments. He was the first to run the country from the barracks, presiding over the president. In 1952, he was elected president. After his death, there occurred a succession of strongmen. Torrijos was one of them who made and unmade presidents. This continued until General Manuel Antonio Noriega. Upon Torrijos's death, Noriega assumed command of the National Guard in a Machiavellian move plotted with the military command. Like the others, he began to manipulate the presidents from the barracks. Noriega had Washington's support. He had been on the CIA's payroll for 3 decades as an informant. He also provided information to the Pentagon and the National Security Council. During the 1970s, Noriega was the principal asset of the new and dominant CIA station in Panama City. Panama was the United States political and military spy center for the entire continent. The Canal Zone held 14 United States naval and air bases and the School of the Americas, though in the 1980s President Jorge Iluica evicted it from Panama, where military and police officers from all over Latin America received military training on counterinsurgency techniques and anti-communist ideological indoctrination. Noriega received instruction at this school. Washington had long known that Noriega was giving intelligence information on the United States to the Cuban government, but his services to the CIA and other intelligence organizations were more important. In April 1976, Carter's CIA director, Stansfield Turner, discovered that Noriega had infiltrated its networks and promptly took him off the payroll. The Southern Command's singing sergeant, supposedly a Puerto Rican, sold Noriega the transcription of telephone conversations of members of the government, the Army, and Panamanian politicians intercepted by United States intelligence services. This business continued and spread wide. 2 or 3 American soldiers sold him classified material with the complete plan for United States electronic surveillance of the entire southern continent, as well as the National Security Agency's secret technical manuals with the list of intercepted telephone numbers in all its countries. The CIA did not punish the Canaries in exchange for their collaboration in assessing the extent of the damage. Point 2. Reagan, weeding out Noriega. According to some, relations between the United States and Noriega began to deteriorate in September 1985, when he removed President Nicolas Ardito Barletta, a former high World Bank official, and installed in his place Vice President Eric Arturo Del Valle. He ousted Barletta for having named a commission to investigate the assassination of Hugo Spadafora, of which Noriega was accused of being the architect. Spadafora, the former Vice Minister of Health, a former fighter in the Sandinista guerrillas, and a former Contra under the command of Eden Pastora, was a prominent figure of the opposition and one of the first to accuse Noriega of drug trafficking. His body turned up, headless and brutally tortured, at the Costa Rican border. Noriega's version of the events was different. He insisted that relations had begun to go downhill after National Security Advisor Admiral John Poindexter came to Panama in December 1985 to ask Noriega to have the Panamanian Defense Forces take part in an invasion of Nicaragua, and he declined. He explained that Poindexter had threatened him and warned him he had better think of the consequences. According to Noriega, this was why the United States launched a campaign to discredit him. Noriega's version was confirmed by the Miami Herald. Citing official American sources, the newspaper reported that Poindexter and Noriega had spoken about the Nicaraguan situation, with Poindexter asking for Panama's support for the Contras, and that Noriega had refused. Ambassador Everett Briggs, who was present at the meeting, claimed that this topic had not been touched upon. He further explained that in the long and painful meeting Poindexter had humiliated Noriega in front of his subordinates by mentioning the existing suspicions about his relations with drug traffic, arms dealing, and the laundering of dollars in Panama. The New York Times and the NBC television network reported these stories to coincide with Noriega's visit to the United States in June 1986, claiming that he had developed these illicit activities while he was Chief of Army Intelligence, a post he held for 13 years, and that he continued them as Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. They also mentioned the suspicions against him regarding the assassination of Spadafora and the intelligence information he passed to the Cuban government. In July, the United States House of Representatives made the same accusations. The New York Times commented that the State Department was surprised at these accusations and ordered an investigation. The Washington Office on Latin America maintained that this information had been fed to the media by Elliot Abrams, a high State Department official, with Poindexter's authorization. 3 This relentless press harassment precipitated Noriega's return to Panama. He immediately met with his advisors in the presidential palace and jokingly dismissed the importance of the accusations. "These are matters of gringos and wannabe gringos who were plotting against me," he declared. 4 In a letter to United Nations Secretary General Javier Pérez de Cuellar, President Eric Arturo Del Valle accused the United States of this orchestrated campaign to pressure and discredit Panamanian authorities, in which the United States Congress and press took part in order to destabilize Panama. He averred that the accusations were calumnies, of anonymous origin, based on supposed secret sources and on the claims of functionaries who have asked not to be identified. He pointed out that the moment chosen for these accusations happened to coincide with the campaign by some Americans to prevent the fulfillment of the Panama Canal Treaty's terms. 5. Opinion within the Reagan administration was divided. The White House, the State Department, and Congress wanted to destroy Noriega, but CIA Director William Casey, the Pentagon, and Vice President George Bush believed that Noriega was extremely useful and praised his intelligence work highly. They did not want to create a conflict in the midst of the extensive clandestine operation to sustain Reagan's secret war against Nicaragua behind the backs of Congress and United States public opinion. The CIA gave Noriega $11 million to buy arms for the Contras. He did not want this transaction to be known and warned that he would suspend the operation immediately if it became public. The Iran-Contra investigation documented that Noriega offered Poindexter and North a deal: he would have the Sandinista leaders assassinated if Washington would clean up his image and lift the embargo on arms for the Panamanian Defense Forces. The United States did not accept because the law prohibited any United States government involvement in assassinations. 6. The United States Drug Enforcement Agency knew about Noriega's connections with drug traffic but needed his collaboration to control the flow of drugs in Panama, the main transit point for drugs en route to the United States and a center for money laundering, as well as for arms dealers. In letters to Noriega, the DEA wrote that his cooperation was effective and valuable. The American journalist Alexander Coburn pointed out this double standard. While the DEA was praising Noriega, White House assistant Norman Bailey claimed that he had a 21-cannon barrage of evidence that Noriega was a drug trafficker. 7 The Panamanians knew that we knew, claimed a former member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and according to the American journalist Seymour Hersh, the public was convinced that Washington contributed to the creation of one of the biggest thugs of recent times. 8. The crisis begins. In the middle of 1987, Panama was an oasis of peace and prosperity in comparison with the convulsive situation of its Central American neighbors. President Del Valle was the visible figurehead of the government, while the supposedly invisible head of government was Noriega, the commander of the defense forces. The calm began to turn stormy in June when retired Colonel Roberto Diaz Herrera, a first cousin to Torrijos, accused Noriega of corruption on a grand scale, electoral fraud in 1984, and complicity in the assassination of Spadafora and the death of General Torrijos. These accusations, coming from the man who until 3 days earlier had been second in command in the army, led to the most serious political crisis in Panama's history. Diaz-Herrera returned with interest the blow Noriega gave that forced him to retire from the army and prevented his rise to the top of the command of the defense forces, as had been agreed and for which post he had been in line. In August Diaz-Herrera was arrested, and in depositions to the Attorney General he retracted his words. He stated that he lacked proof, especially about the drug trafficking. 9. The day after Diaz-Herrera's accusations, the people took to the streets to demand Noriega's resignation, the dismissal of the military officers accused of corruption, an investigation of the denunciations made against them, and a return to democracy. The mob blocked the main roads with barricades and burning tires and provoked confrontations with the police. The city was paralyzed. The opposition formed the Civic Crusade, with more than 40 business committees and associations, professional people, and students. It was supported by the Catholic Church hierarchy. This was a middle and upper class movement. No sectors of the lower classes were represented, known on the streets as Ruby Blancos. The crusade called for civil disobedience, and thousands of people took to the streets blowing whistles, banging on pots and pans, and blowing their automobile horns to demand Noriega's resignation. Schools, banks, and businesses shut their doors. After 3 days of protests, with scores of wounded and arrested, the government decreed a state of emergency and suspended constitutional guarantees freedom of expression, movement and assembly, habeas corpus, and the inviolability of the home, and imposed press censorship. Del Valle held Diaz-Herrera and external forces responsible for the disturbances. On the other side of the barricade, the Southern Command put its 10,000 soldiers on a state of alert. 10. In June, the United States Senate adopted a resolution strongly criticizing the Panamanian government and the country's defense forces. It asked that Noriega and other officials accused of drug trafficking be ordered to resign or retire until the results of the investigations were known, and called on the government to restore constitutional guarantees and hold free and fair elections. 11. President Del Valle called this resolution an inconceivable, intolerable, and unacceptable intervention into Panama's internal affairs. The High Military Command issued a virulent statement against the United States, stating that its Senate had become a center of political conspiracies against Panama. The Panamanian Chancellor sent a note of protest to Washington and recalled Panama's ambassador. The Legislative Assembly found the resolution offensive, declared United States Ambassador Arthur Davis persona non grata, and demanded his immediate recall. 12. More than 15,000 people protested outside the United States Embassy, shouting anti-Yankee slogans, "Those brutes in the Senate think we are their cattle, Southern Command out, Yankee, go home, Davis out, Davis or Noriega." Stones and pots of red paint were thrown at the diplomatic headquarters. 13. Washington closed its consulate in Panama, cut military and economic aid, and suspended the sugar quota. It also presented a protest in the most energetic terms to the government because of the attack on its embassy, in which, so it said, the government participated in violation of its international obligations to protect diplomatic missions. It demanded that Panama pay the cost of the damage to the embassy. Panama took its complaint to the OAS, accusing the United States Senate of meddling in its internal affairs and requesting strict compliance with the Canal Treaties. The resolution was adopted by 17 votes to 1, 8 abstentions, 4 countries were absent, and Paraguay did not participate. The protests against Noriega and Del Valle continued for more than a month. Thousands of people dressed in white, a symbol of the opposition, and waving handkerchiefs took to the streets to demand free elections and Noriega's resignation. The crowds were violently broken up by the special anti-riot forces, the so-called Dobermans, with more than a score wounded and hundreds arrested. Noriega's followers organized demonstrations of support, and anti-Yankee demonstrators threw stones at American businesses and banks. The office of the daily La Prensa, which accused Noriega of state terrorism, was burned. Entrepreneurs and businessmen organized shutdowns to protest the destruction of their businesses and shops. Some banks closed their doors in fear of vandalism. The university called off classes after the Dobermans shot at students and wounded 40. businesses and luxury boutiques were looted, and some were destroyed. Looting and armed robberies extended to private residences as well. The city was militarized, and the government prohibited public demonstrations. 3 days later, however, thousands of people dressed in white took the streets again. About 150 demonstrators were wounded, and 300 were arrested, in battles with the Dobermans. The opposition protested this official violence. Del Valle ordered a general amnesty for those arrested in the disturbances against the government. 14. On July 31, at a ceremony on the anniversary of Torrijos's death attended by Del Valle, Noriega, the High Military Command, and more than 100,000 people, the military officers called for the people to unite for peace and expressed their vigorous condemnation of foreign interference in their internal affairs. 15. On the eve of a planned anti-government demonstration on August 5, 6 well-known businessmen, leaders of the opposition, were arrested. The government claimed that a raid of the Chamber of Commerce, headquarters of the Civic Crusade, had turned up a plan to overthrow Del Valle, to dissolve the Legislative Assembly, and to hand power to a civilian junta. 16. They were released 2 days later. In November 1987, Del Valle announced to Washington that Panama would not participate in joint military maneuvers planned for January and ordered officials of the United States Agency for International Development out of the country. The Legislative Assembly approved the government's decision to suspend the visas of United States military personnel. 17. Rumors ran rife through Panama. There was talk of Noriega's possible resignation, of conspiracies and coups against him being forged in Washington and Panama, and of secret negotiations by Noriega with United States emissaries to find an honorable way for him to step down. In October, Newsweek reported that José Blandón, Panama's consul general in New York and a confidant of Noriega's, delivered a plan to restore complete democracy in Panama to Elliott Abrams, Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs. 18. He let him know that Noriega agreed. The plan foresaw Noriega's retirement from the command of the defense forces in April 1988 and new elections in 1989. As a quid pro quo, it asked immunity for Noriega from the cases brought against him in Panamanian courts and those in United States courts, and an explicit guarantee by Reagan that these court cases would not continue. Noriega asked Blandón in a cable dated in December 1987, and quoted by Newsweek, not to lose strict control of the document and the discussion, since he did not want to appear like the Japanese surrendering on the decks of the Missouri. 19. He made it clear that he did not want to leave Panama, but if he must, he retained the right to return whenever he wanted. He said that he would only leave his country in a coffin. At the end of January 1988, Noriega rejected the plan and fired Blandón. 20. It was said he did so because he knew that Blandón was consulting with Del Valle behind his back. Washington believed that the deterioration of the economic situation and the slowly but surely growing discontent in Panama would lead the defense forces to topple Noriega. Abrams claimed that the general was hanging on by his fingernails. Several times he mentioned a date for his fall. But Noriega did not fall, and the crisis intensified. An orgy of vendettas. The accusations by federal courts in Tampa and Miami that Noriega was involved in drug trafficking were based on testimony by convicted drug traffickers, United States citizen Michael Kalish and Panamanian Floyd Carlton Caceres. The Justice Department offered to reduce their sentences and other privileges in exchange for their collaboration, in other words, if they would finger Noriega. This system of buying witnesses is an operating procedure in the United States justice system. Still, the Justice Department was worried by the scant credibility of such testimonies. In February 1988, the parade of Noriega's enemies and former friends began, accusing him before the courts, at congressional investigation committees, and in the press. It was a vendetta party by people who had some reason to bear a grudge against him, among them General Diaz Herrera over the cause of his disgrace, and Colonel Ruben Dario Paredes, whom Noriega had advised to give up his command and launch a campaign for the presidency. According to one reporter, for Paredes to do this was like jumping from an airplane without a parachute. Paredes accused Noriega of having killed Paredes's son. Another of his accusers was Blandón, the former consul in New York, whom Noriega had demoted. Stripped of diplomatic immunity, he implicated Noriega before a Miami grand jury and a Senate subcommittee of having connections with the narcos, receiving million-dollar bribes, allowing the laundering of dollars, and having ordered Spatafora's murder. He described Noriega as a businessman who would as soon sell weapons to the Sandinistas as to the Contras or the Salvadoran guerrillas. He alleged that money drove Noriega's relations with the CIA and the Cuban government. Blandon became a key player for Washington, since he also implicated Fidel Castro in drug dealing. Blandon and his family were placed in the Federal Witness Protection Program. 21. Blandon claimed that Noriega had conspired with Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North but spoiled a plot of North's to send weapons to the Salvadoran guerrillas, which North wanted to use to accuse the Sandinista government of arming the FMLN. Noriega helped to dispatch the shipment. It came from the German Democratic Republic but later had it intercepted, and the operation subsequently went awry. 22. Blandon claimed that in 1984 he had accompanied Noriega to Havana and had been present at a meeting with Castro. He showed photographs and averred that he had 75 hours of taped conversations. According to him, this meeting had been intended to resolve a dispute between Noriega and the Medellin cartel, since Noriega had ordered one of the cartel's cocaine laboratories in Panama's Darien province to be destroyed. He swore Fidel mediated the dispute. 23. He also claimed that Bush had called Noriega at the start of the Grenada invasion to ask him to warn Castro not to intervene. Bush denied this. Blandon's torrent of accusations, none accompanied by evidence, moved Democratic Senator John Kerry, the chairman of the Senate Investigations Subcommittee, to beg him to restrain himself. 24. In his book on Noriega, New York Times journalist John Dinges wrote that after many months of investigation and interviewing the swarm of people involved in the Noriega case, he had come to the conclusion that many of the accusations were impossible to confirm and others were unlikely or clearly false. He pointed out inconsistencies, confusion of dates and facts, data that did not agree with the testimony, and the fact that almost the entire legal case against Noriega was based on the testimony of convicted drug traffickers. Dinges quoted Captain Felipe Camargo, a former member of the Panamanian Defense Forces who was present at the meeting in Havana and who swore Blandon's version of the events was a distortion of the facts. 25. Ramon Millian Rodriguez, a virulently anti-communist Cuban American, the brains behind the dollar laundering network and other criminal subtleties in the field of drug traffic, was among Noriega's victims. He was a convicted criminal, and became another of Noriega's accusers. Before the Senate subcommittee he claimed that in 1979 Noriega agreed to launder money in Panama and that 4 years later he abruptly broke the agreement and reported Millian to United States authorities. Millian had been arrested. "Now I am returning the blow, and if you want to call this a personal vendetta, fine with me." He testified that he had helped set up a $4.6 million commission from the Medellin cartel for Noriega to allow the shipment to the United States of 4,000 pounds of cocaine and $1 million of marijuana. 26. The investigator preparing the case against Noriega for the Miami District Attorney rejected Millian's accusations as totally lacking in credibility. 27. Floyd Carlton Caceres, the Panamanian who had once served as Noriega's private pilot, came to the committee with his face covered by a black hood. He declared before the Senate subcommittee that the Medellin cartel had offered Noriega $30,000 to allow it to land its planes in Panama, at which the general laughed and asked if they thought he was a beggar. He says that in this way Noriega received $100,000 for the first flight and $150,000 and $200,000 for later ones. 28. Noriega's firm demand to Reagan's emissaries they wanted him to resign and leave Panama was for the United States to drop the cases against him and grant him immunity from prosecution. The reply of high White House, State Department, Justice Department, and DIA officials remained the same: not possible. No way. Can't be done. While the United States administration, Congress, and media furthered this intense moralistic campaign against Noriega the drug trafficker and the Justice Department rounded up and tampered with witnesses, Accusations about drug traffic in Central America implicating the CIA and the DIA came to light in the hearings of the Senate Committee investigation of the Iran-Contra scandal. Several sources corroborated them. The American pilot Gary Betzner and Colombian immigrant Jorge Morales, both serving time for drug trafficking in a federal prison in Miami, testified in separate interrogations that they had carried contraband cocaine with the help of these agencies. They declared that CIA planes carried weapons to the Contras and returned to the United States loaded with cocaine. Both agencies denied such accusations. 29. Members of this congressional committee also confirmed that the network supplying the Contras with arms introduced drugs into the United States with the aid of United States intelligence services and Central American countries. 30 million, in turn, maintained that the money from drug sales was used to support the Contras. He admitted that he laundered money and facilitated the transfer of funds. 31 And in October 1988, Newsweek reported that the Contras bought weapons with the profits from the sale of cocaine they had brought into the United States with the help of the CIA and the DIA. The New York Times revealed that a DIA affiliate in Guatemala had confirmed the existence of such a connection, and the Washington Post reported that Jorge Ochoa, one of the principal Colombian drug lords, was involved in supplying arms to the Contras and transporting cocaine from Central America to the United States. That same month, news agencies reported that federal agents were investigating 40 United States banks supposedly implicated in money laundering operations. 32. The itinerary of a fiasco. "We're destroying Panama to free the Panamanians from Noriega," a high State Department official commented sarcastically. 33 The measures Reagan took to bring him down shook the Panamanian banking sector, one of Latin America's most important but not the general. The climate of instability and mistrust accelerated capital flight and depositors' withdrawals. The 120 banks, most of them American, lacked currency. On several occasions they closed their doors to prevent withdrawals. In March 1988, the Panamanian foreign debt was $2 billion, and debt service went up to $82 million. 34 This disruption of the economy affected mainly the poor and salaried workers. The fiscal crisis and the government's lack of currency prevented the payment of wages owed to 140,000 public servants and 15,000 members of the defense forces. 35 The government had no recourse to the issuance of currency, an option open to all other countries since its currency was the dollar, issued by the United States Federal Reserve. The Panamanians were desperate because of the difficult economic situation and the fear of United States military intervention. They saw its invasion of Grenada, its threats against Nicaragua, and its frequent maneuvers in the Caribbean as a prelude to its intervention in Panama. Anti-Yankee sentiment was evident not only among the people, but also in important sectors of Panamanian commerce, since they were suffering from economic sanctions imposed by the United States in an effort to topple Noriega. This militaristic display and the threat of an invasion of Panama alarmed the rest of the southern continent as well. Also in 1988, former Presidents Alfonso López of Colombia, Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela, and Daniel Oduber of Costa Rica went to Panama to try to convince Noriega to resign. They warned him that remaining in power would not benefit him, Panama, or Latin America. Venezuela and Spain offered him asylum. They told him that military intervention by the United States would ruin the agreements on the canal and become a threat to all their countries. Noriega agreed to resign in a few months and to speak with the opposition to fix a date for elections. They left Panama convinced they had won Noriega over. 4 days later Del Valle went to Miami for a meeting with Elliott Abrams. Who called whom? From this meeting emerged the decision to remove Noriega from office. Jorge Eduardo Ritter, a former Panamanian chancellor, said that Abrams pressured Del Valle to do it. Others said he only agreed to do what he had already decided to do. When he returned to Panama on February 25, Del Valle announced the general's dismissal in a 10-minute television speech, secretly pre-recorded. With the support of the military command, Noriega called an urgent meeting of the Legislative Assembly. In the early morning, also in 10 minutes, the Assembly dismissed Del Valle and the Vice President and named the Minister of Education Manuel Solis Palma provisional president, all with a unanimous vote by the 38 legislators present. 36. After this bombshell, Del Valle remained isolated the night before. He had taken his family to the United States ambassador's residence, having no contact with the outside world, since his phone lines were cut. The following day he disappeared. It was said he was in some secure place in Panama or hiding at a United States military base under the protection of the Southern Command. 37. Reagan was surprised by the Panamanian people's disinterested reaction to Del Valle's dismissal. He had been hoping for a massive popular protest leading to Noriega's fall. He did not seem to understand that for Panamanians and for the opposition, Del Valle was no more than Noriega's puppet and the product of fraud, and that the repeated changes at Las Garzas Palace engineered by strongmen did not exactly make them lose sleep. No one, it seemed, was eager to risk anything for politicians. The only support Del Valle could count on was from the United States Embassy. The Rio Group, meeting at Cartagena, Colombia, decided to suspend Panama and recall their ambassadors for consultations. Mexico did not join in this gesture. Reagan, profoundly annoyed, warned that he recognized only Del Valle as the constitutional president of Panama. It was a grotesque display of the cynicism with which the American administrations have used Panamanian presidents, attributing to them a non-existent legitimacy and granting them recognition that is as humiliating as it is laughable, commented former Panamanian Chancellor Ritter. 38. Washington was aware that in the question of legality and illegality, Del Valle and Solis were on an equal footing. Both came to the presidency by the decision of the strongman. Del Valle fell by the will of Noriega, as had Ardito Barletta, whom Del Valle had no problem replacing. Reagan did not mind that Del Valle's presidency was the result of a fraud, nor that he was deposed in the usual Panamanian manner, a system to which Washington never objected. His interests in Panama were different. Reagan recognized Del Valle in order to use him, and Del Valle allowed him to do so. To the world, his presidency exercised from hiding somewhere in United States territory might have been grotesque, but for Panama it was ill-fated. The United States used it to ruin Panama. On instructions from President Del Valle, the State Department froze $50 million of the Panamanian government's money on deposit in United States banks. It also suspended payment of $6.5 million it owed Panama under the terms of the Canal Treaties, prohibited United States enterprises in Panama from paying taxes to the Panamanian government, and suspended trade preferences, which affected $96 million worth of trade. Del Valle in his turn ordered Panamanian consulates to keep the funds they received from shipping companies that registered their ships in Panama, a business arrangement that brought the country many millions of dollars. 39. The leaders of the civic crusade called a general strike. Some banks, a large part of the commercial sector, restaurants, gas stations, and commercial and professional offices closed their doors. Taxi and bus transportation dropped. Small groups of demonstrators threw up barricades, burned tires, and fought with the police, but the absence of opposition leaders was conspicuous. The crusade lifted the strike on the fourth day because the Chamber of Commerce did not want it to interfere with its annual fair. 41 Public employee observed, "They are businessmen and they run the country like a business, from Monday to Friday, and on the weekend they go to the beach. You can't make a revolution that way." 41. The social and economic situation was critical. Strikes and protest demonstrations demanding the payment of wages became an everyday occurrence. The government handed out checks it could not cover and bonuses no one wanted. Food and basic necessities were becoming scarce. There were strikes by some 140,000 public employees, chain stores, gas stations, doctors, and teachers, and marches by 60,000 retired people. Commerce and industry were paralyzed by a strike of stevedores in Balboa. They were demanding complete payment of their wages in cash. "This is not political," claimed a striker. "Noriega's not the object. It's a question of workers' rights, of feeding our children. No pay, no work. Simple as that." The army broke up the strike. 42. On March 16 there was an attempted coup against Noriega by a small group of officers led by Leonidas Macias, chief of the National Police. Newsweek called it a comic opera, since the conspirators trapped themselves when they closed a door by accident, and were arrested. A few minutes later Noriega appeared on the steps of Army headquarters, smiling and sarcastically answering reporters' questions. With the exchange of fire inside the barracks, the news of the attempted coup spread like wildfire. Some rumored that Noriega had fallen. A violent mob from the popular neighborhoods attacked commercial centers, set fire to warehouses, burned cars, and stoned the police and the army. Telephone and utility company employees cut services. The army took over these businesses and started them up again. The anti-riot forces moved into action. They broke into the Marriott Hotel, where an opposition press conference was taking place, and arrested 20 of the opposition leaders and 12 journalists, among them 5 United States nationals. Several were beaten. The government declared a state of siege and closed 3 newspapers, 3 radio networks, and a television station, and the army broke up the stevedores' strike, which had spread to other places. 43. Noriega took advantage of the situation to clean out army and police ranks and establish his friends and family in key positions. More than 100 officers, most from the police and the intelligence services, were arrested and placed under investigation. 44. Panama accused the United States of instigating this coup. The Pentagon declared that it was kept informed but took no part. Abrams, sure of the outcome, announced, as he had on other occasions, that Noriega would fall in a matter of days. 45. In spite of the coup's failure, Washington saw it as a positive sign, since it revealed that the divisions within the defense forces and the police had become sharper. It had faith that the military would topple Noriega. The last tango. Panama was bombarded with threatening news from Washington. Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams announced that the administration was studying new measures to squeeze the Panamanian economy, and if the general remains in power after Easter, it would seek new formulas. One of these, according to a high official, was his forced extradition, a benign euphemism for the abduction of foreigners from other countries. 46. Washington was trying to break Noriega and the defense forces' resistance and create confusion and desperation among the people by its military maneuvers in the Caribbean and the state of alert activities of the troops of the Southern Command. The Panamanian government protested the maneuvers by the Southern Command, since they violated the Canal Treaties, under whose terms Panama was to be notified beforehand, which had not been done. The Southern Command responded that it was conducting routine exercises. The tension continued to rise because of the continual incidents real and provoked between the military forces and elements of both countries. Washington now intended to internationalize the conflict. It presented Panama as a security threat to the United States and Latin America. It maintained that Noriega was stockpiling a large quantity of Soviet weapons from Cuba, as reported by 2 Panamanian officers in the United States, deserters from the Air Force. National Security Advisor General Colin Powell said that perhaps Noriega was trying to establish some sort of insurgency for the time when he was no longer in power, but that the most worrisome thing was the infusion of Soviet and Cuban weapons to destabilize Central America. 47. At the end of March 1988, the United States Senate unanimously adopted a strong resolution in which it declared that the agitation in Panama posed an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States and urged Reagan to increase the economic, political, and diplomatic pressures against Noriega. 48. With such support, Reagan was free to intervene in legitimate defense. The State Department asked for an increase in the number of troops in Panama. The Pentagon sent 1,300 Marines and 26 planes and helicopters. It also ordered the return of the families of its diplomatic personnel to the United States and cut its embassy staff in half. News agencies reported constant meetings at the White House on the Panamanian situation to study possible solutions using force. A State Department official announced that such an offensive was used to pressure the Panamanian government and raise the morale of the civic crusade. Reagan's policies in Panama were a fiasco. In April 1988 the economy began to show favorable signs. The three largest supermarkets and other high-volume sales outlets opened their doors closed for 10 days, and several American corporations, among them Eastern Airlines and Texaco, ignored Reagan's restrictions and paid some $3 million in taxes to the Panamanian government. 49 Vice President Bush, who had just declared his presidential candidacy, made an unexpected charge. He claimed that the millions of dollars going into Panamanian banks were sent by Libyan President Muammar el-Gaddafi. Reporters asked where Bush got his information. White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater claimed that it was from intelligence sources he could not reveal and that it was a sign of the White House's conclusion on Libya's relations with Noriega, in other words, the relations of a terrorist with a drug trafficker. The United States Embassy in Panama denied any information on the subject. When Gaddafi heard Bush's remarks, he declared that he supported his candidacy because no president could be as demented as Reagan. 50. The president of Mexico, Miguel de la Madrid, remarked that no country could claim a monopoly on truth in politics, nor could democracy be imposed from abroad. Carlos Andrés Pérez, the former Venezuelan president who was running again for office, agreed that United States meddling complicated the situation and it had unfortunately turned Noriega into an anti-imperialist and nationalist leader, and a defender of Latin American sovereignty. At a meeting of the Sistema Económico Latinoamericano in Caracas in April, a unanimous vote called the United States policies against Panama coercive, and Salal showed its willingness to provide economic aid to counteract their effects. 51 No United States head of state had ever managed to create a greater continent-wide consensus against his policies than Reagan. For Reagan, the ridicule to which Noriega had submitted him was humiliating. His demands and the failures of his emissaries had been too public. Each time he offered more, without ever succeeding. First he set a date for Noriega's resignation. Later he promised not to seek his extradition if he went to another country, then he said that he could stay in Panama if he resigned. Each emissary was given the same reply by Noriega: the United States should drop the cases against him. Their response was again the same: no way. In the election year and in the final months of his term, Reagan could not permit a failure in Panama. He was already loaded down with the enormous Iran-Contra scandal and the failure of his policies in Central America. He was subject to bitter attacks from the Democratic candidates Michael Dukakis and the Reverend Jesse Jackson, and from members of his own party who were afraid that they would lose the election. Washington offered Noriega another deal: it would stop court cases against him if he left Panama. When the press revealed that Reagan was disposed to negotiate the question of immunity with Noriega, the Justice Department and the DEA protested, and the administration retracted its offer. 52 In May, to prevent the negotiations entirely, the Senate adopted a resolution by a crushing majority prohibiting any negotiations that implied the cessation of the cases against Noriega. 53. A summit meeting between Reagan and Gorbachev was planned for the same month in Moscow, and Reagan, president of the world superpower, could not arrive carrying this load of failures. Without allowing the congressional resolution and the opposition of the Justice Department and the DEA to stand in his way, he opted to negotiate with Noriega and offered to drop the court cases against him if he resigned and left Panama. Secretary of State Schultz again sent the High State Department official Michael Kozak to Panama with this message. Kozak even proposed to Noriega the possibility of returning to Panama to celebrate Christmas with his family. In the meantime, the United States kept military harassment and psychological warfare at a fever pitch. Reagan and Schultz were convinced that this mission would be a success. Noriega could not refuse because he would be getting what he had always wanted. His withdrawal from Panama was the solution to the crisis. Schultz, who was supposed to accompany the president to Moscow, postponed his departure, hoping to bring good news. Abrams once again announced the imminent fall of the general. Kozak did his job and made the generous offer, but again, Noriega did not accept. Profoundly depressed, Schultz informed the nation of this new failure. It meant the collapse of negotiations with Noriega. Reagan received the news in Helsinki, Finland, on his way to Moscow. There, a journalist asked him if he thought the United States looked like an idiot in the face of Panama. "I don't think so," answered the president. But everyone else did, including many inside his own administration, noted Time, referring to this brief exchange. 54. The politics of force espoused by the State Department was not shared by those in charge of defense. The Pentagon publicly stated that confrontation would not succeed. It counseled measured and adequate steps to achieve the government's objectives. Anonymous sources in the Pentagon leaked what they themselves called an idiotic State Department plan to kidnap Noriega. Abrams declared that such comments were irresponsible and dangerous. 55. The public quarrels between the Departments of State and Defense on the Panama issue revealed that the government was entangled in a round of blind man's bluff. It was not the first time such a situation had happened, but it was the first time they aired their differences in public. "The situation turned sinister," commented a high State Department official. Noriega was not toppling, and the possibilities for ousting him were running out. There was fear in Panama and throughout the continent of United States military intervention because of Noriega's blind intransigence in refusing to retire. On 3 occasions in 1988 and 1989, Lopez Michelson and Carlos Andrés Pérez attempted to convince him that this game against the great power was dangerous and that the only way out was for him to resign. "Their intention," commented Lopez in an interview in the Colombian magazine Semana in 1991, "was to maintain the neutrality of the canal, ensure that the United States complied strictly with the Torrijos-Carter treaties, and avoid a United States military intervention. What happened later we had foreseen," he added. 9 members of the Panamanian Conference of Bishops also asked Noriega to resign to avoid more suffering among the people, and Archbishop Marcos Gregorio Magrath offered to mediate. Costa Rican President Oscar Arias and Spain's Prime Minister Felipe González asked the Archbishop to accompany them to convince Noriega of the danger that was hanging over Panama. To their surprise, the Archbishop told them that he had consulted the leaders of the opposition and they told him that the State Department had asked them not to get involved. 56. The Civic Crusade was Washington's tool. The CIA funded it, and the State Department gave it political orientation to prevent it from reaching an agreement with Noriega. The crusade called for a national work stoppage. Some 75% of commerce and industry shut its doors, and the streets were empty. The people reappeared on August 10 to receive the body of Arnulfo Arias, 3 times president and 3 times deposed, who had died in Miami. Arias had been a harsh critic of Noriega. 100,000 people went to the airport, and the funeral became a loud protest against Noriega. "Arnulfo Presidente, Noriega delinquent," shouted the people. The incidents and friction between United States uniformed and civilian personnel and Panamanians were becoming ever more frequent and intense. Washington charged that its military personnel and their dependents were subject to kidnapping, rape, beatings, and extortion by Panamanians, and warned that it would do whatever was necessary to protect them. The Panamanian government accused the United States of meddling in its internal affairs, violations of its airspace and territory, and endangering the lives of its citizens with low-level flights by airplanes and helicopters over its military installations. La Estrella and Critica, 2 Panamanian newspapers, listed more than 70 United States violations of the Canal Treaties. 57. In September 1988, the United States Embassy circulated a document communicating its government's decision not to comply with the Canal Treaties as long as a process of democratization in Panama had not been certified. In other words, a change of government and Noriega's departure. 58. Not even a miracle could save Reagan from his failure in Panama before he left the White House, but he needed to show that he was still working to bring Noriega down. The media reported his constant meetings with Secretaries of State and Defense George Shultz and Frank Carlucci and with National Security Advisor Colin Powell, to analyze the Panamanian situation. They announced new measures and new dispatches of troops, weapons, and war materials to the Southern Command. Government spokespeople talked of the possibility of an invasion and the abduction of Noriega. The government did not know what to do in this conflict. In January 1989 Reagan left the White House, and Noriega remained in place. He had succeeded in getting rid of Del Valle without any protest, 2 attempted coups against him had failed, and he had cleaned out the colonels and generals without creating conflicts within the defense forces. Now it was Bush's turn to get around this crisis without having any better options to resolve it. Mr. Bush goes to war. To many, George Bush's administration would be the 4 more years that Reagan wanted to govern, but the Constitution wouldn't allow. His feeble political character grew in the shadow of the most popular United States head of state since Franklin D. Roosevelt. Bush's candidacy held sway in the Republican Party not because he was the best candidate but because Reagan supported it. Bush was Reagan's heir apparent. There were few opportunities for negotiation in the Panama crisis after Noriega's rejection of the biggest concession the United States could offer him, forgetting about the court cases against him if he left the country. This had been a humiliating process for the great power, and the possible threat of force became more apparent. Bush did not openly tackle the Panama question. It was a delicate affair that could have put him in embarrassing situations. Noriega had been a longtime CIA informant, and Bush, according to former CIA Director Stansfield Turner, put him on his payroll during his term as CIA Director. During the presidential campaign, journalists inquired about his relations with Noriega while he had been CIA Director and Reagan's drug czar. Bush, a paradigm of ambiguity, did not answer. The Panama crisis was a heavy load for the new head of state. A month after his inauguration, he approved a CIA plan to oust Noriega. Bush personally pressured Congress to approve $10 million to start the operation. The money was intended to support the Panamanian opposition and encourage a coup. Rumors ran rife of plans for United States or Panamanian commandos to kidnap Noriega. 59 This information, published by the magazine U.S. News and World Report, was not denied by the administration. 60. Panama's economic situation improved in spite of the sanctions imposed by Washington. Commerce functioned on a barter system and discounts initiated by business leaders, and money returned to the bank vaults. According to Newsweek, official sources in Washington confirmed that this recovery was due to an infusion of $20 million in credits from the president of Libya and from West German and Asian banks. These sources neglected to mention the $565 million Washington deposited in the same banks to pay its military personnel in Panama and the Canal Commission. 61. But the real source of the Panamanian bank's recovery, the one everyone suspected without being able to prove, was the money laundering from narcotics operations. With these funds, it was claimed that in January 1989 Noriega founded the Banco Institucional Patria, a private entity belonging to the Fondo de Beneficencia de las Fuerzas Armadas, which he controlled as president of the junta. Its headquarters were near the general headquarters of the defense forces, where he had his command post. 62. The bullseye, Noriega. Panama prepared to hold elections in May 1989, and the campaign grew heated. The Civic Crusade leaders, Guillermo Endara, Ricardo Arias Calderón, head of the Christian Democratic Party, the major electoral force in Panama, and Guillermo Ford of the Molinera Party all had presidential aspirations. Although their guns were turned primarily on Noriega and Carlos Duque, a businessman and the official candidate and leader of the Democratic Revolutionary Party founded by Torrijos, they still attacked one another. The battle among the opposition candidates worried Washington. Its ambassador was given the job of convincing them to come together to support Endara as their presidential candidate. Arias and Ford were to be vice presidents. They agreed to this arrangement. The sector supporting the government comprised the coalition de Liberación Nacional with the Democratic Revolutionary Party and 7 small parties. Duque was its presidential candidate, and Ramon Sierra, Noriega's brother-in-law, and Aquilino Boyd, Torrijos' former chancellor, ran for the vice presidential posts. Colina counted on the government's political machinery, the support of the defense forces, even though they were not all of one mind, and a favorable press. The government had shut down the opposition press, El Siglo, La Prensa, and Extra, and the television and radio stations that were opposed to Colina. It could also count on the Dignity Battalions, a civilian armed front, and shock troops, created by Noriega for defense against United States aggression. For the first time, Panamanian society was divided, with its political forces polarized not by internal problems but by the conflict between Noriega and the United States. The opposition's priority was to normalize relations with Washington and persuade it to suspend the sanctions and end the isolation it imposed on Panama. Not for a moment did it question Washington's aggressive and provocative acts nor its violation of the Canal Treaties. Its attacks were on Noriega as the cause of the crisis. Duca's banners were nationalist and anti-imperialist. For Colina the important issue was Panama's future, threatened by the United States, the defense of its sovereignty, and the fulfillment of the Canal Treaties to ensure that the United States military enclave in its country be dismantled. Its slogans emphasized that the choice was between being a free and sovereign nation or being a United States colony if it voted for Andara, whom Colina accused of having sold out to Washington. The people welcomed Duca's opposition to United States intervention and his defense of the Canal Treaties, but his prestige was diminished for being Noriega's candidate. Simplistically, national and international public opinion saw that support for Duca was to defend Noriega, and to defend Noriega was to be a drug trafficker. Washington's strategy was to delegitimize the government and discredit the election before the people of Panama and in international public opinion, to convince them that Noriega was setting up a massive fraud in Duca's favor. This was a psychological campaign run by United States experts. President Bush and Secretary of State James Baker warned that they would not recognize any president who kept Noriega in a position of power. Bush continued the strong economic sanctions, since they were legal according to Washington. They were in response to the requests of the constitutional president Eric Arturo Del Valle. Bush ratcheted up military harassment with a gradual increase in the number of troops at the United States bases in Panama and with more frequent and threatening maneuvers in the Caribbean. Although his spokesman stressed that military action was a last resort, the danger of an intervention was more evident every day. Many people in Panama and the United States wanted just that in order to be free of Noriega. Washington's candidate, Andara, was not in favor of such intervention and stated publicly that he preferred to swallow a few more years of Noriega. We can get rid of him, even though it may cost us blood. He noted that United States officials had assured him that military intervention was absolutely inconceivable. 63. The refusal by opposition leaders to negotiate with the government, and Noriega's refusal to abandon power, closed off the possibility for a political solution and opened the doors to United States intervention. This fear existed in Panama and abroad. Several former heads of state in Latin America continued to try to convince Noriega of the necessity for his resignation and the danger of such an intervention. His confrontation with the United States was absurd. Spain and Venezuela repeated their offers of asylum. Governing from United States territory, Del Valle also offered to talk with Noriega, but Noriega refused the offer. Del Valle had no credibility with the Panamanian government or with the opposition. To the government and to the people, he was no more than Washington's puppet. The greater the United States interference, the stiffer were the controls Noriega established to counter it. In April, a month before the elections, he suspended tourist cards for United States citizens, a device in force for more than 50 years. They would now have to apply for visas at Panamanian consulates. Nevertheless, this restriction was easy to circumvent because entering Panama from United States military bases with or without a visa was simply a matter of a short walk. That same month Panamanian intelligence services dismantled a clandestine radio and television network set up by the CIA with sophisticated equipment. Its agent, Kurt Muse, who was arrested in this operation, revealed that the operation was meant to destabilize the country, create chaos, and stimulate popular insurgency against Noriega. It was to begin in the first week of May, and the videos were already set. 64-65. Newsweek reported that Noriega's aptitude in manipulating psychological warfare techniques was admired by sectors of the United States military. It was claimed that he had learned them in the military's own training centers and that now he was using them against the United States. Noriega's reaction to the increasing military harassment was at once defensive and provocative, but just short of a major provocation. This approach prevented his moves from becoming major incidents. "He keeps us off balance, chasing our tails, distracted," a military spokesperson said. 66. In April 1989, the Panamanian government requested an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council to denounce aggressive United States harassment, its flagrant intervention in Panamanian internal affairs, and the latent threat of a military action against its country. This intervention, said Panamanian Chancellor Ritter, was to establish a government subject to Washington, renegotiate the Canal Treaties, and maintain its military presence in Panama after the year 2000. The United States representative to the United Nations, Thomas Pickering, denied these accusations. He stated that there was no pressure or meddling. Panama's crisis was the result not of a conspiracy by his government, as the Panamanian chancellor claimed, but of Noriega's policies. He reiterated that Panama must hold free and impartial elections and that his government possessed information that allowed it to predict that the elections would not be clean. 67. According to opinion polls, 80% of Panamanians opposed Noriega. Nevertheless, Washington and the Panamanian opposition feared that whatever the election results, Noriega would refuse to step down. Knowing the pool of Panamanian generals, Washington also recognized that whoever replaced him would be much worse. In the midst of one of the worst crises in its history and an atmosphere vitiated by open United States interference and military harassment, it became more intense, abusive, and threatening every day, as well as subjected to severe economic sanctions. Panama prepared to hold the most important presidential election in its history. The race had less to do with a contest for the presidency than with a conflict between the United States and Noriega, in which the sovereignty and independence of Panama and the future of the Canal Treaties were at stake. The government established a series of controls to ensure that the process would not get out of its hands. Magistrate Yolanda Pulis de Rodriguez, a solid ally of Noriega's, was the president of the Electoral Tribunal, which was certifying the voter returns. The former Colonel Diaz Herrera had accused her of electoral fraud in 1984, a tactic he claimed was planned in her home. A few days before the elections, hundreds of foreign reporters arrived. The government imposed strict controls on their registration, places of residence, and journalistic activities. It prohibited press conferences not approved by the Chancellery and the broadcast of news, interviews, and reporting on the electoral contest that did not come from the Electoral Press Center. It also strictly prohibited them from carrying the press card issued, in an abuse of power, by the Southern Command. 68. Panama was also overrun with invited and uninvited observers, among them former United States Presidents Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford, who led an international group of 200. Others were sent by Bush without consulting the Panamanian government. United States Representatives Robert Graham and Connie Mack, and Miami Mayor Xavier Suarez arrived without invitation or visa. They traveled in a military airplane that landed at Howard Air Force Base in the Old Canal Zone. They entered Panama without incident. The foreign press and the Panamanian opposition accused the government of manipulating voter registration. They claimed that names of opposition voters disappeared while names of dead or fictitious voters were inscribed in their place, and that there had been changes in the locations of the voting booths to make access more difficult for the opposition. The government sector denounced United States interference and its measures to strangle the economy in violation of international law and the Canal Treaties, and it accused the opposition of having sold out to the United States by accepting the donation of $10 million to buy votes. In relation to Panama's small population, this was a fabulous sum. The day for Panama to hold the most controversial, dangerous, and corrupt elections in its history arrived on May 7. Life is normal. The cities are plastered with posters. Everyone is out in the streets. There is no militarization. Businesses are open. Restaurants are full of people. Parties are at their headquarters attending to last-minute details, wrote a Colombian correspondent. 69 A high turnout was expected, and a winning margin of 50,000 to 100,000 votes. Univision, one of the Spanish-language television networks that airs in the United States, predicted that 63% would vote for the opposition and 24% for the government candidate. The voter turnout was massive, but no one could declare as a certainty that these elections had been free and clean. Voters were overwhelmed by an avalanche of pressure from both the United States and the Panamanian governments. The latter, it was said, was pressuring public employees to vote for Duque. The following day, before there had been any official communication concerning the results, Panamanian Archbishop Marcos Gregorio Magrath announced to the foreign press that the opposition had won, with 74.2% of the vote to the government's 24.9%. He stated that he had these figures from a sampling carried out by the church at 115 polling places. These results became tantamount to revealed truth. Carter quoted them in claiming that Endara had won by a 3-1 margin, and the United States observers who had entered Panama illegally confirmed upon their return to Miami that the Panamanian church and former President Carter claimed that Endara had won. Noriega has stolen the elections. Carter's pronouncement, issued after he had been prevented from verifying the recount being carried out by the National Scrutiny Committee, resonated throughout the world. Well-known United States and European election observers endorsed the thesis Bush had advanced months earlier, that there had been massive electoral fraud in Panama. The members of Congress who had gone to Panama demanded the use of force against Noriega and the abrogation of the Canal Treaties if fraud was proven, which they took as a given. 70. 3 days after the election ended, there were still no official reports on the results. Solis Palma and Noriega remained silent. But the international news agencies AP, AFP, EFE, ANSA, and Reuters broadcast to the world that the fraud of the century had been committed in Panama and denounced serious irregularities perpetrated by the government and the defense forces, which pressured and threatened the people to make them vote for Duque. Members of the military, with their special identity cards, could vote several times in different places. Electoral certificates were stolen and ballot boxes burned at gunpoint. The media pointed to members of the defense forces and the dignity battalions as the presumed authors of such acts. But many Panamanians were implicated. On May 10 the National Scrutiny Committee released partial data. According to 15 certificates examined out of a total of 40, the majority had the official government candidate Carlos Duque winning 105,522 votes to 51,844. The city was under military control, but some 5,000 people took to the streets to protest outside the building that housed the electoral tribunal. Within a few hours there were 80,000, said one correspondent. They were shouting slogans against the government and Noriega, Esta vaina se acabó porque Endara ya ganó, ni un día más, Endara presidente, abajo Noriega, vamos a hacer chicha de pina, a reference to Noriega, who was known as Carpena because of the acne scars on his face. The anti-riot forces and the dignity battalions quelled the demonstrations with extreme violence. Endara received a head wound from a steel rod and was taken to a hospital. Ford was brutally beaten with sticks and sequestered in a hospital as a detainee. The image of his bloodied body facing a man attacking him with a steel rod was broadcast all over the world. Arias was mildly wounded. Several people in the scuffles were shot to death, among them Endara's bodyguard. Some 100 people were arrested and accused of attacking the nation's security. 71. The night of May 10, after the day of violence that had resulted in 5 deaths and 23 wounded men, Yolanda Pulis read a statement over the radio and television announcing that the elections had been voided at all levels: the presidency, parliament, and municipalities. She said that in the midst of the fiscal and economic crisis and the foreign media campaign about fraud, numerous irregularities had been committed, among them the purchase of votes, the disappearance of ballots, and the lack of certificates. She denounced the evident intention of those who have come in the capacity of observers to further the thesis of electoral fraud, proclaimed to the world by United States authorities since long before the election, and the obstructionist actions of many foreigners called here by national and foreign political forces without benefit of an invitation. The proclamation of any candidate under such conditions is absolutely impossible. This decision, she said, was made after long meetings at the Republic's presidential offices, with the participation of Solis Palma, his cabinet of ministers, General Noriega, and most of the high command. She made no mention of dates or plans for new elections. 72. For several analysts, among them former Chancellor Ritter, the evidence of an overwhelming defeat of its official candidates determined this drastic decision by the government. 73. Others spoke of the opposition's smashing victory. The annulment of the elections roused the ire of Washington hawks to dangerous levels. Congress and public opinion pressured Bush to order a military action. The White House announced that the president, together with his advisors, was studying all possible options, both economic and military, with the goal of preparing a plot against Noriega. He was consulting with several governments of the region in order to take collective actions and force the general out. The next day Bush summoned his ambassador and ordered the Pentagon to send 2,000 more soldiers and station the aircraft carrier USS America off the Panamanian coast to protect United States citizens from the violence that broke out after the elections had been annulled. He asked United States nationals to return home and United States businesses to move to other countries. We will not be intimidated by the bullying tactics, brutal though they may be, of the dictator Noriega, declared Bush at a White House press conference. 74. Washington spokesman insisted that military action would be the last resort. But to Panamanians it was clear that the intervention was already underway. Ritter remarked that Panama was not threatened by an invasion, since it was already an occupied country and always had been. In order to take this extreme step, Bush was relying on support by the United States public and the Panamanian opposition, which included the most important economic sectors and the oligarchy backed by the Catholic Church hierarchy. Bush spoke daily with Archbishop McGrath, who informed him about what was happening in Panama. 75. Many people, nationalists and patriots, were asking the United States to liberate them from Noriega, claimed the Panamanian sociologist Raúl Lays. 76. But no one believed that the intervention would be so massive an act of war, with the bombing of the civilian population and the occupation of their country. As the constitutional president, Del Valle held a press conference at Washington's National Press Club to inform the press and the people of his government's policies in the face of this crisis. He declared that it will not discount any option, including the military one, for removing Noriega. He explained that he had discussed such measures with Bush, whom he had also asked to formally recognize Andara and the winning slate in the May elections. 77. The annulment of the elections and the unbridled violence of the anti-riot brigades and the dignity battalions they had wounded all three opposition candidates caused a worldwide revolt against Noriega. Presidents Alan Garcia of Peru, Carlos Salinas de Gortari of Mexico, and Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela expressed strong condemnations. Garcia warned that he would denounce and reject any manipulation of the Panama election results and any pressure or intervention from outside Latin America. Bush applauded the Peruvian president's declaration insofar as it condemned fraud, but he ignored his rejection of outside interference. The Rio Group, in a joint statement dated May 10, expressed its profound consternation about the events in Panama, since they could still further alienate the government from the Latin American democratic community. But it stated that it was refraining from pronouncing judgment on the causal factors and the specific matters that determined, on the occasion of the election, the political crisis in Panama, because of its absolute observance of the non-intervention principle. The statement reiterated the need for complete compliance with the Canal Treaties. 78. Once again Latin America tried to stem the United States military's lack of control by clinging to the defense rhetorical and utopian of the principles of non-intervention and free self-determination. In spite of the serious crisis, a few days later Panama returned to normal life within the context of abnormality. The streets, which had been semi-deserted, again filled with people, and the country returned to its routines. The markets, banks, and offices gradually resumed their activities, the supposed winning candidates are recovering from their bruises, and the Panamanians amused themselves by watching the arrival of United States military aircraft with new units of soldiers without much excitement, wrote one Colombian correspondent. 79 Panamanians explained this lack of reaction in the face of grave crisis as evidence of their pacifist nature. The Alianza Democrática de la Oposición Civilista, a political coalition, called for an open-ended general strike to begin on May 17, a date that coincided with the OAS Chancellor's meeting in Washington to deal with the Panamanian crisis. The strike call failed. The opposition blamed the languid response on the government's repression. The OAS in its labyrinth. 2 days after the annulment of the elections, Venezuela requested a meeting of the OAS consultative organ to take up the Panama crisis. Carlos Andrés Pérez noted that very serious matters were at stake, such as the future of the canal. The entire membership, including the United States and Panama, supported him, but Brazil, Chile, and Mexico expressed reservations about the OAS's competence to deal with the internal affairs of its member states, as in the case of the Panamanian elections. To circumvent this difficulty, the matter under discussion was given an international flavor. The 21st consultative organ meeting would study the Panamanian crisis in its international context. The meeting took place in Washington and began on May 17, 1989. Many feared this would be a tortuous meeting because of the conflicting interests between the United States and the rest of the continent. The crisis superseded Panama's internal situation because of the open military and political intervention of the United States and the threat of an invasion, which everyone dreaded. The Chancellor's goal was to try to prevent this invasion, but no government was eager for a confrontation with the master of the North over Panama. The Mexican government questioned Noriega's moral position in a statement but declared it inadmissible that the OAS should be turned into the court of last resort for the electoral processes of Latin American countries. Presidents Julio Maria Sanguinetti of Uruguay and Carlos Andrés Pérez of Venezuela expounded another thesis. Sanguinetti maintained that the principle of non-intervention has its limits, and Pérez held that non-intervention was at times a form of intervention. In other words, the OAS had to act. 80. The meeting began several hours late, amid tension and expectation. The debates were held behind closed doors. There was only one public session. The Hall of the Americas was packed with delegates and journalists. Within it were present the leaders of the Panamanian opposition brought in by the State Department. 81 The importance the United States put on this meeting could be seen in the size and caliber of its delegation. It was said to be overwhelming. Headed by Secretary of State James Baker, it was filled with State Department heavyweights and the government's principal experts on Latin America. 82. Bush actively consulted with some presidents to coordinate a diplomatic offensive and joint actions in support of Panamanian democracy and to force Noriega to resign. With an avalanche of pressures on the presidents, delegations, and chancelleries of the member states, Washington sought to have the OAS approve concrete actions and drastic sanctions against Noriega, such as expelling Panama from the OAS, collectively breaking off diplomatic relations, economic and commercial blockades, and the recognition of the victory of Andara in the May elections. It did not succeed in any of these. The Panamanian Chancellor laid out United States aggression against his country in terms of the violation of principles of international law and the Canal Treaties and denounced the economic sanctions as violations of the OAS and UN charters. He demanded that all this activity cease and warned of the dire consequences of a military intervention in Panama to all of Latin America. Colombian Chancellor Julio Londino, who was chairing the meeting, rejected intervention in all its forms in his opening remarks. We cannot accept that any country should attempt to constitute itself as the supreme arbiter of situations in another state, nor that it should be the supreme authority in deciding when an electoral process abnormal as it might have been shall be supported, and when a series of coercive and discriminatory measures of an economic character should be applied. The threat and use of force, he maintained, served only to unite the enemies of liberty and democracy. He rejected the annulment of the elections but held that this crisis must be resolved by the Panamanian people alone. 83. Venezuela, which appeared to have adopted a tough position opposing Noriega, circulated a draft of a resolution characterized as soft and extremely diplomatic, since it merely urged the member states to make gestures within their powers to find the solution to the Panamanian problem, within scrupulous respect for the principle of non-intervention. It asked them to abstain from any action that might be contrary to these principles or incompatible with a peaceful and long-term solution of the problem. 84. The seriousness of the internal situation in Panama and the disparities among the delegation's criteria led the chancellors to work out consensus solutions in advance. The formula proposed by 11 chancellors was the creation of a commission composed of Ecuador, Guatemala, and Trinidad and Tobago and attended by the Secretary General of the OAS. It was to go to Panama to seek a national agreement and formulas that would assure within the mechanisms of democracy and in the shortest possible time, the transfer of power with full respect for the sovereign will of the Panamanian people. It further reiterated the defense of the non-intervention principle and the validity of the Canal Treaties. 85. After an agitated closed-door debate, the United States succeeded in including a condemnation of Noriega in the resolution, though the majority opposed it, but the United States did not succeed in winning the strong condemnation it wanted. The one agreed upon read, the serious events initiated by General Manuel Antonio Noriega in the crisis and in Panama's electoral process could cause an intensification of violence, with the consequent risks for international peace and security. 86. Baker let it be known that the resolution adopted by the meeting did not meet the minimum demands of his government. Bush applauded the condemnation of Noriega and the demand for a transfer of power in Panama. 87. The government of Panama found the resolution acceptable, since it succeeded in neutralizing the United States' attempts at manipulation. The Democratic Revolutionary Party stated that the OAS was short on ethics and respect for international law for attacking General Noriega in gross and contemptuous terms. Finally, the Panamanian opposition noted that the condemnation of Noriega corresponded substantially to the expectations of the Panamanian people but energetically objected to the OAS failure to recognize its victory in the May elections. 88. Londino, the chair of the meeting, commented that the results were positive, since they had avoided a stormy session and since a formula acceptable to the majority had been adopted. Between May 23 and August 1 the commission appointed by the OAS and headed by the Chancellor of Ecuador, Diego Cordovez, a skilled diplomat and United Nations negotiator for the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan, made 4 visits to Panama. The commission warned in advance that it did not intend to intervene but rather to build a bridge between the sides to try to find a solution to the crisis. Nonetheless, it always came up against the inflexible position of Endara, Arias, and Ford, who refused to negotiate with the government, insisting that their electoral victory be recognized and that Noriega leave office. Noriega responded that he would talk to no one, for his was a matter to be solved by the government and the opposition, and the military should stay out of it. The government warned that the question of Noriega's resignation was not on the table and that the primary issue was the cessation of aggressions and sanctions against Panama by the United States. Cordovez always concluded his reports by noting that nothing could be achieved because both parties were inflexible. The Commission's term was extended twice by the chancellors, despite opposition by the United States, the Central American and Caribbean states, and the Panamanian opposition. The majority understood that failing to arrive at an agreement was opening the door to United States intervention. Faced with the impossibility of achieving a resolution reconciling the different positions, the chancellors decided that the final document would be the declaration by the chairman of the meeting, Londino Paredes. It was unanimously approved, with no objections and in absolute silence. The declaration extended the Commission's mandate to August 23. It asked the Panamanian authorities to bring about the change of government by democratic means and in conformity with current internal Panamanian procedures and hold new elections as soon as possible, and it outlined the topics they themselves proposed as the basis for dialogue. 89. The unanimity on the content of the declaration was only superficial. The United States let it be known that it was not satisfied. Others found its language imprecise, since it mentioned the transfer of power without including a formula acceptable to all parties, asked the government to hold elections soon without specifying whether this date should be before or after September 1, and did not mention Noriega, who could well remain exactly where he was. To Assistant Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger, the United States representative to the OAS, transfer of power meant that General Noriega must go. This result would mark the end of the crisis, and the Panamanian people would resume control of their own future. To Panamanian Chancellor Ritter, it meant finding a replacement for Solis Palma. To the opposition, transfer of power through free elections meant leaving its electoral victory out of account. Arias said the declaration was ambiguous and contradictory, since the question was not whether or not there were elections but whether or not Noriega would go. Again he criticized the extension of the Commission's term, since this extension meant prolonging the suffering, repression, and impoverishment of the Panamanian people. 90. Londino maintained that it was impossible to reconstruct the elections because of the loss of the ballot boxes and numerous ballots. He declared that although most Latin American countries, among them Colombia, express their disagreement with Panama's electoral process, no nation has recognized or is inclined to recognize that Endara won the elections and that therefore he should assume power. 91. Noriega let it be known that if no agreement was reached by September 1, a military junta would be formed. During the May to August deliberations of the OAS Commission, Solis Palma proposed to the opposition on several occasions that they form a national unity government together to save the country, but the opposition always refused, insisting instead on its demands, recognition of its electoral victory and Noriega's ouster. In early August the opposition suggested that the government hold a plebiscite so that the people could express their opinions of the formulas proposed in the OAS dialogue. The government issued a statement rejecting this proposal because the Panamanian constitution neither contemplated nor regulated this sort of consultation. 92. Cordovez insisted that it was still possible to arrive at a negotiated solution and that limiting the term of his mission served no purpose. Londino again proposed extending his mandate to deal with the request by Panamanian political forces. Again the United States and the Panamanian opposition were against it, and again the Commission's term was extended. At the end of August, near the time when the consultative meeting would receive the fourth report from the Commission, the government once more proposed forming a national union government to take office on September 1 and holding elections in 1 year's time. The opposition rejected the idea. Noriega commented that they were useful fools programmed to say no to everything, since they had been offered a half share in the government, and with the great economic resources and support of the United States behind them, they could have had it all. 93. Faced with the impossibility of finding a solution after 4 months of fruitless efforts, the chancellors held an informal meeting to hear new ideas. After 12 hours of anxious deliberations on 5 projected resolutions, they were deadlocked. The way out of this impasse was once again to approve another of Londino's declarations, in which he thanked the Commission for its efforts, expressed profound concern at the party's failure to arrive at a solution to the crisis, reiterated that such a solution was uniquely and exclusively the business of Panamanians, and exhorted the parties to make new and urgent efforts to arrive at an agreement before September 1.94. They never arrived at an agreement. Those who had this possibility within their power and who were conscious of the great danger hanging over Panama did nothing to avert the enormous tragedy. The Rambos. All measures the United States government took to remove Noriega for this was what its policies in Panama came down to had been a failure. In spite of the general condemnation of the fraud of the century and the annulment of the elections, the United States had not been given the support it needed to apply the drastic sanctions it wanted to impose. After this failure it intensified its harassment with military maneuvers in the Caribbean and at its bases in Panama, ever more in violation of Panama's sovereignty. Scores of combat aircraft, armored vehicles, helicopter gunships, and naval units, and thousands of Marines, Rangers, and elite rapid deployment troops took part in the maneuvers. The Southern Command continued, over Panamanian government complaints, to assert that these exercises were routine. The departure of United States citizens from Panama, ordered by President Bush, continued. Panama City emptied. Thousands of luxury apartments stood empty, thousands of Panamanians became unemployed, and commerce lost the important business of the gringos. On the deadline set by Bush, July 1, the last of them left. This was a great blow to the already beaten economy and to the people's morale. They saw in this exodus the prelude to United States intervention. 95. The month of August saw a series of provocations by the United States troops and confrontations between uniformed services of both countries. United States officers arrested 29 Panamanians, among them 9 soldiers, one of whom was Noriega's brother-in-law Manuel Sierra. 2 days later, the Panamanian Defense Forces arrested 2 United States military police officers. The Southern Command mobilized its forces and blockaded the Panamanian military center Fort Amador for more than 3 hours. 96 But both sides decided to exchange their prisoners in order to ease tensions. On August 11, in Operation Alicia, 1,000 United States soldiers landed on one of the Panamanian islands outside Panama City where Noriega had an office known as the Bunker. The Southern Command claimed that this operation was only to reaffirm United States rights as stated in the Torrijos-Carter treaties, which included freedom of transit in Panama. The command remarked that the operation was being mounted on President Bush's orders. 97. A few days earlier Bush had mentioned the possibility of trying to capture Noriega, but White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater clarified that what the president had said had nothing to do with this operation, which was only for training purposes. Panama responded with a military operation it dubbed Zap al-Invasor. The Panamanian government was reaching the limit of its resistance. The following day it called for an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council to denounce United States acts of aggression. Chancellor Ritter declared that the United States had turned Panama almost into a theater of war and asked the Secretary General to send an observation mission, proposed urgent measures to reduce tensions, and presented in a closed session a videotape to demonstrate how United States military forces both air and land moved into Panamanian territory and acted like an army of occupation, violating the Canal treaties and humiliating the Panamanian people. 98. The United States delegate, Herbert Oken, denied all these charges. He replied that the increase in the number and strength of military forces was a direct response to the hostile actions of General Noriega's regime and in the exercise of their rights according to the Torrijos-Carter treaties. The session closed without addressing Panama's request, making any decision, or setting a date for another meeting. 99. This is the way the Security Council functioned under United States domination. 3 days did not go by before the Southern Command carried out Lightning helicopter landings on the United States Embassy grounds and at the ambassador's residence in Panama City. Black Hawk helicopter gunships took part while others hovered over the city. 100. This was a rehearsal for a defense and rescue mission, it was explained. This aggressive military activity reached intolerable extremes with unforeseeable consequences, declared Chancellor Ritter. In this situation the government, the defense forces, and the officialist parties proposed that the opposition co-sign a document asking the United States to cease its provocative military actions. The opposition declined to sign without explanation. 101. 3 days later, United States troops occupied Panamanian court buildings for 3 hours. That same day 40 Panamanian women protested outside of Fort Clayton, a United States military base in a suburb of Panama City. Some tried to assault a soldier, but a Panamanian officer restrained them. 102. The danger of United States military intervention in Panama worried Latin America, though some heads of state still believed that the United States would not go to extremes. High-ranking Panamanian officials maintained that it would be a serious error for the United States to invade, since the political and economic cost would be too high. 103. Colombian Chancellor Julio Londino signaled that such an act would change the context of inter-American relations and open an abyss that cannot be closed even in 30 years. 104. In August, in a strangely worded editorial in Granma, the Cuban government denounced the provocative United States military maneuvers in the area of the canal and its environs, which it called virtual intervention, creating a psychological tension raised to extremes. The editorial indicated that this brutal pressure was increased by the overwhelming press campaign, the economic and financial blockade, and the disturbing declarations by United States military and political leaders that call for the ouster by force of the government of the Isthmus. It claimed that United States efforts to force Noriega to resign also tried to keep the Torrijos-Carter agreements of 1977 from being fulfilled, and it asked Latin American nations to use their influence to prevent any intervention. 105 The Cold War had not ended in the Caribbean, warned Castro. In the United States, powerful voices opposed intervention in Panama. Jimmy Carter rejected it completely, and in both civilian and military circles some counseled against it because of the political cost and because success was uncertain. Newsweek cited a Pentagon source who stated that a massive invasion would serve to unseat Noriega but would constitute a bloodbath. Many United States soldiers would return in body bags, the political cost would be terrible, and it would trigger nationalist resentments, which would only help Noriega. Killing Panamanians, he added, would unite the entire hemisphere against us. 106. Attempts at damage control. Having failed to persuade Endara, Arias, and Ford to compromise and to name a provisional government, on August 31, 1989, the Government Council named 50-year-old Francisco Rodriguez, Controller General of the nation, as president, and Carlos Ozariz, a former vice president of the Republic, as his vice president. Former Chancellor Ritter explained that these men had been agreed upon with Noriega and officers of the High Command the previous night. The council announced the composition of the provisional government and promised that elections would be held when adequate conditions existed. In other words, when United States aggression ended and the Panamanian funds illegally held by the United States government were unfrozen. The council fixed a date 6 months later to evaluate the situation and, if conditions allowed, when elections would be held. 107. That same day, at a press conference at the White House, Bush expressed frustration about the failure of the efforts made by the United States government to remove Noriega and called the appointment of Rodriguez a joke on the Panamanian people. He announced that he would recognize no government installed by Noriega, that he would summon his ambassador and maintain the economic sanctions in order to deprive this illegal regime of funds. He was taking such measures, Bush claimed, in support of self-determination and democracy in Panama and to confront the threat presented by General Noriega's support of drug trafficking and other forms of subversion. 108 A press release issued in Washington stated that Del Valle, respecting the limits of his constitutional mandate, was closing the Panamanian embassy in Washington and delivering it to the United States for safekeeping, along with $300 million in Panamanian assets. 109. The opposition launched a campaign called Not One More Cent for the Dictatorship, exhorting the public to pay neither taxes nor services, or buy lottery tickets from the National Lottery. Andara declared that he was on a hunger strike. He announced that he would follow in Gandhi's footsteps until the Panamanian people supported the campaign and would take only water, the pills prescribed for him by doctors, and the sacred host if a priest would give it to him. 110 Ricardo Arias and 8 opposition leaders were arrested in the interior of the country when they promoted this campaign. They were released the following day. On October 3, 200 young officers, led by Major Moises Giroldi Vega, attempted to depose Noriega. This was the second coup attempt in 18 months. They broadcast a statement on the radio to announce Noriega's overthrow and the retirement of the entire military high command. They warned that theirs was strictly a military movement. They asked for the support of the defense forces and asked any forces loyal to Noriega to stay away from the central headquarters, the target of the coup. They retained control of the headquarters and held Noriega and several members of the general staff for 6 hours, but by noon they were surrounded by government troops. After a brief exchange of fire, the uprising was smothered. The coup was not supported by the military forces, the police, or even the United States. According to military sources, Noriega directed the effective counter-coup. 111 That same night, accompanied by several generals, Noriega appeared on television to announce that the coup had failed, and he accused the United States of having sponsored it. Panama remained calm, though normal activity was reduced. Some civilians paraded in the streets with banners, shouting slogans against Noriega and for the rebels. Sources in the opposition announced that Endara and Arias were in safe places but did not indicate whether they were in Panama or at United States bases. The following day the defense forces announced that 10 officers who had participated in the coup had died in combat, among them Major Giroldi. 21 officers and 5 civilians were wounded, and 180 troops and 100 members of the Dignity battalions were under arrest. Witnesses claimed that the dead numbered around 25 and the wounded closer to 100, and victims' relatives denied the official version and claimed that the officers had been executed. A European diplomat told the New York Times that Noriega, in a temper tantrum, had ordered the execution. 112 The spokesman of the Defense Force denied that there had been any firing squad activity. White House spokesman Fitzwater, Secretary of Defense Richard Cheney, and Pentagon sources declared that they were informed of the coup attempt in advance but that the United States did not take part because it did not trust the coup. Rebellion leader Giroldi was a well-known Torrijos man, and the coup could have been a trap of Noriega's to catch them with their hands in the cookie jar and expose them to the world. The opposition also believed that the coup was Noriega's doing, since Giroldi had helped squelch the coup attempt against Noriega in March 1988. 113. The United States did not become involved but asked the conspirators to hand Noriega over if they captured him, but they refused. Cheney authorized his capture but without the use of force. The orders to proceed, from General Colin Powell, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to Southern Command Chief General Maxwell Thurman, arrived after the coup had already failed. 114. This failure led to bitter criticism of Bush. Democratic and Republican members of Congress lamented that he had not intervened, since he had the 12,000 trained and highly motivated men in Panama, and they called it a mistake to lose this opportunity. One called the failure a great reverse for foreign policy. 115. The Panamanian opposition also bemoaned the lack of United States support for the coup conspirators. Juan Sosa, a former Panamanian ambassador to Washington, believed that such assistance might have encouraged other garrisons to join the rebels. 116. A New York Times editorial, opposing this interventionist wave, maintained that those who criticized Bush for not openly supporting this insurrection were mistaken. 117.